Picking up 100 berries actually activated the system. Roya just crossed over and ran into childhood Roger. On the 7th day working as a waiter in Road Town, the system progress bar stuck at 99 and wouldn't budge. Roya was about to lose his mind until he stepped on 100 berries, and the moment he pocketed it. System activation successful. Multiverse card draw system online. The money was gone? It turns out activation requires spending. Not even 2 seconds to be happy. The restaurant door was kicked open, and a little brat wearing a straw hat was carrying a wild boar twice his size, grinning as he said, "Uncle Heg, I want a big bone and rum." Roya was dumbfounded. Isn't that childhood Roger? While he was lost in thought, wine spilled on a burly man, and a fist came flying toward his face. Roger swiftly blocked it, and Heg came out with a knife covered in scallions. The 3-meter-tall man intimidated the burly guy into submission count. "Count me unlucky." The original text states, detected that the host has funds to activate the system, automatically absorbing and activating the system to 100, activation successful, welcome host. Using multiverse card draw system. This system is too realistic. No money, no work. I dare say with the card draw system, Roya might just draw out Roger's Conqueror's hockey. In the next chapter, the first card drawer, you ready to see what heaven-defying skills he gets? 9-year-old Roger drinks rum like water. Roya was dumbfounded. It was actually the year 1454 of the C Circle calendar. Handing Roger a big bone, Roya couldn't help but ask, "What year is it in the C Circle calendar?" 1454, Roger mumbled with his mouth full of meat. Roya's mind exploded. There are still 49 years until Luffy's birth? This little brat in front of me is going to be the future pirate king? After finishing the meal, Roya hurriedly summoned the system. "Quick, tell me how to draw cards." There are 3 tiers of card pools. 10,000, 100,000, and 1 million berries, with different probabilities for our cards, SR cards, and SSR cards. As soon as the system finished speaking, Roya was dumbfounded. His pockets were cleaner than his physique, didn't have a single berry. Want to rob the celestial dragon's heavenly gold? Not strong enough for that. Become a bounty hunter? Right now, he couldn't even hold a cup steadily. Working in a restaurant to save up 1 million berries? He might as well wait until the end of the world. The original text states, there are 3 types of card pools for drawing cards. 10,000, 100,000, and 1 million berries for one draw, with card divided into R, SR, and SSR. Naturally, the probabilities of drawing cards are different, with the probability being 10,000 berries pool, R card 98, SR card 1.98, SSR card 0.02. This probability would make even a non-lucky person cry. But if luck was on his side, wouldn't drawing a rubber fruit be a huge profit? In the next chapter, Roya needs to make money for card draws. Are you ready to see how he gets his first pot of gold? 9-year-old Roger kills a wild boar the size of a truck with his bare hands. This combat power is too outrageous. Just as Roya wanted to ask the system for newbie benefits, he got tricked. Opening the treasure chest requires a 1,000 berry key. Fuming, he was pulled to the seaside by Roger. Good heavens! Lying under the lighthouse was a wild boar the size of a truck, its tusks taller than a person. Roger patted his chest. "It took me 3 days and 3 nights to win." Roya was completely stunned. This was a 9-year-old kid taking down the king of the mountain with his bare hands? Indeed, in the world of One Piece, everyone is a monster. Even more absurd was the old man next to them, standing at the seaside in a tank top and shorts at night, with the sea breeze howling. He actually said he'd been waiting for Roger for a long time. This physique must also hide some great skills. The original text states, this wild boar is the mountain overlord from the uninhabited island next to Road Town. I fought it for 3 days and 3 nights before defeating it. With his combat power, no wonder he can become the pirate king in the future. Roya only wants to make money to open treasure chests, otherwise he wouldn't even be able to keep up with Roger's tail. In the next chapter, Heg is set to fulfill his promise. Are you ready to see how many berries this wild boar can be exchanged for? An 8 million berry pirate trying to rob the wild boar? Instantaneously killed by the restaurant owner with a single knife. This twist is incredible. Captain Ball of the Wild Rhino Pirates jumped ashore, looking at the truck-sized wild boar, arrogantly shouting, "I want this thing." Heg smiled and extended his hand. "Thank you for your patronage, 100 million berries." Ball exploded on the spot, transforming into a half-beast rhino, his giant horn aiming straight at Heg. "I'm a man with an 8 million berry bounty." Heg yawned, drew his knife, and with a clang, the rhino horn shattered. Ball's eyes rolled back, and he fainted. As the crew rushed over, seeing their captain killed in an instant, they froze in place, unable to move that fat guy. Roger clapped from his side. "I can handle this kind of opponent too." The original text states, Heg maintained the posture of drawing his knife, not retreating a single step, while Ball also maintained the posture of charging forward, looking fierce. Just when Roya thought they were locked in a stalemate, Suddenly, the sound of caw rang out. One sound, two sounds. The restaurant owner was hiding too deep. This strength was probably even more formidable than a Navy colonel. Roya's eyes lit up. This 1,000 berry key money might just have a chance. In the next chapter, He is set to deal with the wild boar. Are you ready to see how much this meat can be exchanged for? He used Roger's god avoidance. What is the true identity of this restaurant owner? As the merchant ship docked, a man in armor jumped down, thrusting a western sword at He. With a clang, the bone knife met the sword, and the shockwave knocked Roya back repeatedly. The man wrapped his sword with armament hockey, one sword-style secret art. Flash shadow. He's blade turned black, god avoidance. The sword tip met the blade, and a red energy ball exploded between them, with red lightning crackling and a giant wave crashing over. Old man Kurt stood still as the aftershock hit, automatically dodging, and shouted, "If you're going to fight, roll further away. If you break the lighthouse, I won't let you off." Roya was completely dumbfounded. Isn't god avoidance Roger's move? He's strength is probably even more formidable than a Navy vice admiral. The original text states, He reacted as soon as the man appeared, heavily chopping down with a knife towards the tip of the western sword. The sword tip met the blade, but He and the man did not clash blades. A red energy ball appeared in the middle, with red lightning continuously bouncing out, followed by a massive energy shockwave exploding out. This is no ordinary restaurant owner. He's clearly a hidden big shot. Roya's heart raced. This 1,000 berry key money might be secured after all. In the next chapter, He is set to reveal his identity. Are you ready to see who he really is? Making a 9-year-old kid move a wild boar the size of truck? He's conditions for apprenticeship are too outrageous. Roger shouted out Roy's thoughts in one sentence. He wants to be your apprentice. He pointed at the giant wild boar, laughing with a playful expression. If you bring it back to the hotel before dawn, he'll accept you. Roy looked at the carcass of the wild boar, which was dozens of times bigger than himself, and nearly went blank. Isn't this just making things difficult? Beside him, Hall had just left. Old Kurt had returned to the lighthouse, leaving only the three of them. Roger patted his chest. He'll help you. Roy gritted his teeth, his eyes suddenly firm. Okay, he'll move it. Who would have thought that becoming an apprentice would involve hard labor? He, who clearly had the ability to avoid such big challenges, decided to start with a physical test for his apprentice. Roy's mind was filled with, can the system draw a stamina enhancement card? Otherwise, he might collapse halfway tonight. The original text states, He was thinking, looking around, and after seeing the wild boar carcass, he smiled. Just like that. If you want to be my apprentice, Roy, bring back the wild boar carcass. Roger hunted to the hotel. If you can bring it back before dawn, he'll agree to your apprenticeship request. This isn't accepting an apprentice. It's clearly an extreme challenge that I dare say, if Roy can really do it, He would definitely pull out his ultimate skills to teach him. In the next chapter, the battle to move the pig begins. Are you ready to see how Roy uses wisdom to solve the problem? Winning 3 golden legendary cards with 1,000 Baileys? Roy's luck directly stunned the system. After borrowing 1,000 Baileys from He, Roy immediately summoned the system, opened the treasure chest, draw cards. As the cards turned, 3 golden lights exploded, so bright he couldn't open his eyes. The system was stunned. How much good luck did you step in? The first SSR came out of a 100,000 card pool. The demon fruit, seed fruit. It doesn't fear seawater. The million card pool was even more amazing. The golden card printed with Senju Hashirama. The system exclaimed, acquired Hashirama cells, mastering all would release. Roy immediately put his hands together, shouting, would release Buddha on the top, but then nothing happened. Only the sea breeze blowing through his hair. The system complained, trying to unleash a big move as a beginner? Why not fly to the sky? The character panel was even more heartbreaking. Overall strength. The system added insult to injury. You have some skills, but the brushes have no bristles. Roy looked at the demon blade, suddenly realizing, I can't use a knife at all. The original text states, congratulations to the host for obtaining an SSR card. Hashirama cells, successfully learning all would release ninjutsu from the world of Naruto Shippuden. This wave of luck turned into bad luck in an instant. Where's the promised power of the god of ninjas? I dare say, once Roy learns would release, moving the wild boar will be like playing. In the next chapter, Roy will use would release to move the wild boar. Are you ready to see how he operates? SSR cards drawn happily, but unable to move the wild boar? Roy's operation is too heartbreaking. The demon blade was unsheathed. Ghostly claws emerged from behind, more agile than hands, grabbing, cutting, and giving the middle finger all possible. But facing the 1.5-ton wild boar, it still couldn't be moved. After taking a bite of the seed fruit, he almost vomited his overnight meal. The taste was worse than canned herring. after struggling to grow vines, wrapping around and around. The wild boar still didn't budge. Roy looked at the ground full of SSRs. His mindset collapsed. The Hashirama cells couldn't unleash a big move. The demon blade's ghost claws had no strength. The demon fruit could only entangle with vines. Was this a lonely draw? The original text states. He realized that, regarding pulling the wild boar back, the 3 SSR cards he had drawn with overwhelming luck seemed to be of no use. Where's the promised luck? This wave is truly about having too much equipment without knowing how to use it, I dare say, once he combines the 3 abilities. The wild boar will run back to the hotel by itself. In the next chapter, Roy is going to unleash a big move. Are you ready to see how he uses wisdom to deal with the wild boar? A 9-year-old kid pulling a wild boar the size of a truck down a night road? This determination is amazing. Roy put his hands together, shouted would release 4-pillar prison, and with a crack, the wooden prison cart tightly contained the wild boar. Vines wrapped around the cart, ghostly claws pulled the ropes. The demon blade was nailed to the front of the cart as a toe, and he forcefully moved the 1.5-ton wild boar with every step. His palms bled. Red marks formed on his shoulders. But he muttered, "Why get back? They'll make you into pork bone soup, fried pork chops, twice cooked pork." The more he spoke, the hungrier he became. But his footsteps didn't stop. The moonlight stretched his shadow long, like a stubborn little ant dragging a big loaf of bread. Old Kurt at the lighthouse was stunned. This kid not only knew would release and controlled ghostly claws, but his resilience was stronger than steel. He nodded in his heart. This child can make it. The original text states, Roy struggled step by step to pull the cart containing the wild boar. Even though his shoulders and palms were bleeding, he did not stop at all, not caring in the slightest. This isn't moving a wild boar. It's clearly a contest with himself. With this kind of determination, how far is the divine avoidance? I dare say once he pulls it to the hotel, He will definitely teach him some hard moves on the spot. In the next chapter, dawn breaks. Are you ready to see how He fulfills his promise? Even though he was exhausted, Roy still pulled the cart while muttering, as if this could make it easier for him. Sweat poured down. With each step he took, a drop of sweat fell, landing his footprints, and the moon was slowly moving. It seemed to be watching this resilient little human boy. Thus, under the moon's gaze, Roy walked step by step, not knowing how long it had been. The moon slowly disappeared, and Roy's back was drenched in sweat, his hands and shoulders already numb, feeling no pain. But Roya finally saw the wooden door of Uncle Heg's restaurant, and the two people standing at the entrance, Heg, who was crossing his arms, and Roger, who had his hands behind his head. Luo Ya didn't want to say a word, pulling the prison cart to the front of the two. With a heavy step, it seemed to shake the entire Rog town. Throwing away the vines in his hand, and the heavy spirit on the prison cart automatically returned to its sheath, the ghost claw disappearing. Roya looked up at Heger, his eyes full of pride, then turned around to gaze at the slowly rising sun. The first ray of sunlight from the dawn shone on his face, and Roya couldn't help but exclaim, "So beautiful." As soon as he finished speaking, he could no longer hold on and fell backward. Roger, quick to react, stepped forward to support him. "Take him to rest, Roger, and from now on, he will be your junior apprentice," Heger said. Roger smiled and nodded, carrying Roya back into the hotel. Hag stared at the prison cart and the wild boar inside for a long time in silence. He had felt shocked as soon as he saw Roya in the prison cart. Originally, he just wanted to test the kid's perseverance. Even if he couldn't bring back the wild boar, it would be fine to take him as a disciple. Roger could also make another friend. He didn't expect that the kid really brought it back. However, Hag couldn't understand where Roya got this cart. Where did this kid get this cart? How did he manage to lift the wild boar onto the cart? A devil fruit? What did he do with 1,000 berries? After examining the prison cart several times, Hag shook his head. "Forget it. I'll ask him when he wakes up." Looking at the prison cart, recalling Roya's demon sword that automatically sheathed itself and the ghost claws, Hag turned back to the hotel with a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. What a hidden little brat. However, it seems he has found a good seedling. To take in 2 talented disciples in one day feels really great. Ha 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 ha. Not sure how long he had slept, Roya was awakened by the noisy voices of the diners in the hotel. Slowly opening his eyes, he saw a wooden ceiling above him. Sitting up and looking around, he realized it was the room he had been staying in for a week. He checked his condition. He was bare-chested, with bandages wrapped around his shoulders and palms. But he didn't feel any pain, only a slight numbness. The physique brought by the pillar cells gave Roya quite good self-healing abilities. He glanced at the clock. It was 11:30 in the morning. Lunchtime. Throwing on a jacket, Roya walked into the dining area of the hotel, which was filled with guests having lunch. "Roger, my wine hasn't arrived yet. And my big bone, why is it just you today? Where's that other kid?" Amid the guests' urgings, Roger weaved between them, holding wine in his left hand, food in his right, and balancing a tray on his head, serving them drinks and dishes. This situation was very familiar to Roya. After all, he had been doing this for a week. However, Roger seemed to handle it more skillfully and calmly. Roya walked to the bar and poured rum into a large wooden cup for Roger in advance. Roger also noticed Roya, walked over to the bar, and placed the tray on top of it. Roya, you're awake. It's okay, you can rest for now. I'll handle things in store. Luo Ya placed the wine glass on the tray and said, It's okay, I'm recovering quite well. I'll help you pour some drinks at the bar. It's no big deal. Roger smiled, showing a set of white teeth, all right. Hey, little Roger, stop chatting, I'm starving. Roger wanted to say something else, but the guest's urging interrupted him, and he turned to serve the dishes. Meanwhile, Roya continued to pour the rum for him, and then sat down in a chair, lost in thought and feeling bored. Roya opens her character panel. Character panel. Name, Roya. Body technique. 110 swordsmanship. Swordsman stage, item card. None weaponry. None ability. Early wood release. Superhuman type, seed of fruit. Bellies, 0 overall strength. Roya discovered that her character panel had changed. Both the item card and the weapon inventory showed none. She touched the heavy spirit at her waist. The weapon inventory showing none should be because she had the knife on her. As for the item card showing none, that should be due to her consuming the seed fruit, and her abilities indicated that she had gained the power of the seed fruit. Nothing else had changed. But what surprised Roya was that her physical skill had increased by 10 points. System here. Does the host want to draw a card? Luo Ya, no. I just wanted to ask why my physical skills increased by 10 points. System, oh. The host's physical skills and swordsmanship can be improved not only through card boosts but also through self-training. Last night, the host broke through his limits and dragged a wild boar all night, which enhanced his physique. Also, a friendly reminder in the world of One Piece. The limit for physical skills is 1,000 points. It's relatively easier for the host to improve physical skills in the early stages, but in the later stages, even a slight improvement will be very difficult. After listening to the system's explanation, Luo Ya nodded, stroking his chin. In that case, I really chose the right master in Uncle Heg. With a dedicated person to guide me, it should be easier to improve my physical skills and swordsmanship. The limit for physical skills is 1,000 points? Hey, I'm really curious about how many points Carp has in physical skills now. How old is Carp now? He should be about the same age as Roger, right? If I could recruit him as a partner, I wonder if I could brainwash him. In the future, he could end up on Roger's ship, a future Navy hero turned pirate. Just thinking about it is interesting. Luo Ya whimsically wants to brainwash Carp into becoming a pirate, but he can't set sail right now. It's all just a fantasy. However, thinking about what the future would look like if a naval hero turned into a pirate is quite intriguing. I'm looking forward to it. The most famous restaurant in Rogtown is not one of those luxurious big hotels, but a small eatery run by a 3-meter tall man named Heg. It is now noon, the peak time for lunch, and Heg's restaurant is packed with diners, the sound of chatter filling the air as everyone boasts while eating. Heg is cooking in the kitchen, Roger is helping to serve dishes to the guests, and Roy, who is injured, is just sitting at the bar helping pour drinks and passing dishes to Roger. Sitting on a bar stool, Roy is devouring the nutritious fried rice that Heg made for him after getting up, while contemplating what to do in the future, mainly how to make money, and whether he can cook that damn wild boar tonight. Suddenly, the restaurant's door is kicked open, slamming against the wall with a loud bang, startling Roy so much that his soup spoon falls from his hand. He looks up towards the door, and the diners are also drawn to the unexpected noise, all turning to look, causing an eerie silence to fall over the restaurant. Everyone sees a tall, skinny young man with a buzz cut and a fierce expression walk in, pushing the rebounding wooden door and gesturing for others to enter. Behind him is a man wearing a black cloak and a black cowboy hat, who looks quite handsome, followed by an elderly man dressed in a black suit, standing straight with no wrinkles on his clothing, sporting a slick-back hairstyle and wearing a monocle. Once inside the restaurant, the young man does not speak, but silently surveys the place, looking at the shabby restaurant and the unruly diners with a face full of disdain. Old man, is this really the most famous restaurant in Rogtown that you mentioned? I thought Rogtown was doing well. It can't be this shabby, can it? The elderly man beside him speaks in a calm and respectful tone. This is indeed the most famous restaurant in Rogtown, Mr. Spotloss. A restaurant's renown does not depend on its decor, but rather on the taste of its food. The owner of this establishment is quite popular among the townsfolk for his cooking skills. Moreover, the catering for our young lady's birthday banquet the day after tomorrow will also be handled by him. Before Loss could say anything further, The man interjects, "Is that so? To be the chef for the well-known Bell family's young lady's birthday banquet, I assume your culinary skills must be exceptional. I would be fortunate to have a taste first." Hearing this, Loss immediately changed his expression. Indeed, without any capability, the Bell family wouldn't even look his way. "Underboss, shall I find you a seat?" Loss slightly bows, respectfully addressing the man, completely losing the fierce demeanor he had upon entering the restaurant. Scanning the surroundings, Loss walks toward a relatively clean table and addresses a burly man sitting there. "Get out." The burly man, caught off guard by the sudden command, is taken aback. "What? Are you chasing a dog away? How can I tolerate this? Get lost. Who do you think you are?" The man stands up, glaring at Loss. Loss looks at him with an icy expression. "I'll give you one last chance. Get out." The burly man laughs in anger. "I want to leave. What can you do about it?" Seeing the man's response, Loss is not angered but instead stares at him. Almost in an instant, he draws his revolver and aims at the man, preparing to shoot with lightning speed. Loss is quick, but Roger is quicker. As Loss pulls the trigger, Roger sidesteps and delivers a swift kick to his gun hand, causing the bullet to hit the ceiling and the revolver to fly out of his grip. Roy swiftly throws a vine to snatch the gun away. From the moment Loss fired until Roger kicked the gun away, the entire sequence of actions took less than a second. The diners in the restaurant only heard a gunshot, and then Roger stood in front of the shooter. While they could enjoy the drama, having a gun was a different matter. The crowd wanted to leave, but the mysterious man and the elderly gentleman were still blocking the entrance. The man was unknown to them, but they recognized the old man. The most famous mafia in Rogtown is the Bell family. In Rogtown, everyone knows them, though not many know what business the Bell family is involved in. Legends suggest they have dealings with the Navy concerning gunpowder. However, the Bell family members treat the residents of Rogtown fairly well, and there are no incidents of bullying. It's similar to how wealthy people view the poor. The old man is the butler of the Bell family's boss, Bellingrena. Who would dare to approach him and ask him to move? That would be asking for death. The crowd was stuck in the restaurant, unable to move, while the big man was so scared that he collapsed into his chair, nervously touching his chest. If Roger hadn't stopped Ross earlier, that bullet would not be in the ceiling now, but inside him. Roger slowly lowered his kicking foot, afraid of spilling the drink on his head, and said to Ross, "Sir, fighting is prohibited in our restaurant. If you want to fight, please go outside." Ross, rubbing his wrist that Roger had kicked, looked at the little brat in front of him who was holding food and balancing a tray, barely reaching his chest. The veins on his forehead bulged as he gritted his teeth, wishing he could eat him alive right then and there. He couldn't believe that such a little brat had the strength and speed to kick his gun away without him noticing. Most importantly, he had been humiliated by a child, and in front of underboos no less. It was utterly shameful. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Ross stared at Roger, his aura rising steadily. Roger noticed this too, placing the food and drink on the big man's table, pressing down his straw hat, and taking an offensive stance, his aura also escalating. The tension between them felt like a barrel of gunpowder about to ignite, as if they were about to clash at any moment. At that moment, the kitchen curtain was pulled aside, and almost simultaneously, the mysterious man said, "Enough." Ross. Upon hearing the man shout, Ross's aura deflated like a balloon, disappearing completely. Seeing this, Roger also relaxed his aura. Ross shot Roger a glare, his eyes filled with a hint of unwillingness, before silently returning to the man's side without a word, not asking why he was told to stop. He only knew that he would listen to whatever Underboo said. At the same time, he was scared to death. As Ross returned to the man's side, Heg also pulled aside the kitchen curtain and walked out, wiping his hands with a white cloth. Not looking up as he asked Roger, "What's wrong? Is no one ordering at this time?" "Roger?" Roya didn't answer, and Heg turned to him and the revolver in his hand. Turning to look inside the store, everyone was watching him, including Ross, the man, and the butler Ariana. Heg casually placed a white cloth on the bar. "Hey, what's going on? Why are you all staring at me instead of eating?" Seeing Heg's act of pretending to be clueless, Roya couldn't help but complain internally. "With your strength, how could you not know what's happening? Even if you really didn't know, didn't you hear that loud gunshot? Are you in the kitchen making an atomic bomb?" The butler of the Bell family, Ariana, stepped forward after seeing Heg come out, placing her right hand on her chest and bowing slightly. "Mr. Heg, this is Mr. Spot Casati, the underboss of the Spot family from neighboring Karki Island. He has come to greet the boss on behalf of the Spot family today and brought a birthday gift for the young lady." "How did the greeting come to me?" Heg asked. "Mr. Hall and Mr. Casati had arranged to discuss matters in your restaurant, but Mr. Hall had something to attend to, so he asked me to bring Mr. Casati over first," Ariana replied. Just as they were talking about Hall, he arrived at the restaurant's entrance and, seeing the three standing there, asked in confusion, "Am I late? What's going on? Why are you all standing at the door instead of going in to eat?" Noticing Heg standing by the bar, he said, "Heg, sorry. I was so tired after returning yesterday that I went straight to sleep. I forgot we were supposed to drink together. Here I am today, and it just so happens that the famous underboss of the Spot family, Mr. Spot Casati, is also here. How about we have a drink together?" Heg glanced at him and turned back to the kitchen, saying, "You wait a moment. There are no seats available right now. If you want to eat something, talk to Roya first." Hearing Heg's words, the guest thought, yes, there are seats. I'm full. I can leave smoothly now. You guys can fight among yourselves without harming us. Hall looked at Casati and said with a smile, "Why don't we sit at the bar and have a drink while we wait, Mr. Casati?" Casati smiled back. "Let's do as Mr. Hall says." Henrietta gave a slight bow to Hall and said, "Then Mr. Hall, I will take my leave. I wish you a pleasant lunch." Hall nodded. "Okay, thank you." Henrietta nodded and retreated outside the restaurant. Hall, Casati, and also Ross, walked toward the bar while Roya was enjoying his melon seeds. Unexpectedly realizing that the melon owner was coming toward him. "Why are they coming over here? No, I have to act like the most famous restaurant waiter in Rogtown. Welcome. Oh no, three of you. Please take a seat. Would you like something to drink first? Also, if you want to eat something, you can order first. The chef is very efficient." Hall and Casati sat down, while Ross stood silently beside Casati. Hall looked at Roya and said, "Kid, give me a glass of rum first." "Okay, Uncle Hall." "What uncle? Call me brother." Roya pushed the drink in front of Hall, ignored him, and asked Casati, "What would you like to drink, sir?" Casati looked at the large wooden cup filled with rum, frowned slightly, and asked, "Do you have any red wine?" "Red wine?" Roya, he thought to himself. "You're the first one to come to our place asking for red wine." "Yes, of course we have it." "Sir, please wait a moment." Luo Ya turned around, stood on the chair, and took a bottle of red wine from the top of the wine cabinet, which was a bit dusty. He casually picked up a cloth and wiped the bottle on the bar. Has it been 3 years since it was opened? I want to drink it." Roya pinched the cork with 2 fingers and gently pulled it out, a strong aroma of wine wafting into his nostrils, making him swallow involuntarily. "It's not very good to use this to hold wine." Roya looked at the large wooden barrel cup. "I remember there were a few tall glasses somewhere. Where are they?" Luo Ya squatted down and rummaged through the bar, finding a few dusty, upside-down wine glasses. He picked up 2 with his left hand, took them to the kitchen to wash them, and finally slowly poured 2 glasses of red wine. Casati watched all of Roya's actions with a frown that never left her face, especially furrowing her brows when she thought Roya was going to use a large wooden barrel to serve the red wine. It wasn't until Roya slowly poured the red wine into the goblet that she finally relaxed her furrowed brows. Roya pushed a glass of red wine in front of Casati and said, "Please." Then he picked up another glass of red wine, glanced at Ross, who also noticed his gaze and thought he was going to hand the wine to him. Ross reached out to take it, only to see Roya smile slightly and tilt the glass to his lips, taking a sip of the wine. Underage people should drink less. Roya looks only 9 years old, but is actually over 30 and is a waiter who won't solve any cases. Ross's hand froze in midair, feeling embarrassed, his face turning bright red as he glared at Roya. He angrily grabbed the large wooden mug filled with rum from the bar, tilted his head back, and gulped it down. However, he drank too quickly and choked on the alcohol. Cough, cough. Seeing him in such a messy state, Roya couldn't help but burst into laughter. Roger, sitting on the other side of the bar, also laughed out loud, especially unabashedly. Ross put down his cup and glared fiercely at Roya. "What are you laughing at?" Roya shook his head with an innocent and harmless expression. "Guest, what are you talking about? As professional waiters, we are trained to not laugh easily." However, the background to Roya's words was Roger's boisterous laughter. Laughter is truly contagious. Listening to Roger's laughter, Roya couldn't maintain a straight face in front of Ross anymore. While laughing, he said, "Unless I can't help it, ha ha ha. That's enough." Ross could no longer hold back, grabbing the wine glass and throwing it at Roya. Roya sidestepped to avoid the flying wooden barrel cup, then flicked a vine that accurately hooked the handle of the cup, pulling it back. Whether intentional or not, when Roya pulled the cup back, the inertia caused the rum inside to splash out, landing perfectly on Ross's head. The rum dripped down his face to the ground, but Ross showed no reaction, clenching his fists and lowering his head in silence. "Oh dear, what a coincidence that it splashed right on your head, dear guest. Sorry, our humble little restaurant doesn't have any paper for you to wipe it off. How about you wash up in the restroom?" After saying this, Roya kindly pointed in the direction of the restroom. Hearing Roya's words, Ross suppressed his killing intent. his forehead veins bulging, and his tightly clenched fists grew even tighter, his nails nearly digging into his palms. Leaning slightly forward, he addressed Kasadi, who was sitting in a chair, under booze. "I'm going to the restroom to take care of this." Kasadi didn't even glance at Ross, finishing the last sip of red wine in his cup, setting it down, and signaling Roya to pour more wine, casually saying one word, "Go." His tone expressed no emotion, only indifference. Ross bowed to him and then walked toward the restroom. Observing the calm Ross, Roya couldn't help but feel surprised. This kid actually held back. One could say he had a good temper, but that couldn't be right. Casting a glance at Kasadi, he thought, his boss is indeed frightening. Ross entered the restroom, closed the door, and turned on the faucet, rinsing the rum from his head. Gripping the edges of the sink tightly, he raised his head to look at himself in the mirror, water droplets running down his face onto the sink, his eyes bloodshot. Grinding his teeth, those damned little things. I must kill them. With a crack, the wooden sink was crushed on both sides by Ross's grip. The scene returned to the restaurant. Luo Ya poured a glass of red wine for Kasadi again and said to him and Hall, "Guests, are you only drinking wine and not having something to eat?" Hall looked at Kasadi. Kasadi asked, "What dishes do you have at your restaurant?" Luo Ya's lips curled into a smile as he said, "Let me introduce the dishes to the guests." Taking a deep breath, a long list of dish names burst forth from Luo Ya's mouth. "We have steamed lamb, steamed bear paw, steamed deer tail, roasted flour duck, roasted chick, roasted young goose, braised pork, braised duck, soy sauce chicken, cured meat, pine flour small belly, dried meat sausage, assorted soup platter, smoked chicken white belly, steamed 8 treasure pig, and glutinous rice stuffed duck." Try to reach a number. Without letting anyone notice, Luo Ya took a deep breath and delivered a traditional comic dialogue, listing the dishes. "Oh right, there's also the cold jellyfish skin. What do the guests want to eat?" Listening to the names of the dishes popping out of Luo Ya's mouth, Kasadi was filled with confusion. Were these things? As the underboos of the Spot family, what delicacies haven't I tried? How come I've never heard of these dishes? I was also puzzled. When did Heg make these dishes? Just during the time I was out? In the kitchen, Heg clearly heard Luo Ya's words. "What's going on? What is that kid Luo Ya talking about? Steamed lamb? Steamed bear paw? Don't drag me into your bragging." "Roger, what did Roy say? Just from the name, it sounds pretty delicious. Especially that cold jellyfish skin." "Ahem." Kasadi coughed for a moment. "The first dish you mentioned, that's steamed." "Luo Ya, steamed lamb." Kasadi nodded slightly. "Yes, that's it." "Roy, not at the moment." "Kasati, no?" "Then the second one." "Luo Ya, steamed bear paw, right?" "That's not available either." Kasadi's patience was slowly fading, raising an eyebrow, and asked coldly, "So what do you have now?" "None of what I just mentioned is available. Oh. How about the cold jellyfish skin?" Luo Ya said. "Then let's order the cold jellyfish skin." Roya nodded. "All right, Uncle Heg. 1 jellyfish salad." "Jellyfish salad? Wait." Hearing Roya's order, Kasadi immediately said, "Isn't it cold jellyfish? Why has it changed to jellyfish salad?" Luo Ya pretended to be puzzled. "Cold jellyfish salad is just jellyfish salad, don't you know?" Kasadi was momentarily taken aback and thought, "Damn little thing. I'm a dignified underboos of the Spot family. And you're making me eat jellyfish salad." Taking a deep breath, Kasadi tried to suppress her anger and asked, "What other dishes are there besides jellyfish salad?" "Luo Ya, there's steak, big bone, and fried rice." "Kasadi, steak. Just steak." "Luo Ya, how well done." "Kasadi, medium." "Uncle Hall, what are you having?" Luo Ya asked Hall. "Just give me a fried rice." "Okay." Luo Ya nodded. "Uncle Heg, 1 fried rice and 1 steak medium." After Kasadi finished ordering, Ross walked out of the bathroom, his short hair still showing some watermarks. He returned to Kasadi's side, slightly bending down, without glancing at Luo Ya and Roger. During the time Kasadi was drinking and ordering, the number of customers in the restaurant gradually decreased, until only Kasadi and Hall were left. During this time, Roger had also cleaned the dining table and the dirty plates. After washing the last plate, Roger said while drying his hands, "Uncle, I'm done with my tasks. I'm heading home to report to my mother. I haven't been home for over a week. I'll come back tonight." Heg came out of the kitchen carrying a plate of steak and 2 plates of fried rice. While talking to Roger, he said, "All right, you go back and place the plates on the table closest to the bar," signaling Hall and Kasadi to sit at the dining table. "Roger's home? I thought Roger was an orphan." Luo Ya wondered. "Roger, are you polite?" Roya immediately called out to Roger. "The home of the Pirate King, we must go visit. And what about Roger's mother? What kind of person is she?" "Roger, I'll go with you. There's nothing else to do anyway, and we can pay a visit to your aunt." Hearing that Roya wanted to go back with him, Roger actually felt a bit happy. He flashed a bright smile and said, "Sure, then let's go right now." Roya walked out of the bar and left the restaurant with Roger. Ross looked meaningfully at the backs of Roya and Roger, then turned to kid.He, who was already seated at the dining table. He walked over to him, slightly bowed, and said, "Under booze, someone from the family has entrusted me to buy some local specialties from Rogtown. Please allow me to step out and purchase a few things while you dine." kid.He raised his hand to gesture. Ross bowed again and retreated outside the restaurant, watching the direction in which Roya and Roger had left. It was now 1:30 p.m., and most of the residents of Rogtown were taking a lunch break. Roya and Roger walked down the empty street, heading towards Roger's house. "Roger, I'm going to visit your house, but it's not good to go empty-handed, right? Shouldn't I buy some fruit or something?" Roya asked Roger, looking at her empty hands. It wouldn't be appropriate to visit someone for the first time without bringing anything. Roger held his hands on the back of his head, walking and replying to Roya, "It's fine. My mother would be very happy if you come to my house to play." "No, that would be rude." Roya spotted a fruit stand ahead and pulled Roger over. "Come on, let's go buy some." The two arrived at the fruit stand, where the owner was lying in a wooden lounge chair with a newspaper covering his face, and a hand fan precariously in his grip. Only a little girl with pigtails was there, spraying water on the fruits with a spray bottle. When the little girl saw Roya and Roger at the stand, she asked in a sweet voice, "Do you want to buy some fruit?" Roya looked at the fruit stand, which had all kinds of fruits. Pointing at the bright red apples, she asked the little girl, "How much are the apples, little sister?" The little girl tilted her head and murmured, "Daddy said it's 3 Bailey for 1 apple." "3 Bailey? Then can you help me get 4? Roya said. Hearing Roya's words, the little girl was very happy, seemingly proud of selling the apples. Soon, she packed the apples neatly and handed them to Roya, saying, "Here you go, big brother." Roya smiled as he took it over, instinctively reaching in his pocket, but not finding the rectangular brick or even half a Bailey. Looking at the innocent eyes of the little girl, Roya awkwardly turned to Roger and said, "Roger, did you bring any Baileys? Let me borrow some for now, and I'll pay you back when Uncle Heg gets his salary." Roger nodded, took a 20 belly note from his pocket, and handed it to Roya, saying, "It's fine. I just happen to want to eat an apple too." Roya handed the Bailey to the little girl, hooked Roger's shoulder, and said, "Good brother." The little girl carefully found 8 $1 Baileys, handed them to Roya, and smiled, saying, "Thank you, big brother. Welcome to visit again next time." Roya smiled as she took it, said thank you, and then continued walking towards Roger's house. "Are we there yet?" "Roger, it's a bit hot in the middle of the day." Roya wiped the sweat from her chin and asked Roger. "It's fine, I don't feel it's too hot," Roger replied. Roya gave him a glance. "Do you think everyone has as good a physique as you?" Looking at Roya, who was drenched in sweat, Roger said, "How about we take the alley? It might be a bit of a detour." "Lead the way. A detour is definitely better than getting roasted by the sun," Roya replied. Roger nodded. "All right, let's go this way." The two turned into the alley, and the sunlight was indeed blocked by the buildings. Much more comfortable. "How much farther do we have to go?" Roger asked. Upon entering the alley, Roya felt the ultraviolet rays leaving her body and instantly perked up again. Roger thought for a moment. If they walked through the alley, they would reach their destination in another 500 meters. "Then let's go," Roya said, stepping forward to hook his arm around Roger's shoulder, and the two continued walking. They walked with their arms around each other, chatting, when suddenly Roger bent down and pressed Roya's head down as well, forcing him to bend. Almost at the same moment, there was a loud bang, and a drill bit protruded from the wall of the alley, making a sizzling sound. If Roger hadn't pushed down on Roya's head just now, the drill bit would have gone straight into his skull. The situation unfolded quickly, but Roya reacted in time, flipping over to the front and looking up at the drill bit on the wall. The drill bit slowly retracted, and, with another loud bang, the wall was kicked in, creating a large hole. A man wearing a black mask and wielding 2 drill bits walked in through the wall. Luo Ya immediately recognized that the person who had arrived was Ross, who loved to be humiliated in the restaurant. He was wearing a black face mask, and aside from that, there was no disguise at all. Luo Ya thought to himself, "This is way too half-hearted. You put on a disguise, but not completely. Just wearing a black face mask makes you think I won't recognize you? You stick a green onion up your nose and think you're an elephant? You little screw." Roger squinted and looked at Ross, asking, "Who are you?" "Luo Ya emoticono cara sonriente." "I forgot that everyone in One Piece is face blind." Ross raised his hands, which had transformed into drills, and coldly looked at the two, asking, "Who are you?" "The ones who are going to kill you." After saying that, he lunged forward, and the 2 drills stabbed towards the two. Roger pushed Roy back and charged forward, dodging Ross's drill. He kicked towards Ross's chest, but Ross immediately positioned the drill horizontally in front of him to block Roger's kick. Roger kicked the drill, and his wooden shoes were no match for the high-speed rotating drill. It made a sizzling sound and continuously spat out sparks, being ground through. Feeling the heat coming from his foot, Roger quickly retracted his foot, supported himself with his hands, and did a backflip back to Roya's side. Roya looked warily at Ross's rapidly spinning drill and said, "Without weapons and arm color hockey, those two drill bits are difficult to deal with." Roger nodded in agreement. Looking at the heavy spirit at his waist, Roya asked Roger, "Can you use a knife?" Roger replied, "I've practiced a bit." Roya hummed in response, drew out the heavy spirit, and simultaneously summoned the ghost claw, handing the knife to Roger. "I can't use a knife, so I'm lending it to you. You go forward and confront him, and I'll assist you from the side." Roger took the knife and nodded heavily. The two exchanged a glance, and Roya threw two seeds at Los. Roger swung the knife directly at them. Los swung the drill bit to strike Roya's seeds. And the moment the seeds touched the drill bit, two vines immediately grew out to wrap around the drill bit, but they were quickly ground to pieces by the drill bit. Roger took advantage of the moment when Ross's drill was entangled in vines, quickly stepped forward, and executed an upward strike aimed at Ross's chin. Ross immediately looked up, but it was still one step too late, and a bloody mark appeared on his chin. Roger struck successfully and did not continue the pursuit, as the vines entangled around Ross's drill had been completely ground to dust. Feeling the pain radiating from his jaw and the blood dripping onto the ground, Ross was thoroughly enraged. As the capo of the regime branch of the Spot family, he could not tolerate being bested by two kids. He looked up at Roy and Roger, his drill transforming back into a normal hand, and sneered, "I just wanted to teach you a lesson so that you could spend the rest of your lives in bed. Now, I've changed my mind. I'm going to kill you." After finishing his words, Ross gathered his strength and jumped up, his feet merging into a drill as he spun rapidly, resembling a giant drill aimed at the two of them. "Salt!" A man was violently attacking two kids in an alley. What could be the reason? Is it the loss of humanity or the decline of morality? Let us continue to observe the development of the event. Ross transformed into a giant drill, descending from the sky toward Roy and Roger. The two hurriedly dodged, and the drill struck the ground, creating a large hole, with cracks spreading out from the center. After failing with his first move, Ross's spinning body gradually came to a stop. However, his feet remained as a drill, standing upright in a bizarre manner, moving quickly like a fly. After failing once, Ross changed tactics, transforming his hands into drills, spreading them wide as his entire body began to spin, looking like a high-speed spinning top heading toward Roy and the others. "Let us see if you can still dodge this." Ross spread his arms, nearly occupying 2/3 of the alley's width, leaving Roy and Roger with no way to evade but to retreat. As Ross, resembling a gigantic top, charged toward him, Roy couldn't help but scoff. "A top? Are you putting on a magical top show? You need to recognize your position. You are a screw, not a top." With Ross closing in even more, Roy decided to confront him directly. "A top, huh? Then I'll strike the top." Luo Ya stepped forward, his ghost claws expanding behind him, striking towards the spinning figure of Ross, but they were directly deflected. Luo Ya had to change his strategy and positioned the ghost claws in front of him to block Ross. The ghost claws collided with Ross, creating continuous friction at the point of impact, producing a sizzling sound and sparks flying out. Roy's strength is no match for Ross, and he's being pushed back quickly. Roger supported Roya's back with both hands, and only then did Roya come to a stop. The two of them began to wrestle with Los. However, Los was like a perpetual motion machine, spinning rapidly without stopping. In the end, Roya and Roger could not withstand him and were knocked away. As they fell to the ground, Roya quickly got up like a carp leaping over the dragon gate and looked at Los. This dog, although temperamental, was indeed strong. Los stopped and looked at the two of them, who were at the end of their rope, with an uncontrollable smugness on his face. "You two damn brats. Why aren't you blocking? Try and see if you can block it. If you can't, I'll turn you into pieces with this hit." After saying that, Los transformed again into a spinning top and charged at Roya and Roger. Facing the aggressive Los, Roya could only retreat while thinking about how to deal with this screw that could turn into a spinning top. Meanwhile, Roger, after getting back up, had been standing with his eyes closed. Just as Los was about to collide with him, Roger suddenly opened his eyes sharply, exhaling a puff of white air. His right hand's muscles bulged as he gripped the heavy spirit with one hand and slashed down diagonally. With a clang, the blade clashed with Los and surprisingly knocked him back. Seeing this scene, Roya's jaw dropped in shock because he saw the shadow of divine dodge in Roger's strike. Didn't Uncle Heg still have to teach him divine dodge? Was this something he comprehended by himself? However, although Roger's strike was stunning, Roya also noticed his slightly trembling hand after the swing indicating that this strike was still a burden for Roger. Los charged again, and Roger frantically swung his blade, knocking him back with each strike. However, from the distance Los retreated, it was evident that Roger's strength with each swing was diminishing compared to the previous one. Luo Ya knew that Roger couldn't hold on for much longer, so he tried to calm himself down and think of a solution. Damn it. Isn't this dog thing dizzy at all? Still so tough. Wait a minute. When he stopped just now, it seemed like only his hands and feet were drill bits, while the rest of his body was still flesh and blood. The gyroscope idea is here. Roya seemed to come up with a good idea and shouted at Roger. Roger, step back first. Hearing Roya's shout, Roger exerted himself again, striking Los back with a single blow and then retreated to Roya's side. As soon as Roger returned, Roya clasped his hands together and shouted, Wood release, wooden pillar wall. A row of wooden pillars emerged from the ground, blocking the way between Roya and Roger and Los. Los crashed directly into the wooden pillars, shattering them. On the other side of the pillars, Roya and Roger stood at a distance, with Roya resting his left hand on his right elbow. Upon seeing Los, he curled his right index finger back and shouted loudly, Come here. For some reason, this statement felt low in harm, but highly insulting. Los, furious, continued to spin, his voice emerging from the top of his spinning body, looking for death. He then accelerated and charged towards the two. Watching Los come at him, Roya surprisingly remained calm, the corners of his mouth lifting as he uttered 3 words, Grow. Suddenly, 2 vines rapidly grew from the walls on either side of the alley, intertwining together. Los crashed violently into the vines, yet they did not break. The vines were positioned at Los's waist, perfectly catching him in a dead angle, preventing his hands and feet from hitting them. After colliding with the vines, Los pushed forward fiercely, coming within 10 centimeters of Roya and Roger. But the vines acted like a slingshot, pulling him back and launching him away. After being thrown back, Los found another vine between the walls behind him, also positioned at his lower back. He crashed into the back vine, which again propelled him back. Thus, the vines tossed him around like a marble. Unable to take it anymore, Los stopped spinning after being thrown back by the vine, his hands reverting to normal, preparing to grab the front vine to stop himself. Roya was waiting for him to stop spinning. As he saw Los being thrown back and ceasing to spin, he immediately summoned a row of wooden pillars in front of him, using wood release. Los was in midair, and due to inertia, he had no control over himself and crashed hard into the row of wooden pillars. Bang, bang, bang. Los face planted into a row of wooden pillars. When he stood up again, wiping the blood from under his nose, he found that Roger and Roya were no longer in sight. Looking at the empty alley in front of him, with no trace of Roya and Roger, Los angrily stomped the ground. Venting his fury on the ground and the shattered wooden pillars, his expression extremely ferocious. Damn, those 2 damn brats. While stomping and shouting, once he had vented most of his anger, Los stopped his foot movements and gasped for breath. When Underbooze took control of Rogtown, he would definitely swallow those 2 brats alive. After saying this fierce remark, Los cast a deep glance at the withered vines and the debris of wooden pillars on the ground, wiped away the blood from his nose, and turned to leave the alley. The scene shifted back to Roya and Roger. As soon as Los crashed into the wooden pillars, Roya immediately picked up 4 apples that had miraculously survived after their battle with Los, and then he pulled Roger and resolutely sprinted away. The 2 ran through the alley, zigzagging left and right for several minutes. Roya was tired. After turning left at a fork in the road, he slumped down on the ground, leaning against the wall to rest, occasionally peeking out to see if Ross was catching up. Huff, huff, shake off that screw. Damn it, I didn't expect that this ugly kid would be quite strong, Roya said between breaths. Roger stood observing the alley, nodding slightly. He didn't see his figure. He should have shaken him off. This person's strength is indeed decent, but why did he attack us? We don't even know him. Roya was too exhausted to complain. No matter who he was, since he didn't catch up, let's just forget about him. I'll report to Heger as soon as I get back. Roya pushed against the ground to stand up. Let's go. Don't forget we're heading to your house. Yeah, let's go this way, Roger said. The 2 walked for a while and finally arrived in front of Roger's house. Roya looked at the magnificent villa in front of her, 3 stories high, with a rockery and a fountain sculpture in the courtyard. She turned to Roger, her eyes filled with disbelief and a hint of betrayal. Well, I never expected you, Roger, with your thick eyebrows and big eyes, to betray the organization. I thought we were just ordinary restaurant workers, common folks. I didn't expect you to be a rich 2nd generation. What is this? A rich young master working at a restaurant to experience life? Roger sensed Roya's unusual gaze and asked, "What's wrong?" Roya replied, "It's nothing, it's nothing. Let's go in quickly." "Okay, let's go," Roger said as he pushed open the door and took Roya into the villa. Roger was walking ahead, and Roya followed behind, looking around like Lu Lao Lao entering the Grand View Garden. After walking for a while, the two saw an old lady in white carrying a bag of garbage coming out of the house. When Roger saw the old lady, he immediately went up to greet her. "Aunt Tao, I'm back. Thank you for taking care of my mother these days." Aunt Tao squinted her eyes and recognized Roger. "It's young Master Roger. You finally returned. It's no trouble at all. It's part of my duty. The lady has missed you very much these days and mentions you every day." After speaking, Aunt Tao's gaze turned to Roya, and she asked, "Who is this?" "This is my friend, Roya. I came back to visit my mother," Roger introduced. "Your friend, young master?" Aunt Tao slightly bowed. "Hello, young Master Roya. I'm the housekeeper of young Master Roger's family. My surname is Tao. If you don't mind, just call me Aunt Tao. Rosanna can bear this great gift." So he quickly waved his hand and said, "Aunt Tao, you don't have to do this. I'm not really a young master. You can just call me Roy." "Young Master Roy is being humble," Aunt Tao said. Roger leaned closer to Roya and whispered, "Roya, just go along with Granny Tao's wishes. She won't change how she addresses you. I've said it many times before, but she just won't listen." "He." Roya chuckled a few times, suddenly noticing that he was still holding 4 apples, and handed them to Granny Tao. Just as he was about to speak, he felt a bit embarrassed. After all, giving a few apples to someone living in such a big villa seemed a bit shabby. But since he had bought them, it was better to give them away than to waste them. "Granny Tao, this is just a small token of my appreciation." Granny Tao accepted the apples and said, "Young Master Roya is very thoughtful." Luo Ya thought to himself, No, don't say that. This apple was bought with your young master's money." He looked at Roger again, and Granny Tao said, "Young Master Roger, the lady should be working on something now. You should go check on her. She will definitely be very happy to know you are back. I'll wash the fruit and bring it to you." Roger nodded and pulled Roya into the house. After climbing 3 flights of stairs, the two arrived in front of bedroom. Roger knocked on the door and then pushed it open directly. You wouldn't believe it, but before the door was fully opened, Roya was still imagining what kind of woman gave birth to Roger, the Pirate King. Now, she was about to see her true appearance, and she felt a bit excited. When the bedroom door was completely opened, Roya looked over and saw a large floor-to-ceiling window with a bed in front of it. On the bed, a woman with long black hair was leaning against the wooden headboard, her hands busy fiddling with something. "Mother, I'm back," Roger shouted to the woman. Upon hearing his voice, the woman stopped what she was doing and turned to look at him, her eyes filled with surprise as she broke into a faint smile. Luo Ya finally saw her face. Roger's mother looked very young, with long black hair and fair skin. If it weren't for the 2 lines that time had left at the corners of her eyes, one would hardly believe she was a mother of a 9-year-old child. Instead, she looked more like a college student in her 20s. "Roger, you're back. Come here and let Mom take a look," the woman said, waving to Roger. Roger walked over, followed closely by Roya. When they reached the bedside, the woman cupped Roger's face and rubbed it a little, then lifted his hand to take a look. No injuries. And he hasn't lost weight. It seems you've been listening to your mother and eating well during your training." Roger nestled in his mother's arms. Meanwhile, Roya felt quite awkward watching the warm interaction between the mother and son. A line from a song echoed in her mind. "I shouldn't be here. I should be under the car," as she fidgeted with her fingers. When the woman let go of Roger, she also noticed Roya, wondering who this little kid was. Watching the joyful scene of Roger and his mother, Roya remained silent, standing quietly, almost wearing down the floor with her toes. Lost in curiosity about what Roger's mother looked like, Roya forgot that she had also been socially anxious in her previous life. Seeing that Roger's mother had noticed her, Roya quickly stepped forward, her mind racing. What should I call her? What would be appropriate? Aunt? Auntie? Help! Hello, Auntie. I'm Roger's friend, and I work with him at Uncle Heg's restaurant. You can just call me Roya, she said nervously. Oh really? A friend of little Roger? Upon hearing Roya's introduction, Roger's mother was somewhat surprised. This was Roger's first time inviting a friend home. "I am Roger's mother. My name is kid.D, Alexia. Nice to meet you, Roya Cohen." Mrs. Alexia, Roger's mother, smiled and said to Roya, "Ah, really? Then I am honored." Roya replied with a dry laugh. Roger didn't feel at all that Roya was embarrassed. "Mom, you and Roya chat first. I'll go change my clothes." Roya's eyes widened in an instant, and she shouted in her heart, "No, don't go. Talk. What to talk about?" Mrs. Alexia smiled and replied to Roger, "All right, you go ahead." Roger walked out of the bedroom, leaving only Roya and Madame Alexia inside. "Lord Roya, please sit down. Don't just stand there, the lady said, pointing to the chair by the bed. Roya gently sat down, placing her hands on her knees, her back straight, looking very obedient. Madam, when did you meet Roger, Roya Cohen? I just met him yesterday. A week ago, I was saved by Uncle Hager on the coast, and I've been working in his shop ever since. I only met Roger yesterday, but we got along really well and became friends right away, ha ha ha. Roya scratched the back of her head and spoke all at once to avoid feeling awkward. The coast? Saved? What happened to you, Roya Cohen? Mrs. Alexia noticed the key points in Roya's words and asked with concern. Roya never expected that the lady would pay attention to these few words. He explained, I encountered a storm at sea while sailing, and after the ship capsized, I drifted to the shores of Roger Town, forgetting all my previous memories. The lady showed a look of sympathy and said, Is that so? Mr. Roya, don't be too sad. You will surely remember the past little by little. In the future, if you have nothing to do, you can often come to our house to play with Roger. Luo Ya nodded and said, Thank you, Aunt. The bedroom fell silent again. Roya looked at the straw hat that Roger had placed on the bedside table and thought to himself, This straw hat is so much like a straw hat. Mrs. Alexia also noticed that Roya's gaze was fixed on the straw hat and asked, Do you really like the straw hat, Roya Cohen? Yes, it's really nice. Yes, it's nice. Roya replied, Is that so? I'm glad you think that way. This straw hat is something I made for Roger. He doesn't like using an umbrella, whether it's rainy or sunny, Mrs. Alexia said happily. Hearing this, Roya was quite surprised. I can't believe it. The amazing straw hat that has been passed down for 3 generations and spans the entire world of one piece actually came from your hands. In a way, you could be considered a legendary person. I'm not in good health and often have to stay in bed, so I don't have many hobbies. I just like to weave things with straw. When you and Roger came in just now, I happened to finish making a bracelet. If you don't mind, I'll give it to you, Mrs. Alexia said, extending her right hand in front of Roya, revealing a bracelet made of woven straw. Roya stood up and caught the bracelet with both hands. It was just an ordinary grass rope bracelet, without any decorations, but it was the first gift Roya received in this world. Roya smiled as she put it on her right wrist. Thank you, Aunt. I really like it. I love it. Seeing Roya's joyful expression, Madame Alexia was also very happy. After Madame Alexia gave Roya the bracelet, Roger finally returned, having changed into clean clothes. The two of them chatted with Madame Alexia again, but it was mostly Roger talking about his previous battle with the Wild Boar King, while Roya and Madame Alexia listened quietly. As time passed, the warm sunlight on Madame Alexia slowly faded away. The two of them temporarily said goodbye to Madame Alexia and returned to Uncle Heg's shop to prepare for dinner service. When they returned to the restaurant, a sign indicating it was closed still hung outside. Upon entering, they found that the underbooze family member, kid.He, had already left, leaving only Heg and Hall drinking at the table. The two of them approached. Uncle Heg, aren't you open tonight? Roya asked, looking at Heg, who was drinking at the table without any intention of preparing ingredients. Heg nodded. Yeah, I have to prepare for the Bell family's banquet tomorrow morning, so I'm resting tonight. Who doesn't like a day off? That's great. Uncle, oh no. Master, could you cook dinner for me and Roger? Roya said as she sat down in a chair, looking at Heg with anticipation. Heg had no choice but to put down his drink and get up to cook. At that moment, Hall, who had been quietly drinking, spoke up. What master? Have you become Heg's apprentice too? Roy nodded. Is there a problem? Hall looked at Heg, who also nodded affirmatively. Do you have any special skills? Hall asked, suddenly seeming to remember something. Wait. Earlier you said you were washed ashore in Road Town after encountering a sea storm. So what about the vine you used to grab the wine cup at noon? A devil fruit? If you were a devil fruit user, how could you survive after falling into the sea? So, the truth is, you're lying. Who are you really? Hall said seriously, moving closer to Roy and questioning him. Heg also remembered that he had forgotten to ask Roy about the details of bringing back the wild boar. He returned to his chair, looking at Roy. Meanwhile, Roger appeared indifferent, just drinking his wine. As Roy felt the intense gazes from Hall and Heg, he gradually became anxious. I can't just tell them that I crossed over to the coast after taking a nap. What should I do? Pirates? Ship? Captain? With his head down, Roy didn't dare to look into Heg and Hall's eyes and said nervously, Okay, I admit I lied to you. I didn't encounter a sea storm. Actually, I come from the Caribbean. Facing the sharp gazes of the two big men, Hog and Hall, Roya gradually felt uneasy, unable to tell the truth. He could only make up a story. The Caribbean Sea? Where's that? Hall asked, a puzzled look on his face. He had lived a long time and spent quite a while sailing, yet he had never heard of the Caribbean Sea. He turned to Hog. Do you know? Hog shook his head in confusion. Hall looked back at Roya, his eyes indicating that he wanted him to clarify. Luo Ya started to fabricate stories without blushing or skipping a beat. A merciless fire has burned down my home. No, I'm mixing my lines. The Caribbean Sea is located at the crossroads of the four seas, a small ocean not so widely known. I used to be a pirate on the Caribbean Sea. To call myself a pirate is more accurate to say I was a cook, and my captain was the most famous pirate of the Caribbean, Jack Sparrow. My captain loved adventure and treasure. As the saying goes, there are countless souls at sea, and Captain Jack attracts half of them. But just a week ago, the first mate, Barbassa, betrayed the captain. I was loyal to the captain and would never collude with the first mate, so, in the chaos, I escaped in a small boat. Luo Ya sadly touched the heavy spirit at his waist, looking as if Oscar would say he owed him a little golden statue. This knife was entrusted to me by the captain at the end. Luo Ya spoke, gradually lowering his head, his voice becoming softer and mixed with some choking sounds. That silly boy Roger went up to comfort him, saying, "Roya, don't be too sad." Roya looked up and gave him a grateful glance, biting her lower lip to control herself from laughing. In the end, I drifted at sea for 3 days and finally washed up on the shores of Rogtown. As soon as I got ashore, I fainted from hunger and was then rescued by Uncle Hag. After saying this, Roya looked up at Hall and Hag, her eyes moist and filled with sincerity. Hall and Hag exchanged glances, then waved their hands and said, "Don't look at me with those eyes. No matter what, you have already become Hag's disciple, so it doesn't matter whether what you said is true or not. Don't be too sad. Since your captain is the most famous pirate in the Caribbean, it proves he has some skills. Maybe he's still alive." Roya pretended to wipe away her tears, thanking Uncle Hall for his comfort, saying she was fine. Then, she instantly changed her expression and looked at Heg, saying, "Uncle, I'm hungry." Heg got up and went to the kitchen, while Hall looked at the suddenly cheerful Roya, thinking, "Is my comfort really effective?" After a while, Heg brought out 2 plates of fried rice. After a fight with Ross at noon, her stomach was protesting due to hunger, and Roya didn't care much anymore. She just started eating. If you don't eat actively, there's something wrong with your thinking. "Uncle, do you need our help for tomorrow's banquet?" Roya asked while chewing on the fried rice. Heg shook his head, saying no, but the maids from the Bell family would help with serving, and that they could just go and have fun tomorrow. Yay, that's awesome. Another holiday, and we get to eat at a feast. Does a birthday banquet count as a feast? Whatever, it doesn't matter as long as there's food. With a holiday and delicious food, Roya was already imagining the dishes at tomorrow's banquet. After finishing her meal, Roya clapped her hands and said, "All right, Uncle, I'm full now. I'm going back to my room." But Heg stopped her, saying, "Wait a moment, your room was originally mine. I had planned for you to stay at Roger's, but I didn't expect him to return a week. However, he is back now, so you can stay at his house. I really don't want to sleep on the floor anymore." Roger listened to Heg's words and did not oppose. Instead, he happily said, "Okay, Roya, you can stay at my house. My house is quite big." Roya replied, "Although I know you're innocent, what you said is still a bit scary. Roger's brother don't." Ha ha. Luo entertained herself in her mind, thinking about the inside jokes that only she understood in this world. But there was no other choice. Luo didn't want to have nowhere to sleep. So, the 2 of them returned to Roger's home. Luo entered Roger's bedroom, which was very luxurious. There was a large European-style bed on a red patterned carpet, and beside the bed stood a bedside table with a vase on it. Most importantly, by the window, there was a table with a long knife placed on it. The moonlight shone through the window onto the long knife, giving it a layer of silver armor. Roya couldn't help but go up to admire the long sword, and at the same time, he recognized that the long sword would later belong to Roger, known as Ace. Roger stepped forward and said, "Roya, are you also interested in this knife? This is my father's dagger. I still don't deserve it, but one day I will make it my own." Luo gave him an encouraging look, thinking to herself, "I would bet my Uncle Hall's later years that you will definitely be worthy of it." Meanwhile, on the way home, Hall sneezed achoo. "Caught a cold?" "Impossible. I haven't had a cold in over a decade." After enjoying Ace, Roger walked over to the wardrobe and said, "Luo, why don't you go take a shower first? I'll see if I can find some suitable clothes for you." Luo felt a bit shy. After all, it was someone else's home. The hot tub was so comfortable. Just a second ago, Luo was still feeling shy, but the next second, she was lying in Roger's bathroom hot tub, squinting her eyes and enjoying the massage. I wanted to refuse to, but he had a hot tub, you know. I wonder if there are hot tubs in the pirate world. Anyway, there's one now. Roger took the clothes into the bathroom and said, "Roya, I put your clothes here." Then he turned around and got into the bathtub, sitting opposite Roya. Luo opened his eyes and glanced at him, instantly startled. This is what a 9-year-old looks like. Well, considering he's from the world of pirates and is the future pirate king, it's normal for him to have some exceptional traits. Roya tried to persuade himself, while looking at the now 9-year-old Roger. Well, he's not bad looking, and he secretly decided that when they set sail in the future, he must shave off that ugly mustache that looked like either a beard or nose hair. That night, the moon began its day's work. Roger fell asleep, but Roya did not. Roger's snoring seemed to sing in Roya's mind. "Can you make that snoring any louder?" Roya silently screamed, looking at Roger, who was entangled around him like an octopus, wishing to gently awaken his slumbering soul. Staring at the ceiling, unable to fall asleep, Roya, in boredom, accessed the weapon repository of the system. In the second compartment of the repository, there was a silver revolver. It was exactly the one Roya had taken from Ross at noon. No, it was borrowed. How could a scholar's actions be called stealing? Looking at the handgun, an idea struck Roya, and he summoned the system. System, come out quickly. System, host, is there something you need? It's the middle of the night, and you're not sleeping. Roya, why do you care if I'm sleeping or not? Let me ask you, if I don't have berry, but have things like gold coins, can you absorb them? Or do you only absorb berry? System, yes. As long as it's any valuable item from the pirate world, the system can absorb it and convert it into the berry needed for drawing cards. After hearing the system's explanation, Roya immediately pointed at the revolver in the armory and asked, "Can this be converted?" System, is it made entirely of silver? It's worth some money. Are you sure you want to convert it? Roya, go ahead. I can't use a gun anyway. It's of no use to me right now. After thinking for a moment, he realized that the gun was completely useless to him. System, all right, converting. Conversion successful. Host receives 10,000 berry. On super berry. That's quite valuable. Is that enough for a single draw from the 10,000 berry pool? Should I draw? Roya was torn between whether to draw cards directly or to save up for a 10 draw, but after thinking for a long time, he decided to draw directly. In his past life, he was someone who couldn't wait when playing gacha games. Whenever he had a ticket, he could never save up for a 10 draw, always believing that a single draw could yield miracles. As usual, a card appeared in the pool of 10,000, spinning and then stopping, covered in white light. As the white light dissipated, it shone with golden brilliance once again. Another gold. Roya couldn't believe his eyes as he looked at the dazzling golden card before him. He saw a tall man depicted on the card, with short maroon hair, holding a trident, with scars on both cheeks that looked like they had been stitched up, and wearing a white scarf that resembled a flower, covering his mouth. Katakuri. Luo Ya recognized the man on the card. He was indeed the native of the pirate world, the minister of flower from the Totland kingdom, the second son of the Charlotte family, and the captain of the sweet 3 stars of the big Moan pirates, Katakuri. Soon, the card transformed into a light and merged into Luo Ya's body. System. The system was silent for a long time before finally emitting a sigh filled with compromise in a mechanical voice. System. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the SSR ability. Observation.He, with a 10-point increase in physical skills, enhanced 5 senses, and stepping into the initial stage of Observation.He. Observation.He. After hearing the system's announcement, Luo Ya excitedly stood up and shook off Roger. However, this had no effect on Roger, who continued to sleep soundly. Pulling up the character panel, he indeed saw the abilities section displaying the words Observation.He, initial stage. It should be noted that in the pirate world, the 3 types of Haki significantly enhance one's strength. Aside from the rare Conqueror's Haki, the other 2 types of Haki are essential skills for top-tier combat power. It's no wonder Luo Ya was excited to suddenly obtain Observation.He. Roy closed his eyes, and a breath was released. Even though his eyes were shut, the outline of Roger's house, along with everything in the villa, was clearly imprinted in his mind. He could even hear the breathing of Mrs. Alexia and Grandma, Tao distinctly. This was the ability that the Observation.He brought to Roy. Slowly opening his eyes, Roy was immensely excited. Damn it, a broken gun had traded for the Observation.He. It was totally worth it, but he had unexpectedly hit gold again. Was the system really that easy to draw from? System, you're talking nonsense. Who knew your luck was so outrageous? After hitting gold once more, Roy began to look forward to the next draw, with only thoughts of how to make money in his mind. Next time, he wondered if he could hit gold again. How about I use Uncle Hall's happy life for the rest of his days as a bargaining chip to ensure my next 10 draws all hit gold? Just thinking about it made him happy. However, when it came time for the next draw, Roy was not happy. Perhaps Uncle Hall's happy life for the rest of his days was not enough as a bargaining chip. He could only pity him now, even dreaming about sneezing. Lying back down, Roy gradually fell asleep in the joy of his rapidly enhanced strength. Time flowed slowly, like a dripping faucet. Conserve water. Remember to tighten the faucet. The moon and sun took turns working, and it was now the sun's shift. Roger woke up Roya and asked, "How did you sleep yesterday?" Roya gave him a brief smile. The two broke free from the seal on the bed and tidied themselves up. They left the house, keeping an eye on the time, and arrived at the doorstep of the Bell family boss. Looking at the building in front of him, Roya was once again stunned by the wealth. If Roger's house was a magnificent villa, then the Bell family boss's house was practically a castle. The area it occupied was not just a building. It was essentially a manor. If this manor were converted into Bailey, I wonder if it could elevate my strength to that of the four emperors. Suppressing his shock and the delusions in his mind, Roya and Roger entered the manor. The banquet had already begun inside. It was a sea of people. Men in suits shook hands and conversed, forming one group, while women adorned with exquisite jewelry and elegance formed another. Roya and Roger had no interest in any of this. They found a relatively secluded corner, sat down, and began to battle with the food on the table. Their eating was so ravenous that it seemed as if they hadn't eaten in ages. After a while, Roya finally stopped, realizing that since his physical skills had improved, his appetite had been increasing as well. He glanced at Roger, who was still stuffing his face. Ignoring him, he took out the rice crackers he had borrowed from Roger's house from the systems warehouse, picked up a cup of red tea, and enjoyed them together. It's a bit greasy. A little dessert would help balance it out. Honestly, this kind of banquet should happen more often. Just as Roya was eating the rice crackers, a figure approached him and asked in a loud but youthful voice, "Hey, what are you eating? It's not on the table. Can I have a taste?" Roya looked up at the nearly 2-meter-tall figure in front of him, but due to the sunlight, he couldn't see the face clearly. He could only make out the Navy uniform he was wearing. Navy? How can someone so tall have such a childish voice? Just when he was getting tired of eating, and not eating would be wasteful, he decided to make a friend and stretched out his hand to offer the sunbae he had. "Here, this is called sunbae. It's pretty good with black tea. If you want it, you can have a rest." The tall figure took the sunbae, thanked him, and then sat down beside Roya. Listening to Roya, he started eating the sunbae with the black tea. With a few crunches, he finished the remaining sunbae and seemed to find it quite good. "Ha! It's really tasty, thank you. By the way, my name is kid.He. Garp, nice to meet you." Puffed. Roya was sitting comfortably in a chair, sipping a cup of red tea and watching the workers on the stage nearby move a piano, feeling extremely content. But in the next second, a single sentence from Carp made him spit out the red tea from his mouth. Cough, cough. "What? What did you say? You're called Carp. Kid.He?" Roya immediately turned to look at Carp, and only then did he see his face clearly. Although his features were youthful, he did bear some resemblance to the elderly Carp in Loya's mind. "Right? Is there a problem?" Carp replied. Loya was shocked and glanced at Roger, who was still gorging himself. He thought to himself, "I can't believe it, I can't believe it. The future pirate king and the future marine hero, two rivals who would be both enemies and friends for half their lives, actually meet at this moment." No, wait. Roya suddenly noticed something strange. Carp and Roger were about the same age, so he was currently around 8. 9 years old. What the hell, 8? 9 years old and already in the Navy? Carp, you're a Navy officer? Looking at you, you don't seem that old. Isn't there an age requirement for joining the Navy? Roya pretended to examine Carp's Navy uniform and asked. He looked quite young, just 9 years old and only 2 meters tall. Isn't that normal? No way. There can't be anyone under 2 meters tall. Carp put down the teacup that looked like a toy compared to his hand, picked his nose with his pinky, and answered Roya's question. And his answer once again shocked Roya. "Let me think. There's no age requirement for joining the Navy branch, but there is for the headquarters. However, since my father is a vice admiral in the Navy headquarters, and I passed the test, the Navy headquarters made an exception for me. So now I'm an ordinary soldier in the Navy headquarters." Roya didn't pay much attention to the requirements and tests mentioned earlier. He only focused on the words vice admiral of the Navy headquarters. Wow, a vice admiral of the Navy headquarters. So, Carp, you come from a naval family. If someone were to tell him that in the future his son would become a revolutionary and his grandson would become a pirate, what kind of reaction do you think this kid would have? Luo Ya thought to himself secretly, but he wouldn't say it out loud for fear of being seen as crazy. It's just a pity that my wonderful, delusional idea of bringing Carp onto the ship to be a pirate can no longer be realized. Luo Ya felt regretful about the collapse of his plan to brainwash Carp into a pirate while also contemplating. Since Carp couldn't be brought on board, what about other future top powerhouses? If Carp couldn't be recruited, what about the other future emperors of the sea and the 3 admirals during their childhood? By the way, were the 3 admirals even born at this time? And what about the Rocks pirates now? Roya repeatedly recalled in his mind, where are the current 4 emperors? Has the Rocks pirates consisting of 3 emperors and 1 ship, been established yet? With Carp from a navy right next to him, he thought it would be better to ask him, "Carp, do you know about the Rocks pirates?" Carp nodded deeply and said, "Of course I know about the notorious pirate Rocks.D. who has a bounty of 500 million berries. I will definitely send him to impel down in the future." Roya gave Carp an encouraging glance, thinking, "Will you send him to impel down? I don't know, but I do know that in the future, you will personally end this hungry Ghost Roger at God Valley. Maybe I will be there too." Rocks has formed a pirate crew, but at this time, Edward Newgate, Kaido, and Charlotte Linlin are still just kids and probably haven't boarded a ship yet. But it's not my turn. Aside from knowing that the future Big Mom, Charlotte Linlin, is outside a giant country, I have no idea where the other 2 are. Luo Ya was thinking about bringing the future figures of the sea onto his ship, but it seemed like just a delusion. He couldn't go out to sea now, and he might not be able to keep them in check anyway. Damn it. If I could gather the 4 emperors and the 3 admirals, I'd go straight to Mariehua and confront the Gorosei and him head on. Forget it. No need to think too much about it. I said, Carp. Roy looked at Carp again, thinking that he had nothing to do, so he might as well get some information about the current situation of the Navy from him. However, when he looked over, he saw Carp with his head tilted back, a bubble forming on his nose, already asleep. Goodness, you've had this habit since you were young. Huh? Must be hereditary. He turned his gaze to Roger, who had finally eaten his fill, leaning back in his chair with his eyes closed, resting. How come they all fell asleep? Aside from good food, all social activities are just fluff. Whether in the past or now, Roy still thought so. Well, whatever, I'll take a break too. With that, Roy leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes, and went to sleep. Suddenly, after an unknown amount of time, a burst of music woke Roy from his slumber. He looked up to see the host on stage loudly announcing, "Now, let's welcome the young lady of the Bell family, Miss Bell Anna, to perform for us on the piano." Bell Anna? Goodness, this young lady of the Bell family really knows how to pick a name. Hearing the name of the young lady from the Bell family reminded Roy of that adorable doll from his previous life that everyone loved. Looking around at Roger and Carp, he noticed that both had also been awakened by the host's voice. The 2 looked at Roy simultaneously, and their gazes met. Seeing the 2 of them, Roy became interested. Just a moment ago, these 2 foodies hadn't noticed each other, and now that they had locked eyes, it seemed like they were finally meeting formally. However, their conversation made Roy realize that the clown was actually himself. "Carp, oh, it's you, Roger. Long time no see." "Roger, Carp, long time no see. When did you arrive?" "Loya, you 2 know each other?" Watching Roger and Carp greet each other, Loya suddenly felt like he was sitting up in shock from a dying illness, realizing that the clown was actually himself. "You 2 know each other?" Roger nodded and said, "Yeah, my mother is Carp's aunt. We met a few times before." "Aunt? Mrs. Alexia?" "Oh, right. When Mrs. Alexia introduced herself before, she did mention her last name was Monkey. I can't believe I didn't notice that." Back at Roger's house, Roya was so focused on feeling awkward that she overlooked the fact that Mrs. Alexia also has the last name Monkey. Looking at the 2 people talking in front of her, she thought, "You 2 actually have that kind of relationship." She gave Carp a strange look, thinking, "Letting Ace call you Grandpa, you're really taking advantage of that, Carp." "No, that is not quite right either." Luo Ya suddenly remembered that Roger met Port-Ghast-D Rouge on Batarilla Island after disbanding the pirate crew. Rouge should be much younger than Roger, right? From what I saw in the anime, she was no older than 30 at most, and after Roger fell in love with her for a year, he turned himself in. At that time, he should have been 53 years old, so Rouge probably wasn't even born yet. Damn it, Roger, you scoundrel. By the time Ace was born, Dragon was probably already in the Navy, and since Ace is only 3 years older than Luffy, calling Garp Grandpa wouldn't be a problem at all. Roya kept recalling Roger's romantic history that he had learned about from anime and manga. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that Roger was really a guy who liked to chase after younger girls. Just as Roya was lost in thought, enthusiastic applause erupted from the stage. Roger and Carp, who were in conversation, were also drawn to the applause. The 3 of them looked up simultaneously. At the back of the stage, there was the castle of the Bell family, with a staircase extending down to the stage. A little girl, dressed in a white princess dress with waist-length golden hair shimmering in the sunlight, slowly walked down the stairs to the center of the stage amidst the applause. The girl, who looked no older than 10 and had a youthful appearance, lifted her dress with both hands and slightly bowed to show respect before sitting down on the piano stool. Then, the applause subsided, replaced by a soothing and lively piano piece. Watching the golden-haired girl play the piano, Roya thought to himself, "So this is the main character of today's banquet, the young lady of the Bell family. I expected her to be a mature woman, but unfortunately, she's a lowly. Well, She is pretty, but nothing special. The sound of the piano echoed throughout the manor, and everyone listened quietly. When the music stopped, it was followed by thunderous applause. Roya also followed the crowd, raising her palms to give a warm applause for Miss Bell. Miss Anna stood up, bowed slightly again, and then left the stage. Next to walk onto the stage was a middle-aged man dressed in a suit, with slicked-back blonde hair and thick, slanted eyebrows, giving him a very serious appearance, despite the smile on his face. This serious-looking middle-aged man was none other than the current boss of the renowned Rogues Mafia, the Bell family, Beldrana. In his youth, he was ruthless, killing without hesitation, and was a sharp figure who single-handedly built the Bell family into a name known far and wide. Druna spoke on stage without a microphone, but his voice was loud and resonant, with a hint of joy in his cold tone. He thanked everyone for attending his daughter's birthday party. The audience remained silent, waiting for his next words, only to see him directly walk off the stage. The host quickly stepped in to save the situation, confirming that Boss Bell was indeed serious and had delivered an impressive speech. Luo thought to himself, how wonderful. It's like saying nothing at all. Then he ignored the host on stage who was still talking eloquently, saying some official words, and started chatting with Roger and Carp. Please, Lily, can you help me out? Today is my birthday. I want to go out and have some fun. In a pink bedroom filled with the essence of a little girl, the young Lady Anna, just off the stage, was pulling the hand of a maid about her age, swaying back and forth, pleading with her. I can't do that. Miss Anna, if the boss finds out, I'll be in big trouble. The maid Lily hurriedly pulled her hand away from Anna's, shaking her head in refusal. Immediately, Lady Anna's eyes turned red as she looked at Lily and said, I'm locked in the house by my father every day, but today is my birthday. I'm begging you, Lily. I promise I won't leave the estate. Is that okay, Lily? Grabbing Lily's hand again, Anna said pitifully. Seeing Anna like this, Lily gradually felt unable to refuse, and in the end, she succumbed to her gaze. All right then, but you have to promise me you won't leave the estate and come back in an hour. You must. Seeing Lily relent, Anna was of course delighted. She didn't care about the conditions, just agreed first. Okay. I promise you, Lily, you're the best, Lady Anna said, pulling Lily's hand. And Lily responded with a helpless smile. Then, the two began to swap clothes. No gods. It feels so good to be free, dressed in a maid outfit. Lady Anna weaved through the guests, breathing the air freely. Looking at the blue sky, surrounded by so many people, yet no one noticed her, it felt so good. The scene shifted back to Luo Ya. Luo Ya was sipping red tea while chatting with Roger and Carp. The main focus was to extract some naval information from Carp. He mentioned that the Navy's supernova Steelbone Kong would become a vice admiral next month. He also talked about the Navy's plan to change the admiral policy from 1 to 3, thereby enhancing the Navy's prestige. Additionally, it was mentioned that the Marine headquarters soldier kid.He, Carp, would exceptionally be promoted to ensign due to his exceptional physical skills, and he was praised by the fleet admiral as a super newcomer who would be a pillar of the Navy's future. The third point was indeed quite boastful. But has the Navy really begun to strengthen its power? The admiral policy, and the future commander-in-chief Steelbone Kong. It's truly frightening. I wonder how much the Navy's strength will change by the time Roger and I set sail. How terrifying. Luo Ya listened to the Navy news from Carp, and as he listened, he gradually revealed a look of kid.He, Kizaru, marveling at the terror of the Navy. As the conversation went on, the red tea in the teapot had already run low, and just then, a maid walked by. Roya called out to her, asking for help to refill the tea. Upon hearing someone call her, the maid visibly tensed up. She stiffly turned around and softly replied, all right. As Roya looked at the maid turning around, he noticed that it was unmistakably the face of Miss Bell Anna. Roya looked at Miss Bell Anna, who was wearing a maid outfit, with her hair tied in a ponytail and a bit of ash on her face, pretending to be a maid. To be honest, seeing her up close, she was indeed very beautiful, with sapphire-like eyes and flawless skin like a porcelain doll. This left Roya momentarily stunned, staring at the back of Anna, as she turned to leave with the teapot in hand. However, just a moment ago, when Anna first took the stage, the crowd had applauded her enthusiastically as if they were on adrenaline. Now, seeing Anna in a maid outfit, with a bit of ash smeared on her face, slipping past them, they looked at her as if they were blind, completely ignoring her. Are you all face blind or something? This is ridiculous. Luo Ya really has a lot of complaints about the blind setting in One Piece. We're even wearing a mask and putting on some makeup, remember to wear a mask, makes one unrecognizable. Turning to look at Roger and Garp, the two of them have started eating again, chatting while eating, completely oblivious to Anna. After a while, Miss Anna returned with the teapot in hand, looking quite happy, and handed the teapot to Luo Ya. Roya took the teapot and smiled back at her. He poured a cup of tea and was just about to drink it when he noticed Miss Anna still standing in place, smiling at him. Roya awkwardly said, "Thank you." Miss Anna also smiled and replied, "You're welcome, go ahead and drink." Seeing Miss Anna like this, a voice suddenly echoed in Roya's mind. "The doctor is here to take the medicine." Shaking his head to dismiss the thought, he realized it was impossible. After all, he didn't know Miss Anna, so how could he poison her? Putting aside his wild thoughts, Roya picked up the teacup and took a sip. However, what he tasted was a mouthful of white vinegar, and the sourness made him spit the tea out immediately. Cough, cough, cough. "What's wrong? Does it taste bad?" Miss Anna, who had been smiling, became flustered when she saw Roya spitting out the tea and asked. Roya looked at her and thought, "Only your ladyship would come up with vinegar-soaked black tea." "No, that smile you just had, you weren't planning on me praising your exquisite black tea after tasting it, were you?" Roya guessed correctly. Miss Anna, who has been pampered since childhood and has never lifted a finger, is very eager for her brewed tea to be liked. But she clearly doesn't know how to make tea. "Is it not good?" Anna asked, looking disappointed. "My father usually enjoys dipping it in that during meals." Seeing the disappointed expression on Anna's face, Roya placed the teapot on the table and said, "No, it's really good." "I just choked a bit, yes, choked. You don't need to trouble yourself anymore. You can go do your own thing." As a time traveler, Roya faced a young lady who had sneaked out. In such situations, it was usually a sign that trouble was ahead, and standing next to her would inevitably lead to difficulties. It was better to keep a distance from her. All I wanted now was to relax and not get involved in fights until I had the strength of A4 Emperor. Upon hearing Roya say it was good to drink, Lady Anna's mood shifted from cloudy to sunny, and she immediately smiled again. "Really? If you think it's good, then that's great." Roya thought, Yes, it's delicious. You should hurry and leave, I'm begging you." But disaster ultimately came a step ahead of Roya. Just as Miss Anna was about to leave, a tall and thin man suddenly appeared behind her in an instant. He was about to place his hand on Miss Anna's shoulder. The moment the man appeared, Roya, Roger, and Cap instantly moved to the sides of the man. Roy didn't know why he acted, but in an instant, he felt that Anna was very important and that he had to protect her. Roger and Cap also felt this way. The three of them were seen respectively suppressing the tall and thin man. Roger pressed down on his left arm. Cap grabbed his right hand that he wanted to place on Anna's shoulder. Meanwhile, Roya drew out his heavy blade, pointing the edge at the man's neck, and asked, "Is there a problem?" The tall, thin man was suddenly bewildered by the situation before him. What was going on? Who were these three kids? The four of them were in a standoff, while Lady Anna was so scared by the scene that she hid behind Roya. What was going on? How did the tall, thin man appear out of nowhere? Let's rewind a few minutes. A few minutes earlier, one of the Kalana brothers, Kalana Aitna, who considered himself a top assassin, used the power of his superhuman fruit, the shadow fruit, to sneak into the Bell family's estate to carry out his mission, which was to kidnap the current Bell family's eldest daughter, Bellanna. A few days ago, someone had offered a high price of 100 million berries for the three brothers to take action and abduct the Bell family's eldest daughter. 100 million berries was enough for them to live off for half their lives. Even now, that rock's bounty was only 100 million berries. Despite knowing the Bell family's reputation, the three brothers accepted the mission. They arrived in Lowtown a few days in advance to prepare. When they learned that the Bell family's eldest daughter was going to have a birthday party, they knew it was a perfect opportunity. On the day of the party, they sent the second brother, Aitna, into the estate to execute the plan. Aitna successfully blended in and was incredibly fortunate to find a target, Bellanna. You actually recognized her. Moreover, there were no guards around the target, just three little kids. Aitna felt as if Lady Luck had smiled upon him. What incredible luck. He had just sneaked in and found the target, and there were no guards, just three little brats. Today was truly a day blessed by Lady Luck. Aitna kept marveling at his good fortune, believing that earning this 100 million berries would require no effort at all. He quickly approached Anna, seeing her as 100 million berries beckoning him. Thanks to his fruit's ability, no one noticed him as he made his way, and he soon reached Anna's back. Now, all he had to do was place his hand on Anna's shoulder, and he could take her away. However, due to the nature of his fruit's ability, he had to deactivate it for an instant to touch Anna. In that split second, the three seemingly harmless little brats subdued him. Little did he know that if he had realized who these three kids were, one would be the future Pirate King, another would be a future Navy hero, and the last one would be a protagonist with a system. He might not have considered himself so lucky. Aitna, who thought he was foolproof, was suddenly restrained, leaving him puzzled. His fruit ability, the shadow fruit, allowed him to turn into a shadow state, making it impossible for anyone without observation He to notice him. In shadow form, he could not touch any objects and could move freely between them. Others would need to use armament He to touch him, making it a special type of natural fruit element transformation. His older brother, Kalana Jan, had the devil fruit, a superhuman type swap fruit, allowing him to switch places with anything he touched within his field of vision. Aetna approached the target using his ability, and Ajan would then use his power to swap Aetna and the target back. In the 4 Seas, where the 3 types of He were not widespread, the 2 brothers' fruit abilities were almost always successful for kidnapping. However, Aetna never expected to encounter tough opponents today. 3 kids who hadn't even turned 10. Roya had just mastered the observation He the day before. Roger and Garp, these 2 extraordinary geniuses. One has the strongest armament He among the 3, and the other has the strongest observation He. Aina did not expect to be suppressed in an instant, and on the other side, Aya also did not foresee this outcome. A few minutes ago, Aya was intently focused on Aina's hand, waiting for the moment he touched Anna to switch the 2. However, before Aina's hand could reach, he saw him instantly suppressed by the 3 little ghosts next to the target. Watching the 4 of them in a stalemate, Aya had to change his strategy. He placed his right hand on his chest, and, with a swift motion, he instantly swapped positions with Aina. The 3 of them watched as the person in front of them suddenly transformed into a different appearance. Before they could figure out what was happening, the transformed Ajiana moved again. He forcefully broke free from Roger's grip, quickly reached out to grab Roya, and looked at the spot where he had just been. Activating his fruit ability with a swish, he swapped himself, Roya, and Anna, who was holding onto Roya, back to their original positions. Roger and Karp were still unaware of what was happening. They only felt a void in their hands, and the person in front of them instantly vanished. Along with them, Roya and Anna also disappeared, replaced by 3 leaves slowly drifting down. Suddenly switched to another side, Roya was still in a daze. But Ajana wouldn't give him a chance to catch his breath. After returning to the original spot, he grabbed Aetna, activated his fruit ability, and continuously swapped positions with the things in front of him, making repeated spatial jumps. Before long, he brought the 3 of them to the coast of Rogtown. Ajana stopped, and Roya came to his senses, instantly breaking free from his grip and quickly retreating with Anna, distancing themselves from the 2. Looking around, there was nothing, only a medium-sized ship on the sea and the 2 people in front of him. What the hell? It brought me to the coast in an instant. What kind of fruit ability is this? He glanced back at Miss Anna, who was trembling behind him. I told you nothing good would happen. Damn it. Why does it have to be me? Luo Ya kept complaining in his heart. But there was nothing he could do. Since the situation was like this, there were only 2 ways to resolve it. One was to defeat the 2 people in front of him. The other was to quickly find a way to escape. However, with Ajina's fruit-swapping ability, escaping wouldn't be easy. Roya watched the 2 people in front of him warily, just about to ask who they were when he saw another person coming down from the medium-sized sailboat on the sea. A fat man. The fat man walked over to Ajana and Aitana, looked at Roya and Anna, and said, Big brother, second brother, have you caught the target? Why did you bring back an extra one? Ajana replied, Things are a bit complicated, let's not talk about it for now. Quickly take the target away from Rogtown. Anyway, the employer's requirement is to take her away for 3 days and then return her after 3 days. The fat man nodded and said, Oh. Then the 3 of them turned to look at Roya and Anna. But before they could act, Roya took the initiative to ask, Who are you? Why do you want to capture us? Roya's question seemed to trigger some inexplicable switch in the 3 of them. The 3 stood in a line, their lips curling up, arms crossed, and said in unison, Since you sincerely asked, we will generously tell you. I, the big brother, Kalina Jana. I, the second brother, Kalina Aitana. I, the third brother, Kalina Abina. We are dedicated to discovering treasures. A bright future awaits us. We are the world-renowned thief trio, the Kalina brothers. After finishing, the 3 posed in a perfectly synchronized manner. Roya looked at the strange trio in front of him, speechlessly. This familiar line, this familiar gesture. They just needed to add a meow to complete it. Did you guys walk into the wrong scene? A breeze blew by, and the scene fell into an awkward silence. Ajana broke the silence first and said, What's wrong? Are you so scared by our reputation that you dare not move? Roy really wanted to reply to him. Who are you? But it's better not to provoke them for now. So, may I ask why the 3 of you want to capture me? Roy asked. Who wants to capture you? Ajana replied. You think too highly of yourself. How much are you worth? Ayana retorted. Our target this time is a little girl named Bellanna. Abina responded. Suddenly being mocked was something Roy didn't expect. Glancing at the trembling Miss Anna who was being held, he pointed at her and said, So your target is her? Exactly. Admirals nodded in response. Then if I hand her over to you, can you let me go? Luo Ya said. As soon as he finished speaking, Miss Anna's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at him. The three of them broke out of their synchronized nonsense mode. Ijana looked deeply at Luo Ya and said, Do you think I'm stupid? What if you go back and tip them off? How can I trust that you won't say anything? I don't believe it. So does that mean the negotiation is off? What if it is? Luo Ya did not reply to him. He turned to Miss Anna and said, Let go of me first. Miss Anna's eyes were moist, looking pitifully at him, shaking her head. Don't worry. I won't abandon you. Miss Anna shook her head again, clearly not believing him after what Luo Ya had just said, fearing that if she let go, he would run away. Roya took a deep breath and smiled at her. Then, he swiftly struck her neck with the edge of his hand, causing Miss Anna to faint instantly. After that, Roya casually created a wooden board using wood release and placed her on it. He then turned around to face the Kalana brothers again. Since the negotiation had broken down, it was time to take action. With that, Roya drew his sword and charged at the three of them. Roya drew the heavy spirit from his waist, and the ghostly claws appeared, actively charging towards the three men. Since negotiations had broken down, they could only resort to force. However, the Kalina brothers watched Roya swing his blade without making any moves, instead looking at him with malicious intent. As the distance between them closed, the chubby one among the three, Abingna, raised his hand and shot out a beam of blue light. Seeing the blue light flying towards him, Roya quickly crouched down, and the beam grazed the top of his head as it passed by. Roya didn't know what that blue light was, but it definitely wasn't something good. Before Roya could get up, another beam of light shot over from Abingna. Roya quickly rolled to avoid the light. Seeing that Roya had dodged his light attack twice, Abingna became anxious and directly raised both hands, shooting out light rapidly like dual pistols. Wood release, wooden pillar wall. As he watched the dense light flying towards him, Roya summoned wooden pillars to block the light. However, he didn't expect that his wooden pillars would be used against him. Ajana used his ability to swap positions between Abingna and the wooden pillars. Roya's vision flickered, and the wooden pillar instantly transformed into Abingna. He was close at hand. A beam of light shot from Abina's hand, and at such a close distance, Roya had no way to dodge. In an instant, a blue light flashed before him, and the beam pierced through his chest. Abina's attack was successful, and he was immediately swapped back by Ajana. The moment the light hit Roya, he felt an unprecedented wave of dizziness wash over him, his head feeling as heavy as 1,000 pounds. His brow furrowed, his body tensed, and he braced himself against the ground with heavy spirit just to stand firm. He looked up at the three in front of him, and, in his vision, everything in the world was upside down and reversed. The three appeared to be standing on the ceiling. This was the fruit ability of Abingna, the inversion fruit. Anyone struck by his blue light would experience confusion, with everything in their sight turning upside down and reversed. Ajana looked at Roya with satisfaction. Stop struggling, kid. You've been hit by Abina's inversion light. You can't even stand, let alone fight. In truth, the strength of the Corona brothers could only be considered decent. They became the most famous thieves in the West Sea, not solely because of their power, but because their fruit abilities complemented each other perfectly. Abingna confused the perception of others, while Aina could phase forward to attack. With the fruit ability, Aina's already hard-to-detect figure became even more elusive with Abina's inversion light, making it extremely difficult for opponents to track him, even if an opponent were strong enough to take down two of them amidst the confusion. Ajana could immediately use his fruit ability to swap the two away, making it virtually impossible for the opponent to pursue due to their disoriented perception. Luo Ya braced himself, refusing to collapse, and took a deep breath. He pressed his left hand against his temple, and a vine grew out, covering his eyes. The loss of vision dissipated the upside-down scene before him, making him feel somewhat better. Taking another deep breath, Luo Ya activated his observation-He, and the outlines of three people immediately appeared in front of him. Damn it, it's a good thing I mastered observation-He, or I would have really been done for. He stored away his heavy spirit and let a vine grow from each hand. Looking at the three in front of him, he said, Don't think you have the upper hand, you dogs. Come on. Seeing Luo Ya still trying to struggle, Ajiana lost his patience. The longer it dragged on, the worse it would be for them. Ha! You don't drink the toast, and you drink the penalty wine. Ayina, Abingna, go. The two nodded. Ayina directly slipped into the shadows. Meanwhile, Abingna took out two tiger claws and put them on, then charged towards Luo Ya. Within Luo Ya's perception through observation-He, Ayina's figure flickered, but it didn't prevent him from seeing him. Abingna on the other hand, was a huge shadow, barreling straight towards him. As the two attacked, Luo Ya remained completely still, standing like a statue. Abina didn't care about that, throwing a straight punch towards Luo Ya's face. Just as the tiger claw was less than a centimeter from Luo Ya's face, he tilted his head and dodged Abina's punch, then lifted his left leg and delivered a knee strike to Abina's stomach, sending him flying away. But Luo Ya wasn't planning to let him go. He swung the vine in his hand, wrapping around Abina's waist. Gritting his teeth, he forcefully hurled the over 200-pound Abina like a meteor hammer towards a hyena, who was about to sneak attack him from behind. A hyena had just released his shadow form and was preparing to knock Luo Ya out with a hand strike. But unexpectedly, Abina suddenly flew towards him at such speed that he didn't even have time to slip into shadows before being thrown out as well. The two crashed down in front of Adriana. They quickly got up and looked at Luo Ya, their eyes no longer filled with disdain, but rather deep apprehension. How is this possible? He was hit by my inverted light and still managed to dodge. Abina stood up, rubbing his slightly aching stomach, and said, "How did he notice me?" A hyena spat out 2 teeth knocked out by Abina, also looking incredulous. Adriana's expression was serious, silent, and contemplative. Roya smirked and said to them, "Is that it? Little ghost. You're good. You're really good." Adriana gritted his teeth and said, "Let's go together." Adriana shouted. And then he, Atina, and Bina simultaneously charged at Roya. The three surrounded Roya. Bina threw a straight punch at Roya, and just as Roya was about to dodge, Adriana switched Atina and Bina. Suddenly, Bina appeared behind Roya and landed a punch on Roya's back. Luo Ya stumbled forward a few steps, and Bina instantly appeared in front of him, then kicked him back. Roya was knocked down to the ground like a kite with a broken string and passed out. The three stopped, and Adriana looked at Roya lying on the ground and said, "After all, just a little brat. Abina, take them away." Abina nodded, walked over to Roya and Anna, and tucked one under each arm. Then he returned to Adriana's side, and just as the three were about to head back to the ship, an unexpected change occurred. Just as Abina returned to Adriana, Roya woke up. He shot out 2 vines that wrapped around Adriana and Anna, giving them a binding play. Then, an elbow strike hit Abina in the ribs. Abina winced in pain and let go of him and Anna. After Luo Ya landed, he immediately clasped his hands together, and a wooden pillar appeared between a Bing Na's legs, quickly pushing upwards. With a crack, the sound of an eggshell breaking, accompanied by a scream that echoed along the entire coastline, a Bing Na fell down with her mouth wide open. Roya stood up, brushed off the sand from his body, and walked over to Ajana and Aitna, wrapping a few more vines around them until only their noses and a pair of eyes were exposed. 5 minutes passed, and the inverted light effect on Abina had worn off. Feeling the dizziness above his head dissipate, Roya tore away the vines covering his eyes and looked down at them, saying again, "Is that all?" Ignoring their resentful glares, he walked over to Anna, patted her face, and tried to wake her up. However, Miss Anna seemed to be sleeping very soundly and refused to wake up. With no other option, Roya had to pick her up. He then used wood release, 4 pillars house to create a prison cart. After wrapping a few vines around Abina, he locked the 3 brothers inside the cart, preparing to take them back to Rogtown. Compared to wild boars, they were much lighter. Just as Roya was about to leave, a voice came from a sailboat on the sea. "What a waste. Can't even deal with a little ghost." Time rewound to the moment when Anna and Roya were just taken away. Roger and Carp looked at the leaves slowly falling in front of them and exchanged a glance. "I'm going to find my father. I'm going to find Uncle Heg." Subsequently, the two went to look for their respective elders. Meanwhile, in Anna's bedroom, Lily, who had been waiting anxiously, still had not seen Miss Anna return. Finally, she heard footsteps outside the door. With a click, the bedroom door was opened. 2 voices rang out simultaneously. "Miss, you finally returned. Miss Anna, Drina is looking for you." Lily looked at Hall, and Hall looked at Lily. Both of their eyes were filled with shock. "What? Where's Miss Anna?" Hall shouted. Lily was so frightened she couldn't speak, her mind racing with thoughts. "It's over. We're done for." Roger arrived in the kitchen. Heg was sitting on a chair drinking. Roger quickly approached and told him about Roy being taken away. Heg jumped up, his eyes filled with anger. "Who dares to take my disciple? They're asking for trouble. Roger, let's go. Find Hall and have him pull up the surveillance video from the phone book." Okay. The two left the kitchen to find Hall. Carp also arrived at the Bell family's living room, forcefully pushing open the living room door, which slammed against the wall. Inside the living room, his father was chatting with Drina. Carp hurried over and told them about Roy and a maid being taken away. Drina calmly took a sip of his drink. Carp's father asked, "Who is Roy?" Carp replied, "He's a friend I just met." "Anyway, father, please send your soldiers to look for them. Karp's father turned to Drina, indicating he would excuse himself. Drina nodded slightly, showing indifference. Just as Karp and his father were about to leave, the living room door was kicked open again, crashing against the wall. Under his pressing, Hall finally learned that Miss Anna was missing and rushed in, saying, Drina, Miss Anna is missing. Send your men to look for her. Now Drina was no longer calm. With a loud crack, he crushed the glass in his hand, stood up, and looked at Hall in disbelief. What? What did you say? Anna is missing. But true to his ability to build the Bell family single-handedly, Drina quickly calmed down, knowing that panicking was of no use. Just as he was about to leave, the living room door was slammed open again, crashing into the wall once more, damaging the door completely. The door. What the hell did I do to deserve this? He, informed by a maid that Hall had arrived in the living room, rushed over. Kicking the door open, he said directly, Hall, Roy has been taken away. He stopped mid-sentence because he noticed someone. A familiar face. A familiar face he wanted to tear apart. In an instant, a powerful aura erupted from He, accompanied by endless killing intent. Gritting his teeth, he said, Monkey D. Yates. He roared, drawing 2 bone knives from his waist and leaping to strike Yates. Yates immediately covered his hands with armament hockey, turning them black-purple and blocked in front of himself. With a loud crash, He's bone knives collided with Yates' hands, sending shockwaves that knocked over the furniture in the living room. The furniture. What the hell did we do to deserve this? Yates, you scoundrel. How dare you come to Rodtown? I told you if I see you again, I will kill you. He glared at Yates, gritting his teeth. Yates shrugged, saying, What? Is Rodtown your home? He, your temper is still as explosive as ever. Seeing Yates' nonchalant attitude, He's anger intensified, his aura rising, and his dual knives were also covered in armament hockey. Clearly, he was serious now. Seeing He about to make a serious move, Hall, although unaware of the history between him and Yates, knew that if he didn't stop He, the entire Bell family manor would not be enough for him to destroy. So Hall immediately stepped forward and pressed on He's shoulder, saying, He, calm down. If you fight here, Miss Anna's home will be ruined. Also, didn't you just say that Roy is missing? Finding him is the priority. He didn't care about the Bell family's fate, but when he heard that Roy was still missing, he gradually calmed down. He shot a cold glance at Yates, sheathed his dual knives, and turned to Hall, saying, I heard Roger say Roy suddenly disappeared at the banquet. Take me to check the phone bug surveillance video. Without waiting for Hall's agreement, he headed outside the living room. At this moment, someone else walked in from outside the living room. It was Spot Casati and Ross. Casati slowly clapped his hands, saying, What a lively scene. He glanced at him, not one from any words, and kicked him. Ross immediately pushed Casati aside, only to be kicked by He and crash against the living room door. The door. What the hell? A mouthful of blood spurted out as he sat on the ground, leaning against the door, unsure if he was dead or alive. He shot a glance at Casati and then swung a punch. Just as his fist was about to hit Casati's face, Casati hurriedly said, If you throw that punch, you'll never see Anna and that brat again. He's fist stopped instantly, just 1 centimeter from Casati's face. Instead, he grabbed Casati by the collar and shouted, You captured Roy? Hearing Casati's words, He halted his fist and instead seized his collar, asking loudly. Hall also heard Casati's words and quickly walked over, angrily asking, You kidnapped Miss Anna? He glanced at Hall, who was unaware that the host of today's banquet, Miss Anna, was also missing. Casati smiled smugly, looking at the two, and remained silent. He tried to push He's hand away, but couldn't move it. If you want to know what's going on, let go, Casati said calmly. He glared at him and slowly released his grip. Seeing He's hand drop, Casati became even more pleased and adjusted his collar. Under the watchful eyes of He and Hall, he walked over to Drina and said, Now, can we continue our conversation from yesterday? Brother-in-law. Hall and Yates were both taken aback by Casati's words. The 2 largest criminal organizations in the EC, the Bell family and the Casati family. Although the 2 families had little interaction on the surface, and their relationship couldn't be described as good or bad, now, the underboss of the Casati family was calling the boss of the Bell family brother-in-law. Had the 2 families already established a connection and merged? The idea echoed continuously in the mind of Addis, who was a Navy officer. As for Casati, he was not interested in the melodramatic relationships between families. He only wanted to know where Roya was. Drina took a deep look at Casati, sat back on the sofa, and said, I told you, don't call me brother-in-law. You don't deserve it. Casati laughed and also sat on the sofa, facing Drina. Don't worry, brother-in-law. After all, I am Anna's real uncle, so I won't do anything to her. Glancing at the murderous Hage, Kasadi continued. Since I'm here to talk business with you, Anna and that little brat are temporarily safe. Now, you can reconsider my proposal from yesterday, right? Brother-in-law. Kasadi crossed his legs and poured himself a glass of red wine, saying. Drina remained indifferent and coldly replied. But his tone was filled with anger. Are you threatening me? Kasadi was unconcerned by the anger in his tone, seemingly believing that as long as Anna was in his hands, Drina wouldn't dare to do anything to him. I can't really blame you. After all, brother-in-law, you didn't let me finish my words yesterday before sending me away. To have a proper discussion with you, I must use some means. Drina tried to calm himself down and firmly said, What you proposed yesterday, I absolutely cannot agree to. I advise you to return Anna immediately. Otherwise, starting tomorrow, the Spot family will become nothing but dust in history. In the face of Drina's threat, Kasadi laughed loudly. Ha, good. Brother-in-law, that so-called Spot family, if you destroy it, then so be it. Anyway, all the fighters in the family have already submitted to me. Then Kasadi snapped his fingers. Suddenly, more than a dozen strong men appeared outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, crashing through the glass and entering the living room. They lined up behind Kasadi, each exuding a powerful aura. Look, brother-in-law, these are the fighters cultivated by the drug I developed, kid.He. Each of them has at least doubled in strength. Moreover, they feel no pain. If we can mass-produce this drug and cultivate such a humanoid army, we can easily control the entire EC, and perhaps even the 4 Cs will be in our grasp. Aren't you tempted by such a grand plan, brother-in-law? Kasadi, with a fierce expression, stood up, leaning on the table, shouting at Drina. In the face of the frenzied Kasadi, Drina's expression remained unchanged. Grand? Do you think I don't know what you're doing? Veena died because of your drug. Yet until her death, she was thinking of you, her brother, pleading for me to spare you. Everything you've done since you were expelled from the family has been under my watch. Grand? You hollowed out the entire Kakakoya island and only produced a dozen bottles of kid.He. You traded an island for these dozen useless fighters. Drina stood up excitedly, pointing at the men behind Kasadi, shouting. As a martial arts expert, Drina could tell that these fighters' bodies had already decayed when they appeared. That's why they felt no pain. With such bodies, they would die within a month. Not only Drina, but Hage and the others had also observed the physical condition of those fighters, especially Ada's. After learning about the fighter's physical condition, he ignored Kasadi's arrogance, wanting only to watch him perform like a clown. Trading an island for a dozen fighters to rule the 4 Cs? Are you planning to destroy the 4 Cs? But Kasadi couldn't listen anymore. He had spent half his life researching kid.He, and as long as he could rule the 4 Cs, he wouldn't care about anything else. Great plans always require sacrifices, brother-in-law. Looking at the still, deluded Kasadi, Drina shook his head. Kasadi, your drug poisoned Veena, causing Anna to rely on the devil fruit for her life from birth. I honored your sister's last wish and spared you, and you turn around to ally with the Spot family. I never intended to clean up the mess. I have bypassed you time and again, but now you have kidnapped Anna just for your ridiculous plan. Do you really think I won't dare to kill you? After saying this, Drina instantly drew his gun and aimed it at Kasadi's head. Seeing the situation, the fighters behind Kasadi immediately moved. But Hall's speed was faster. As they were about to act to save Kasadi, a green blade shadow appeared in an instant, weaving between them. Los also secretly stood up, turning his hands into drills, wanting to sneak attack Hage. Hage stood still, and when Los approached, he directly kicked him back with a side kick, sending him crashing through the door and wall, leaving him unconscious. Door. May the people in heaven treat the door better. Looking at the gun barrel pressed against his forehead, Kasadi finally panicked. Brother-in-law, think about it. Anna is still in my hands. Moreover, I have more than a dozen fighters behind me. If it comes to a fight, it's not certain who will lose. At this moment, Drina felt a bit sorry for Kasadi, who had spent half his life researching just this one thing, yet had immense confidence in it. Like a frog at the bottom of a well, he tapped the gun against Kasadi's face and said, You should take a good look at the humanoid army you think can rule the 4 Cs. Kasadi, confused, turned to look behind him, only to see a scene that shattered him. The fighters he thought had become very powerful after being enhanced by kid.He were now all lying at Hall's feet, lifeless. Kasadi looked at this scene in disbelief, shouting, This is impossible. This is impossible. Kasadi, terrified, stared at the sight before him. In the previous second, the enhanced fighters he believed could rule the 4 Cs. In the next second, were all knocked down by Hall alone. His dreams shattered in an instant. He couldn't believe it, nor did he want to believe that the results of his half-a-lifetime of research were just this. The powerful blow left him slumped on the sofa, staring blankly ahead, mumbling, This is impossible. This is impossible. Drina looked at him with no pity in his eyes. Now tell me where Anna is, and I might leave you with a whole corpse. But the severe blow left kid.He unable to hear his words, still mumbling. Drina was not patient. He directly shot him in the thigh. The intense pain pulled kid.He back from his shock, and he screamed while clutching his leg. Drina pressed the gun against his forehead again. This time, kid.He didn't dare to argue, hurriedly saying, I'll tell you. Brother-in-law, don't kill me. I directly went up and kicked his wound. Hurry up. Stop wasting time. kid.He screamed in pain again, but dared not waste any more time. Enduring the pain, as he said, I hired the Kalana brothers to kidnap Anna and take her to Kakakoi Island. As for that little brat, he must have just happened to be by Anna's side, which is why he was taken along. The Kalana brothers? Those 3 thieves from the West Sea? Adaz asked. kid.He nodded, seeing everyone looking at him. Adaz explained, the Kalana brothers are a group of thieves from the West Sea. They aren't very strong, but they are quite good at escaping. Not very strong. That Roya should be able to defeat them. Roger suddenly said. Hag nodded in agreement and asked kid.He, where do they plan to set sail from Rogtown? The eastern coast, kid.He weakly replied. Hag immediately walked out, thinking that maybe he could make it in time and that Roy might still be holding on. But kid.He's next words made him stop. It's useless. That kid can't possibly still be holding on. To ensure everything is foolproof, I've hired the Lion Tiger brothers on the ship. That kid can't defeat them. Hearing the name Lion Tiger brothers, Admirals, a member of the Navy, was not unfamiliar and explained to everyone. The Lion Tiger brothers, notorious pirates on the Grand Line, are Zoan fruit users with considerable strength. They are the captain and vice captain of the Lion Tiger pirate crew. kid.He felt a glimmer of hope and said, that's right. That kid absolutely can't win against the Lion Tiger brothers who came down from the Grand Line. By now, the ship has probably already set sail. Struggling to hold on to Drina's foot, kid.He said again, brother-in-law, let me go now, and I promise to bring Anna and that kid back completely. If I die, the Spot family might. Bang. Before kid.He could finish his sentence, Drina shot him in the head, since he already knew Anna's whereabouts. kid.He was of no use to Drina anymore, and he shook off his hand. He then said to the ever-invisible Anna beside him, gather all combat forces. Set off from the eastern coast and attack Kakakoi Island to annihilate the Spot family. Anna slightly bowed and quickly left the living room to convey the boss's orders. Meanwhile, Hag and Roger had already headed towards the eastern coast, and due to Karp's influence, Admirals followed along as well. Back on Roy's side, just as he was about to take the Kaluna brothers away, he hadn't taken a step when another voice sounded from the sailboat on the sea. Then 2 figures jumped down from the ship, one fat and one thin, slowly walking towards Roy. This time, Roy did not dare to slack off, as he sensed a powerful aura from these 2. He quickly set Anna down, stepped forward to block the prison cart, and carefully looked at the 2 in front of him. The fat one had thick eyebrows and big eyes, short hair, was shorter in height, and was struggling to hold up a white short-sleeve shirt under the pressure of his fat. The thin one, on the other hand, had slanted eyebrows and narrow eyes, looking like 2 small slits, long hair, tall stature, and dressed in leather. Roy used his old method, directly asking to buy time or trick them into revealing some information. Who are you? The fat guy seemed a bit surprised and looked at the thin one, saying, is our reputation that bad? He then turned to Roy and explained, I am a vice captain of the Lion Tiger pirate crew, Fat Tiger. Pointing to the thin one, he added, this is my brother, the captain of the Lion Tiger pirate crew. Thin Lion, I see you're young and seem strong. Interested in joining our pirate crew? Oh, I forgot to mention. Both of us are great pirates on the current Grand Line. So what do you say? Interested in being our crew member? The fat guy smiled at Roy with a friendly expression, inviting him to board the ship. Hearing their names, Roy couldn't help but think of a few questions. Thin Lion? Sushi? Fat Tiger? Nobita, I'm looking for you. Seeing Roy in a daze, Fat Tiger shouted, kid, what are you daydreaming about? Do you agree or not? Luo Ya's thoughts were pulled back by Fat Tiger's shout, and he pretended to ask, if I become your crew member, is there treasure to be had? Fat Tiger laughed heartily. Of course there is. As our crew member, however much treasure you want, we will take you to rob however much treasure. Luo Ya looked at him with an innocent expression and said, can you give me 100 million berries now? I have an urgent need. Fat Tiger's laughter suddenly stopped. Are you trying to make it difficult for me? Fat Tiger, I don't even have 100 million berries myself. What can I give you? Roya shrugged and said, there's nothing I can do. Since you can't give me 100 million berries, I have to refuse you. Upon hearing Roya's rejection, the smiling Fat Tiger immediately changed his expression. His face twisted, exuding a murderous aura. You're getting a bit too full of yourself. thinking I wanted you as a crew member just because you have some potential. Since you refused, then die." Fat Tiger extended his hands, and in a flash, 2 pairs of claws grew out. Meanwhile, Lean Lion took out a book from his leather jacket and said to Fat Tiger, "Try to leave a whole corpse. Don't dirty my eyes." He then opened the book. Fat Tiger nodded, "I'll do my best," and charged towards Roya. Despite his plump figure, Fat Tiger moved surprisingly fast, like a nimble orange cat. With a single step, he was instantly in front of Roya, claws swinging down. Roya was caught off guard and immediately raised his hands to block. But the vines wrapped around his hands were instantly torn apart, leaving 3 claw marks on his arm, with a slight oozing of blood. Seeing how fast Fat Tiger was, Roya quickly retreated, trying to create some distance. However, Fat Tiger was even faster, appearing right in front of him as he backed away, delivering a straight punch to his stomach. One punch landed. Roya was instantly thrown out and crashed to the ground, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. Struggling to get up, he felt a fiery pain burning in his stomach. His gaze towards Fat Tiger became filled with deep apprehension. After just these 2 moves, Roya realized that Fat Tiger and those 3 earlier were not on the same level. Fat Tiger was far stronger than those 3. With just one exchange, Roya was nearly beaten to death. It could only be said that he was truly a pirate sailing on the Grand Line. Roya's chances of winning against him were almost 0. Moreover, there was that intellectual-looking skinny guy. If the 2 of them teamed up with Roya's current strength, he would probably be taken down in one move, facing a bitter end in the Northwest. Damn it, am I really going to fall here? Defeated by these 2 nameless individuals who won't even have a title in the future? Roya thought unwillingly. Meanwhile, Fat Tiger, looking at the weak Roya, had no intention of letting him go. He moved closer, his right paw aiming at Roya's stomach to stab down. This time, he wanted to kill Roya completely. "Kid, be smarter in your next life." The paw instantly stabbed down. But Fat Tiger felt no sensation of his claws piercing flesh. Instead, he saw that Roya in front of him had instantly transformed into a wooden figure, and his claws struck the wooden figure. It was the wood release with clone. Fat Tiger was stabbing the wooden figure, while Roya appeared to Fat Tiger's right side. But strangely, there was also a Roya on Fat Tiger's left side. Fat Tiger reacted instantly, grabbing the left Roya's neck with his left hand, while his right hand, still stabbing the wooden figure, could only swing the wooden figure towards the right Roya. When the left Roya was grabbed by Fat Tiger, he instantly transformed into a wooden figure and was crushed by him. As the wooden figure on Fat Tiger's right hand was about to collide with the right Roya, it shattered instantly, and Fat Tiger's arm flew past, brushing against Roya's scalp. Luo Ya instantly drew his sword and swung it, while a ghostly claw simultaneously appeared, pushing Fat Tiger back a few steps with a punch. Luoya's combination technique hit its mark, and he immediately retreated to create distance from Fat Tiger. The reason there were 2 Loyas was because of Loya's wood release shadow clone technique. With Loya's current basic wood release abilities, he had only mastered 4 techniques: wood release, wood shield, wood release, 4 pillars family, wood release, wood substitution, and wood release shadow clone, all of which were defensive ninjutsu with no offensive capabilities. However, Loya still caught Fat Tiger off guard and successfully injured him using Heavy Spirit in conjunction with wood release. Fat Tiger was struck by the ghostly claw and staggered back a few steps. Lowering his head, he looked at the bloodstain on his chest, wiped it with his hand, and stared at the blood in disbelief. Loya's attack was originally aimed at his neck, but Fat Tiger, relying on years of battle experience, reacted immediately when Loya's long blade came slashing towards him, leaning back. Ultimately, he was just a moment too slow, and Heavy Spirit grazed his chest. Looking at the blood on his hand, Fat Tiger fell silent. But Loya knew this was a warning sign before a volcanic eruption. Sure enough, in an instant, the aura around Fat Tiger soared into the sky, mixed with intense killing intent. His pupils turned amber, his tiger fangs instantly elongated, and he glared at Loya, veins bulging on his forehead as he grit his teeth and spat out a few words in a fierce tone. "Kid, I'm going to tear you to pieces." Then, a roar erupted from his mouth. The white clothing on his body burst apart. His fat transformed into muscle, gradually covered by brown fur. A tail sprouted behind him, and 2 beast ears appeared on his head. Fat Tiger was a devil fruit. Animal type, cat fruit, tiger form user. Watching the half-beastified Fat Tiger, whose size had at least doubled, Loya felt an increase in chill in his heart. He never expected that Fat Tiger was truly a tiger. Fat Tiger crouched down, all fours on the ground, like a ferocious beast. Oh, no, he was now a ferocious beast. His eyes reflected Loya's shadow, staring at him as if he were prey. Then, Fat Tiger pushed off with all fours, crashing towards Luo Ya like a massive cannonball, moving so fast that it left afterimages. His sharp claws drew 3 cold flashes, aimed at Luo Ya's neck. In his pupils, Fat Tiger's shadow grew larger, and Luo Ya immediately retreated, simultaneously bringing his hands together to create a row of wooden pillars in front of him. However, the wooden pillars were as fragile as tofu to the half-beastified Fat Tiger. As the wooden pillars appeared, Fat Tiger charged straight at them without a moment's hesitation, instantly shattering the row of pillars, yet his speed showed no signs of slowing. Behind the wooden pillars, 2 Luo Yas appeared, each running to the sides. Fat Tiger's nose twitched, and he instantly charged towards the Luo Ya on the left. Seeing that Fat Tiger had seen through his wood clone technique, Luo Ya had no choice but to raise Heavy Spirit and swing it down towards Fat Tiger's claws aimed directly at his neck. Clang! A sharp collision sounded as Fat Tiger directly grabbed the blade of Heavy Spirit, then kicked Luo Ya in the stomach, sending him flying. Following that, he threw Heavy Spirit behind him. Luo Ya heavily crashed to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood, but still managed to struggle to his feet. Just moments ago, when Fat Tiger kicked him, Luo Ya used his Ghost Claw to block the kick. However, the immense recoil still sent him flying, causing him to spit blood. Without the Ghost Claw, that kick from Fat Tiger would have likely left Luo Ya unable to stand. Without wasting any time, Fat Tiger charged again. But 2 vines suddenly sprouted beneath him, binding his feet. However, this did not stop him. He lunged forward, causing the vines to snap instantly. Facing the oncoming Fat Tiger, who resembled a heavy tank, Luo Ya wrapped several loops of vines around his hands and held a wooden handheld shield in front of him. As Fat Tiger approached, he swung his claws down simultaneously, a cold glint flashing, and the shield and vines were instantly shattered. Luo Ya has resigned to fate. Strategy is of no use against a brute like Fat Tiger. Luo Ya decided to confront him directly. With heightened concentration, he focused his observation-He on Fat Tiger, continuously creating weapons which would release in his hands to engage him. Thanks to his observation-He, Luo Ya was able to dodge Fat Tiger's lethal moves each time. However, he still sustained numerous cuts on his body, and his wooden weapons became almost useless after just one exchange with him. Roya knew that if this continued, he would surely exhaust himself and then be defeated by Fat Tiger in one move. With nowhere to turn, Roya recalled the stingy system in his mind, trying to summon it while fending off Fat Tiger. Faced with the fierce Fat Tiger, Roya found himself out of tricks, being pushed back step by step. With injuries all over his body, blood stains continuously appearing and seeping out. If this went on, it would surely lead to a dead end. In such a situation, Roya had no choice but to call for the system in his mind for help. System, do you have any way to deal with this Fat Tiger? Look at the other transmigrators. They either punch the 4 emperors or kick the 3 generals. And what about me? Look, I'm being beaten down by a nobody. And if they see this, they'll think this system, can't handle it. The cold, mechanical voice of the system echoed. Host, you've already been lucky enough, damn it. For pulls and 4 golds, what more do you want? Luo Ya was helpless. So what if the 4 explosions were gold? Right now, I'm still being beaten down. Damn it, if I die, you won't be able to swallow my money. The system said indifferently. If you die, I'll just find a new host. What's the big deal? I might as well find someone more interesting, or maybe an African as a host. Don't joke around. Is there really no way? Roya's hands were numb from the shock again, and he said anxiously, System, of course there are methods. Just draw cards. You can draw another 10 gold, and it won't be a problem to skin him and make a chair. Luo Ya laughed. Your system really has a professional degree in nonsense writing. How can I draw a card when I don't have a single belly? System, who said you can't draw cards without belly? Roy was instantly confused. What does that mean? Are you going to let me draw cards for free? TSK. The system clicked its tongue, as if it could hear immense disdain from that sound. System, please, host, do not harbor unrealistic fantasies. System, the system has an emergency function. If the host wants to draw cards, but doesn't have any Bailey, they can draw cards first and pay back tenfold later. System, how about that? Isn't it very user-friendly? Tenfold. Why don't you go rob someone? System, hey, host got it wrong. I'm just stealing. You can choose to draw or not. Luo Ya was so speechless that he couldn't say anything. You're just a system. A heartless merchant who only cares about money. I draw. System. Host, are you sure? I forgot to mention that this emergency function only supports 10 consecutive draws. Single draws are not accepted by the system. Luo Ya, draw I draw, the system said coldly, but it somehow felt like there was a hint of joy in its tone. As for what card pool the host should draw from, I personally suggest the Million Berry card pool. as the chance of getting gold is high. The 10,000 berry card pool, Roya said without hesitation. System. Okay, poor host. After 10 consecutive draws, 10 cards flew out directly from the 10,000 belly card pool, skipping the spinning step. Among the 10 cards, only 2 emitted a strong purple glow. The others were ordinary, covered in white light with no brilliance. Looking at the cards, there was no golden light, and the system seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. The cards did not require Roya to click. The white light on the surface automatically dissipated. Some cards disappeared, while others transformed into white light and entered Roya's body. As the cards disappeared, the system's notification sound also rang out. Congratulations, host. You have obtained R-grade item card, physical technique enhancement card 3, R-grade weapon card, solid brick 3, R-grade ability card, culinary mastery, R-grade ability card, musical instrument mastery, SR grade item card, ability upgrade card, can rapidly elevate any of the host's abilities to intermediate level. Warm reminder, to reach advanced level, the host must train on their own. SR grade special item card, random character summon, can randomly summon characters for various realms and gain their full strength at once. Finally, the life-saving items have arrived. Although there were no golden cards, Roya still felt a bit disappointed. He quickly glanced past the few mediocre R-grade cards. Roya's attention was immediately drawn to that SR ability upgrade card, and he quickly said, System, use the ability upgrade card right now to upgrade my wood release ninjutsu. System, item card use successful. Host wood release unlocked. Wood release, cutting technique, ranking technique, wood release, transformation, wood release, column family. Wood release, 4-pillar prison, wood release, thorn kill technique, wood release, violent gun tree, wood release, great force technique. Wood release, silent kill binding technique, wood release, tree world wall, wood release, tree binding eternal burial. A dense array of wood release ninjutsu names appeared before Roya. But Roya didn't even need to look after using the ability upgrade card. The hand seals for those unlocked wood release ninjutsu all appeared in his mind. He fully understood the effects and power of these ninjutsu. With a wood clone, Roya created some distance between himself and Fat Tiger. Fat Tiger caught up. Roya directly pressed his hands together and shouted, ranking technique. A wooden shield shaped like a fanged ghost face appeared in front of him. Although it was much smaller than the one summoned by Hashirama in Naruto, it was sufficient. Fat Tiger charged at the ghost face shield with determination, but the shield was not like a wooden pillar. Not only did it not break, but it also sent Fat Tiger reeling with stars in his eyes. Roya seized the opportunity and unleashed 2 ninjutsu techniques in an instant. Wood style, thorn killing technique. Wood style, tree binding eternal burial. Countless vine-like wooden tendrils appeared on Fat Tiger's body, binding him tightly, while numerous wooden pillars emerged around him. Behind him, vine-like saplings appeared and wrapped around him, continuously growing into a large tree that completely pinned him beneath it. Fat Tiger was firmly trapped. Roya glanced at the thin lion, but he still made no move and continued to look at the book in his hands. Roya no longer cared about him and decided to deal with one problem first. Aiming at the exposed limbs and head of the Fat Tiger outside the tree, Roya directly used the wood release insertion technique. 5 sharp wooden spikes appeared. Aimed at the Fat Tiger. As the wooden spikes emerged, the Fat Tiger sensed the presence of death. In the final moment, the Fat Tiger unleashed its power, transforming into a fierce tiger, pushing apart the tree and narrowly avoiding the wooden spikes. The Fat Tiger, now in its tiger form, no longer had a hint of human rationality in its eyes, only the bloodthirst of a beast. It leaped forward, its gaping maw aimed at Roya. Roya, on the other hand, used wood release, violent gun tree to engage in a standoff. At this moment, the thin lion reacted. He closed the book in his hands and put it back in his leather jacket, praising the author of the book. Then, with a pair of slanted eyebrows and narrow eyes, he looked at Roya and the Fat Tiger fighting. Shaking his head, he expressed his disappointment in the Fat Tiger. He stepped on his feet and stretched his waist. With his eyes locked on Roya, the thin lion suddenly vanished in a flash. Seeing that the Fat Tiger not only failed to deal with Roya, but was instead forced into full beast form, the thin lion felt extremely disappointed. With his gaze fixed on Roya, the thin lion's figure flickered, like an arrow released from a bow. Roya and the transformed Fat Tiger, now a ferocious tiger, were engaged in a fierce battle. The Fat Tiger, having transformed into a giant tiger, lunged towards Roya, who could barely withstand the force. At that moment, the lean lion appeared on Roya's right side and kicked towards him. Luo Ya's attention was entirely on Fat Tiger, plus Slim Lion was extremely fast. Luo Ya couldn't dodge in time and was kicked in the right rib, sending him flying to the side and crashing to the ground. Before Luo Ya could get up, the lean lion continued the pursuit, swiftly closing in and stepping heavily on his chest. Quickly, using the technique of creating a ranking shield with his right hand to block the kick. In his left hand, a wooden spike rapidly grew, aiming for the thin lion's chin. The thin lion reacted extremely fast, tilting his head to avoid the spike, stepping on the shield, and using the recoil to return to Fat Tiger's side. His eyes were fixed on the tiger-shaped Fat Tiger, surprisingly calming him down. The blood-red hue in his eyes faded, and his form slowly transformed back into a human shape. After Fat Tiger reverted to his half-beast form, he quietly stayed behind the thin lion, his gaze fixed on Luo Ya. The thin lion's eyes returned to Luo Ya, who was holding the ghost face shield. His slanted brows and narrow eyes showed no change in emotion. Kid, I'll give you one more chance. If you agree to work for me, then today, you won't have to die. His tone was flat, as if he had already decided Luo Ya's fate. Luo Ya couldn't understand. The thin lion and Fat Tiger were pirates who had sailed the Grand Line, having seen all sorts of characters. Why were they fixated on a small fry like him? They seemed to be in desperate need of crew members. Roya shielded himself with his arms and slowly said, "Sorry, my captain has already been decided." He then continued to mock the Fat Tiger and the Slim Lion, expressing his speculation. "However, I don't understand. As supernovas, your crew members should be decent. So why do you want to recruit me? Have all your crew members perished?" Roya's speculation turned out to be correct. The reason Fat Tiger and Slim Lion returned to the EC was that their pirate crew, the Lion Tiger Pirates, encountered the Rocks Pirates in the Grand Line. A fierce battle ensued, ending with a crushing victory for the Rocks Pirates. All the crew members of the Lion Tiger Pirates sacrificed their lives. Fat Tiger and Slim Lion escaped on their damaged pirate ship to the East Sea, planning for a comeback. They happened to meet kid.He, and needing money to rebuild their crew, they accepted kid.He's employment. Listening to Roya's words, Slim Lion's already small eyes narrowed further, and a fierce aura erupted from him. Killing intent directed at Roya. "Good, very good. Lord, please allow me to send this foolish man to your side to repent." Slim Lion placed his hand on his chest and said respectfully. Luo Ya watched his movements, surprised that he was still a believer. The way he spoke sounded to Luo Ya like he was saying that forgiving you is God's job, while mine is to send you to meet God. The lean lion spread his arms, looking up at the sky as if receiving divine grace. His long black hair gradually became fluffy and turned brown. His body was covered in brown fur, transforming him into a half-lion, half-human. The lean lion was a user of the devil fruit, Zoan type, cat fruit, lion form. It was also because of their devil fruit forms that the pirate crew was named the Lion Tiger Pirate Crew. The half-beast form of the Fat Tiger and the lean lion stared intently at Luo Ya. In the next moment, the two charged at Luo Ya. The Fat Tiger directly engaged Luo Ya, while the lean lion used his speed to swiftly dodge and continually launch sneak attacks on Luo Ya. Roya held the ghost face shield to block Fat Tiger, while the ghost claw behind him was responsible for blocking Slim Lion. However, under the combined assault of the two, Roya had no ability to counterattack, using all his strength to defend against their attacks. Suddenly, Fat Tiger stepped back, his chest swelling, and let out a powerful tiger roar that made Roya's ears ring and momentarily dazed him. Slim Lion seized this opportunity, approached Roya's side, wrapped his tail around Roya's waist, and slashed at Roya's right hand, snatching away the ghost face shield. Then, he forcefully threw Roya into the air. Fat Tiger crouched down, exerting force under his feet, creating a sand pit, and launched himself like a giant cannonball, instantly reaching Roya's side in midair. With both hands covered in armed color hockey, he struck heavily at Roya's stomach. In midair, Roya couldn't control himself at all, unable to evade, and could only extend the ghost claw in front of him to block Fat Tiger's fists. With a loud bang, Fat Tiger's fist smashed into the ghost claw, shattering it. Roya was knocked back, blood spitting out, and his entire body crashed heavily to the ground, creating a huge sand pit around him. This time, Roya felt as if his internal organs were being violently shaken, his limbs completely numb, unable to rise again. Damn it hurts like hell. Looking down, he saw Fat Tiger and Slim Lion charging at him again. Struggling to raise his hands, he brought them together in a prayer position and weakly uttered a few words. Wood release, tree whirl wall. A circle of vine shields rose up, forming a circle around Roya. Then, Roya immediately took out that SR special item card from the system warehouse. Roya looked at the card, which was completely blank. The skinny lion and the fat tiger continued to chase Roya and saw a circle of vine shields rise up, surrounding him. The two of them stopped in their tracks. The skinny lion looked at the vine shield, raised his claws, and his body flashed as he quickly circled around the shield, leaving behind numerous afterimages, making it appear as if there were countless skinny lions. After 2 laps, the skinny lion returned to his original position. With a whoosh, the circle of vine shields shattered all at once, breaking into several pieces. The circular wall formed by the vine shields was cut through by the skinny lion, and Roya's figure reappeared. He was seen sitting on a wooden chair, with a few vines slowly writhing behind him. In his right hand, he held a card between his middle and index fingers. Raising his head, Roya sharply looked at the skinny lion and fat tiger brothers and said, "You forced me to reveal my ultimate move. I didn't want to show my true face. Since you were bent on exterminating me, don't blame me for being rude. Come forth, O powerful being from another world." Then the card in Roya's hand flew out, standing in front of him and erupting with dazzling light. Seeing Roya's resolute tone and the brilliance of the card, the skinny lion and the others truly hesitated and stopped. Although Roya's tone was fierce and confident, he was constantly praying in his heart, "Jade Emperor, Guanyin Bodhisattva, Taishang Laojun, all the heavenly deities, please bless me to summon a fierce one. Damn it, if I summon Sun Wukong, I'll directly blow up Mariehua with a spirit bomb." As the light faded, an image gradually appeared on the card, depicting a person. Looking at the figure on the card, Luo Ya recognized him and exclaimed, "It's actually him." Luo Ya leaned against the wooden chair, gazing at the card in front of him. As the card's glow faded, a painting gradually appeared on its surface. Luo Ya recognized the person on the card. The card depicted 2 figures, one in front of the other. The one in front was a handsome young man with red curly long hair and green eyes, dressed in red clothing and holding a vine covered in sharp thorns. Behind the man was a shadowy figure with silver hair and golden eyes, a cold expression, wearing a white robe with a pair of beast ears on his head and a fluffy white tail behind him. Looking at the 2 figures on the card, Luo Ya recognized the man. It was him, Kurama from Yu Yu Hakusho. In his previous life, as a seasoned anime fan, Luo Ya had a profound impression of certain anime, and he particularly liked Yu Yu Hakusho. He had a strong impression of Kurama on the card as well. Whether it was his appearance, his elegant fighting style of controlling plants from the demon realm, or his deep friendship with the protagonist, Luo Ya was very fond of him. The system announced, "SR special item card used successfully. Congratulations to the host for summoning Kurama from the world of Yu Yu Hakusho, gaining all his powers for a limited time of 3 minutes." As the system announcement ended, the card transformed into a ball of white light and merged into Luo Ya's body. In an instant, white mist rose up, surrounding Luo Ya. The 2 brothers, Slim Lion and Fat Tiger, watched the white mist. Suddenly, a huge fox head shadow appeared in the mist, followed by a sharp fox cry echoing from within the white fog. The mist dispersed. Roya stood up from the wooden chair. His appearance had changed significantly. His height had increased. His short black hair had grown long and turned silver. He was now wearing a white robe, with a pair of beast ears on his head and a foxtail sprouting from his back. His golden pupils stared at the thin lion and the fat tiger brothers, revealing no emotion. An eerie aura emanated from him, and a strong momentum surged into the sky. Looking at Roya in his fox demon state, which resembled a half-beast transformation, the thin lion and fat tiger were filled with confusion. Could it be that this kid's devil fruit was also of the Zoan type? The emotionless fox demon Roya looked at the thin lion and fat tiger, raised his right hand, and slightly curled his index finger. The thin lion and fat tiger exchanged glances. The 2 immediately covered their hands with armament hockey. Then, they focused their attention back on Roya and rushed forward. As the thin lion charged, fat tiger, the fox demon Roya calmly raised his right hand, and 2 rose flowers with stems appeared between his fingers. He flung the rose flowers, and the stems pierced into the arms of the 2, then exploded immediately, scattering red petals. Wind blossom dance formation, Roya the fox demon said slowly. As soon as he spoke, the scattered red petals did not fall. Instead, they transformed into flower blades, swirling around the 2 and continuously slicing into their bodies. The thin lion and fat tiger covered their heads with their hands to block the rose petals, while other parts of their bodies were cut with streaks of blood. Suddenly, 2 beast roars erupted, and the thin lion and fat tiger shook off the petals. The 2 exchanged glances again. The thin lion retreated rapidly, then accelerated to the limit, instantly returning to Fat Tiger's side, landing on 1 foot on Fat Tiger's hand. Fat Tiger swung hard, sending him towards Roya. With the thin lion's speed combined with Fat Tiger's assistance, the thin lion's speed was like teleportation, instantly arriving in front of Roya. However, even so, for Roya, who had temporarily gained all of Kurama's powers, he could still clearly see the thin lion's figure in his golden pupils. He sidestepped the thin lion's attack, and plants grew on his right arm, twisting into a sword shape, raised to block the beast's claw. Then a rose whip appeared in his left hand, wrapping around the thin lion's ankle, lifting him up, and then smashing him heavily into the ground, with the plant sword aiming for his neck to strike down. At the last moment, Fat Tiger appeared, covering his arm with armament haki to block Roya's plant sword. The plant sword struck Fat Tiger's hand, and Roya smoothly slid the sword, cutting across Fat Tiger's chest, leaving a huge gash and causing a large amount of blood to spray out. Immediately after, Roya kicked Fat Tiger into the air, swung the rose whip, sending the thin lion flying, crashing into Fat Tiger in midair. The two brothers fell heavily to the ground, lying in a sand pit. Watching the two crash to the ground, the fox demon Roya chose not to pursue. He yawned and sat back down on the wooden chair, resting his arms on the chair's armrest and propping his right cheek with one hand. The thin lion and Fat Tiger struggled to get up, and it was clear that Fat Tiger's large chest wound had begun to stop bleeding. One could only say that the Zoan-type devil fruit truly had disgusting healing abilities. The thin lion and Fat Tiger exchanged glances once more, reading information from each other's eyes. Run. Roya was too strong now. With their strength, they couldn't possibly win. The two ran off in opposite directions. Luo Ya looked at the fleeing figures of the two with a mocking gaze. He raised his left hand and waved it slightly upward. Suddenly, a huge plant sprang up in front of the rapidly running Fat Tiger and Slim Lion, soaring into the sky, at least several meters high. The plant was a demon world mimosa from the Yu Hakusho universe. The mimosa's branches and leaves spread out, revealing a giant mouth filled with sharp teeth in the middle, and there were also many sharp teeth on the leaves. Seeing this unfamiliar demon world mimosa, Fat Tiger couldn't help but exclaim, "What the hell is this?" But there was no time for him to be surprised. The demon world mimosa opened its branches and leaves, and a giant mouth filled with sharp teeth swiftly lunged at the two brothers. The brothers quickly dodged, and the demon world mimosa crashed to the ground. At this moment, the demon world mimosa looked like a bizarre monster with countless long legs. Stretching out, the mimosa lunged at Slim Lion and Fat Tiger again. The brothers transformed completely into their beast forms, turning into a fierce tiger and lion. They dodged the giant mouth of the mimosa and continuously clawed or bit at the plant's leaf stalks. After a long struggle, the two demon world mimosas were finally bitten off, collapsing to the ground and quickly withering. The two brothers transformed back into their human forms, gasping heavily for air. Luo Ya sat with his legs crossed, resting his chin on his hand, still looking at the two brothers with a teasing gaze. He waved his left hand again, and this time, not just two magic shy grasses grew, but a dense mass that surrounded the entire beach. Watching the reappearance of the thick, dense, shy grasses, the two brothers looked ashen and no longer attempted to escape, realizing they couldn't. However, what the brothers didn't expect was that they wouldn't die at the hands of Locke, but instead would fall into the hands of a little ghost in the East Sea. Luo Ya swung his left hand down, and countless demon world mimosa plants opened their branches and leaves, revealing giant mouths that bit towards the two brothers. In an instant, they were devoured completely. For the demon world mimosa plants that were over 10 meters tall, the two brothers, Thin Lion and Fat Tiger, were not enough to even fill the gaps between their teeth, and in a moment, they were entirely swallowed. Roya sat on a wooden chair, watching as the demon realm's sensitive plants devoured the Thin Lion and the others. Just as the demon realm's sensitive plants finished swallowing the Thin Lion and the others and were about to stretch again, the 3-minute time limit was up. The Roya was once again enveloped in white light, and in an instant, her appearance and form reverted to their original state. She looked at the demon realm's sensitive plants that were still chewing. Loya shouted loudly, "Damn it, leave some for us. Who knows how many berries those two have on their heads?" Loya thought to himself. With Fat Tiger and Thin Lion being one of the current supernovas in the Sea Star world, their bounty must be at least over 10 million. If he could exchange it for a bounty with the Navy, wouldn't he be rich? He wouldn't even have to worry about the greedy merchant system's whims when drawing cards. But things ultimately didn't go as Loya wished. After Loya's appearance and figure returned to their original state, the shy grasses of the demon realm also gradually disappeared, including the Fat Tiger and Thin Lion brothers in their mouths. Roya looked at the only remaining shreds of the Thin Lion's leather jacket on the ground. Finally, unable to hold on any longer, He sat down on a wooden chair and fainted. After Roya sorted everything out, Heg, Roger, and Cap finally arrived at the eastern coast of Rogtown. The shore was filled with sandy pits, withered vines, and wooden debris. There were also the Kalana brothers locked in a prison cart, and Miss Anna quietly lying on a wooden board, asleep. Roger immediately spotted Roya slumped in the wooden chair. He rushed to his side and, seeing that he had fainted, shook his hands vigorously, trying to wake him up. Roya, Roya, wake up, wake up. Meanwhile, Roya was dreaming of rampaging through the world, having seized the celestial dragon's golden treasures, lying atop a pile of berries on the ship's hull, and boldly calling out to the system, saying, "Don't you want berries? Come on, draw. If I don't empty your carpool, I won't be called Roya." Roya was lying on Bailey, enjoying the wonderful feeling. But suddenly, he felt a violent shaking, and the Bailey beneath him disappeared in an instant. His body floated in the air and then fell to the ground. Just as Roya's body in the dream hit the ground, the Roya, in reality, slowly opened his eyes. What came into view was Roger's big face. Behind Roger's big face, Uncle Heg and Carp also appeared in his line of sight, looking at the scene where everyone was staring at him with wide and small eyes. Roya thought to himself, fortunately no one said that phrase. The surgery was very successful. You're now a girl. When Roger saw Roya wake up, he was very happy and immediately asked, Roya, are you okay? Are you all right? Are you kidding? My bones feel like they're about to fall apart. Although he thought this in his heart, Roya still forced a smile and said, I'm fine, it's nothing. Just a few small minions. They can't hurt me. Small minions? At the side, observing the three Kalina brothers in the prison car and Miss Anna on the board, Addis thought to himself, what a big mouth, treating the pirate supernovas as small minions. He walked up to Roya and asked, where are the lion and tiger brothers? Little kid, you're the little one. Your whole family is little. Looking at Addis, who was dressed in a navy uniform. Roya didn't recognize him and turned to Roger, asking, who is this? Roger replied, he is the father of Carp, my uncle, kid.He. What the? Upon hearing Roger's answer, Roya was extremely surprised. This is another heavyweight figure. He pointed to a piece of leather on the ground, not far away. Roya said, well, that's the Lion Tiger brothers. Addis walked over, picked up the scraps of leather, and looked at Roya again, his eyes conveying the meaning. Are you messing with me? Roya understood his gaze and said, the Lion and Tiger brothers are dead, their bodies mutilated. Atesh was not surprised. With his current strength and being part of the Navy camp, the death of two pirates meant nothing. He returned to Roya and asked, did you kill them? Roya wanted to say yes, but suddenly realized that with his current strength, it was indeed impossible to single-handedly defeat the pirate supernova, let alone two of them. If he said yes, he couldn't reveal the reason involving the system, which would be hard to explain. As he brainstormed in his mind, Roya hesitantly said, yes. It was my captain, Jack Sparrow, who did it. Your captain is still alive, and he even came to Lowtown? Hag questioned. I haven't thought this through yet. Roya said, forcing himself, Master, I'm a bit tired right now. Can I tell you when we get back? Roya felt that his excuse was very flimsy, but unexpectedly. Heg nodded and stopped questioning him. Roya's gaze returned to Admiral Atesh, who had been a naval vice admiral. He actually had a question that had been bothering him for a long time, and now he thought asking Atesh might resolve his doubts. Excuse me, this naval uncle. Have you heard of bounty hunters? Bounty hunters? No, I've never heard of that. Atesh shook his head. He had never heard that name before. Upon receiving Atesh's answer, Roya thought to himself, as expected, this era has not yet seen the birth of the profession of bounty hunters. He silently devised a plan in his heart, which happened to involve his captain, Jack Sparrow, and it also provided a way to fulfill his own lie. Roya lowered his head, thinking about his plan, and suddenly remembered something. He raised his head and asked Addis, Uncle Navy, how much is the bounty for the Lion Tiger brothers? Addis slowly replied, together, it's 50 million berries. 50 million. Luo Ya felt his heart bleed for a moment, still unwilling to give up. He looked at the scraps of the thin lion's leather jacket in Yates' hand and asked, can these scraps still be exchanged for a reward? Yates remained silent, silently looking at him, his eyes filled with the implication of, do you think that's possible? Roya understood, and at the same time, the pain in her heart intensified. Suddenly thinking of the Kaluna brothers, she asked, what is the bounty on those three guys in the prison carriage? Atlas replied, 1,200,000 berries. Roya, one person? Addis 3. Luo Ya, at least after repaying the system 1 million, I can still have 200,000 left for myself. Roya silently comforted herself. Loya, then I will hand them over to you along with the prison van. Can I exchange them for a bounty? Yates, sure, I'll take them away. And you can go to the Navy base in Road Town tomorrow to collect the bounty. Roya nodded and struggled to get up. However, he stumbled and couldn't stand steady. And Roger quickly supported him. Roya gave him a grateful look in return. Roger supported Roya, and then a group of people prepared to return to Rogtown. Roya and his companions were preparing to return to Rogtown. The soldiers under orders from Yates were pulling the prisoner cart, taking Miss Anna with them. At that moment, Drina arrived with a dozen kapos and countless soldiers at the eastern coast of Rogtown. Drina immediately noticed the bright golden hair. It was her daughter. She quickly approached and took her daughter from the hands of the naval soldiers, gently shaking her to try to wake her up. Miss Anna, in her father's embrace, slowly opened her eyes. Upon seeing her father, she immediately hugged him and began to cry in grievance. While comforting Anna, Drina looked at Yates, her eyes filled with gratitude for saving her daughter. However, Yates shook his head and pointed to Roya, saying, "It wasn't me who saved Anna. The battle was already over when we arrived. This little friend here saved Anna." Drina's eyes showed a hint of surprise as she approached Roya, holding Anna and giving a slight bow. "Thank you for saving Anna. If you ever need anything, you can come to Bell Manor to find me." Royale waved his hand and said, "Mr. Bell, you don't need to be so polite. Actually, it wasn't me who saved Miss Anna. It was an elder who saved her. He just happens to have something to discuss with you and may visit your residence tomorrow. I hope you won't refuse him. Oh, by the way, his name is Jack Sparrow." Drina smiled and said, "Then I will wait for his arrival at the manor tomorrow." Roya nodded with a smile, while looking at Miss Anna, who was being held by Drina, and had her back to him, thinking to himself, "She shouldn't report to her dad about me chopping her with my hand, right?" At that moment, the Bell family's exclusive sailboat arrived at the shore. Seeing that Miss Anna was rescued, Henrietta approached Drina and asked him if he wanted to continue attacking the Spot family. Drina's eyes instantly became sharp, and he nodded slightly. Seeing Drina nod, Henrietta bowed slightly and turned to the kapos and soldiers behind her, gesturing towards the sailboat on the sea. In fact, Henrietta was not just the butler of the Bell family. She was also the underboss. The kapos and soldiers of the Bell family received the order and all rushed onto the sailboat, heading towards the Spot family's location on Kid.He Island. Meanwhile, Drina, who originally wanted to join the attack on the Spot family, chose to stay back and accompany his frightened daughter. He glanced back at Hage and Adis, signaling that he would excuse himself for now. Drina carried Anna back toward the manor, with Henrietta quietly following behind him. Roya, supported by Roger, also returned to Roger's home. The next day, it had been over 10 hours since Roya transformed into a demon fox and defeated the Lion Tiger brothers. With Roger's support, Roya returned to Roger's villa and fell asleep as soon as he lay down. Slowly opening his eyes, he sat up and glanced at the clock, which showed it was already 9 in the morning. Roger was practicing his knife skills in an empty space in the bedroom. Upon seeing Roya awake, Roger immediately went over to ask about his condition. "Roya, you're awake. How is your body?" Roya nodded and said, "It's okay. I'm fine, just a little sore." "That's good. By the way, Grandma Tao saw you got hurt yesterday and made you some chicken soup. I'll go bring the soup over now. Wait a moment." Roger suddenly remembered that there was chicken soup, and without waiting for Roya to say anything, hurriedly ran out to get it. Roya looked at the anxious yet energetic Roger and smiled. Glancing at the bedside table, he saw a newspaper and, feeling bored, picked it up to read. The newspaper had news of various sizes, but the 3 biggest headlines were the most notable. The second largest underworld organization in the East Sea, the Spot family, was attacked by other forces and was destroyed overnight, with the boss of the Spot family perishing in the flames. The Navy headquarters announced that the policy of having 1 admiral would change to 3, with the headquarters rear admiral, Kong, being directly promoted to admiral. The youngest admiral in history has been born. The pirate brothers, Slim Lion and Fat Tiger, have been confirmed dead, with their killer currently unknown. Looking at the content of the newspaper, Roya couldn't help but exclaim, "The news updates quite fast. What happened yesterday is already published today." Thankfully, I wasn't caught on camera in my fox form, or it would be hard to explain. But at the same time, a question arose in Roya's mind. Speaking of which, does this era have newsbirds? If so, how long has Morgans, the head of the newsbirds in the anime, one of the 6 kings of the underworld in the New World and the Information King, been alive, who is a Zoan-type user of the bird fruit, albatross form? I remember seeing in the anime that he first appeared at Big Mom's birthday party, always in a hybrid form, making it hard to tell his age. Also, as a traveler who has crossed into the world of pirates, how could I not taste the flavor of a newsbird? "Newsbird, don't come over here." Loya was lost in thought, passing the time. At that moment, Roger returned, carrying a pot of chicken soup and balancing 2 bowls on his head. The chicken soup is here. He placed the soup on the bedside table and served a bowl to Luo Ya. Luo Ya, you should drink this quickly. Grandma Tao said you need to nourish your body. Roya took the chicken soup and thought to himself, Roger, you little brat. You wouldn't have died as a top-tier double agent, would you? Roya laughed to herself, knowing it was impossible. There was no poison in the chicken soup. At the same time, she regretted that Roger hadn't said that line. Drinking soup is such a beautiful thing. She picked up the bowl, took a few sips, and finished the chicken soup. Really fresh. She put the bowl down, ready to serve herself another bowl, but saw that half of the pot of chicken soup had already been consumed by Roger. Goodness, was it made for you or for me? While continuing to drink the soup, Roya suddenly thought about why Roger didn't work at Uncle Heg's shop and asked Roger, didn't Uncle Heg open the shop today? Roger nodded. The uncle said yesterday that starting today, they would begin closing the shop. Today, he let us rest well, and tomorrow we would go to the nearby deserted island to start our training. Roya nodded and continued to drink the chicken soup. After finishing the soup, Roya remembered that she had not yet claimed the bounty for the Kalana brothers. So she got out of bed, said goodbye to Roger, and went to the naval base to collect the bounty. Roger wanted to go along, but Roya refused, because he had his own plans to carry out. Luo came out of Roger's house, ready to go to the naval base in Rogtown to collect the bounty on the Kalana brothers. However, he encountered a problem. He didn't know where the naval base in Rogtown was. With no choice but to carry out his plan, he couldn't ask Roger for help with directions. He had to figure out on his own or ask passersby for directions. After wandering around, he finally arrived in front of the naval base in Rogtown. In front of the naval base in Rogtown, there is still no execution platform. The large iron gate is wide open, and 2 naval soldiers holding rifles stand in front of it. Roya approached and greeted the 2 soldiers. Since these 2 Navy soldiers had eaten at the Heg Hotel before, Roya recognized them. Hey, Brother Roar, Brother Zoe, is it your turn to be on duty today? When Zoe saw that it was Roya, he also put away his serious expression, stepped forward, and patted Roya on the shoulder, saying, It's little Roya? Come on in. Yesterday, Admiral Yates from headquarters said that someone named Roya would come to collect the bounty. I thought it was just a coincidence with the name, but it really is you. Impressive, kid, defeating the Kalana brothers all by yourself. Roar, really impressive. Roya touched the back of his head and said with a smile, You're overpraising me. You're overpraising me. It was just luck. Then he walked into the base. The naval base in Rogtown can't be said to be big or small. It's about 1/3 the size of the Bell family's estate. As soon as Roy entered the base, he heard the cheers of many people. In front of him, a group of naval soldiers formed a circle, leaving an open space in the middle. In that space, there were 2 people who seemed to be sparring. One was Carp, and the other, whom Roy didn't recognize, was likely a soldier from the Rogtown Naval Division. The 2 faced each other while the surrounding naval soldiers cheered them on. Come on, Captain Dacian, show them our strength. It turned out that Carp was fighting against Captain Dacian of the Rogtown Naval Division. Dacian, being a captain, looked to be in his 20s, with a handsome face and wearing glasses. Staring at Carp, Dacian had his right hand resting on the hilt of a long knife sheathed in white at his waist. Carp, let's decide the winner with one move. Dacian called out. Quit dragging out. Come on, Carp replied, putting down his pinky that was digging in his nose and beckoning Dacian with his finger. Then please enlighten me. Slash Shigure. Dacian swiftly drew his knife and slashed at Carp. However, Carp remained still, raising his right hand and delivering a punch. In an instant, the outcome was decided. Dacian was sent flying, crashing into the soldiers watching the match, who quickly helped him up. The soldiers were bewildered, having no idea what had just happened. In a split second, their superior, Captain Dacian, was sent flying, while Carp remained unscathed. Roy, who had mastered observation hockey, could see clearly. Dacian had quickly drawn his knife and slashed at Carp with incredible speed. But just as the blade approached, Carp sidestepped it and then punched Dacian in the stomach, sending him flying with a single move. Hearing the name of Dacian's technique, Roy recalled the super innocent and extremely nearsighted girl, Tashiji, who followed Smoker. Dacian, Tashiji, this name, along with the famous blade Shigure, indicated that this man was indeed Tashiji's father. Watching Dacian being helped by the soldiers, Carp said, Not bad. If your slash were any faster, I wouldn't be able to dodge it. Compared to others in the division, you're quite impressive. You're too kind, Carp. You're the real genius. I've learned a lot, Dacian replied. Carp waved his hand and walked out, with the soldiers making way for him. At that moment, Carp also noticed Roy entering the base. He jogged over, wanted to put his arm around Roy's shoulder, but realizing Roy was too short, it felt awkward, so he withdrew his hand. Hey, Roy, you're here. Dad asked me to wait here at the base early this morning, worried you wouldn't know where to go to collect your bounty, so he told me to bring you. Thanks for waiting for me, Roy said. Carp laughed heartily. We're friends, so there's no trouble at all. Let's go this way. To collect your bounty, you need to find the person in charge of registration to verify it. Carp led the way, pointing in a direction as he explained to Roy. Luo Ya followed in his footsteps and arrived at an office. A Navy officer wearing glasses checked the registry. Then he took out 2 million berries, placed them in a box, and handed the box to Luo Ya. After receiving the bounty, Luo Ya left the naval base and quickly found a quiet alley that was unoccupied. He summoned the system. System, come out, I've got your money. The system replied, I'm here. How did you get the money so quickly? I was hoping to collect interest from you. Luo Ya. Listening to the system, it seemed to have changed its tone again. Luo Ya fell silent. Luo Ya, enough nonsense. Convert the berries in a box, and remember to leave 10,000. System, okay, I love converting money. System, berries conversion successful. Due to returning 1 million berries to the system, the host has 10,000 berries left. Hearing the system's announcement, Luo Ya directly said, use the remaining 10,000 berries for 10 consecutive draws from the 10,000 pool. Luo Ya wants to execute his plan, but his current strength is still a bit lacking, so he plans to draw cards again to improve his power. System, whoa, being so generous this time. All right, executing immediately. As usual, 10 cards flew out of the 1,000 berries pool and stood before Luo Ya. In an instant, various lights shone brightly, but the most prominent was the card radiating golden light. Roya looked at the golden light, already immune to it. This is the power of the European emperor. The system was speechless. Seeing Roya explode with gold again, it suddenly felt that the 1 million berries it had just kicked into its arms were not worth it. Although the 10 consecutive draws only yielded 1 gold, this was not a 10 consecutive draw from a million pool, but from a 10,000 pool. However, helplessly, the system still had to obediently report. Congratulations to the host for obtaining R-level weapon card, normal long sword 3 R-level item card, Baijiu 2 bottles SR level item card, sunflower seeds from the Plants vs. Zombies World, SR level item card, Spirit Summoning Talisman SR level weapon card, Mouse Talisman, Sheep Talisman from the Jackie Chan Adventures World, SSR level ability card, Red-Haired Shanks, Conqueror's Hockey. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a one-time Conqueror's Hockey. Damn! When Roya saw the explosion of gold, he was not surprised, but after hearing the system's announcement, he jumped up in excitement. Conqueror's Hockey. Are you sure, system? Wait, what do you mean by one-time Conqueror's Hockey? In his excitement, Roya noticed something was off. He realized there was a one-time before Conqueror's Hockey. What does one-time mean? Is there a one-time version of Conqueror's Hockey? Looking at the 3 words before Conqueror's Hockey, one time, Luo Ya couldn't understand what one time meant, and how the Conqueror's Hockey could also be one time. After the card transformed into a light orb and merged into his body, he immediately asked the system, System, can you explain what one-time Conqueror's Hockey is? The system replied, Host, this SSR card of Red-Haired Shanks allows the host to obtain Conqueror's Hockey. However, Conqueror's Hockey can only be possessed by those with royal potential. Therefore, the Conqueror's Hockey obtained through the card is only in the initial stage and cannot be upgraded through ability upgrade cards. It can only be trained by the host. If the host does not have royal potential, then the Conqueror's Hockey obtained will always be one-time use. As for what one-time means, it means the host can only use Conqueror's Hockey once a day. However, its power is the same as that of Red-Haired Shanks Conqueror's Hockey in the original work. The reason this card can be considered SSR is that once the host awakens their Conqueror's Hockey, they can directly obtain half the power of Red-Haired Shanks Conqueror's Hockey without any training. Luo Ya understood that the Conqueror's Hockey he had just acquired was merely a skill with a one-day cooldown. To truly possess Conqueror's Hockey, it would depend on his own potential. That seemed a bit lackluster. However, it was perfect for showing off, and my plan needs some power to intimidate others, so this ability is quite good. After all this, what exactly is Luo Ya's plan? Why does he need to intimidate others? He wants to establish a bounty hunter guild. After receiving a response from Addis, Luo Ya realized that there were no bounty hunters in this era, and the plan to create a bounty hunter guild for profit slowly took shape in his mind. However, this plan couldn't be implemented by himself. He had no money and no people to establish it. So, Luo Ya set his sights on the Bell family. As the largest mafia in the East Sea, they likely had many subordinates and good information capabilities. But with his current childlike appearance, how could he convince Druna to cooperate with him? That's when he would need to use Jack Sparrow. All right, everything is ready. It all depends on whether he can persuade Druna. Luo Ya clasped his hands together and shouted, Would release, transformation. Suddenly, Many branches appeared on Luo Ya's body, wrapping around him and surrounding him completely. Once the branches dispersed, Luo Ya's appearance and figure had transformed into that of Captain Jack Sparrow. Looking at his own shape and attire, Luo Ya smirked slightly. He then headed towards the Bell family estate. Soon, Luo Ya arrived at the entrance of the Bell family's estate. To his surprise, Adriana was already waiting at the door. Upon seeing Luo Ya in the form of Jack Sparrow, Adriana immediately stepped forward to inquire, "Are you Mr. Jack Sparrow?" Roya nodded, striking a pretentious pose, and said, "That's right. I am the great Captain Jack Sparrow." Eleanor received the answer, slightly bowed, took a step back, and extended her right hand towards the direction of the mansion. "Please, the boss is already waiting for you in the living room." Roy directly strode into the manor, with Adriana following behind him to guide the way. "How did you know when I would arrive?" Roy asked Adriana, feeling bored along the way. Adriana replied, "I didn't know when you would come. The boss asked me to wait for you at the door early this morning, saying we must not neglect our esteemed guest, especially since you are Miss Anna's lifesaver." Luo Ya nodded, thinking to himself that this Druna person was quite attentive, wondering if he could be deceived. Before long, the two arrived at the Bell family's living room. The door had been replaced with a new one that looked quite expensive. In the living room, Druna was sitting on the sofa, and upon seeing Adriana bring Luo Ya in, he realized that this must be Jack Sparrow. Without waiting for Luo Ya to approach, Druna stood up first. As Luo Ya got closer, Druna smiled and reached out his hand. "You must be Mr. Jack Sparrow. It's a pleasure to meet you." Roya took his hand, thinking, "If you've heard of the name Jack Sparrow, that's surprising. The infamous boss of the Bell family. I've long admired your reputation." Druna laughed heartily and gestured for Roya to sit down. "What would you like to drink?" Druna asked. "Room," Roya replied, nodding to Druna and signaling Adriana to get the drinks. Soon, Adriana brought the drinks and placed them on the table in front of the two, then quietly stepped back behind Druna. The two clinked their glasses and started drinking. After some polite conversation, Druna finally got to the point. "Yesterday, I heard from your junior that you wanted to talk to me about something." "What is it, Mr. Sparrow?" Luo Ya put down the cup and leaned on the sofa. "It's not a big deal, just a profitable business that wants to collaborate with you, boss." "Oh, what kind of business?" Luo Ya tapped his fingers on his knee and said slowly, "Let's establish a bounty hunter guild." "A bounty hunter guild?" De Luna was confused. He had never heard of bounty hunters before. Roya asked, "Nowadays, are there people who actively capture pirates full-time and turn them over to the Navy for bounties?" "Yes, but they are rare," Druna replied. Luo Ya continued, "Do you know why there are so few? It's because this is a job that licks blood from the tip of a knife. The strength of the target and the uncertainty of their whereabouts mean that the information bought at a price might be worth more than the bounty itself. So such talents are rare. I refer to those who specialize in capturing pirates for bounties as bounty hunters. And the so-called Bounty Hunter Guild is established as a base to provide bounty hunters with free information about the strength, weaknesses, and whereabouts of targets. However, they need to pay 1/10 of the bounty as an information fee." After listening to Luo Ya's words, Druna remained silent for a long time before finally looking up at Luo Ya. This could offend many pirates, as well as those who specialize in intelligence work. "Are you afraid?" Roya said with a smile. I just don't know if we can make a profit. If we can't make money and end up with many enemies, that would be a loss. Also, how can we increase the enthusiasm of those bounty hunters? If there are fewer people, the 1/10 bounty we get from them won't even cover the cost of intelligence." Druna laughed loudly, as if to say he was afraid. Ridiculous. He then expressed his concerns. Roya had already thought through the entire plan. After listening to Druna's worries, he immediately said, "Everything needs to be tried to know. If we don't try, how will the boss know if it's not profitable? You can start with an experiment in the East Sea to see the returns. Just right. Now that the Spot family has been destroyed, your Bell family is the king of the dark world in the East Sea, isn't it? As for the enthusiasm of those bounty hunters, we can set up a bulletin board listing the top 10 bounty hunters who capture pirates for the highest bounties. The highest one will be the Hunter King, and the Hunter King can receive free assistance from a guild. With such a reputation, I believe they won't refuse. Of course, that alone may not be enough to boost their enthusiasm. There needs to be a Hunter King who can never be surpassed. And I just happen to have a candidate." "Who?" Druna asked, meeting Roya's gaze. Roya's mouth curled up slightly at the corners as he pointed to himself and said, "Me." Now resembling Jack Sparrow, Roya confidently pointed at himself while looking into Druna's eyes and said, "Me. Since I'm collaborating with you, boss, I can't just do nothing, right? Keep my name at the top of the bulletin board forever. No matter how high the bounty hunters' rewards get, don't take it down to boost their motivation. If they raise any objections, I'll handle it myself." That's my part to take responsibility in our collaboration. Roya is very confident. Although he can now intimidate others with his conqueror's haki, there will always be some tough characters who are stubborn. At first, those bounty hunters probably won't notice the strange things on the notice board, but by the time they realize something is wrong, Luo Ya believed that he would become very strong at that time. He should at least not be weak. Moreover, he would make money. Fortune favors the bold. Deluna quietly watched Luo Ya, and although he knew that Luo Ya had defeated the Lion and Tiger brothers, it was clear that he did not believe Luo Ya could intimidate all the bounty hunters. Roya also understood what he meant. Smiling at him, his eyes slightly widened. In an instant, a powerful conqueror's haki erupted from him, sweeping through the entire living room. The walls, furniture, windows, and the newly installed door in the living room suddenly made cracking sounds, with cracks appearing all over. The door seemed to say, "I think I've discovered my senior waving at me from heaven." The haki overwhelmed both Druna and Anriana. Anriana was directly knocked unconscious, collapsing to the ground. As for Druna, he felt as if his brain had snapped for a moment, his mind going completely blank. He bent over, feeling as though a great mountain was pressing down on him, trying to force him to kneel. But as the boss of the Bell family, he couldn't just kneel casually. Gritting his teeth, Druna bit down on his tongue to keep himself awake, straightened his legs, pressed his hands against his knees, enduring the haki, forcing himself not to kneel. As the haki dissipated, Druna felt an immense sense of relief, but his back was already soaked with sweat, dripping like rain. Looking at Druna, gasping for breath, Roya said lightly, "So, Mr. Druna, are you reassured now? How do you feel about the Bounty Hunter Guild plan?" Druna was still breathing heavily and did not answer Roya. He looked at the ruined state of his living room, secretly shocked. In his youth, whether during his time sailing or when he returned to the East Sea to establish his power, he had encountered strong individuals with conqueror's haki. However, this was the first time he had seen someone like Roya, whose conqueror's haki could cause tangible damage to objects. Swallowing hard, Druna realized the terrifying strength of the man in front of him. Moreover, his family indeed needed a new way to make money. So Druna made up his mind. Forcing a smile, he reached out his hand to Roya and said, "It's an honor to cooperate with you, Mr. Spiro. However, I will first conduct experiments in the East Sea. If that goes well, I suppose our collaboration should continue." Liquid S. Roya secretly rejoiced, finally managing to deceive Druna. If this plan succeeded, he wouldn't have to worry about the system's whims when drawing cards anymore. "No problem, Mr. Druna. Your willingness to conduct the experiment in the East Sea has given me enough face. I'm honored to collaborate with you." Holding Druna's hand, Roya smiled and said. Druna also returned a smile and continued, "So how will the profit sharing work? Does Mr. Spiro have any requests?" "Roya, what do you think?" Druna, 60 to 40. "How about that?" "Roya, I get 60? Druna, you get 40. "Roya, all right, just like that." Seeing Roya agree, Druna also breathed a sigh of relief, so it was settled. Thus, Roya's Bounty Hunter Guild plan was initially formed. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Druna, Roya casually found an excuse to say goodbye to him, left the manor, and prepared to return to Roger's house. Upon returning to Roger's house, Roya had transformed back to her original form. Before reaching Roger's door, she faintly heard the sound of arguing. As she got closer, she saw Granny Tao holding a broom, looking warily at the person in front of her. The person was none other than Vice Admiral Addas, with Carp following behind him. "Please leave, Navy Commander. You are not welcome here," Granny Tao exclaimed. "But Madam Navy, I just came to see my sister," Addas replied. "No, Navy Commander, I can't afford to have you call me Madam. The lady said she would never see you again. So please go." Seeing the situation, Roya dared not approach and decided to wait for Addas and the others to leave. However, Carp, with his keen eyes, spotted her and called out enthusiastically, not wanting her to escape. "Roya, what a coincidence. What are you doing here?" With no choice, Roya stepped forward. "Carp, haha. Indeed a coincidence, but I'm currently staying at Roger's place." Before Carp could respond, Granny Tao immediately said, "Young Master Roya, you're back. Quickly go inside. Don't talk to just anyone." This left Roya stuck, not knowing what to say. Fortunately, a savior arrived. Roger came out of the villa and ran to the entrance. "Roya, you're back. I heard someone calling your name." "Oh, it's Uncle Carp and Addas. Why are you here? Won't you come in and sit? Then we shall not disturb you." Addas quickly replied, glancing at Granny Tao, who had no choice but to step aside. Thus, at Roger's invitation, everyone entered the villa. Granny Tao kept a close eye on Addas, warning him not to act recklessly, while she went to consult Madame Alexia. Meanwhile, Roya, Roger, and Carp went to Roger's bedroom to play cards. Just a normal card game. On Roya's first night at Roger's house, She had made the playing cards herself, and sometimes played do-di-jeu with Madame Alexia and Roger. After briefly explaining the rules to Carp, the three began to play. Carp, the landlord, big joker. Civilian Roger, pass. Civilian Roya, starting with a big joker. Carp, can you play? With 17 cards left. I don't believe you can beat me in an instant. Landlord Carp, is it a plane? Right, Roya? Civilian Roya. After experiencing a barrage of Carp's powerful cards, Roya and Roger ended up with stickers all over their faces, and the three continued playing. However, as they played, Roya's attention drifted elsewhere. She was secretly using her observation hockey to eavesdrop on the conversation between Adaz and Madame Alexia. Madam, what are you here for? Adaz asked. Sister, you still refuse to come back with me? You will receive better treatment for your illness in the Navy. Madame Alexia replied, I've said it before. Don't call me sister. The moment you betrayed my husband, you ceased to be my brother. Loya, wow, this melon is huge. Roya couldn't believe what he had just heard. Mrs. Alexia said that Atesh betrayed her husband. Glancing at Carp and Roger, in other words, Carp's father betrayed Roger's father? Wow, this is huge. This news greatly intrigued Roya, and he stopped playing cards. Throwing down his cards, he said, Roger, Carp, you guys keep playing? I'm going to the bathroom. Then, he hurriedly ran to the bathroom. Sitting on the toilet, Roya listened intently to the conversation between Mrs. Alexia and Atesh. Atesh's sister, you know what that guy Feichi is up to. If I don't report him, our whole family will suffer because of him. Mrs. Alexia, is that your reason for betraying your best friend? For betraying your sister's husband? And how do you know Feichi won't succeed? Atesh, it's impossible. No one can shake the rule of the world government. Even if Feichi is strong, he can't. Mrs. Alexia, how do you know it's impossible? Even if there's just a tiny hope, Feichi is willing to try, but you have personally buried that hope. Atesh, sister. Mrs. Alexia, shut up. Get out now. I don't want to see you again, and I won't go back with you. Atesh, I'll come back again. I won't just watch you die. Sister. Mrs. Alexia, get out. With the sound of a door slamming, the conversation between Mrs. Alexia and Atesh came to an end. Roya also withdrew his observation hockey, silently digesting this shocking news. Carp's father and Roger's father are friends? And Carp's father betrayed Roger's father. What did Roger's father want to do? Shake the world government? My goodness, what kind of earth-shattering news is this? Roya was in shock, and even after leaving the bathroom, he still looked surprised. Back at the door of Roger's room. Just in time, Alice also came to take Carp away. He inexplicably nodded at Roya, which made Roya feel a bit guilty. Could he have discovered that I was eavesdropping? Carp said, Roya, Roger, I'm leaving now. See you next time. Looking at Carp, who was holding a pile of sunbae, Roya thought, did Carp's love for sunbae start from this moment? Haha, goodbye. See you next time. After bidding farewell to Carp, Roya and Roger also prepared to sleep, as they would be undergoing Uncle Heg's training the next day. Just as he was about to enter the bedroom, Granny Tao walked up to Roya and said, Young Master Roya, I've tidied up the empty room for you. Are you going to sleep over there, or? Hearing this, the rhythmic snoring of Roger echoed in Roya's mind, and he quickly replied, I'll sleep over there. Okay, I'll take you there now. You can see if there's anything else you need to bring. Roya nodded, thought for a moment, and seemed to find nothing. He was so broke that it was almost embarrassing. Oh, that's right. He had left the heavy spirit on the ground when he went to the bathroom earlier. He turned around to go into the bedroom to get the heavy spirit, but saw Roger giving him a strange look. Roya ignored him, immediately went in to get the heavy spirit, and then followed Granny Tao to the new room. Finally, she looked back and saw Roger still giving her that look. What else with that gaze of being abandoned by a fickle man? If you keep this up, I might really start to doubt you're actually Brother Jia. Had a good sleep. Roya woke up early the next day, but unexpectedly, Roger woke up even earlier. Through the window, Roya saw him doing push-ups in the open space. Wow. As expected of the future Pirate King, he's quite diligent. Seeing him like this, I can't be lazy either. I need to work out, but first, I should fill my stomach. So, I had a hearty breakfast. Roy and Roger arrived at Uncle Heg's restaurant, but the front door was closed, displaying a temporarily closed sign. The two had no choice but to enter through the back door into the restaurant. In the back half of the restaurant, there was an open area with a tree and 2 rooms, which were Uncle Heg's room and a storage room. Roy and Roger walked in and saw Heg practicing with a knife under a tree. Heg was bare-chested, his muscles extremely well-defined, and he had quite a few scars. But they were all old wounds. As Roy looked at these scars, he could almost imagine the intense battles Heg had experienced in his youth. Holding a bone knife, Heg stood under the tree with his eyes closed. At that moment, a leaf floated down, and although Heg's eyes were closed, it seemed as if he could see it. As he swiftly swung the bone knife. Just as it was about to hit the leaf, the knife stopped. The leaf continued to float down and landed on the ground. But the moment it touched the ground, it shattered. That's right, it shattered into pieces. Watching this scene, Roy didn't quite understand. But that didn't stop him from silently saying in his heart, "Awesome." Seemingly satisfied with his strike, He smiled and opened his eyes. Roger and Roya immediately greeted Uncle He. "Good morning." He nodded and replied, "Yeah, good morning. Have you all eaten?" "Yes," Roger responded. "Well, we're going to the deserted island next door this afternoon. For now, you guys can exercise in this open space. Now lie down." He suddenly shouted. Luo Ya and Roger immediately listened to him and lay on the ground. "Do 1,000 push-ups first to warm up." 1,000. Warm up. Hearing He's words, Luo Ya nearly choked on his own saliva. "You call 1,000 push-ups a warm-up?" Roy felt that the upcoming training life would be miserable, but there was no choice. He still had to do it. Just look at Roger beside him, who had already done a dozen. Just when Roy was about to reach his limit, He finally called a stop to them. In one morning, Roy did 1,000 push-ups, swung a sword 1,000 times, and practiced his stance while throwing punches 1,000 times. If it weren't for the column cells modifying his body, he would have struggled to even do 50. Because of the morning workout, Roy ate twice as much for lunch than usual. After lunch, the three of them prepared to head to the nearby deserted island, setting off toward the coast. After walking for a while, they arrived at the western coast of Rogtown, where the lighthouse was located. Old Man Kurt was sitting at the port fishing. The three walked over, greeted the old man, and prepared to set sail. However, they were stopped by the old man. "In my experience, a sea storm will hit soon. Going out to sea now is not a good decision." He, knowing the old man's capabilities, listened to his advice for the safety of his two apprentices and did not insist on going out to sea. They decided to stay overnight in the old man's lighthouse and set off for the deserted island early the next morning. "Old man, can we stay in your lighthouse for one night?" He asked, bending down towards the old man Kurt, who was sitting on a small stool fishing. The old man glanced at him but did not answer. Instead, he swiftly cast his fishing rod, and under the sunlight, a tuna leaped out of the shimmering sea. Holding the tuna, old man Kurt looked at He and said, "Then you have to cook me a big meal." He replied with a smile, "That's something I'm good at." Thus, the three of them enjoyed a sumptuous dinner in old man Kurt's lighthouse. Not wanting to listen to old man Kurt and Uncle He bragging, Roy and Roger ran up to the top of the lighthouse. To be honest, the view of the stars and the night sea from this place was quite nice. However, as old man Kurt had said, the weather was indeed overcast. The two couldn't see any stars, and after enjoying the sea breeze for a while, it started to rain. With no choice, they had to return to the temporary room prepared for them by old man Kurt and went to bed early. In the middle of the night, Luo Ya still couldn't sleep. First, it was because of Roger's rhythmic snoring. Second, it seemed he had eaten a bit too much for dinner, and even now, he still felt a bit bloated. As the long night dragged on, Luo Ya had no choice but to summon the system in his mind to pass the time, especially since he had the card from his last 10 draws. Apart from the SSR card of the Conqueror's Hockey with the red-haired character, he hadn't carefully looked at the others yet. He summoned the system warehouse. In the third slot, there was the remaining 100,000 berries in cash. The fourth slot contained 2 talismans. The fifth slot held a yellow talisman paper. Luo Ya took out the talisman paper and saw that it was covered in runes that he couldn't understand. Last time the system said this was called, "Oh, right, a summoning talisman." Is it still of SR quality? What can it do? Instead of thinking about it himself, he might as well ask the system. "System, come out." "System, hey. It's not the host. I've noticed you never want to sleep in the middle of the night. What do you want to do?" Luo Ya ignored the system's complaints and picked up the talisman paper, asking, "What is this talisman for?" "System, SR summoning talisman. It can awaken sleeping spirits." "Spirits? Like what?" "System, for example, the host's demon sword. The spirit of the heavy spirit blade is currently asleep, and the host can use the summoning talisman to wake it up." "The spirit of the heavy spirit blade? The one with the ghostly claws all over?" Luo Ya lowered his head in deep thought. "Forget it. I'll talk about it when my strength improves. Now is not a good time to awaken it." Luo Ya thought for a long time and decided to put away the summoning talisman first. He didn't want to accidentally awaken the knife spirit and then be unable to control it. That would be a disaster. After putting the summoning talisman back, Luo Ya took out 2 talismans from the 4th compartment. He didn't recognize the summoning talisman, but he was very familiar with these 2 talismans. Were they the sheep talisman and the rat talisman from Jackie Chan Adventures? I remember the sheep is for soul projection and the rat is for, right? Turning stillness into movement. Luo Ya had watched Jackie Chan Adventures and recalled the abilities of the sheep and rat talismans. However, he felt that these 2 talismans seemed a bit useless to him now. soul projection, and turning stillness into movement. What do I need these abilities for? If one were to say Luo Ya was lucky, these two talismans were also of SR quality. If one were to say he was unlucky among 12 talismans, he ended up with these two that had little lethality. Even if you gave me a horse that cures all ailments, that would be better. He put the talismans back and prepared to sleep again, but suddenly Luo Ya thought of something. Hey, I remember that the soul projection state of the sheep talisman seems to allow entry into other people's dreams. Glancing at the sleeping Roger beside him, Luo Ya smiled mischievously and put the rat talisman back into the warehouse. He pinched the sheep talisman with his right hand, and immediately, a light emitted from the perimeter of the sheep talisman, revealing its ability. Luo Ya felt as if his whole being had floated up. Looking back, he saw his physical body lying motionless on the bed, while he had transformed into a soul state. Watching Roger, he suddenly dove into his dream. I want to see what this kid Roger is dreaming about. A flash of white light appeared. Roya found himself on a pirate ship. Before he could figure out what time it was, he heard Roger's voice behind him. Roya, I need the bathroom. What kind of outrageous words are these? Hearing Roger's words, Roya was immediately filled with confusion and surprise. What kind of outrageous words are these? He hurriedly looked in the direction of the voice. Floating into the cabin, he stopped in front of a room, and Roger's voice was coming from inside this room. Roya didn't go in because the person in the dream could see their own soul state. Peeking through the crack in the door, they discovered it was a kitchen, and Roger still looked the same, wearing a straw hat, but now had a knife at his waist. Holding a knife and fork, Roger kept banging on the table in front of him, shouting, Roya, I want to eat. Hurry up, food, food. So he was just eating. That scared me. The soul state Roya whispered outside the door. Eat, eat, eat. All you know is eating. Inside the kitchen, the 9-year-old Roya placed 2 plates of fried rice in front of Roger, complaining that he only knew how to eat. As he sat down to eat, he almost made eye contact with the Roya outside when he looked up. That startled the outside Roya so much that he jumped and passed through the board back to the deck. That scared me. I almost got discovered. Did Roger dream of our days sailing at sea? Is that why he thinks I'm a cook? Forget it. I'm leaving. This is really boring. Luo Ya floated up to the sky again, the white light covering his eyes, emerging from Roger's dream. Looking at the sleeping Roger, Luo Ya couldn't help but complain. So boring. Roger, how come you dream about eating in your dreams? Are you starving or something? Why not go check out Old Man Kurt and Uncle Heg's dreams? It's decided. Luo Ya passed through the wall directly and wandered around in the lighthouse until he finally found a room, which belonged to Old Man Kurt. The room was small, containing nothing but a bed and a bedside table. On the bedside table was a picture frame, which held a photo of Old Man Kurt at around 40 or 50 years old with a young girl. The girl was very pretty, looking no older than 20, but quite voluptuous. It was unclear what her relationship with Old Man Kurt was, but Luo Ya didn't dwell on it and slipped into Old Man Kurt's dream. Once again, a flash of white light appeared, and when Luo Ya opened his eyes, he found himself on a coastline. On the beach, there was an adult and a child playing soccer. Although he looked a bit younger, he seemed to be in his 30s or 40s. Luo Ya immediately recognized that it was the young Old Man Kurt. The little girl must be the same girl from the photo on the bedside table when she was young. The two of them were joyfully playing on the beach, filled with laughter and happiness. Luo Ya looked at the harmonious scene and chose not to disturb them. Instead, he left the dream of old Master Kota directly. He then went to find Hage. After another round of passing through walls, he successfully found the room where Hage was. Seeing the Uncle Hage, who was larger than the bed, Luo Ya silently wished him a better sleep. Then he dove into his dream. When he opened his eyes, however, this time he was startled. Luo Ya opened his eyes and found the ground covered with Navy corpses. Looking at the badges on the uniforms, he realized that among the bodies were not only soldiers, but also many Navy lieutenants, captains, and even colonels. Among the numerous Navy corpses, there are also a few bodies dressed in different clothing. Gazing at the sea of corpses, including the colonels, Luo Ya exclaimed, "Oh my goodness, what kind of battle is this?" There are even the bodies of high-ranking Navy officers. The sounds of roaring and the clashing of swords and knives reached his ears. Roya looked ahead and found that the battle seemed far from over. A group of Navy officers appeared to be attacking someone. He burrowed into the ground, leaving only his head exposed, and cautiously moved forward to find a safe position to observe the fight before him. He saw dozens of Navy officers continuously charging at 2 individuals. Judging by the insignia on their uniforms, they were at least of the rank of captain. With slashes, the Navy's 6 styles, and devil fruit powers, countless attacks surrounded the two. However, they were unable to inflict any harm. The 2 individuals had their upper bodies, except for their heads, covered in deep purple armament hockey. They wielded long swords, deflecting the Navy officers in front of them. With a surge of momentum, two massive slashes shot out, directly taking down a portion of the Navy and heading towards a towering figure draped in a justice cloak, standing over 3 meters tall. The giant extended one hand, and a massive rocky arm immediately enveloped his hand. He threw a punch, shattering one of the slashes while stepping back a few paces. The other slash flew towards 5 cloaked figures wearing strange masks. Among them, 4 immediately drew their swords and slashed down, their strikes barely managing to neutralize the incoming massive slash. Both sides paused their battle for the moment. Roya finally saw the appearance of the 2 people being besieged by the Navy. One looked exactly like the He he knew now, just with fewer wrinkles at the corners of his eyes. The other was someone Roya had never seen before, but looking at the long knife in his hand, Roya had a guess in his heart. The Navy, who had been knocked down by He and the others, got back up and looked at the big man, waiting for his orders. The big man stepped forward and said, "Joel.D. Roger Coxsookie He, I advise you to surrender. In this situation, you can't escape. Wouldn't it be better to go to impel down obediently?" Hearing the big man's words, Roya's guess was confirmed. Looking at the man next to He, it turned out that Gold, Roger, this surname and the ace in his hand, this person was actually Roger's father. Roya felt a sudden shock in his heart. Listening to the words of the big man, Roger's father, Fiki, laughed outright. "Ha ha ha. Brown Lion General, why deceive yourself? Advanced City? How could the world government let me into Advanced City? They would be more than happy to kill me right now." The Brown Lion fell silent. His task was indeed to kill the 2 of them on the spot, leaving no survivors. Shaking his head, the Brown Lion General sighed and said, "Fiki, why did you decide to turn against the Navy? Why become a pirate? Why attack and kill the celestial dragons?" Watching the increasingly agitated Brown Lion General, Fiki remained indifferent. "Gavin, it's useless to say anything now. Why do I want to kill the celestial dragons? Because they deserve to die. If you understood that blank 100 years, you would know why. Unfortunately, you might never understand in your lifetime because you are a thorough Navy man. After all, I am the first pirate to be offered a bounty of 5 billion berries by the world government. How could I fall here?" After finishing his words, Fiki suddenly unleashed a powerful conqueror's hockey, pressing towards the Navy. The Brown Lion General, Gavin, was not to be outdone, also releasing his conqueror's hockey. The 2 top-tier powerhouses clashed with their conqueror's hockey. Most of the Navy were bent over from the pressure of the hockey. However, the overwhelming hockey did not stun Roya. Instead, it jolted him out of He's dream. In reality, Roya's entire soul quickly flew out from He's forehead, soaring into the air, completely out of control. When the impact subsided, Roya finally steadied himself. "What the hell? How'd I get jolted out like that?" He glanced at He, who was still frowning and sound asleep. Roya chose not to continue into his dream. Going in now would only reveal a great battle. Although it was very enticing, he probably wouldn't gain any information from it, so it was better not to take the risk and end up with his soul shattered. Having given up the opportunity to witness the century's battle, Roya floated out of He's room, not intending to return to his own. He couldn't sleep anyway, and now that he had learned those explosive pieces of news, how could he possibly sleep? Just then, Roya noticed that the rain outside had stopped, so he directly passed through the ceiling and floated up to the top of the lighthouse to take a look at the stars and calm himself down in the process. A moment of traversing, Roya reached the top floor. However, he was surprised to find that there was someone else there at the lighthouse at 3:30 in the morning. It was a girl. The girl had long black hair that reached her waist, tied in a ponytail, and she was wearing a white short-sleeved shirt and blue denim shorts. Facing sideways to Roya, she held a wooden sword, constantly swinging it up and down. The rain had stopped, and the air was filled with a fresh scent. The dark clouds had dispersed, and the moon and stars had appeared, with the pure white moonlight illuminating the girl. This allowed Roya to see the beads of sweat on her face clearly. Most importantly, with every swing of the girl's sword, there was a tremor of turbulent waves. Just from her profile, Roya was captivated by the girl, unable to resist. He floated in front of her, wanting to see what her face looked like. As he looked at her face, he found it truly beautiful. Her eyes were bright and clear, sparkling like the stars, and her face was clean and neat. Holding the long sword with a serious expression, she had a special kind of heroism that belonged to women. However, as Roya continued to watch, he increasingly felt that the girl looked familiar, as if he had seen her before, and it seemed like it was recently. But before Roya could recall where he had seen the girl, she stopped swinging the sword, lowered the wooden sword in her hand, and looked at Roya floating in front of her. Roya also looked at her. The two locked eyes. In an instant, They spoke in unison. You can see me? Their words came out simultaneously. This proved that the other could indeed see them. Although Eve was surprised, it was more of a joy. She had been dead for nearly 20 years. Yet for some reason, she had been able to survive in a spiritual state. Accompanying her father to Rog Town, she had been with him in spirit for 20 years. For 2 decades, she had been utterly lonely, watching her father grieve for her death with no way to help him. Loneliness had tormented her for 20 years. And now she finally encountered someone who could see her and talk to her. Of course, she was happy. As for Roya, he felt a chilling breeze behind him. Because he had used a sheep charm, he was now in a spiritual state, and an ordinary person should not be able to see him. Moreover, he finally remembered where he had seen the girl before. The girl before him looked exactly like the one in the photo in Old Man Kurt's bedroom. Looking at Old Man Kurt now, at least a decade had passed since that photo was taken, yet the girl still looked the same. A terrifying thought involuntarily circled in Roya's mind. He made a decisive decision. Luo Ya drilled down into the ground without a moment's hesitation, shouting loudly, "There's a ghost!" Seeing Luo Ya run away, Eve immediately passed through the ground to chase after him. After finally encountering someone who could see her, how could she let him go so easily? "Hey, little brother, don't run away." Luo Ya looked back and saw Eve passing through the ground, further confirming that Eve was indeed a ghost. She could really walk through walls. Truly a ghost. Speaking of which, why are there ghosts in One Piece? Just like that, the two of them were darting around the lighthouse, one chasing the other. He ran, she chased, and after a long time of weaving in and out, Luo Ya finally found his bedroom. As soon as he entered the room, he immediately dove back into his own body. Eve followed him into Luo Ya's bedroom. Seeing Luo Ya dive back in his body, she was even more surprised, and at the same time, felt a hint of joy. Without caring about anything else, she immediately pounced on him and looked at him. Luo Ya slowly opened his eyes, and as soon as he did, he saw Eve's face, which made him stop his body from wanting to get up. With Eve so close, Luo Ya couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva, casting a sidelong glance at her smooth thighs, thinking, well, it's not impossible. This sister. I'm still young, with plenty of options. We don't even know each other. Why are you chasing me so relentlessly? You spoke up, aren't you dead? How can your soul leave your body? Well, that's a long story. While also wondering why he could still see her, even though he had clearly returned to his body. He turned to look at the sheep talisman in his hand. He placed it on the bed, and sure enough, the girl in front of him disappeared from view. When his hand touched the sheep talisman again, he could see her once more. This could be used like this. Anyway, you're a living person, right? Can you do me a favor? Eve said excitedly. What favor? Luo Ya asked. Help me tell my father not to blame himself for my death. It was my own choice to go to sea. It's not his fault. Old Man Kota? Yes, I promise you. But can you leave my body first? Luo Ya said. Eve's face instantly turned red, and she suddenly flew up, leaving the bed and floating in front of Luo Ya. Roya stood up and looked at Eve. Haha, the night is really beautiful tonight. I still don't know what your name is. My name is Eve. I'm Roya. Nice to meet you. There was another moment of silence. Sister Eve, why do you exist in a soul state? To avoid the awkwardness, Roya tried to find topic to talk about. Eve lowered her head and replied sadly. I don't know why either. I have existed as a soul since I died 20 years ago. For 20 years, I have been by my father's side. But he and anyone else cannot see me. You're the first person to see me in this soul state after my death. Luo Ya nodded, indicating that he understood, but suddenly thought of the problem. Sister, I can't just directly tell Old Man Kurt that your daughter wants me to tell you not to blame yourself. How am I supposed to explain that? Should I say I can see you? Tell him that you've been by his side in spirit since you died? Wait, what if he thinks I'm messing with him and ends up beating me to death? Eve also fell silent. This was indeed a problem. Roy couldn't think of a good solution, but since he had promised, he had to follow through. So he called out to the system to see if it had any ideas. System, what is it, host? It's the middle of the night, and you're a big beauty. What a pity, you're just a soul. Can you tell? Roy asked. System, of course, who do you think I am? The all-powerful multiverse card drawing system. As long as you have money, I can get you anything. Is there anything I don't understand? Then think of something that can let ordinary people see souls. Roy immediately asked. System, do you have money? Luo Ya, no. System, you're poor. But there is a way. However, if you wanted to tell you, you have to pay a consultation fee of 10,000 berries. Luo Ya, system, were you crazy for being poor in your last life? System, are you going to pay or not? If not, I'm leaving. Luo Ya, here. I'll give it to you. The money is in the warehouse. Take it yourself. Hurry up and say it. System, okay host. Do you know why the heavy spirit is called heavy spirit? Its true meaning is dual blade spirit, which means that the heavy spirit can contain two blade spirits. However, there is currently only one blade spirit in the heavy spirit. You can let that beauty merge into the heavy spirit and transform into a blade spirit. That way, others will be able to see her. Luo Ya. Then how do we turn her into a sword spirit? System. Just let her directly drill into the pattern on the handle of the heavy spirit sword. Luo Ya. Is it really that simple? System. It's that simple. All right. The problem is solved. I'm leaving. Don't bother me anymore. Luo Ya waved his hand to dismiss the system, thinking that if he were to turn Eve into a sword spirit, would he have to bring her along in every battle? A beautiful sword spirit wouldn't be a bad idea either. So Luo Ya directly told Eve about the method that could allow her to transform into a sword spirit and suggested she discuss it personally with old man Kurt. Upon hearing this, Eve immediately nodded. Transforming into a sword spirit was no different from her current existence in a soul state. Moreover, she would get to see her father again. Roya nodded and picked up the heavy spirit. Have you thought it through, sister? Once you transform into a sword spirit, you won't be able to leave easily. In other words, you will lose your freedom. Eve thought for a moment, but ultimately nodded firmly. Then you can fly to the patterns on the sword hilt, and you can enter the heavy spirit and transform into a sword spirit. Eve followed Roya's instructions. She floated over, reached out to touch the patterns on the hilt of the heavy spirit, and immediately the patterns emitted a dazzling red light, creating an energy vortex that sucked her in. The red light faded away. Luo Ya looked at Chongling and said, Sister, can you hear me? How do you feel? After a moment of silence, Eve's voice came from the knife. I'm Fina. Inside the knife is a vast white space with nothing but a bed, on which a child is lying. A child? Could it be the true form of Ghost Claw? Roya thought. All right, sister, you stay in the knife, and tomorrow, I'll take you to find old Master Kurt. Eve responded with a sound full of anticipation and excitement, and then there was no more sound. Roya put down the heavy spirit and lay back down on the bed. Finally, she could sleep. After the turmoil of the night, what was that all about? Closing her eyes, she finally fell asleep while counting the 33,333rd sheep. The next day, early in the morning, Heg pulled Roya and the others up. After having breakfast, he took them to the port where the small boat was docked, ready to set off for the uninhabited island. Old man Kota was still wearing a white tank top and flip-flops, coming out to see them off. After sleeping for less than 3 hours, Roya, still dazed in the morning, finally remembered about Eve just as she was about to step onto the small boat. Wait, uncle, I have something to take care of. What? Did you forget something? Heg asked, confused. Roya shook his head, did not answer, and directly turned to look at old man Kurt. Old man, what I'm about to say might excite you. Let me ask you first if you have any heart-related diseases. The old man was also puzzled, wondering why this kid was asking that. I'm in good health. Why are you asking this, you little brat? Luo Ya smiled and replied, No, I'm giving you a surprise. Thank you for watching me lie on the beach for half a day, worrying that I would be washed back into the sea. After saying this, Luo Ya suddenly drew the knife spirit from his waist. As usual, the ghost claw appeared behind Luo Ya, but this time it was not just the ghost claw. Eve's figure also appeared beside Luo Ya, looking just like she did last night, except she wore a black cloak adorned with red spider lilies. The moment he saw Eve, old Kurt's eyes widened, and despite the strong winds generated by Hage and Hall's powerful presence not being able to shake him, he began to tremble uncontrollably. His hands, which were behind his back, shakily reached out to touch Eve's face. At that moment, Luo Ya saw the weariness of a man in his 60s or 70s. Xiaofu, is that you? Xiaofu. He was already in tears, suddenly embracing old Kurt. It's me. Father, it's me. Feeling the person in his arms. Old Kurt trembled as he placed his hand on Eve's back, finally confirming that this was not an illusion. His daughter, whom he had thought about for 20 years after his death, had really come back. This strong man in his 60s or 70s could not help but shed 2 lines of tears. The father and daughter embraced and cried, expressing their longing for each other. Hage, Luo Ya, and Roger wisely did not disturb them and quietly stood aside. After a long embrace, old Kurt released Eve, wiped the tears from his eyes, and, holding back his excitement, asked Luo Ya, my child, what is going on? How is it that my deceased daughter is in your knife? Roya scratched the back of his head and smiled, saying, You should ask Sister Eve. The old man turned his gaze back to Eve. Xiaofu, what is going on? Why are you in Roya's sword? And why, after 20 years, do you look exactly the same? Eve wiped away her tears, trying to calm herself, and told the old man about her death, becoming a soul for 20 years, and meeting Roya last night. The old man felt both touched and sorrowful in his heart. It turned out that his daughter, whom he had missed for 20 years, had always been by his side. Touching Eve's face, he said, "You've been all alone for 20 years. It must have been tough for you, my child." Eve lowered her head. Indeed, 20 years of loneliness was not easy to bear. Raising her head again, Eve looked at the old man, held his hand, and said, "Father, my death is not your fault. It's my own fault. You don't need to blame yourself. You need to take care of yourself from now on." The old man nodded. All right, it's all in the past. You're back now. And what do you mean by taking care of yourself? From now on, you'll be by my side." Eve looked at the old man Kurt, who was smiling again, and was very happy, saying, "I have become the spirit of Roya's sword. Most of the time, I can only stay in the sword and cannot leave Roya." The old man immediately shifted his gaze to Roya, his eyes sharp. "So from now on, you can only follow behind little Roya?" "Yes, father." The old man released Eve's hand and approached Roya step by step, nearly pushing him into the sea. "Little Roya, from now on, you must come to the lighthouse to accompany me. Understand?" "No, where are you living now?" "Move to the lighthouse." Old man, let's talk about this later. I need to go train on an uninhabited island now. Let's discuss it when we come back. I really don't want to live with you. Besides, your bed in the lighthouse isn't as soft as Roger's bed." The old man looked at Roya without saying a word, turned back to Eve, and chatted for nearly an hour before letting Roya and the others leave. "Little Roya, take good care of Xiaofu, understand?" Luo Ya thought to himself, what kind of tone is this old man's advice? "Don't worry, old man. I will make sure my sister takes good care of me." The old man nodded in satisfaction, but then felt that something was off. Why does that kid's word sound strange? The old man stood in place until Luo Ya and their small boat left the sea level before turning back to the lighthouse. Meanwhile, after several minutes of sailing, Luo Ya and the others also arrived at the deserted island. Luo Ya looked at the island before him. It was indeed a primitive island, full of greenery, untouched and undeveloped. He landed ashore. Roy and his companions walked into the forest, but before they got close, they heard rustling sounds coming from the bushes in front of them. In an instant, in Roya's eyes, the figures of two white tigers are imprinted. As Luo Ya and his companions just arrived on the island, two white tigers suddenly emerged from the bushes and pounced on them. Startled, Luo Ya immediately used what escaped to summon wooden pillars to block in front of him. However, before the white tigers could reach him, he saw Roger actively run up to them. The two white tigers jumped on him, but instead of biting, they acted like two flowers, sticking out their tongues and licking his face. "Ha ha, big white, little white, long time no see," Luo Ya thought to himself, and the wooden pillar disappeared, watching Roger play with the tiger. "Big white, little white, could it be that these two white tigers are raised by you?" Roger calmed the two excited white tigers and brought them back to Roy and Heger, explaining, "Big White and Little White are the ones I rescued from under the Wild Boar King last time. Since then, they have been by my side on the island." The two white tigers curiously approached Roy and Heger, sniffing the air around these two strangers. Heger remained still, while Roy felt a bit scared. After all, these were live tigers. In his previous life, he had only seen tigers in the zoo, and most of the time, they were sleeping. A few minutes later, "Run faster. Little White, catch up with Roger and them." Just a second ago, Roy was afraid of the white tigers. But the next moment he was conquered by these larger flowers, sitting on Little White's back and letting it take him through the jungle. After searching for a while, the three of them found a clearing in the jungle, and Heger decided to set up camp there. Once the camp was set up, Heger called Roy and Roger over. "During this time, I will teach you how to master armed color hockey and god avoidance. Once you learn these, you will need to survive on the deserted island for a month on your own. Only then will this special training be considered complete." Roya and Roger nodded, indicating they understood. After bidding farewell to Big White and Little White, Heg brought the two of them to a waterfall. Drawing the bone-cutting knife from his waist and holding it with one hand, he spoke. "The true divine avoidance technique is to entwine the conqueror's hockey and armament hockey around the blade, concentrating the power in one place to strike. Like this." Heg explained the essence of divine avoidance to Roya and the others, then demonstrated it himself. He looked at the waterfall in front of him, his gaze focused, as the armament hockey and conqueror's hockey intertwined around the bone-cutting knife, causing the blade to instantly turn black and purple, with red lightning bursting forth. Divine avoidance. Heg swung the knife, and a massive black-red slash accompanied by red lightning quickly emerged, flying towards the flowing waterfall. The slash struck the waterfall instantly. The tremendous power forcefully split the rapidly flowing waterfall. It struck the mountainside behind the waterfall, leaving a crack. If Heg hadn't held back, this single strike could have cut through the entire mountain. However, even just splitting the waterfall was enough to shock Roya for an entire year. staring at the continuously flowing waterfall, his mouth hung open in disbelief. Heg sheathed his knife and turned back to Roya and the others. Did you see that? To unleash the full power of divine avoidance, you must master both armament-He and conquerors-He. However, even if you only entwine with armament-He, or not entwine at all, you can still use divine avoidance, but the power won't be as great as when both He are entwined. Let us not talk about armament-He for now. Conquerors-He is extremely rare. Only those with kingly potential can master it, and acquiring it through training is basically impossible. In a short time, I can't test whether you have kingly potential. So, for now, focus on training how to master armament-He. Got it? Got it. Roya and Roger replied loudly. Heg nodded. Good, very spirited. Now, he said mid-sentence, and directly kicked Roya and Roger into the pool beneath the waterfall. With a splash, the two fell into the water, and Roya immediately surfaced, gasping for air. What the heck? Uncle Heg, that was a sneak attack. No martialifiques. Heg stood at the edge of the pool, looking down at the two in the water. Stop the nonsense. From now on, practice your stances at the bottom of the waterfall and no slacking off. Return to the camp by noon. Roger nodded and immediately headed downstream towards the waterfall. Roy looked at the fast-flowing, roaring waterfall and couldn't help but swallow hard. How much pressure is this? It's already noon, and it will take at least 3 more hours. Turning to Heg, Roy's eyes were filled with desperation. Heg said nothing and looked at Roger, as if to say, Roger is already gone. What else do you want? With no other choice, Roy could only swim to the bottom of the waterfall. He saw that Roger had already taken off his shirt and was firmly standing in a horse stance under the impact of the waterfall. Luo Ya imitated him, taking off his shirt and standing on a rock in a horse stance, feeling the impact of the waterfall. As soon as he stepped into the waterfall, Luo Ya's vision was covered by the flowing water, which crashed against his back like a 1,000-pound iron block. The pressure made Luo Ya stumble and nearly fall, but luckily he quickly steadied himself. Damn, this is too heavy. On the shore, seeing that both of them had entered the waterfall, Heger nodded approvingly and shouted, Feel the pressure on your back, and think about how to lessen it. Remember, no slacking off. After saying that, Heger turned and left, heading back to the camp. How can I lessen the pressure? Is this a physics problem? Luo Ya silently complained to himself. At noon, in the camp, Heg sat on a wooden log, roasting a huge wild boar in front of him. He had encountered the wild boar on his way back, and, unsure of what to have for lunch, casually smashed its skull and brought it back to the camp as a meal. At that moment, Luo Ya and Roger also returned to the camp. After enduring the torment of the waterfall all morning, Roya was so exhausted that walking felt tiring. On the way back, he rested his hand on Roger's shoulder, almost relying on Roger to bring him back. Upon returning to the camp, Roya immediately used his wood release to create a wooden chair and slumped down onto it. Looking at the suddenly appeared wooden chair, Heg wondered about the wood beneath him. Does this kid really have this ability? How do you feel? Heg asked, looking at Roya slumped on the wooden chair and Roger, who was staring intently at a wild boar. Roya was too exhausted to speak, while Roger said, Not bad. Uncle Heg, can we eat the wild boar now? Heg smiled helplessly, cut off a large piece of meat with a bone knife, and handed it to Roger, who immediately began to devour it. The strong aroma of meat also brought Roya's spirit back. He took the piece of meat from Heg's knife and started eating as well. The torment of the morning had left him famished. Seeing the two of them eating silently, Heg also cut a piece of meat and enjoyed it with the rum from his waist. After cutting another piece of meat for the two, Heg said, Once you finish eating, I'll practice with you to see how strong you are now and let you experience what it means to have armament-He. After a while, the three of them had reduced the wild boar to just a skeleton. After lunch, the three of them went to the beach. The area was spacious and suitable for practice. Looking at the two in front of him, Heg said, You two can use any techniques you want to attack, and I'll only counter with armament-He. With that, he covered his right hand with armament-He. Luo Ya and Roger exchanged a glance and charged forward together. Roger took the lead, swinging his ordinary long knife down on Heg's hand, producing a loud clang. Luo Ya followed closely behind, using wood release in conjunction with his fruit ability. 2 seeds were thrown at Hege, and 2 rectangular wooden strips emerged from the seeds, wrapping around him. Feeling the force transmitted through his hands, Hege slowly said, Not bad. It has a bit of the appearance of a divine dodge, but the power is still too weak. He then shook off Roger, grabbed his arm, and crushed the wooden strips on him. Taking the initiative to step forward, he swung his fist at the two. Feel well, what is armed color hockey? Looking at the attacking Hege, his tall body was like a wall. Roya and Roger immediately separated and fled. Heg caught up with Roger and struck him with a punch. Roger quickly raised his sword to block, but to his surprise, the long sword was directly shattered by Heg's blow, sending him flying. Then, Heg turned his attention to Roya. Terrified, Roya immediately used the shield of the demon face technique, summoning a shield to block in front of him. However, the shield managed to withstand the half-beastified fat tiger's attack, but was easily shattered by Heg's punch. Heg pursued and punched Roya in the back, causing him to instantly transform into a wooden figure. However, Heg was not surprised. He turned around and delivered another punch to Roya's stomach, who was trying to sneak attack him from behind, sending him flying. Roya was thrown out and crashed to the ground, but quickly got back up, standing alongside Roger, both of them tense and ready in case Heg attacked again. However, their current strength was still too weak against Heg. Heg charged forward again, his right hand covered in armament hockey, quickly swinging punches at the two. Even though Roya and Roger had mastered observation hockey, they couldn't dodge Heg's punches that were so fast they left after images. After blocking some of the punches, every subsequent hit landed solidly on them. After a while, the two were beaten to a pulp, their faces bruised and swollen. Looking at the two lying on the ground, Heg released his armament hockey and said, "All right, the sparring ends here. So, how does it feel to experience armament hockey?" Roy only felt a burning pain on his face and body. Hearing Heg's words, he thought to himself, "Feelings? What the hell? I think you just want to find an excuse to beat us up." But then he heard Roger say, "It seems like I've grasped a bit of the essence. Come on, tell me what the essence is. How come I didn't feel anything?" Heg pulled the two of them up and pointed in the direction of the camp, saying, "You two go back to the camp first and reflect on today's sparring. I'll go look for dinner tonight." The two nodded and walked back to the camp. On the way, Roy asked Roger, "You said you've grasped the way of the armament hockey? What is that way? Can you elaborate on it?" Luo Ya thought to herself, if she couldn't understand it, she might as well copy the homework of the top student. Roger lowered his head and thought for a moment, then said, "Every punch that Uncle Heg hit me with, I could feel that the strength behind his arm, covered with armament hockey, was heavier than that without it. Why don't you listen to what you're saying? Isn't that just stating the obvious? Of course, something covered with hockey is stronger than something without it." Roya was extremely disappointed. This answer was almost like having none at all, and he didn't ask him again. However, Roger continued to speak. Uncle Heg's right hand, covered in armed color hockey, was stronger than his left hand. Moreover, when I struck his right hand, I felt a force neutralizing my attack. It was as if Uncle Heg concentrated his strength in his right arm, enhancing the power and defense of his skin and muscles. Roger's words gave Roya the feeling of having found the answer, and he pondered as he walked, strengthening the body with concentrated effort. After walking for a while, the two returned to the campsite. To their surprise, Big White and Little White were also at the campsite. Seeing them, Roya pushed aside his thoughts and went over to tease them. After a while, Heg also returned to the campsite, drenched. He was carrying a huge sea king creature on his back, which he threw to the ground, causing the ground to tremble. "Let us have sea king for dinner tonight, and I'll make some soup for you to replenish your strength." Roger nodded. It didn't matter what he ate, as long as it was food. Loya also felt indifferent, as long as there was food to eat. So the three of them had a dinner of seafood, and Big White and Little White also stayed to share the meal. After eating for a while, Loya, who really couldn't eat anymore, held his bowl of soup while stroking the fur on Little White's back, and called up the character panel in his mind. He hadn't looked at his character panel for a long time. Character panel. Name, Loya body technique. 152 point swordsmanship. Swordsman stage item cards. Body technique enhancement card 3. Baijio exchange voucher 2. Sunflower seeds. Weaponry. Solid brick 3. Ordinary long sword 3. Mouse charm. Sheep charm. Warehouse. Cashberry 90,000. Summoning talisman. Abilities. Intermediate wood release. Devil fruit seed fruit. One-time conqueror's hockey. Observation hockey. Berries. 0 overall strength. Just SOSO. Looking at the updated character panel, especially with improvements in abilities and body technique, Loya was very happy. But when he saw the change in the overall strength evaluation, he was instantly filled with disdain for the system. Just SOSO? What kind of condescending feeling is this? It's even more annoying than just saying. He couldn't be bothered to complain about how the system evaluated him. Roya used up all the item cards. He noticed that the martial arts attribute on the panel had indeed changed, increasing by 3 points. 2 bottles of white liquor and a green seed appeared in his hands. He threw 1 bottle of liquor to Hager, who caught it steadily. Looking at the clear liquid in his hand, Hager asked, "What is this?" "It's a strong liquor from the Caribbean, pretty good." "Uncle, give it a try," Roya replied. Upon hearing Roya's answer, Hager became interested. He really loved alcohol. He pinched the cork between 2 fingers and pulled it out in one go. Instantly, a strong aroma of liquor wafted out, stirring Hager's craving for alcohol. He raised the bottle and took a big gulp. Gulp! After the liquor went down, Hager's eyes instantly lit up. He put down the bottle to examine it and said, "What a fragrant liquor. Good stuff, really nice." After saying that, he took another swig. Seeing Hager drinking the white liquor heartily, Roya secretly praised his drinking capacity. He handed the remaining bottle of white liquor to Roger, whose eyes seemed glued to him, saying, "Here, remember to leave some for me." After that, he got up from the wooden chair to find a place to plant the sunflower seed in his hand. Luo Ya used wood release to make a potted plant. He got up to dig some soil to put in the pot, preparing to plant the sunflower seeds he brought from the Plants vs. Zombies world. He couldn't understand it. Would these seeds only grow into the sunflowers from Plants vs. Zombies? What use would that be? To generate sunlight for himself? This thing was still of SR quality. Moreover, ever since he used that SR special item card to transform into Kurama to end the battle last time, Luo Ya discovered that he could use the seeds with fruit abilities to summon the mimosa from Yu Yu Hakusho and the rose vine that Kurama had. Although their power was much smaller and the mimosa was only a little over a meter tall, it was enough to shock Luo Ya, leading to his speculation about a connection. Therefore, he conducted an experiment. Sure enough, he found that his fruit ability could hasten the ripening of seeds. Furthermore, he could use his ability to transform a plant into seeds, and then he could summon those seeds without restriction and immediately hasten their growth to attack enemies. Whether it was a small flower or a large tree, he could turn it into seeds. Ordinary seeds could rapidly mature, and he could even integrate wood release into the seeds. This was the true power of the fruit of the seeds. However, the sunflower seeds in Luo Ya's hand could not be hastened at all, so he was very curious about what would ultimately grow from them. After planting the seeds, Luo Ya returned to the camp with the potted plant. He found Hage still drinking white wine, and seeing the amount in the bottle decreasing, he was reluctant to drink it in large gulps, so he switched to sipping it slowly, savoring it with meat from sea creatures. Meanwhile, Roger had already collapsed on the ground, fast asleep, with barely a drop of wine left in his bottle. Luo Ya didn't mind. He had already guessed it would be like this. Anyway, he didn't really enjoy drinking that much, so it didn't matter if he drank less this time. He gestured to He that they could go to sleep first. Roya snapped his fingers, and a vine sprouted from the tent, flying towards Roger, wrapping him up, pulling him over, and then throwing him into the tent. After that, he returned to the tent to sleep. The following days went by in a repetitive manner. In the morning, the two would go to the waterfall for their baptism. At noon and in the evening, they would train hard, doing push-ups, practicing stances, running around the island, strengthening their bodies, and feeling the use of force. This continued for several days. Sometimes, they would encounter wild beasts that actively attacked or came out for a stroll. They would fight against them. If they won, they would bring them back as reserve food. Losing? How could they possibly lose? After an unknown number of days, Loya's excited voice suddenly echoed through the jungle, scaring the birds and beasts away. "It's done! It's done!" Looking at the armed color hockey covering his fists, Loya was overjoyed. "Uncle Heg, look, I successfully learned armed color hockey." Roya happily reported to Heg, but then thought to himself, isn't it just the armament hockey? Why am I so excited? After all, I'm a main character with a system. I need to stay calm and not act like a certain senior with the surname Fan. Holding back his excitement, Roya tried to ask Heg in a calm tone, "Ahem, Uncle Heg, we've all learned armament hockey. What should we do next?" The day before, Roger had already mastered armament hockey. Because of this, it motivated Roya. Although Roger is the future Pirate King, he shouldn't fall too far behind. So after doubling his training, he finally mastered armament hockey as well. Heg was carefully carving something with a chisel in one hand and a piece of wood in the other, not revealing what he was making. Upon hearing Roya's call, he stopped his actions and looked at the two, eagerly waiting for what to do next. "So, not bad. You mastered it so quickly? Your talent is much better than mine." Putting down the chisel and wood, Heg stood up. "You two stay here and don't move. I'll go find something." Loya, Roger nodded, indicating that he understood. Looking for something? What could there be to find on this deserted island? Sitting on the wooden chair, Loya thought to himself in confusion. After a while, Heg returned to the camp, carrying 2 wooden stumps. He placed them on the ground and waved for the two to come over. The two approached, and Heg took out a piece of something and placed it on one of the wooden stumps, then put a small stone on the leaf. The same was done with the other stump. Once everything was set up, Heg pointed at the stumps and said to the two, "You need to swing your knives and strike the stones, but you mustn't break the stones. Instead, you need to break or crack the leaves underneath them. As long as you can do that, You will have learned the skill of divine evasion. Loya and Roger were stunned. Roger didn't care about that much. Picked up the wooden stump and started to try. However, when his long knife struck down, both the stone and leaves shattered. Even when he held back his strength, he still left a crack on the wooden stump. Meanwhile, Roya looked at the wooden stump in front of him, thinking, cutting through stone to chop leaves? Isn't this a bit like hitting a cow across a mountain? This is too difficult. It's simply making things hard for me. Fat tiger. Although he was complaining in his heart, Roya didn't stop his movements. He also tried to use heavy spirit to chop the stone. But if he exerted too much force, both the stone and leaves would break apart. Sometimes, when he held back, he couldn't even cut through the stone. This situation made Roya very irritated. Seeing the two begin to practice, He wanted to sit on the wooden pillar for a while. But after noticing Roya's wooden chair, he chose to walk over and sit on it. The poor wooden chair was bearing a weight it shouldn't have to at its age. But fortunately, it held up strong. He picked up the carving knife and the half-carved wooden block again. Divine avoidance is actually very simple. It's about concentrating your force on one point of the knife and then striking out. It's no different from your training with armament hockey. The main point is how to control your strength. Only then can you unleash the true power of divine avoidance under the dual entanglement of armament hockey and conqueror's hockey. Think carefully about how to control your strength, and you'll be able to successfully cut through the stone and sever the leaves. After giving Roya and Roger a few hints, He fell silent and focused on carving the wooden block in his hands. Roya and Roger also listened to He's hints, calmed down, and slowly tried swinging their knives. Days passed without them noticing. Roya and the others are trying every day to figure out how to break the leaves by cutting through the stones. But they haven't forgotten to continue their training. So they exercise in the morning and study Shenvi in the afternoon. After a few days, they finally learned Shenvi. Wow, we did it. Looking at the stone on the wooden stump, it was intact, but the leaves beneath it were split in half, although the stump had cracked as well. But this counts as a success, right? After all, the stone is fine. He approached, like a teacher checking homework, and looked at the wooden stump. Finally, he nodded and said, "This counts as a success." "What do you mean by counts?" "It's definitely a success," Roya silently replied. Clapping his hands, He continued, "Remember this control of power. You will practice wrapping your armed color hockey around the blade, and then cut it out. That is Shenbi. After all, a name is just a name." Since Roya and the others had learned armed color hockey and Shenvi, He decided to return to Rog Town to continue his shop, leaving them on the island to survive for a month. The three of them went to the seaside. He raised a small boat and placed it in the water. Turning to Roya and Roger, he took out two wooden carvings. Judging by the shape, they were carved to resemble two people. He handed the carvings to the two and said, "Here, I carved these when I was bored, a gift for you." The two took the carvings and examined them closely, realizing that they were carved in their likeness. Wow, so lifelike. I didn't expect Uncle He, this tall guy, to have such delicate hands. Roya admired the figurine of himself in his hands, secretly praising it. After giving away the carvings, He also stepped onto the boat. "All right, I'm leaving now. Take care of yourselves." After saying this, he pushed off the ground with the oar, letting the boat fully immerse in the sea. With his back to Roya and the others, he waved his hand, looking indifferent, but inside he was worried about the staff issue for his shop. TSK. With these two kids, Roya and Roger, staying on the island, I'll be able to manage the shop. Should I bring Hall over to help? The two stood by the sea, watching He leave. As they looked at He's departing figure, Roya suddenly felt playful and took a few steps forward, pretending to sound sad. Shouting loudly, Gezi, don't go. Gezi, how can I live without you?" He, who was thinking about how to solve the staff issue, was startled by Roya's shout and almost fell into the sea. What the hell is this brat talking about? When He and the small boat's figures had completely left the coastline, Loya and Roger just returned to the camp. As soon as they arrived, Loya immediately told Roger to go hunting. "Roger, go find a day's lunch. I'll stay here to improve the camp." "Okay." Roger nodded and then disappeared into the woods. Roya stayed in place, opened his eyes, clasped his hands together, and shouted, "Wood release, 4 pillars house." Wooden logs emerged from the ground, quickly entwining and automatically constructing a wooden house. Looking at his masterpiece, Roya smirked and proudly said, "Surviving on a deserted island? Don't you know who I am? I am Roya. There's no need for survival. It's impossible for me to survive in this lifetime." He walked into the wooden house, lay down on the wooden bed, closed his eyes to rest, and waited for Roger's lunch. After a while, he dozed off again. Roya found that Roger had not returned yet. So she got up and walked outside the wooden cabin. Just as she stretched, Roger came back carrying a wild beast. He threw the beast's carcass on the ground and asked in disbelief, "Did you build this cabin, Roya?" "That's amazing." Roya waved his hand dismissively, saying it was just a matter of a little while. Looking at the beast carcasses on the ground, Roya recalled a few days ago when He had them handle and cook their own food. Roger, "All right, Roya, give it a try." Looking at the half-cooked, half-burnt meat, Roya unhesitatingly threw it to Big White and Little White. Let them taste it first. After all, they helped with the hunt today. But when Big White and Little White sniffed the meat thrown to them, they looked disgusted and didn't eat. Seeing this, Roya said directly, "Roger, don't do this next time. Even the dogs won't eat it." Big White and Little White. "Who are you calling a dog?" After thinking about it, Roya took the initiative to pick up the beast's corpse. Since He left, it was up to him to cook. He thought that relying on the meals Roger made to survive for 30 days on the island might not last even 30 days. Deserted Island Diary. Day 1, eat. Water the plants, eat, sleep. Day 2, eat, water the plants, eat, sleep. Day 3, Roya, you can't keep being so lazy. You need to exercise. Look at Roger. Day 4, eat, water the plants. Day after day, Luo and Roger stayed on the small island for another 10 days. Roger still exercises on time every day. However, without He's supervision, Roya has become much lazier. Eventually, he simply stopped exercising altogether and stayed in the cabin, fiddling with seeds. He would occasionally practice would release and shunshin outside the cabin. Another 10 days passed. Roger also did not continue to train his body at the waterfall, instead running in circles around the island. That day, Roger was practicing his knife skills outside the cabin, while Roya stayed inside, bored, staring at the still, motionless potted plant in front of him. It had been 20 days since Roya planted the sunflower seeds in the pot. What the hell? It's been 20 days, and it hasn't even sprouted? The system can't be selling fake goods, right? With thoughts of doubting the system for selling fake goods swirling in his mind, Roya watered the potted plant again, moved it to the window, and then planned to go out and practice his spirit avoidance technique. Come to think of it, forget about it, just go out and practice. If he kept being lazy, he might forget how to use spirit avoidance altogether, and if he ended up being beaten up in the era of that little Luffy, it would be a huge embarrassment. Just as Roya was about to step out of the cabin, the potted plant by the window emitted a strange phenomenon, pulling him back. He saw a beam of light shooting up from the soil in the pot. Soon after, several beams of light shot out, illuminating the entire cabin. With a cracking sound, the pot exploded with a bang, releasing a cloud of white smoke. Watching the pot explode, Roya quickly raised his hand to shield himself from the flying wood chips. "What the hell are you, sunflower seeds or cherry seeds?" Roger heard the explosion outside the cabin and immediately ran inside. "Roya, what's wrong? Are you okay?" Roya shook his head. "It's nothing. The potted plant just exploded." "The potted plant exploded? Did you plant gunpowder, Roya?" Roger scratched his head, clearly confused about why a potted plant would explode. Looking at the white smoke in front of them, Roya and Roger did not approach to investigate. They quietly waited in place until the smoke dissipated. When the smoke cleared, they saw a sunflower on the ground, facing away from them, swaying gently from side to side. "What is that?" Roger asked, looking at the swaying sunflower in front of him, perplexed. "It should be a sunflower, right?" Roya replied nervously. At that moment, the sunflower slowly turned around, startling both of them. Luo Ya remembered that in his previous life, the sunflower that produced sunlight in Plants vs. Zombies should have a smiling face. But the sunflower in front of him had a comical expression. Its eyes were cross-eyed, swaying left and right in front of Luo Ya and the others. "Ha ha ha, what the hell is this?" "Luo Ya, its face is quite funny." Roger was laughing out loud at the funny face of the sunflower in front of him. Meanwhile, Roya was dumbfounded, wondering what the heck this was. Was this the sunflower from the Plants vs. Zombies world? Had it mutated? System, get out here and explain this to me. Luo Ya really couldn't understand what this swaying, comical face sunflower was. But since it was something he had drawn, asking the system was definitely the right choice. System, get out here and explain what the hell this is. System, host, what can I do for you? Luo Ya pointed at the sunflower in front of him and silently asked, "What the hell is this thing?" System, isn't this just a sunflower? Roya, nonsense. I'm not blind. Of course I know it's a sunflower. So why does it have a funny face? And what is its use? System, isn't that quite normal? As for its use, the system's mechanical voice gradually became cunning. System, I have a manual here that describes the use of this funny-faced sunflower. It's not expensive, only 10,000 berries. Host, do you want or not? Now just get lost. I don't want it, thank you. It doesn't matter, I don't want to know what it's for. I can just plant it as a flower. Upon hearing that it costs money again, Roya did not indulge this greedy system this time and directly refused without hesitation. System, it's just 10,000 berries. Are you really not considering it? The system persisted in trying to persuade Roya, but Roya ignored it. Just as he was about to step forward to take a closer look at the sunflower, he retracted his foot and looked at Roger. Roger, why don't you go take a look? Okay, I'll go take a look, Roger replied, and then went to check it out. Meanwhile, the system was still tirelessly persuading Roya in his mind. System host. Seeing that Roya remained indifferent, the system finally relented. System, how about this? You buy this manual, and I'll give you the ability to speak with animals, plus a pair of sunglasses. How about that? This is already my biggest concession. Hearing the system's words, Roya was a bit tempted. The ability to speak with animals? Does that mean I can understand what aquatic creatures are saying? Haha. Then I can claim I understand the voices of all things in the future. After thinking about it, Roya felt it was okay. So he cleared his throat a couple of times and said, cough, cough. Since you've made a concession, fine. I'll buy it. System, making money is really not easy, good. Host, then I will automatically deduct the berries. System, congratulations, host. You have obtained the ability to speak with animals. And the manual has been stored in the warehouse. Please check it yourself. Listening to the system's announcement, Roya opened the warehouse interface. Sure enough, there was an extra piece of paper and a pair of sunglasses inside. Taking out the paper, he saw 3 lines written on it. Why does it look like it's handwritten? Looking at the crooked handwriting on the paper, Roya wondered. But he didn't dwell on it and started reading the words carefully. 1. The funny-faced sunflower can shoot lasers, and those hit by the laser will uncontrollably make a funny face for 3 minutes. What the hell is this ability? Luo Ya silently read the words on the note, realizing the first ability of the sunflower, and looked up at the sunflower. Roger is poking the sunflower with his finger. But the sunflower still doesn't react and sways slowly. Sunflower, fire lasers at Roger. Luo Ya tentatively shouted. To his surprise, the sunflower actually moved. Suddenly, it began to glow on its face, and in an instant, a laser shot out, flying towards Roger. Roger stood in front of the sunflower, caught off guard, and was hit in the chest by a laser. Hey, what was that? Roger touched his chest and found nothing wrong. But suddenly, he felt his mouth corners involuntarily lift, and his eyes gradually skew. What's going on? Why do I feel like my face is out of control? Roya, please take a look at what's wrong with my face. Roger turned around anxiously and asked Roya what was wrong with his face. However, Roya only saw him making a funny face toward himself. The future Pirate King making a silly face was such a sight that Roya couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha ha ha. Roya, what are you laughing at? Quickly tell me what's going on. Seeing Roya laughing uncontrollably, Roger, confused, walked over to him and asked. Roya bent down and laughed, reaching out to pat Roger's shoulder. Ha ha ha. It's okay, you look great now. Seeing Roya continuously smiling, Roger didn't ask him any further and directly pulled out the long knife from his waist, using the blade as a mirror. Upon taking a look, he was startled. What the hell? Why is my face turned into this? At this moment, Roya also calmed down, patted Roger's shoulder again, and comforted him. It's okay. It will be fine in 3 minutes. Really? Really? After soothing Roger, Roya continued to look at the note. 2. The sunflower can transform into a Gatling gun, firing seed bullets, but the bullets have relatively low power and cannot kill people. Touching the sunflower and saying Gatling mode will allow it to transform into a Gatling gun. Wow, Gatling? Seeing the second ability of the sunflower on the note, Roya became excited. Who wouldn't want to have a Gatling gun? Putting away the note, Roya walked towards the sunflower, pressed down on it, and said, Gatling mode. Suddenly, the sunflower glowed, transforming into light that wrapped around Roya's hand, and in an instant, a Gatling gun appeared in his hand. Roar. Looking at the Gatling gun in his hand, Roya's eyes lit up as he aimed the gun at the wall of the wooden house and started firing. Tot, tot, tot. Seed bullets shot out from the muzzle, hitting the wall and embedding themselves into it. Roger also returned to his original state, looking at the strange weapon in Roya's hand that he had never seen before, his eyes shining with excitement. What kind of weapon is this? Roya, it looks amazing. Luo Ya put down the gun and said, this is a Gatling, the exclusive weapon of the Bodhisattva Gatling. Although Roger didn't understand, he felt that it seemed quite impressive, calming his excitement. Luo Ya took out a piece of paper and looked at the third ability of the sunflower, but only said, 3, no ability left. This line is just for filler. Let's give the sunflower a name. Filler? If there are no abilities left, why write it down at all? Writing a filler line, is the system compulsive? Name? Luo Ya let go, and the entire Gatling transformed back into a sunflower, standing in front of him. Looking at it, Luo Ya thought, they have the 4 emperors of the sea? Then, I'll call you Sun Emperor. All right, boss. From now on, I'll call you Sun Emperor. The sunflower suddenly spoke, startling Luo Ya. You can talk. You can talk. 2 voices echoed simultaneously. Of course, boss. The sunflower continued. Roya looked at Roger, and he realized that he could understand the sunflower speech because he had just mastered the beast language. So what's up with this kid, Roger? Does he already possess the ability to listen to the voices of all things? Roger, can you understand what it's saying? Roya asked. Roger nodded and replied, I understand, but only a little. I'm just surprised that it can talk. How about you, Roya? How do you understand? I learned animal language in the Caribbean, Roya answered sheepishly, not able to mention the system and instead continuing to blame the Caribbean. Looking at the Sunflower King again, Roya thought for a moment. It didn't seem to be very useful, unless it could load bullets into the Gatling gun. However, the silly face laser could be used to annoy people. Haha, I'm really looking forward to seeing Uncle Heg and the strong ones at sea later make silly faces. Roya reached out and placed a hand on the Sunflower King, wanting to test if the fruit of the seed could analyze the Sunflower King and then produce seeds. To his surprise, it actually worked. However, the silly-faced sunflower created using the fruit's ability couldn't shoot beams or turn into a Gatling gun, but could shoot sunflower seed bullets by itself. He turned the Sunflower King back into a seed to be summoned later when needed. Loya looked at the time and noticed it was almost noon, just when he was about to go out for training, so he decided to go hunting. Let's go. Roger, we're going hunting. Let's see what we can have for lunch. Oh, let's go, Roger replied. The 2 of them walked out of the wooden house to look for today's victims in the forest. On the way, Roger was still curious about what the Sunflower King was. Loya, what exactly is that strange sunflower? Oh, I have the ability of seed and fruit. That plant is just something I researched using my fruit ability. I just don't know why it has such a funny face. Maybe it mutated. Loya thought to herself. It's a good thing I'm a fruit ability user. Otherwise, I really wouldn't be able to argue my case. Is that so? Well, Loya, your fruit ability is quite impressive. Especially that strange light emitted by the sunflower. It's terrifying. I completely couldn't control my expression, Roger said. Ha ha. Yeah, I also don't know why it has such an ability, but it's quite interesting, isn't it? Roya recalled Roger's funny face and suppressed a laugh as she replied. The 2 walked in the forest for a while. It was quite strange that they hadn't encountered any animals today. After wandering for a bit longer, Roger finally spotted 2 rabbits not far away. He whispered to Roya, Roya, there are 2 rabbits ahead. Let's each catch one. Luo Ya squinted as he looked ahead, and sure enough, there were 2 rabbits eating grass under the tree. Rabbits are so cute, and of course, they taste best when roasted. No need to make it so complicated, just watch me. Luo Ya gave Roger a knowing look and replied. Then, with light steps, he moved forward 2 paces and clasped his hands together. Wood release, thorn bind technique. Suddenly, vines like wood sprouted beneath the 2 rabbits, wrapping around them and binding them tightly. Roya stepped forward, lifted the rabbit's ears, and easily caught them. Walking back to Roger, Roya considered Roger's appetite and said, This isn't enough to eat. Let's go catch some more. Roger nodded in agreement, indicating that these 2 rabbits were not enough to satisfy his hunger. The 2 of them walked for a while longer and arrived at the waterfall where he had trained earlier, planning to catch some fish to eat. Roya was about to jump into the water when Roger suddenly asked, Roya, didn't you eat a devil fruit? How can you swim? Loya was instantly stunned, thinking, right? How could I forget this? The devil fruit user is a terrible swimmer. Glancing at Roger, who was looking at him, Loya thought, I need to come up with a way to gloss over this. Roger is still pretty easy to fool. After some contemplation, he finally remembered a certain pirate who was a devil fruit user and could swim, which could serve as a reasonable explanation. Pretending to wipe away tears, Loya spoke to Roger in a choked voice. Actually, Roger, I have a 136th mermaid bloodline. So, even though I'm a devil fruit user, I can still swim. I haven't told anyone else. You're the first to know. You also know that merfolk aren't really accepted by people these days. Roger indeed believed it, stepped forward and patted Roya on the shoulder, saying, I didn't expect you to have such a background, Roya. Don't worry, I don't have anything against merfolk. Roya lifted her head, looking at Roger with tearful eyes, suppressing her laughter, and said, Really, Roger, you are such a good person. If only everyone thought like you. After saying this, Roya wiped away her tears, immediately changed her expression, and smiled as she said, Enough of this nonsense. Let's go fishing, Roger. I'm starving. Roger nodded and then jumped into the pond. Roya did not jump in with him, but stood on the shore and said, Roger, the fish are up to you. I'll start a fire and prepare the rabbit on the shore. Let's eat here before heading back to the camp. Roger nodded in agreement and then dove into the water to catch fish. On the shore, Luo Ya let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Roger was easy to deceive, but he still needed to be more careful in the future, as others were not as easy to fool as Roger. Calming himself down, Luo Ya decided that he shouldn't easily go into the water anymore to avoid revealing his true identity. Using wood release, he created a pile of firewood and 2 wooden chairs. After cleaning the 2 rabbits, Luo Ya skewered them and sat on the wooden chair to roast the rabbits. After a while, the flames made the rabbit meat sizzle, and the aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air. Roger also climbed up from the pond, with a few fish strung on his long knife. Roger walked over to the fire, handed his long knife to Roya, who also picked up a rabbit and handed it to him. Roger's appetite had long been whetted by the aroma of roasted rabbit meat. Without a care in the world, he sat down on the wooden chair and began to eat heartily. Luo Ya skillfully handled the long knife to prepare the fish, using wood release to make some bamboo skewers, and skewered the fish onto the bamboo sticks, placing them by the fire to roast. Then he also took the roasted rabbit and started eating. After a while, the 2 of them finished off the rabbit and fish completely. Roya originally planned to return to the camp. However, Roger said that since they were already there, he wanted to practice at the waterfall for a bit longer. Luo Ya thought for a moment and agreed. Since they were here, they might as well practice, especially since he had indeed been slacking off these past few days. He supported Roger's idea. The 2 of them prepared to exercise at the foot of the waterfall. However, before they could step into the pond, suddenly a surge of water mixed with gravel exploded from the middle of the waterfall. What is that? The 2 of them were frightened and quickly retreated to avoid being hit by the falling water and stones. The sudden rush of water startled Luo Ya and Roger. They kept backing away to avoid being struck by the water and debris. After the water gushed for a while, it finally subsided and the 2 stood on the shore, seeing clearly. The water that burst from the waterfall not only contained gravel, but also some fruits and cooked animal carcasses among other food items. Roya stepped forward and looked at the food scattered all over the ground. Wow, this waterfall even spits out food. She picked up an apple, wiped it, and took a bite. It's quite sweet. Roger also picked up a fruit to eat as a dessert after the meal. For this gift from nature, Roya and Roger gladly accepted it. Roya didn't look at the wet animal carcasses for food. Instead, she rummaged through the pile of food, preparing to find some edible fruits to take back to the camp. Although she could quickly grow fruits to eat using her fruit ability, she thought, why not take something that is free? While rummaging, Roya suddenly spotted a golden ring among a pile of fruits. Wow, gold! Luo Ya quickly picked up the gold ring and examined it, discovering that there was also a ruby embedded in it. Wow, I hit the jackpot. System. Come out and see how much it's worth. System, oh ho. The host is incredibly lucky finding gold. Let me take a look. With the gold and the ruby, it's worth 120,000 berries. Does the host want to convert it? Roya put the golden ring on her finger, raised her hand to take a look, and thought, forget it, I'll keep it for now. It looks quite nice. Wait a minute if I turn into Bailey's words. I don't know what trick this scoundrel will use to trick me. Systemo, don't bother me if there's nothing going on. Get lost, Roya replied. She glanced at Roger, who was still eating fruit beside her, and then looked up at the center of the waterfall, activating her observation hockey. It turned out that there was a hole in the center of the waterfall, and just now the water flow and food had sprayed out from inside. Roya lowered his head and thought, could there be treasure inside the ring? Treasure doesn't matter. What's important is that I love adventure, and I have nothing to do right now. He nudged Roger and said, Roger, look, there's a cave in the middle of the waterfall. Just now, the water and food came out from there, and this golden ring might have treasure inside. What do you think? Shall we go take a look? Hearing Roya's words, Roger also looked up at the middle of the waterfall, and indeed there was a cave. Great. Roya, I love adventures the most. Let's go. Without hesitation, the 2 of them swam to the bottom of the waterfall, but they found that there was no way to climb into the middle of the waterfall. In the end, with no other options, Roya summoned 2 vines, aimed at the cave entrance, and flung himself and Roger inside. It was a perfect landing. The 2 successfully entered the cave. Roya looked into the depths of the cave, which was pitch black. The cave was also damp due to the recent rush of water. Let's go, Roya, Roger said as he walked ahead. But Roya held him back and said, although we can all use observation hockey, let's find something to light the way. But there is nothing to light it with right now, Roger replied, pressing his hand against the straw hat. Roy thought for a moment. Got it. He raised his hand, and a seed appeared in his palm. Luo Ya threw the seeds while shouting, it's decided. It's you, Sun King. The seeds landed with a bang and transformed into the Sun King. What's up? Big bro, do you need my help? The Sun King, still wearing that comical face, asked Luo Ya. Sun King, you go in front. Don't shoot beams, just glow to give us some light. Can you do that? Luo Ya said. The Sun King swayed his body, nodded, and said, no problem, leave it to me. After saying that, he turned around, his face glowing, and the white light instantly illuminated the cave. Now we can go. Roger, Luo Ya said. Roger nodded and walked into the cave with Roya. The two of them walked behind, while the Sun King illuminated the path in front. After a while, they still hadn't discovered anything. There wasn't even a fork in the road, just a straight path. They continued walking for a while longer. Roya and Roger finally discovered another entrance. The entrance was damp and looked very irregular, likely just formed. The two of them walked into the cave, which was also wet inside, with a pool of water, and they could no longer see a way forward. There's no way forward, Roya. What should we do now? Roger asked. Roya didn't answer him and walked towards the water pool in the cave. But just as he got close to the pool, a huge figure leaped out of the water. It was a black bear, standing over 3 meters tall. The bear suddenly jumped out of the pool, startling Roya. However, Roya didn't panic and kicked it back into the water with one swift motion. He then quickly retreated back to Roger's side. The black bear flew backward and crashed heavily into the pool, creating a loud bang and splashing a lot of water. Knowing there was a black bear in the pool, Roya didn't advance further and stayed with Roger and the Sunflower Emperor, waiting for an opportunity to act. After a while, the black bear climbed out of the water again, shook off the water from its body, and said, damn it, I almost drowned. It looked up at Roger and Roya and shouted, which one of you little humans kicked me just now? Seeing the entirely black bear, Roya inexplicably asked, can you steal a Kasaya? What the hell? What Kasaya? What is that? The bear looked confused, wondering what this human was talking about. Forget it, it doesn't matter. Whoever kicked me doesn't matter. Anyway, you all are going to become my food. The black bear roared. Roger couldn't understand, and Roya replied, oh really? Then how come you say you're so brave? Come on, try to hit me. You little brat. Just watch me eat you up. Seeing that Roya was not afraid at all, but instead provoked him, the black bear, Roger, got so angry that he lunged at her. I'm sorry, big brother. I was wrong. Oh, please let me go. Big brothers, I really made a mistake. Just a second ago, he wanted to eat Roya, and the next second, Roger's black bear was lying on the ground, bruised and battered. Luo Ya and Roger each stepped on one of its feet. Aren't you being a bit arrogant? Weren't you going to eat us? Luo Ya said, while hitting the black bear's head with a wooden stick. Luo Ya, why not kill it? I'm a bit hungry now. I've been feeling that way since earlier, Roger said, while looking at the black bear beneath them. Luo Ya shook his head and said, it looks like it has been living in this cave for quite a while. It might know if there are any treasures around. We can ask it. It's not too late to kill it afterward. Roger said that the black bear couldn't understand, but what Roya said, the black bear could understand. Don't, big brother. I was wrong, don't kill me. I have elders above and young ones below. The black bear cried and pleaded. Then tell us about the situation in this cave. If you have useful information, we will let you go, Roya said. Useful information? What is useful information, big brother? The black bear asked, confused. Roya tapped its head with a stick and said, just tell me what's going on in this cave. Why are there fruits and roasted animal meat in the pool? Just now, when Roya approached the pool to observe the situation in the water, he was interrupted by the black bear. But he still caught a glimpse of the pool's bottom, which was filled with fruits and roasted animal meat. It seems that the water flowing from the waterfall must be coming from the pool, but now the water level in the pool isn't overflowing to the outside, let alone such a large flow. Also, why are there fruits and roasted animal meat in the water? Oh, about that, I'll tell you, said the black bear. If you look up, you'll see a small opening. Every year at this time, fruits and roasted meat fall from that opening, and I don't know why. The black bear scratched its head and said, Luo Ya looked up and indeed saw a hole about 1 meter in diameter. The water level in the pool inside was originally very high. Big brother, if you look around the walls, you will find another hole. I came in here through that hole from the forest. Every year, I come here to collect fallen fruits and roasted meat, but today, while I was fishing for food in the water in the pool suddenly started to flow rapidly, and the whirlpool nearly made me throw up. When I crawled out of the water, I ran into you, big brothers. I know I've already said it, but please spare me. To save my life. The black bear immediately confessed everything. Roya lowered his head in deep thought and did not speak. He removed his feet from the black bear and walked to the edge of the waterhole, raising his head to observe the 1 meter wide opening. Although Roger has the ability to listen to the voices of all things, he still doesn't completely understand the language of beasts and is still in the dark about the situation in the cave. Following Roya to the edge of the water pool, he asked him what the black bear had said. Meanwhile, The black bear took this opportunity to get up from the ground and ran towards the cave entrance. Although Roger and Roya had their backs to it, they knew it was trying to escape, but they didn't pay it any attention. It was of no use to them now. Roya, what did that black bear say? What is the situation in this cave and the pond? Luo Ya did not find any traces at the opening at the top. He lowered his head, looked at Roger, and conveyed all the information about the black bear to him. Roger also raised his head after listening and observed the cave entrance. But he didn't find anything either. Roya patted his shoulder and said, "Don't look anymore, Roger. There's nothing there. I've checked. I'll go up first to see how things are. You wait here, just in case." Roger nodded in agreement. Luo Ya waved his hand, and a few seeds fell into the pond. Soon, wooden pillars emerged from the water, forming a row of plum blossom piles that extended down into the cave entrance. Luo Ya stepped onto the wooden platform, walked down to the cave entrance, looked up at the opening, waved his hand, and the wooden pillar beneath him slowly rose, sending him to the cave entrance. Looking up, Luo Ya discovered a sloping path inside the small cave entrance. Climbing onto the path, the slope wasn't very steep. Luo Ya looked ahead, but it was pitch black, and he couldn't see anything. He retreated back to the wooden pillar and shouted to Roger, explaining the situation inside the cave and asking him to come up, bringing Kid.He Huang for lighting. After some time, both of them and Kid.He Huang entered the cave. Kid.He Huang illuminated the way in front, while the two of them crawled behind, bending low as they made their way to the end of the path. After a while, they finally reached the end of the path, where they found a stone door, with a sliver of light seeping through the crack in the middle of the door. Roya tried to push the stone door, but found it immovable, so he directly smashed it with a punch. As the stone door shattered, sunlight poured into the path. Luo Ya and the other person climbed out of the path, surprised by the scene before them. Outside the stone gate was another world. They seemed to be standing on a sacrificial altar, with 4 wolf-shaped stone sculptures at each corner of the altar. The mouths of the wolf sculptures were open, and flames burned inside, likely intended for illumination. Looking out from the altar, there was an endless expanse of grassland. On the grassland stood bizarrely shaped pillars. Roya looked at the grassland and found that in the distance, there were some outlines of buildings standing on the vast prairie, though not clearly visible. "Roger, look, isn't there a building over there?" Roya said, pointing into the distance. Roger nodded and said, "I can vaguely see it. Let's go over and take a look." Then, Roya jumped down from the altar. Roger nodded and followed Roya. The two walked forward across the grassland. The further they went, the taller the grass became, until it reached about a meter high. As they continued, they noticed that the landscape of the grassland was very different from that of the woods. The closer they got, the clearer the outlines of the buildings became. They thought they would soon reach the site of the buildings. However, in the next moment, a native emerged from the grass, wearing feathers, with darker skin, and painted with 1 blue and 1 red line across his face. The native curiously looked at Roya and Roger, seemingly having never seen such dressed individuals before, and started chattering at them in a language they couldn't understand. What a strange sound, Roger thought, as he couldn't make sense of what the native was saying. He looked at Roya, only to find that he seemed to understand, nodding in response. "Roya, do you understand what he said?" Roger asked curiously. Roya replied. "Roger, what did he say?" "Luo Ya. He said he is an islander." "Roger, are you sure?" "Roya, all right, I don't understand." Seeing the indifferent expressions on both Roya and Roger, the indigenous man seemed to become a bit agitated. In the end, he even raised the spear in his hand, which was actually just a sharpened stick, and lunged towards Roya and Roger. Roya and Roger immediately stepped back to avoid the javelin. Seeing them dodge, the indigenous person simply aimed at them and threw the javelin while shouting "wah wah wah." Roya and the other person dodged the javelin sideways. Looking back at the natives, to their surprise, more natives emerged one after another from the grass behind them, raising various weapons and charging at the two. Seeing the attacking natives, Roya, instead of panicking, smiled and asked Roger, "Roger, have you ever played Plants vs. Zombies?" Facing the oncoming army of natives, Roya remained calm and instead asked Roger if he had played Plants vs. Zombies. Roger shook his head in confusion. "How could he have played that?" "Well, just watch," Roya shouted, scattering a large number of seeds forward. Before long, the seeds close to them transformed into sunflowers, while those farther away turned into magic-shy plants over a meter tall. The sunflowers in the back shot out seed bullets to attack the natives, while the magic-shy plants in the front opened their mouths wide to bite at the natives. Without any need for Roya and the others to intervene, they managed to block the natives' assault. This scene was somewhat reminiscent of playing Plants vs. Zombies. The natives had never seen such strange-looking plants before. They all raised their weapons and began to fight back against the plants. The seed bullets from the sunflowers were too weak. Hitting the natives did not render them incapable of fighting. However, a few who were hit in the eyes crouched down, holding their eyes and howling, temporarily losing their fighting ability. Although the magic shy plants were quite fierce, leaving bloody marks on the natives' arms as they bit down, ultimately, fists could not compete with legs. After the natives discovered the weakness of cutting off the roots, the plants gradually fell under their siege. After fighting for a while, the natives were all injured, but they also managed to eliminate the sunflowers and magic shy plants. However, they did not realize that Roya could summon as many of these two types of plants as he wanted. Nevertheless, Roya felt that it would take too long for the plants to wear down the natives, so he did not summon any more plants, facing the slowly advancing natives. Roya stretched out his hand to block the eager Roger, saying, "Roger, let me handle this. You step back, let me show off." Roya took a step forward, standing in front of Roger, blocking half of his body, facing the natives. With his hand resting on the hilt of the heavy spirit sword, he looked at the natives. The corners of his mouth curling up, his eyes slightly widened. He unleashed his conqueror's haki all at once. This time, Roya controlled it, directing the haki forward towards the natives, avoiding harm to his allies. The conqueror's haki erupted, bending the long grass in front of Roya. The natives charging with weapons instantly stopped in unison, and then one by one, they collapsed to the ground. Seeing such a scene, Roger couldn't help but gasp, looking at Roya in surprise, saying, "Roya, have you awakened your conqueror's haki already?" Roya turned his back to Roger, slightly tilted his head, revealing half of his face to Roger, with the corner of his mouth curling up, looking like an unparalleled strongman, and said in a flat tone, "Just lucky, just awakened." Although his tone was calm, he was thinking in his heart, "I'm really handsome." "All right, let's continue walking, Roger," Roya said. Roger nodded and walked forward. Roya turned around, ready to continue exploring. However, just as he straightened his head, he saw a pure white wolf lunging towards him at high speed. With his pupils constricting, Roya reacted quickly, drawing the heavy spirit sword from his waist and delivering an upward slash, using the divine avoidance technique to strike against the wolf's claw. With a loud clang, the beast's claw collided with the heavy spirit sword. The resulting airflow formed a circular wave that spread outwards, bending the tall grass around them. The white wolf was knocked back by Roya's divine avoidance, flying several meters away, its limbs digging into the ground as it slid to a stop. Roya was also knocked back a few steps, retreating to Roger's side. Roger quickly supported Roya's back, helping him stabilize his stance. Roger was facing the white wolf, and naturally saw it pounce towards Roya, just as he was about to shout a warning to Roya to be careful. The white wolf and Roya had already clashed. The white wolf steadied itself, looked again at Roya and Roger, bared its sharp teeth, emitted a low, growling sound, and crouched down, ready to pounce again at any moment. Roya and Roger stood side by side, facing the white wolf. They kicked back with their limbs, their claws cutting through the tall grass, leaving 4 claw marks on the ground. The white wolf lunged at Roya and Roger again, its sharp-clawed forelimbs swinging down heavily. This time, Roya was prepared. He exchanged a glance with Roger, and the two nodded in tacit agreement. At the moment, the white wolf lunged. Both of them swung their knives simultaneously. The blades were covered in armed color haki, delivering a double divine evasion to the white wolf. The beast's claws met the long knives. This time, Roya and Roger stood firm, while the white wolf was sent flying backward, crashing onto the ground and sliding several meters before coming to a stop. Roya originally thought this would render the white wolf powerless in battle, but unexpectedly, the white wolf trembled and managed to get back on its feet, slowly approaching Roya and the others by a few steps. Roya and Roger raised their long knives again, ready to defend against another attack from the white wolf. However, after the white wolf approached them a few steps, it made an astonishing move. It bent its front legs and knelt down in front of Roya, lowering its head as if in worship, indicating submission. Luo Ya was stunned by the actions of the white wolf, but before he could make his next move, the white wolf changed again. It was glowing all over, and its form gradually transformed into an old man dressed in wolf skin, looking exactly like the indigenous people in other aspects. He knelt on one knee, one hand resting on his knee and the other on the ground, and spoke. Roger still didn't understand. However, Roya did understand. The indigenous elder in wolf skin was speaking in beast language, which meant, "Great messenger of the Anus god, we welcome your arrival." Upon hearing the words of the indigenous elder, Roya was momentarily stunned. The elder actually referred to himself as a messenger of the gods? This was too outrageous, wasn't it? Roger was also full of questions as he watched the white wolf suddenly turn into an indigenous old man, kneeling in front of Roya and mumbling something he couldn't understand. Roya, what's going on? Did he say anything? Roger asked. Roya came to her senses and relayed the words of the indigenous elder to Roger. Huh? Roger was equally confused. Why have you become a messenger of the gods again? I don't know why either, Roya replied. As the two were at a loss, the indigenous elder also took action. He stood up, bowed to Roya, and said, Esteemed messenger of the god Anus, this is not a place for conversation. Please come with us to the tribe. As loyal followers of the god Anus, we will ensure the messenger is well received. After saying this, the elder did not wait for Roya to respond, but turned and walked towards the nearest indigenous person who was unconscious on the grass. He reached out and shook him awake. As soon as the indigenous person woke up and saw Roya and the others, he became agitated again, shouting loudly. The elder leaned in and whispered something in his ear, and the indigenous person calmed down immediately, kneeling on the ground to worship Roya. Once the elder waited for him to finish his worship, he instructed him to wake up the other indigenous people. After a while, the indigenous people who had been swinging weapons at Roya just a moment ago were now all kneeling on the ground, worshiping Roya. This scene left Roya even more perplexed. Roya looked at the indigenous people kneeling before him, increasingly puzzled. What's going on? Elder, why do you say, I am a messenger of the god Anus? Roya asked. The indigenous elder remained respectful, bowing slightly, and said, Honorable messenger, the ring you wear is proof of being the messenger of the god Anus. Only those chosen by Anus can possess that ring. Ring? Luo Ya looked at the golden ring on his finger, embedded with a red gemstone. Does having this ring mean he is a messenger of the gods? Is the god Anus a waterfall? Loya was still puzzled about who the god Anus was. He had never heard of this god, whether in the present or in the pirate world. Glancing at the excited natives dancing around them, Loya thought to himself, It seems I have to temporarily pretend to be the messenger of this god Anus. Honorable messenger, please allow me to take you to the tribe. We, the loyal believers, will treat you well. At the same time, you can proclaim the god's instructions, the old native said, stepping aside and gesturing for Loya to enter. God's instructions? How would I know anything about the god's instructions? Roya thought to herself. She approached Roger and explained the current situation in human language. Since they didn't know where they were anyway, and the direction they were heading towards seemed to be the natives' tribe, it was better to check it out than to run around the grassland like headless flies. After explaining the situation to Roger, Roya continued to look at the native elder, pretending to be calm, trying to make herself look like a messenger of the gods, and said in a flat, indifferent tone, All right, lead the way. The scene shifted. The sky was gradually darkening. The group, including Roya and Roger, arrived at the natives' tribe. A bonfire was lit, and the natives danced around it. The feast began as soon as it started. In the circle of the natives' dance, Roya and Roger sat by the bonfire, with two native women beside them, who were quite good-looking. They held plates, serving food and drinks to Roya and Roger. The native elder sat next to Roya, holding a pipe and puffing smoke. Perhaps because the elder mentioned Roya's current identity as a messenger, the two native women were very enthusiastic, serving fruits, roasted meat, and drinks one after another. Luo Ya eats slowly, and before she finishes, they bring more food. Roger eats quickly and finishes before they have even handed it over. So the two of them, one complains that the indigenous woman is serving too fast, while the other complains that she is serving too slowly. Roya simply asked the indigenous elder to convey the message that the indigenous women should not worry about them, and that they could eat on their own. The elder nodded and said something to the women, who then put down the food in their hands and left Roya and Roger's side, disappointed. Without the service of the indigenous women, Roya felt more relaxed. He picked up an apple and started eating while asking the indigenous elder questions, trying to get some information about the area from him. Meanwhile, without the women around, Roger could eat faster. He was more than happy about it, sitting next to Roya and wolfing down the food. Elder, Roya was about to ask the elder about the information here, but halfway through his words, the elder interrupted him, saying that he couldn't afford to be hit by the messenger and that he should just call him Angus. What a devout believer, Roya thought. So, Angus, tell me about this land and also about the god Anus. The god Anus only gave me a ring and didn't tell me anything else. Loya asked. Angus, however, was not at all surprised that Loya, as an envoy, knew nothing about the situation. After exhaling a puff of white smoke, he said, It seems that your situation as envoys is the same as ours. What? Loya asked, puzzled. Angus turned to look behind him, and Loya followed his gaze. There was nothing but an ordinary house. More than a decade ago, an envoy came to our tribe. He was completely unaware of our tribe and the matters concerning the god Anus. Compared to you, he couldn't even communicate with me. But he still brought the blessings of the god and taught us to build these sturdy houses, allowing us to better withstand the attacks of beasts. Angus spoke slowly while smoking. This news shocked Luo Ya. So it turns out that Roger and I are not the first to come here. Another envoy? Either he was truly a messenger of the god Anus, or he was just an ordinary person like us who entered from the other side of the path. I feel like the second possibility is more likely. Looking at the ring on his finger, Luo Ya thought to himself, that person must have also been wearing a ring, which is why he was considered a messenger of the god. He should have returned to the outside world. Otherwise, the ring wouldn't have fallen into the pond and been washed out by the current for me to pick it up. Luo Ya kept pondering in his mind. Meanwhile, Angus continued. According to the information left by our ancestors, our tribe has existed on this grassland for at least 900 years. We have believed in the god Anus for generations, and in our understanding, the god Anus is an omnipotent existence. Therefore, every year on this day, we offer sacrifices to the god Anus at the altar. The envoy who came over a decade ago also arrived at our tribe at this time. This is the arrangement of the god. God's arrangement? I think he was just curious about why food was falling into the cave and climbed up to your place. Luo Ya thought sarcastically. So, what happened to that envoy in the end? Do you know Angus? Roya asked. Angus nodded, recalling, and said, behind the altar is the temple of the god Anus. No one has entered in 900 years. The last messenger, after imparting the god's grace, went into the temple. After listening to Angus's story, Roya lowered her head and began to think. She nudged Roger, who was still eating, share the information she got from Angus, and asked him if he wanted to go to the temple tomorrow. Roger certainly agreed. Having come this far, how could they just go back? Of course they couldn't. The two exchanged a few words and confirmed their plan to explore the temple tomorrow. Knowing what their next step was, Roya felt more relaxed, picked up a piece of roasted meat, took a bite, and started to enjoy it. However, Angus's next sentence made him stop chewing instantly. Excuse me, messenger, did the god Anus grant any blessings for you to bring this time? Just a moment ago, Roya was happily eating the roasted meat in his hand. But the next second, Angus's words left him stunned. Ah, blessings. Roya said nervously. What the hell? How would I know about any blessings? No, wait. Calm down and think. If even building a stone house can be considered a blessing, what else could I use to fool these guys? What is it? Roya smiled sweetly at Angus, appearing calm on the surface, but inside she was in a panic. She kept thinking about what gift she could use to fool this group of natives. What can I use? Got it. Roya suddenly thought of a good idea and quietly hoped to get away with it. He faced Angus, opened his palm, and a green seed quietly rested on his hand. Looking at the seed, Angus didn't understand what Roya meant. Angus, let them disperse and make way, Roya said. Angus complied, telling the natives to stop and clear a path. Roya stood up and threw the seeds in his hand. The seeds landed and instantly sprouted, a small sapling appearing on the ground. In the blink of an eye, the sapling grew into a towering tree, bearing fruit. Red apples hung from the trunk of the tree. Watching the apple tree that had appeared and matured in an instant, Angus and the natives were instantly dumbfounded, immediately kneeling towards the fruit tree, shouting continuously. Awesome! A miracle! When Roya saw the appearance of the indigenous people, he felt relieved. Finally, he managed to fool these natives. Roger was also startled by their sudden shout, but when he realized it was Roya's trick, he ignored it and continued to eat. Taking advantage of the time, the natives were kneeling before the apple tree. Roya quickly used wood style to create a wooden box and filled it with seeds using his fruit ability. Once the natives calmed down, Roya pulled Angus up, kept the wooden box open, deliberately revealing it was full of seeds. He handed the box to him and said seriously, "These seeds are the blessings of the god Anus." Angus bent down, trembling with both hands as he received the wooden box from Roya, looking at the seeds inside with great excitement. He lifted the box and cheered loudly. Then, he respectfully bowed to Roya, saying, "You truly are the messenger of the god Anus. Thank you for bringing the blessings of the god. Thank you for your gift. We are willing to offer the most precious things of our tribe to repay you." Roya was taken aback, not expecting Angus to say that. She feigned indifference and replied, However, she was filled with anticipation. The most precious thing? Could it be gold? I'm going to get rich. Angus bowed again and said, "Please, envoy, follow me to the treasure vault within the tribe, where we have stored the treasures passed down from our ancestors. You may choose items to take back, just as the previous envoy did." Treasure vault? Roya thought for a moment, then pulled up Roger, who was still eating, and explained the situation to him, inviting him to go check the treasure vault together. Roger gladly agreed. After speaking with Roger, Roya turned back to Angus, nodded, and said, "Okay, you lead the way." Angus respectfully nodded, let out a couple of roars, presumably to inform the other natives to continue the feast while he took Roya and the others to the treasury. Roya and Roger followed behind Angus. After walking for a while, the three of them arrived in front of the building. Luo Ya looked at the house in front of him, which resembled a box entirely made of steel, and felt a mixture of shock and curiosity about the mystery of this tribe. What the hell is this? A house forged from steel. Can you people, who need to be taught how to build with stones, actually construct something like this? Roya was internally complaining, but Angus's next actions shocked him even more. He saw Angus extend his palm, pressing his thumb against the iron gate, and with a beeping sound, the gate surprisingly slid open by itself. This was actually a fingerprint recognition system. Seeing the gate open automatically nearly blew Roya's mind. This seemingly primitive and backward hidden tribe appeared to be much more mysterious than he had thought. It seemed to hide some big secret. What the hell is going on? Don't even mention this backward tribe. Even the outside world might not have fingerprint recognition technology. What secrets does this tribe hold from the past? Roya was shocked and kept thinking. After Angus opened the iron door, he turned around, looked at Roya, extended his hand in a gesture of invitation, and said, "Honorable messenger, please." Angus's words interrupted Roya's thoughts. Well, let's go in together, Roger." Roya suppressed the shock in her heart, trying to appear calm as she spoke to Roger. Roger nodded, and then the two entered the iron room, which was what Angus referred to as the tribe's treasury. Upon entering the treasury, unfortunately, Roya did not see a scene filled with gold, silver, and jewels. Instead, she found it piled high with various items, cluttered and disorganized. Most of the items were iron blocks, along with some weapons made of iron, such as iron-tipped long spears, long knives, iron rods, and so on, but there were not many in quantity. Roya looked disappointedly at the objects in front of him. For the natives, these items were treasures, but to him, they were not worth much. Angus followed behind Roya and the others and entered the treasury. He carefully placed the wooden box that Roya had given him in a corner of the treasury, then walked over to Roya and Roger, saying, "Respected messenger, you can take everything here, except for the divine gift you just gave me. Please take your time to look around. I will wait for you outside." After saying this, Angus intended to retreat outside the treasury, appearing very considerate. But Roya stopped him and asked, "Wait, don't you think these weapons are better to use? Why are you still using wooden weapons? The items in the treasury are all passed down from our ancestors, and most of them are quite precious, unless absolutely necessary. We wouldn't take them out for use," Angus replied. Roya nodded and thought, "No wonder you want to put the seeds you gave me in here. Does the messenger have any questions? If not, I will take my leave first," Angus asked respectfully. Roya shifted his attention back to the things scattered on the ground, waved his hand to indicate there was no problem. After seeing this, Angus exited the treasury. Only Roya and Roger remained in the treasury, and Roger was no longer restrained, rummaging through the items on the ground to see what there was. As Roya looked at the mess on the floor, he felt a headache at the thought of searching through it himself. Then he suddenly remembered that the system could scan items. He thought it would be better to have it scan the items and list them for him. With this in mind, Roya immediately summoned the system, ready to have it scan the items in the treasury. System, come out. Compared to searching through things himself, it was definitely easier to have the system do the scanning. So, Roya called out to the system, and it quickly responded. "System, here, host." The system responded to Roya quickly, and this time, its mood seemed quite good. "System, oh. Host, did you rob someone's warehouse? So many items. What a shame. If only these were gold or berries, you'd be rich." In some ways, Roya and his system were quite similar. For example, both thought money would fall from the sky. But who doesn't like money? Enough chit-chat, system. Quickly scan this pile of items on the ground and tell me what there is, Roya said. System, scanning now, host, please wait. After a while, the system completed scanning the items in the treasury, and announcements kept appearing in Roya's mind and before his eyes. System, scanning complete. The items include iron blocks, several iron products, not worth much, ordinary seeds, and several enhanced seeds, not worth much, a certain energy container, energy depleted, so also not worth much. The items reported by the system were quite lackluster, completely failing to pique Roya's interest. However, the next 3 items announced by the system shocked Roya to the point where his jaw nearly dropped to the ground. He had lost count of how many times he had been shocked today. System, One piece of stone containing Pyro Japanese origin components. Also known as sea prism stone, difficult to estimate value. A Zoan-type devil fruit. Inu no Mi. Mythical beast form Anubis. Finding this is obviously a stroke of luck for the host. One piece of black history text, difficult to estimate value. Roya accepted the system's announcements. But he was still in shock. Sea prism stone, devil fruit, mythical beast, Anubis form. That was not the most important part. The main thing was that there was also a piece of historical text. What on earth was going on? What kind of tribe was this? Roya was almost bewildered. He originally thought he was here to find treasure, but it seemed he had discovered some incredible information. Roya. Roger didn't find anything valuable on the ground. So he returned to Roya's side. Seeing him in a daze, he pushed him with his hand and called out. Roya, jolted from his shock by Roger's push, looked at Roger's face but didn't respond. Instead, he glanced around the treasure room and didn't find what he was hoping to see. He then asked the system in his mind, System, where are the devil fruit and the historical texts? The system replied, Host, look at the east wall. There will be a button. Press it, and you will see what you want to see. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Roya immediately walked over to the east wall, searching for the button. Roger, confused by Roya's actions, followed him and asked if he was looking for something and if he needed help. However, Roya was solely focused on finding the button and didn't have time to answer him. Finally, behind a row of long spears, Roya found a red button. Without hesitation, he pressed it immediately. There was a click sound. The place where Roya and Roger were originally located had a crack in the ground, revealing a large circular hole. A lift platform slowly rose from the big hole. On the lift platform lay a black historical text. And on top of the historical text was a devil fruit shaped like an apple, adorned with strange patterns. They watched as the historical text and the devil fruit rose up. Roy was shocked. Now, it was Roger's turn to be shocked. The history text. Loya still did not pay attention to Roger, stepped forward, and carefully looked at the historical text. Roger also reacted and followed to stand in front of the historical text. Clearly, neither of them could understand the ancient characters on it. System, can you translate the text above? Roya questioned in his mind. System, attempting to scan and translate. The system's voice echoed, and upon hearing it, Roya began to wait for the system's translation. However, what the system said next once again shocked Roya. System, translation failed. Reason unknown. Failed? How could it possibly fail? System, didn't you say that as long as there's money, you can get anything? How can you not even translate text? Roya asked in shock. System, but it just can't be translated, who knows why. Roya, can you understand? Roger asked. Roya shook her head, thinking, you really think highly of me. Even the system can't translate it. How could I possibly understand? The treasure trove of this tribe contains historical texts, which indicates that this tribe may be related to that blank 100 years of history. What is recorded here should be about this tribe, or about the Anus god mentioned by Angus, but what does this have to do with a blank 100 years of history? Roya was deep in thought. However, he had no clue, which made him very frustrated. After struggling for a long time, he ultimately gave up on thinking. As he was about to leave, he planned to stuff the entire historical text into the system warehouse to take with him, intending to find someone who could help translate it who was familiar with ancient scripts. Perhaps, in the future, he could personally visit O'Hara. He shifted his focus from the historical text to the devil fruits. Loya swung out a vine, pulling the fruit down from the historical text and holding it in his hand. Looking at the fruit, although Loya knew through the system what it was, he thought, should a performance be done thoroughly? Roya held the fruit and asked Roger, do you know what this fruit is? Roger looked at the fruit in his hand, thought for a moment, and replied, I have no impression. I don't know what this fruit is. Uncle Heg should know, right? So, do you want to eat it? Roya suddenly asked. Roger fell silent. He stared at the fruit, not speaking for a long time, as if engaged in an internal struggle. In the end, Roger shook his head and said, forget it. I still don't know what type of devil fruit it is or what abilities it has. Besides, I believe in myself. Even without the fruit, I can become stronger. Very strong. Roya nodded and stored the fruit in the system warehouse, saying it would be discussed later. He was just asking Roger on a whim. Roger, seeing the fruit in Roya's hand suddenly disappear, was confused. Roya, where did the fruit go? Luo Ya was about to include the historical text into the system when he heard Roger's question, and he immediately froze. Damn it. He always forgot to hide the existence of a system in front of this kid Roger. Haha, I used my fruit ability to turn it into a seed, so it's convenient to carry, Luo Ya said. Just like this piece of historical text. Loya said, pretending to press his hand on the historical text, and, with a swipe, the historical text disappeared. Then he opened his palm to show Roger the seed in his hand. Look, as expected, Roger believed him again. Surprised that Luo Ya's fruit could be used this way. How convenient. Haha, yes, let's go. There's nothing left to take. After deceiving Roger so many times, Luo Ya felt a bit embarrassed and changed the subject, saying, well, let's go. Roger replied. The two walked towards the treasury exit, and halfway there, Luo Ya suddenly thought of the sea prism stone, which he hadn't taken yet. That thing was quite valuable. He immediately instructed the system in his mind to store the sea prism stone in the warehouse. The system complied, scanning and instantly storing the sea prism stone in the warehouse. The two exited the treasury. Angus was still squatting outside, smoking. When he saw them come out, he immediately stood up and respectfully said, Honorable Messenger, have you selected the items? Seeing Angus still looking so respectful, it was like being deceived and still helping someone count money. By exchanging some casually created seeds for the devil fruit, the historical text, and the sea prism stone, Luo Ya had made a huge profit. Looking at Angus's still respectful demeanor, Luo Ya felt a slight twinge of guilt, just a slight one. Luo Ya nodded slightly to indicate agreement. Angus then continued, Now, envoy, please go ahead and attend the banquet. Roya thought for a moment, shook his head and said, No need, we want to rest as soon as possible. Tomorrow, we will trouble you to take us to the Anus temple. In response to the messenger's words, Angus naturally did not dare to refute, saying, It's not a trouble. It's our duty. Since that's the case, I'll find a room for the messenger so that he can rest. Roya shook his head, indicating that it wasn't necessary, and directly used wood release. 4 Pillars House to build a wooden house next to the treasury. This operation left Angus in awe, exclaiming it was a miracle. After bidding farewell to Angus, Roya and Roger entered the wooden house to rest, waiting for the arrival of the next day. With Roger's breathing and a head full of questions, Roya stayed awake for a long time before finally falling asleep. The next day, the sun rose as usual. Roya stepped out of the wooden cabin with 2 dark circles under his eyes. Angus was already waiting outside. Behind him, Roger was sparring with the natives. A one-sided massacre of spar. The envoy hat. Angus originally wanted to ask Roya how he had rested last night, but upon seeing the thick dark circles under Roya's eyes, he wisely held his tongue and changed the subject, asking, Envoy, shall we go to the god Anus now? Or? Roya was already dizzy from this mysterious tribe and couldn't wait to get to the temple to explore, hoping to find some clues. Let's go now, Roya said, calling Roger back. Angus nodded and shouted to the natives. Angus led the way, with Roya and Roger following behind, while the natives surrounded them, armed and ready to protect them. Indeed, there were wild beasts that attacked them along the way, but they were all killed by the natives. Thus, the group marched grandly towards the Anus temple. After a long walk, they finally arrived at the entrance of the Anus temple. Roya looked at the appearance of the temple and the statue of the god Anubis in front of the big door, and curiously asked Angus, Are you sure the god Anubis is called Anus? The reason why Roya asked this was that the statue in front of the temple looked exactly like the ancient Egyptian god Anubis he had learned about in his previous life. So why did these natives refer to him as Anus? Angus didn't know why Roya asked that. We have called him Anus since our ancestors, he replied. Is that so? Roya responded with confusion. However, these little matters didn't matter much. Looking at the tightly closed temple door, Roya asked, How do we open the door of the temple? Angus replied, Our ancestors tried countless times and proved that only a messenger of the god Anubis can open the temple door. The last messenger did just that. If the messenger steps forward to check, they should be able to open the temple door. The task is complete, so we won't disturb the messenger. Angus said. Then he led the natives back, heading toward the direction of the tribe. Roya and Roger stepped forward and walked to the entrance of the temple. Roger observed the statue of the god Anus. Luo Ya observed in front of the main hall and discovered that there was actually a button on it. Roya thought for a moment and pressed the button. Suddenly, a beep sounded, and an electronic screen appeared on the temple's main door. At the same time, a stick extended from the ground beneath Roya's feet, looking like a handle. Roger was also attracted by the noise of the door and came over to watch the screen on the door with Roya, asking in surprise, What is this? Do you know Roya? Roya looked at the suddenly appeared electronic screen, but was not surprised. He had already become immune to it. He shook his head at Roger, unsure of how to explain this thing to him. Noticing a button on the handle in front of him, Roya felt indifferent and pressed it without hesitation. As Roya pressed the button, the screen on the temple gate also lit up. A message appeared. To summon the Sea King, one must pass the trial of the gods. Only by successfully summoning the Sea King can one enter the temple. Shortly after, the text on the screen disappeared, replaced by a small black fish. Summoning the Sea King? What exactly is this? Looking at the illuminated electronic screen, Roger was even more shocked. He had never seen an electronic screen before. Meanwhile, as Roya gazed at the small fish on the screen, he felt a sense of familiarity. He stepped forward, grasped the handle, and when he swayed it to the right, the small fish on the screen actually swam to the right as well. After fiddling with it for a while, Luo Ya figured out, this is just the big fish eating the small fish. Is this to make the small fish grow into sea kings? Is that all? Let me show you the speed of someone who has been single for 30 years. Roy was confidently controlling the little fish on the electronic screen. And Roger watched as it seemed Roy had figured out this thing. He didn't disturb him and quietly observed Roy's. That damn pink fish. Did you starve to death in your last life? You appear and disappear unpredictably. I've died on you 5 times. And you, that purple shark, why are you swimming along the wall? Can't you just stay in the middle? Luo Ya was full of confidence, ready to clear the level in no time, already imagining the appearance of the temple in his mind. However, reality, along with those 2 annoying pink fish and the purple annoying shark, dealt him a heavy blow. Every time he was about to evolve, he was sent back to square one by these 2 annoying fish. Furious, he pulled out his heavy spirit and was about to strike the electronic screen. Roger immediately pulled him. Roya, don't get excited. Calm down. Calm down. If you break it, maybe we won't be able to get in. Luo Ya gradually calmed down and put the heavy spirit back into its sheath. But he was still quite annoyed by those 2 pesky fish. Seeing Luo Ya calm down, Roger immediately asked to shift his focus. Luo Ya, do you know how to open this big door? If you teach me, I might be able to open it. Upon hearing this, Luo Ya glanced at him, initially wanting to say, if I can't get through, how could someone who hasn't even played it manage to? But then, he thought to himself that he shouldn't let those 2 pesky fish get to him alone. With a sly grin, he explained the relationship between the electronic screen and the controller to Roger and told him how to play. Roger seemed to understand and nodded, looking quite interested as he enthusiastically controlled the small fish and started playing too. As expected, Roger faced numerous setbacks. Watching Roger struggle did not make Roya feel angry. In fact, she felt like laughing a bit. At first, Roger didn't mind getting eaten and continued to play. However, by the end, especially when he was close to succeeding, being sent back to square one made Roger increasingly irritable. In the end, he gave up. Turning to Roya, he said in a tone that was hard to tell if he was angry or not. Roya, we should be able to use the divine avoidance to break open the door, right? Luo Ya's anger had mostly subsided. If it had been just a moment ago, he would have agreed immediately to chop it down without hesitation. But now that his anger had faded, he thought it was better not to act impulsively. He said, I'll try again. If it still doesn't work, then we can chop it down. Roger nodded and handed over the handle. Luo Ya stepped forward, grasped the handle, took a deep breath, and focused intently on controlling the little fish. Heaven does not disappoint those who are determined. This time, with experience and heightened concentration, Luo Ya narrowly avoided 2 pesky fish and finally succeeded in evolving into the Sea King class. On the screen, a message appeared. Congratulations. You have successfully summoned the Sea King class. You are the 2nd person to successfully summon the Sea King class. Then the screen dimmed. A rumbling sound echoed as the doors of the temple gradually lifted, revealing the interior of the temple. Luo Ya and Luo Ya exchanged a glance and walked into the temple. Inside the temple, there was a corridor, and at the end of the corridor, there was a faint glow. The main door also closed automatically. Roger and Roya did not stop it. Their goal was to enter the temple anyway. After the main door closed, the passage became completely dark. Nothing could be seen except for the light at the end. At this moment, they needed to use the Sun King. Roya summoned the Sun King. As usual, it served as a lighting tool. The corridor was not wide, just over 2 meters. The light emitted by the Sun King instantly illuminated more than 2 meters of the corridor ahead and behind. The 2 followed behind the Sun King, walking towards the light source at the end of the corridor. After walking for a while, Roger and Roya, who intended to hurry to the end of the corridor, stopped. They discovered some strange murals on the walls of the corridor. Looking at the murals, Roger did not recognize it. After thinking for a long time, Roya finally remembered what was depicted on the mural. Although they originally wanted to quickly reach the end of the corridor, Roya and the others were drawn to the mural on the wall. The mural depicted a group of winged people staying on a ship, but strangely, it was clear from the whole mural that the ship was flying in the sky. Roger looked at the mural, utterly confused and understanding nothing. Meanwhile, Roya felt that the winged figures depicted in the mural were very familiar. After thinking for a while, he finally remembered. These are the Sky Island people, or they should be called the Moon people. Why is there a depiction of moon people in this corridor? Could it be that the Anus god worshipped by the natives is actually a moon person? Roya pondered in his mind. Seeing Roya's shocked expression, Roger asked, Roya, do you know what the mural depicts? Roger's words interrupted Roya's thoughts. Roya nodded, feeling that there shouldn't be any problem telling Roger this, and said, the ones with the long wings depicted here are the moon people, a type of race that resides on the moon. But now, we don't know if such people still exist on the moon. By the way, have you heard of the Sky Island? Roya, while speaking, ended up asking about Roger. Roger shook his head in confusion. But you know the story of the great liar, Nalandu, right? Roya continued to ask. I know this. Roger replied. The navigable sea formed by sea clouds and the high-altitude cumulonimbus clouds is called the White Sea, existing at an altitude of 7,000 meters. However, there is an even higher sea at an altitude of 10,000 meters called the White Sea. The islands that exist in the White Sea and the White Sea are referred to as Sky Islands. The Golden Land, discovered by Nalandu on Gaia Island, actually exists. It was just that it was carried to the White Sea by an upwelling current that erupted at sea, becoming the Sky Island known as God's Island. Therefore, when Nalandu took people back to Gaia Island, he did not find the Golden Land, which led to him being branded as a great liar. Near God's Island, there is a Sky Island called Angel Island, which is also situated in the White Sea. On Angel Island, there are beings with wings, just like those depicted in the murals. I think they must be the descendants of the lunar people. Roy has suddenly shared everything he had learned in his previous life about the Sky Island, the moon people, and the Sky Islanders with Roger. Roger was taken aback, stunned by the overwhelming amount of information. After a long time of processing, he finally reacted. He never expected that there were such interesting things and people in this world. So, Roya, you said that the Golden Land on Gaia Island really exists, just washed away by the currents to the White Sea. If we find it, can we discover a large amount of gold? Roger digested the information that Roya gave him and said. Hearing Roger say this, Roya was taken aback. All right, isn't this just a stack of SSR cards right in front of me? No, in the future, when sailing on the sea, I must first go to the Golden Town on Sky Island to loot all the gold and also get the historical texts, so that I don't leave it for Luffy and the others. Roya thought to himself that he must go to the Golden Country in the future to scrape up all the gold. Just thinking about lying on the gold and drawing cards made him feel so good. Gold. Gold. Just thinking about the word gold made Roya recall something else. How the hell did I forget about that guy? That Golden Emperor from the movie, the user of the natural type gold fruit. If I could get him over here, wouldn't I be able to draw as much as I want? It turns out Roya remembered the user of the gold fruit, which could elevate him to the next level and allow him to draw cards endlessly. Just imagining if he could capture him, wouldn't that make the system kneel down and call him daddy? But then he thought again, wait, I remember that the Golden Emperor wasn't that old when he first appeared, at most in his 40s or 50s, which means he hasn't been born yet. That gold fruit might not have been eaten by anyone yet, or it might still be with the original user. No way. This fruit that could let me kick the 4 emperors must be mine. Even if it has been eaten, I still want the person. Once I get back to Fuchsia Town, I'll see if I can get the Bell family to help find the whereabouts of the gold fruit or its user. Loya secretly decided that he must get his hands on the Jean fruit. If he succeeded, he could directly confront the 5 elders and Mary Geos and take them down without any problem. After organizing his thoughts and temporarily setting aside his excitement, Loya felt that no matter what, he should first understand the murals and the tribe's matters in front of him. So, he continued to observe the murals on the wall with Roger as they walked toward the end. After a long walk, the two arrived at a place near the end of the passage. They stopped again because the murals on the wall ended here. Luo Ya tried to reconstruct the content of the entire mural in his mind. The mural depicted moon people piloting a flying ship. One day, they arrived at this place and encountered the natives, but both sides appeared to be very friendly. After conversing with the natives, the content of the mural took a big turn. The moon people began to work, though it was unclear what they were building. In the final part of the mural, Luo Ya finally discerned the shape of what the moon people were constructing. It was a ship. The mural ended here. Luo Ya couldn't understand why these lunar people went through so much trouble to come down from the moon just to build a ship. He kept pondering, filled with doubt. Roya and Roger took a few more steps and finally reached the end of the corridor. After walking for a long time, filled with doubts, they hoped that something at the end of the corridor would answer their questions. However, they didn't expect that the end of the corridor was not the final destination. There was a staircase leading down. The faint light source they had seen from the entrance was actually another statue of the god Anubis at the end of the corridor, with 2 strange stones on the balance scales in its hands emitting light. Looking at the scales held by the god Anubis, Roya felt even more convinced that Anubis was indeed Anubis. She just didn't understand why the natives referred to him as the god Anubis. Gazing down the staircase, it was completely dark and nothing was visible. But having come this far, there was no way they could turn back. Roya and Roger descended the staircase to continue their exploration. Fortunately, there were no traps or strange things on the staircase, and it wasn't long. They quickly reached the end. The scene outside the staircase hit them hard in their minds. As they stepped out of the hole at the end of the staircase, they were surprised to find a vast mountainous space. The walls of the entire space were embedded with the glowing stones from the balance scales of the god Anubis, illuminating the area, making it feel like daytime even in the darkness of the mountain where sunlight couldn't reach. What was even more astonishing was that within this mountain was a massive underground lake, and various small boats were floating on the lake, all in a state of disrepair. But the fishy smell in the air told Roya and Roger that the water in this lake was indeed seawater. And at the center of the lake was an island floating on the water, which housed a huge castle that towered into the clouds, occupying half of the island. The castle was already incredibly tall, but next to it stood a statue of Anubis that was even taller than the castle, a height that would make anyone with a fear of heights feel weak in the knees. Roya and Roger exchanged a glance, both seeing astonishment on each other's faces, unsure of what was happening. How could there be such a strange island within this mountain, complete with a massive castle and a statue of Anus? Could the god Anus really exist? Had this place once been inhabited by him? This thought suddenly popped into Roya's mind, but she quickly dismissed it. If this was the residence of the god Anus, then the murals of moon people in the passage would be inexplicable. The two looked around and found that there were no further paths to continue. It seemed that the island and castle in the lake were the ultimate destination of this adventure. Roya can't wait to go up there and find the answers to her many questions. She approaches. Luo Ya and his companion planned to take a small boat to the island in the middle of the lake. However, the small boats that originally existed on the lake were all in ruins. They couldn't even hold a person, and even a slight touch would shatter them into wood chips. With no other choice, Luo Ya had to use his wood release technique to create a wooden boat. But unexpectedly, just as the wooden boat was completed, a huge figure emerged from the bottom of the lake, bursting through the water. It directly smashed the wooden boat. Roya and Roger immediately stepped back to avoid getting splashed by the seawater kicked up by the figure. Steadying themselves, they realized it was a gigantic pink sea king. This pink sea king was not very large, about the same size as the near sea kings that Luffy encountered, and compared to the sea kings of the Calm Belt, it was quite small. Its scales shimmered under the light of the stones, and its massive mouth opened wide, revealing sharp teeth, while its big eyes stared curiously at the two tiny humans, Roya and Roger. The water here was already seawater, but there was also a sea king. How is this reasonable? Looking at the sea king that suddenly broke the surface, Roya couldn't help but exclaim. The pink sea king observed Roya and the others for a moment, then disregarded who they were and directly opened its mouth wide to bite them. It didn't care what they were, it just wanted to eat. Facing the giant mouth of the approaching sea king, Roya and Roger drew their swords. Get back. They executed a double divine dodge, slicing the sea king into 3 pieces. The power was such that it even created 2 trenches on the ground. There was a bit of personal grudge involved. After all, this sea king was pink. Looking at the corpse of the pink sea king, Roya suddenly remembered that he hadn't had breakfast. Plus, they were going to the island soon. And who knows what would happen there, so it was better to replenish their strength first. Therefore, the two didn't waste any time and directly cooked the sea king's meat by the shore, adding some fruits that Roya had grown, resulting in a wonderful lunch. After eating for a while, they had also rested enough. Roya rebuilt a wooden boat. The two of them set off towards the island and the lake on the wooden boat. The journey went smoothly. Along the way, no sea kings emerged from the water to attack the small boat. Roya and Roger arrived on the island smoothly. The ground on the island was overgrown with weeds, bare and desolate, with the most prominent features being the enormous castle and the statue of Anus. Near the statue and the castle, there were a few trees of unknown types. Roya and Roger glanced at the island before heading towards the castle and the statue. It seemed that no one had lived on the island for a long time, as it was overgrown with weeds. There was also a stone path specifically built to lead directly to the castle. However, there were no weeds growing in the cracks of the stones on the path, as if something was suppressing their growth. Roya and Roger walked along the stone path towards the castle. At the entrance of the castle, Roger couldn't help but exclaim, "This castle is really beautiful." As he gazed at it, Roya nodded. It is indeed beautiful, although the exterior of the castle is somewhat dilapidated. Its former splendor can still be seen in the decoration. Moreover, there is a painting of Anubis on the main door. After glancing at the painting, Luo Ya looked up again. Clearly, it resembled Anubis, yet the locals referred to it as the giant divine statue of Anubis. Could it be that this is truly the temple of Anubis? But he is an ancient Egyptian god. How could he possibly reside in a castle? And how would those moon people explain this? Roya, he thought to himself. However, he didn't dwell on it too much. Perhaps the answer was right in front of him, able to tell him why. Fortunately, the castle door had no traps, and Roya pushed it open with ease. The long-neglected door creaked loudly. He followed Roger into the castle, but the scene inside the castle shattered all of Roya's previous guesses and left him utterly dumbfounded. Inside the castle was a palace. What caught his eye was the golden-colored architecture, with even the ground being golden. For massive golden pillars supported the palace. The walls of the palace were adorned with images of Anubis. Most importantly, at the end of the palace was a high platform. What was on the high platform astonished Roya even more. On the tiered steps of the platform sat a golden chair, and on the golden chair sat a figure that looked exactly like Anubis. He was dressed in golden armor, holding a scepter, with a wolf's head and a human body. He looked exactly like the ancient Egyptian god of the dead, Anubis, that Roya had in mind. What was going on? Could this person really be Anubis? Looking at Anubis on the high platform, Roya was deeply shocked. This was impossible. If Anubis really existed, then why did the natives call him the god Anus? And what was the deal with the moon people in the corridor? Roger was also quite shocked, staring at Anubis in silence for a long time. However, Roya still couldn't believe that the person in front of him was Anubis. He looked around the palace, trying to find traces of the lunar people. But apart from the abundant golden-colored buildings, Roya found nothing. However, when he inadvertently looked up, he discovered something strange. Gazing at the ceiling of the palace, Roya noticed that there was also an image of Anubis on it. But as he looked, he felt that something was off. That's right, the height. Roya suddenly realized height. Although the distance between the floor and ceiling of the Golden Palace is very high, at least 20 meters, it is still far less than the height of the castle. Therefore, there must be other places on the ceiling of this palace. After understanding this, Luo Ya stood in place, observing the palace to see if there were any passages that could lead to the ceiling of the palace. However, he found nothing. But he couldn't clearly observe the high platform where the person resembling Anubis was, and instead felt it was the most suspicious. After sharing his speculation about the high platform and the ceiling with Roger, Luo Ya suggested going up to the high platform to take a look. Roger agreed. The two carefully walked towards the high platform. Since their arrival, Anubis, sitting on the golden chair, had not said a word, and Roya initially thought he was just a statue. However, unexpectedly, just after they had taken a few steps, Anubis on the platform suddenly spoke. His voice echoed throughout the entire palace. I am Anubis the god, the master of death. Although Roya and the others could not understand, they could still feel the authority in the voice. The two, as if facing a great enemy, quickly drew their swords and stood in front of themselves. They focused their attention on Anubis on the high platform. As the voice faded, Roya and the others exchanged glances with Anubis. Luo Ya and Roger dared not act rashly, watching Anubis on the high platform to see what he intended to do. The palace fell silent. Roya and Roger tensed their bodies, waiting for Anubis to make a move. But after he shouted that phrase in an unknown language, they fell silent and did not even move. Roy and Roger exchanged glances and tentatively took a few steps forward. Anubis on the platform spoke again, saying the same thing as before. Roya and the other person stopped again, and Anubis also fell silent. What the hell is going on? Roya, who was confused by the Anubis on the high platform, shouted in his heart. Roger looked at Roya again, his eyes asking if they should continue moving forward. This time, Roya shook his head, looked at Anubis, and directly called out to the system in his mind, ready to have it scan him. System, come out quickly. System, here it is, host. What the hell? Why is there gold everywhere? We're rich, host, we're rich. Hearing the system's excited voice in his mind, Roya, who had initially been captivated by Anubis on the high platform, completely overlooked that this palace was made of gold. That's right, this place is filled with gold. If I absorb the entire palace to use for drawing cards, who cares if he is really the god of death Anubis? I'll still chop him down. Thinking of this, Roya immediately instructed the system to scan the palace and absorb it. After hearing the system's words, Roya finally realized that there was gold everywhere. If he absorbed it to use for drawing cards, who else would matter? System, all right. Host, scanning now. We're rich. We're rich. Luo Ya had been immersed in the fantasy of infinite draws. However, After scanning for a long time, the next sentence pulled him back to reality. System, bullshit. Host, we've been played. This palace looks shiny as hell, but it's just a facade. The palace is made of metal. The reason it looks golden is that it's coated with a layer of golden paint. Luo Ya, who was laughing heartily in his mind, suddenly stopped. This damn feeling was like finding out that a lottery ticket worth 50 million was expired after he thought he won. Damn it. I knew there wouldn't be a chance to rise to the top in one step. After a long silence, Luo Ya accepted this reality and instructed the system to scan Anubis on the high platform. System, scan the Anubis on the high platform and see if he's really Anubis or something else. System O. After discovering that the palace's gold was fake, the system also lost its enthusiasm, responding casually. After a series of scans, the system revealed Anubis's true identity to Luo Ya. Host, this person's body is fake. His body is made of some rare metals. In other words, he is a robot. A robot? So that's it. After hearing the system's report, Luo Ya felt much better. As long as he wasn't the real god of death Anubis, he could still take him on. System, then I'll take my leave. After the system finished reporting, it attempted to leave, but Luo Ya stopped it, saying, wait a minute, this broken robot keeps saying something every few steps. Don't go yet. Stay here and translate what he says for me. System, all right. Luo Ya. Okay, then we'll leave. You be careful and listen. System, wait a moment. Luo Ya what? System, I can help you translate, but it's quite a lot of work, so it will cost extra. Luo Ya, how much? System, 10,000 berries. Luo Ya, gritting his teeth, fine. After reluctantly agreeing to the demands of the money-loving system, Luo Ya glanced at Roger. Roger also exchanged a knowing glance with him. The two of them moved forward again. Sure enough, just as Roya had thought, Anubis on the high platform spoke once more, and Roya and his companion stopped again. The majestic and deep voice echoed throughout the entire palace, and at that moment, Roya reminded the system to translate. The system quickly responded, translating Anubis's words for Roya to hear. I am Anubis, the god and master of death. Luo Ya carefully savored Anubis's words. He didn't understand why the statue referred to itself as the god Anus. But despite his confusion, he disdainfully said, Tisich, acting all high and mighty. A broken robot daring to call itself the master of death. Looking at him, he silently communicated with the system. Let's keep moving forward, and whatever he says next, you translate it simultaneously. System, okay. After instructing the system, Luo Ya turned to Roger and said, Roger, let's keep going no matter if that person on the platform speaks or not, and head straight to the base of the platform. Roger nodded, indicating that he understood. The two continued to walk forward, and Anubis's voice echoed once more. However, this time, Roy and the others did not stop and kept moving ahead, while Anubis's voice continued to resonate. With the system's translation, Roy understood that he was repeating the same phrase. It wasn't until they reached the center of the palace that the words of the Anubis robot changed. Further ahead lies the realm of the gods. You mere mortals must not proceed any further. Hearing the change in Anubis's words, Roy paused for a moment, intending to pull Roger back, but after a moment's thought, he decided to continue moving forward, ignoring the voice of the Anubis robot. Luo Ya and Roger kept walking, and they were soon about to reach the bottom of the high platform, but at that moment, the robot's words changed again. This time, there was no need for system translation. Both Luo Ya and Roger understood it. Intruder detected, beginning defense. The voice emitted by the Anubis robot sounded like what a robot should have. Calm, indifferent, devoid of the previous authority and depth. Suddenly understanding the robot's words, Luo Ya and Roger immediately stopped in their tracks. They saw that the robot's words had just finished. Behind Luo Ya and the others, a sound suddenly emerged. The two immediately turned to look back. In the center of the palace, a pillar over a meter high rose from the ground, and on top of the pillar was a balance scale. Luo Ya and Roger only heard a click, and the balance tilted to the left. In an instant, gravity was reversed, and Luo Ya and Roger felt their bodies fly up, crashing towards the ceiling. At the same time, spikes began to emerge from the palace ceiling. In the face of danger, Luo Ya immediately reached out his right hand to grab Roger's waist, while his left hand pointed towards the ground, shouting, Wood release, great forest technique. Immediately, several wooden vines extended from his left arm, piercing into the ground to catch the two of them. If they were any slower, the spikes would have impaled them. Although both of them had mastered armament hockey, they had not yet reached the point of covering their entire bodies. If they collided with the spikes, they would not die, but would definitely be injured. The vines in Luo Ya's hand gradually shortened, pulling the two back to the ground. Luo Ya pressed the seeds into the ground, and the seeds grew into vines, grabbing hold of the two people's feet, preventing them from flying upward any longer. Just as Luo Ya and the others were about to breathe a sigh of relief, there was movement in the central balance of the palace. With a cracking sound, the noise echoed again, and the balance returned to a state of equilibrium. Roya and Roger immediately felt the sensation of weightlessness disappear, but lasted less than a second before they felt a heavy burden pressing down on them. Upon closer inspection, the balance beam had tilted to the right. This time, Anubis on the high platform also stood up. As the balance beam tilted to the right, gravity doubled, and Roya and Roger felt as if they were carrying a massive stone on their backs, their legs sinking into the ground. The Anubis robot on the platform also stood up. Its mechanical arm grasped a scepter, raised above its head, pointing at the two, and a mechanical voice echoed. "Commence the purge." Then it jumped directly off the platform, bringing the scepter down toward Roya and Roger. "Not good, run." Seeing Anubis jump down, Roya quickly released the vines under his and Roger's feet, exclaiming. The vines withered, and the two immediately retreated. Anubis's scepter struck the ground, causing it to crack instantly. Witnessing Anubis smash the ground with the scepter, Roya couldn't help but comment. "What the hell? Is that how you use a scepter?" However, as soon as that thought crossed his mind, Anubis demonstrated the true purpose of the scepter. He raised the scepter, and a laser shot out from its tip, flying toward the two. "Shit!" Seeing the incoming laser, the two hurriedly dodged. The laser flew past them and exploded upon hitting the ground. Luo Ya and Roger looked towards the direction of the laser explosion point and saw that the originally flat ground had been blasted into a large pit, emitting black smoke. Seeing this scene, Luo Ya was taken aback. "Damn, you should just use brute force." The view returned to Anubis, who raised his staff again. However, this time he didn't fire a laser. Instead, he swung it towards Roger. This time, Luo Ya and Roger didn't dodge. They raised their long knives. Divine avoidance was executed. The dual divine avoidance clashed against Anubis's staff, forcing him back. Before the two could continue their pursuit, Roger's long knife shattered. Roya immediately scattered seeds to transform into the shy grass and sunflower of the demon realm to attack Anubis. Then, in the weapons room, he took out a long knife and gave it to Roger. "Use Haki, otherwise you won't be able to block his staff," Roya said, and Roger nodded, took the long knife, and the armament Haki covered the long knife. Roya also covered his armed color with heavy spirit, and the two of them took the initiative to step forward, swinging their blades at Anubis. The gravity of the scales doubled, which had little impact on Roya and the others, only slightly reducing their speed. However, for the shy grass and sunflower from the demon realm, it was a dimensional blow. The speed of the shy grass became extremely slow, while the seeds fired by the sunflower were pressed down to the ground by the gravity before they could hit Anubis. In an instant, Anubis swung his staff around and shattered them. Luo Ya and Roger swung their weapons at Anubis, their Haki-covered divine blades striking down. Anubis also waved his staff to meet the attack. With a loud clang, Anubis was knocked back by the two. At the same time, he swung his arm, and a laser shot out from his staff. The two quickly dodged to the side to avoid the laser. Looking again at Anubis's staff, Luo Ya saw that their dual divine blades couldn't cut through it, leaving him very confused. "What the hell is this thing made of? It's so hard." "Roger, you go up and fight him. I'll see if I can find his weakness," Luo Ya said. Roger nodded, said nothing more, raised his knife, and began to fight Anubis. Noticing that Anubis only fired lasers after a certain interval, Roya speculated that the lasers required charging, silently noting the intervals between each laser shot. Roya summoned the system. "System, what is that robot staff made of? It's so hard. Also, what weaknesses does this guy have?" "System, after scanning, I found that his staff and armor are made of sea stone. His weakness is the energy core in his chest. Destroying the energy core will disable his movement." The system's notification sounded, and Roya learned about the Anubis robot's weakness. He rubbed his chin, contemplating how to deal with it. After a moment, it seemed he came up with a good plan. He summoned the Blade Spirit, Ghost Claw, and Eve. He instructed Ghost Claw to hold the heavy spirit, freeing up his hands. He intended to tell Eve to protect herself and fall back. Unexpectedly, Eve directly raised her wooden sword, coating it with armed color Haki. With a swift movement, she slashed the wooden sword horizontally at Anubis's waist, sending him crashing into a pillar, then continued to pursue him. Both Roya and Roger were startled by Eve's sudden action. Roger quickly reacted, stepping forward to join Eve in restraining Anubis. Roya, on the other hand, was internally screaming, "Sister, kill me." After glancing disdainfully at the ghostly claw, he prepared to execute his plan. He threw out a seed, which grew and transformed into another Roya. This was Roya's technique of combining wood release with the fruit of the seed, allowing him to use wood release ninjutsu without hand signs. He handed the heavy spirit to his wooden clone, who held it tightly. As he watched Anubis shoot out a laser, he immediately moved forward, swinging the heavy spirit at him, standing alongside Eve and Roger. "Sister, Roger, knock this guy over to my side." The two nodded, and 3 blades struck Anubis. Although they still couldn't break through his sea stone armor, it was more than enough to send him flying. The 3 of them sent Anubis flying towards Roya's main body. Eve and Roger then noticed there were 2 Royas, leaving them puzzled. Meanwhile, the main body of Roya directly embraced the incoming Anubis. Wood release, great forest technique, was activated. Countless vines grew from his arms, entangling Anubis. The ghostly claw seized Anubis's staff and lifted it forcefully, exposing his chest. The wooden clone of Roya immediately threw the heavy spirit with all his might. Whoosh! The heavy spirit flew through the air, and just as it was about to pierce Anubis and himself, Roya quickly switched places with his wooden clone. The wooden clone transformed into a wooden man, and the heavy spirit accurately pierced Anubis's chest, impaling him and the wooden man together. The heavy spirit accurately pierced the chest of the Anubis robot, impaling him and the wooden man together. In an instant, the light in the eyes of the Anubis robot dimmed, remaining motionless in the position it held when pierced by the heavy spirit. The staff in its hand was gripped tightly. Roya cautiously approached and saw Anubis still motionless. He pulled out the heavy spirit, and the wooden figure collapsed and shattered instantly. Holding the heavy spirit, Roya glanced back at Eve, who smiled at him and nodded. Seeing her like this, Roya sheathed the heavy spirit, and the ghost claw and Eve disappeared in an instant. With his hands free, Roya had no intention of returning to Roger's side. Instead, he began rummaging through Anubis. Noticing this, Roger walked over and asked, "Roya, what are you doing?" Roya was tugging at Anubis's armor and replied, "This armor looks pretty valuable. If we take it off and sell it, and his scepter too, see if you can get it off." "Oh," Roger responded, reaching out to grab the scepter, trying to see if he could pull it from Anubis's hand. But as he pulled hard on the scepter, its tip began to emit a golden light, illuminating the entire space. Anubis, whose energy core had already been destroyed by the heavy spirit, spoke again. Roya only heard 6 words. "Self-destruct sequence activated." 3. "Oh no. Roger, run." Roya quickly pulled Roger back and started running. 2. Hearing the countdown nearing its end, Roya knew that even if they ran faster, they wouldn't get far. So he let go of Roger's hand and put his palms together. He channeled all the chakra in his body and shouted, "Wood release, great wall technique." 1. A massive shield with a grotesque, fang face instantly appeared, blocking the 2 of them. As the countdown reached its end, Anubis's figure became transparent and dissipated. Bang! A loud explosion erupted, ringing in Roya and Roger's ears. The energy from the explosion, along with the shockwave and debris, slammed against the grotesque shield, causing it to crack rapidly. Roya and Roger held onto the shield tightly, not daring to let go. The sound of the explosion faded away. Roya and Roger hid behind the ghost-faced shield, completely unharmed. Fortunately, they reacted in time. Otherwise, the 2 of them would really have met their end here. Hearing that there was no more noise, Roya said with relief as they both relaxed the shield, but the shield unexpectedly fell forward. Roya and Roger finally saw the scene behind the shield after the explosion. In front of them was a huge, deep pit that appeared in their line of sight. The pit was perfectly blasted, not damaging the 4 supporting columns of the palace, and its edge was right at their feet. If it had been any larger, they would have likely fallen into the pit. Black smoke was still rising from the center of the pit, indicating that the explosion had been incredibly powerful, and the ghostly face shield had fallen below. Surprisingly, Anubis's armor and staff were also quietly resting in the pit, undamaged by the earlier explosion, while the balance had been blown to pieces and its effect of doubling gravity had disappeared. Wow, that's intense, Roger thought in shock as he looked at the deep pit before him. However, when he saw the staff and armor in the pit, his shock vanished without a trace. Replaced by joy, he quickly sent out 2 vines to wrap around the staff and armor, bringing them into his hands. Thinking to himself, "No wonder it's made of sea prism stone. It's really damn tough." After putting the staff and armor into the warehouse, he and Roger walked up to the high platform to see if there was a passage leading to the space above the palace ceiling. The 2 arrived at the chair where Anubis had previously sat, feeling around to see if there were any mechanisms. Unfortunately, after searching, they found nothing. Roger frowned. "Look at Roya, and asked Roya, what should we do now? It seems there are no mechanisms. Luo Ya also frowned and said, it shouldn't be. There's nothing in this palace, only this high platform, and the chair seems suspicious. If there's a mechanism, it should be here, right? Roger said, I think your guess might be wrong. Perhaps the mechanism is in another place. Roy nodded, acknowledging the possibility, and said, why don't you go check the wall behind the chair? I'll keep looking around the chair here. Roger nodded and went to the wall to check, while Roya continued to fumble around in the chair. After a while, neither of them had found anything. Exhausted, Roya simply sat down in the chair, ready to take a break. However, he didn't expect that sitting down would accidentally trigger a mechanism. The previously still chair suddenly flipped backward and then sank down a bit. Roya was taken aback and quickly jumped up. Meanwhile, on Roger's side, a 3-meter-tall and 2-meter-wide stone door slowly rose against the wall of the chair, revealing a small space. Roger shouted immediately, Roya, come here, there's a passage. Roya immediately walked over. The two of them entered the small space. And Roger couldn't understand the small space, but Roya felt incredibly familiar with it. Isn't this a damn elevator? Luo Ya sat down on the chair and inadvertently triggered a mechanism. A small metal space appeared behind the wall facing the chair. The two of them entered the metal space. The stone door fell, and 2 iron doors extended from within the space, sealing it off. Looking at the appearance of the space in front of them, there were 2 buttons marked with up and down arrows beside the doors. Roger is confused. Roya is indeed very familiar with this. Isn't this just an elevator? Roger was even more confused. Elevator? You can understand it as a lift, Roya explained. Then, she directly pressed the button, pointing upwards. The elevator instantly started moving. After a few seconds, the elevator doors opened again. The scene outside was completely different in style from the palace. It was filled with a technological vibe, revealing a massive laboratory. Directly in front of Roya and Roger was a huge electronic screen, and below, it was a complex control panel. Looking at the scene before them, Roya felt that this was the right way to go. However, Roger was completely stunned, mouth agape, his eyes filled with surprise and curiosity. The two stepped out of the elevator, looking around. Only then did they see the full layout of the laboratory. The space in the laboratory was divided into 2 parts. Separated by a huge transparent glass, it was clear that the left side, which probably occupied 1/3 of the entire space, was the living area. The remaining space was entirely the experimental area. In front of Luo Ya and the other person is a control panel, and to the right is filled with instruments. The instruments are arranged in a circle, indicating that there must have been a big device in the center of the instruments. Roya and Roger walked towards the control panel. Roya just wanted to look for clues, while Roger was full of curiosity, checking this and that. Roya, what are all these? Roya asked curiously. Roya didn't know how to respond to him. Well, I just don't know how to describe it. Anyway, you just need to know that this is technology, capable of creating incredibly powerful things. Oh, I see. I understand, Roger nodded, indicating that he got it. No, you don't understand, Roya silently replied in his heart. The two of them arrived at the control panel. Looking at the densely packed buttons on it, Roya felt overwhelmed. How could he possibly make sense of these things? Roger curiously looked at the control panel and was about to press a button. But just as he reached out, Roya slapped his hand and said, "Don't move around, Roger. We don't want to accidentally trigger a defense system like Anubis's." With a sound of acknowledgement, Roger retracted his hand and asked, "So what should we do now?" "Let me think," Roya replied dismissively, but he didn't actually think for himself. If he relied on his own thoughts, it would probably take ages. When in trouble, seek the system. Roya called out to the system in his mind, asking if there was a way to turn on the screen, as it might have records of information about this place. System. Well, host, this control panel and the instruments cannot be activated. They don't operate on electricity, but rather a special type of energy. However, the energy in these instruments has now been depleted. Roya, can you obtain this kind of energy? System, no. If I could, I would have gotten it already and told the host that I could sell it for 10,000 berries per gram. The system firmly said no. This left Roya in a dilemma. The system also had no solution and couldn't understand it itself. If he just went back like this, he would return with a head full of questions. Roya, this obsessive-compulsive patient, is going to drive himself crazy. Although Roya has obtained the fruits, the historical texts, and the sea stone scepter and armor, one could say he hit the jackpot. But it's not about the money. A secret, a shocking big secret, is right in front of you. And you want to take a look? After all the exploration, you're just one step away from knowing this astonishing secret. But that last step just can't be taken. If he goes back like this, Roya's mood would be like when a friend suddenly messages you saying, "I have something to tell you," but you can't tell anyone. And then you look all expectant, ready to hear the gossip, eagerly replying, "What is it? Hurry up and tell me." And then your friend just dies, doesn't reply at all, leaving you alone, confused in the wind, sending voice messages filled with cultural essence. Luo Ya was unwilling to go back just like that. He told Roger to help him look for any other items that might hold information, like notebooks or something. But the two searched for a long time, flipping everything over. In the experimental area, there were only instruments, nothing else. There was no choice. They had to place their last hope on the living area. They walked up to the glass. The two looked through the glass at the scene inside. But apart from many beds and tables, there was only a cooking station. They didn't see anything else. Just when Luo Ya was about to give up, he suddenly caught a glimpse of something in the far right corner of the living area. There was a stone sculpture resembling a moon person about 7 meters tall. A statue? A statue. Damn it. The mouse charm. If they put the mouse charm on the statue to bring it to life and directly ask it, wouldn't that mean they would know whatever information they wanted? Luo Ya finally thought of a solution. Excited, he forgot about the glass and tried to walk straight through it. With a bang, he ran into the glass, which brought him back to reality. He groped the glass. Roya originally wanted to smash it directly, but if it shattered, the glass shards would be enough to bury both of them. He had Roger and himself feel around the glass, looking for a way to open it. After searching for more than 10 minutes, Roya finally found a transparent glass button. After pressing it, the glass in front of him rose, revealing a door. As Roya entered the living area with Roger, she greeted the designer's parents 100 times in her mind. Upon entering the living area, Roya ran towards the statue. Roger followed closely. When they reached the statue, Roya flipped his hand and the mouse talisman appeared in his palm. Just as he was about to place the talisman on the statue, he heard Roger ask, "Roya, what is this?" Roy thought for a moment. Since Roger would see the statue come to life anyway, he told him the name and abilities of the mouse spell. "Roger, what an amazing ability. Roya, where do you get all these strange and weird things?" "Luo Ya, actually, my name is not Luo Ya. I am called kid.He Dream. I have a dimensional pocket space filled with all kinds of strange and wonderful items. Do you believe it?" "Roger, I believe." "Luo Ya, I don't even believe it myself." "All right, shut up." After Luo Ya and Luo Ya finished their explanation, Luo Ya eagerly pressed the mouse spell onto the statue. After successfully distracting Luo Ya couldn't wait to place the mouse spell on the statue of the moon person. The spell immediately emitted a glow, enveloping the statue. As the white light dissipated, the gray skin of the statue gradually transformed into flesh color. The clothes on its body and the wings behind it returned to their original colors, a white robe and white wings. Thanks to the mouse spell, the statue came to life. The statue's eyes were no different from those of an ordinary person, with black pupils moving back and forth. Looking at Luo Ya and Luo Ya with a confused expression, Roger exclaimed excitedly, "It's really alive? Amazing." At that moment, the lunar being that had come to life from the statue also regained its senses and noticed that there were no wings behind Roya and Roger. It assumed a defensive posture and immediately shouted, "Who are you?" Before Roya and the others could answer, glanced around. "This is the experimental base. Am I not dead? Why am I back at the experimental base?" "We are." Roy looked at the increasingly panicked Moon Man and was about to explain. But the Moon Man immediately interrupted him. "Shut up. Are you sent by Alum? You damn soldiers. Filthy creatures. Go to hell." As the Moon Man spoke, he became more and more agitated, and he raised his fist to punch Roger in the chest. There was a loud thud. Roger is fine, but the Moon Man is in so much pain that he's shaking his hand. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Damn it, don't look down on me." The Moon Man still doesn't learn his lesson and kicks Roger's leg again. The same sound, the same result. The Moon Man is once again in pain, clutching his foot. "Don't be so proud. If I had a weapon in my hand, I could wipe you out in an instant. Although I don't know why I came back to life again. But those who can come here must be from Alum. Just kill me directly. I will never submit to him." After saying this, the Moon Man closed his eyes, looking resolute and ready to die rather than yield. Roya and Roger exchanged a glance. Luo Ya thought to himself, "What is this idiot doing?" Tentatively, he spoke up. "Well, this gentleman, is it okay for someone from 800 years ago to call him Big Brother?" "Big Brother, we don't know that Alum at all, and we definitely aren't his subordinates." Upon hearing this, the Moon Man opened his eyes again, looked at the two, and said, "So you are from the Coalition?" "No, that's not right. Although we collaborated with the Coalition, they don't know about this base either. Don't think you can fool me." Luo Ya didn't understand what the Moon Man in front of him was talking about. "What is Alum? What Coalition? They weren't even on the same channel. However, brother, we really didn't deceive you. And I must remind you that it is now the year 1454 in the sea-round calendar. As soon as Luo Ya finished speaking, the lunar person suddenly raised their head, staring intently at Luo Ya. What did you say? 1454, that's impossible. It's impossible. Over 800 years. How could it have suddenly been over 800 years? Luo Ya looked into his eyes and said firmly, I tell you, it is indeed the year 1454 of the sea circle calendar. The reason for your resurrection is the mouse talisman. The lunar being remained silent for a long time after hearing this. Finally, he sighed deeply and said, has technology in 1454 developed to this extent? Can a statue be revived and possess memories? Such advanced technology. Have we really lost Alam? Who is ruling the world now? The lunar being asked. Roya thought for a moment and replied, the largest institutions at sea right now should be the world government and the navy. As for ruling the world, that group of disgusting celestial dragons, most of whom are just useless drunks, should count as that. Upon hearing Roya's words, the moon people became excited instead of discouraged and said, world government? Celestial dragons? What does that mean? Alam has been defeated by us. That huge nation has been destroyed. Luo Ya couldn't understand, but from the words like the destruction of a huge country over 800 years ago, he could vaguely grasp what the lunar person was saying. This is something that happened 100 years ago. Damn, the news I've been receiving lately is getting more explosive. Brother, I don't know what you're talking about either. How about we sit down and talk? You tell me what happened in your era, and I'll tell you what this era is like. How about that? Luo Ya pointed to the table behind him, wanting to gather more information among the lunar population, and suggested. The lunar person looked at the table, then at the two of them, and finally nodded. He also wanted to know how the lunar people, were faring in this era. The three of them approached the table and sat down. Roya and Roger faced the moon man. There was a moment of silence. Finally, it was Roya who broke the silence. What should I call you, big brother? What is your name? The moon man smiled proudly. I am Alsace, the smartest person on the moon. I was the leader of that operation over 800 years ago. And you? I am Roya, and this is Roger. Roya pointed to himself and Roger as he spoke. Then may I ask you, big brother Alsace, to tell us about what happened 800 years ago, and then we can discuss the current world. How about that? Alsace thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. Just as Alsace was about to speak, he didn't know where to start. Where should I begin? Roya leaned on the table with both hands, gripping it tightly, fully anticipating him to start speaking. However, he was thrown off by his rhetorical question. First, just tell me why you came down from the moon and why you built the base here. Most importantly, what the hell is that Anus god? Anus god? Oh, you mean that dog-headed statue. That's just a god we fabricated using the image of Anubis to trick those natives into helping us. Arthas replied after thinking for a moment. Since it's based on Anubis, why is it called the Anus god? Roya asked, puzzled. Upon hearing this, Arthas seemed a bit embarrassed and stammered. A friend of mine, yes. A friend, to fool those natives, designed and manufactured the Anubis robot. But when my friend was setting the activation voice for the robot, he didn't quite understand the natives' language and ended up naming it the Anus god. The natives took it as the Anus god, and we didn't bother to change it. Luo Ya, is this it? Roya was speechless. The questions he had been pondering all the way were simply because you set the voice settings wrong. Damn it. After taking a deep breath, he brought the topic back on track and asked, so, why did you come down from the moon? Arthas nodded, ready to speak. But Roya suddenly stopped him. Arthas was puzzled. He saw Roya throw out a few seeds. One seed sprouted into an apple tree instantly, and several vines emerged from the ground, automatically picking apples and placing them in front of Roya and Roger. Another seed transformed into a sunflower king. What do you want me to do, boss? The sunflower king asked. Spit out some sunflower seeds. The sunflower king looked at Arthas and said, does the boss want me to spit seeds to attack him? Roya shook his head, then spat out some sunflower seeds and placed them on the table. Wanted me to eat. Kue Huang. Before long, the table in front of Roya and Roger was piled high with sunflower seeds and apples. Roger is happily eating an apple. Roya cracked sunflower seeds and looked at Arthas again, saying, all right, you can speak now. Arthas gave him a glance, but couldn't help feeling a bit tempted by the apples on the table. However, as the smartest lunar being, his pride wouldn't allow him to ask Roya for help. He slowly said, thousands of years ago, the moon's energy was depleted. Our ancestors came to your blue planet to find a solution to save our homeland. After a period of searching, they finally found something that could solve the moon's energy crisis, the devil fruit that produces electricity. It converts electricity into energy. The thunder fruit? Roya asked, puzzled. Of course, the thunder fruit can do that. However, when our ancestors were about to return to the moon, half of them chose to stay here. And the one in charge of the mission at that time did not stop them, because the depletion of other energy sources left the thunder fruit for them. If they missed their homeland, they could use the thunder fruit to generate electricity to control their spacecraft back to the moon. I see, Roya thought to himself. No wonder the thunder fruit was on Sky Island. The remaining ancestors chose to return to the moon, and after several years of research, they successfully developed the technology to make objects consume devil fruits. Using the remaining lunar energy, they created energy storage devices and made them all consume electricity-producing devil fruits. Then they assembled everything together to form a machine that could discharge energy infinitely, which we call the star core. Thanks to the star core, the moon's energy problem was finally solved, and we could continue to survive on the moon. Roya nodded, not expecting that such a thing had happened on the moon before. He silently thought, no wonder I never saw any other fruits that could control thunder and lightning in the anime I watched in my past life. After thinking for a moment, he felt something was off. Although he was quite happy to listen, what did this kid's story have to do with their arrival here? So what does this have to do with you coming here again? Roya asked. Arthas, feeling thirsty, disregarded everything and directly picked up an apple. Taking a bite to quench his thirst with its sweet juice, then continued speaking. I was just about to say that. Why the rush? After our ancestors solved the energy problem, they continued to live on the moon for thousands of years. Everything was peaceful until our generation. My teacher Alum was the most outstanding scientist of that time, and because of his excellent skills, the maintenance of the star core was always done by him. I can say that more than half of my scientific knowledge was taught by him. I have always admired him and regarded him as my most respected elder, hoping that one day I could have the technical ability to maintain the star core like him. But unexpectedly, he actually stole the star core and ran to your blue planet. Arthas's tone became more and more agitated. He could never understand why his highly respected teacher would betray them and steal the star core. He always believed that his teacher was a good teacher and could never do such a thing. Suddenly standing up, he said, I never thought my teacher would do this. I have always regarded him as a godlike figure and my pride. But I cannot forgive his betrayal. I cannot forgive his deception towards me. I must bring back the star core. Arthas said through gritted teeth, his fierce expression as if he wanted to eat someone. But it was all just useless venting. Seeing him like this, Roya immediately comforted him. Don't get too agitated. It's been over 800 years since your time. Your teacher may only be a trace of ash by now. What good does it do to be angry and agitated now? Hearing Roya's words, Arthas returned to his chair. You're right. It's been over 800 years. What good does it do to be angry now? I just want to know what the moon is like now. Roya nodded and continued. So what happened after your teacher, Alum, stole the star core? It's Alum. What a lassam. Arthas replied. Roya finally reacted. Oh, right, Alum. Alum, sorry about that. Roya expressed, I want to drink milk tea. After Alum stole the star core, he escaped to your blue planet. Fortunately, the energy generated by the star core each time it produces electricity can sustain all of us lunar people for a month. If we use it sparingly, it can last at least 2 months. Therefore, we must find Alum and retrieve the star core within 2 months. Upon learning that Alum had stolen the star core, the most respected elder on our moon gathered all lunar residents together for a meeting to discuss methods. In the end, it was decided that the older generation would stay on the moon to continue researching whether the energy could be regenerated, while from our younger generation, 100 of the strongest in strength and wisdom would be selected to take most of the remaining energy to power the spaceship and pursue Alum. I am one of those 100 and their leader. We activated the spaceship, said goodbye to our families, and came to you. We knew that this journey could only succeed. Failure was not an option. Although the elders stayed on the moon to study energy regeneration, we knew they could not succeed within 2 months. They had failed for thousands of years, so how could they succeed in 1 month? After we arrived here, we immediately began searching for Alum, but we could never find his trace. To conserve energy, we had to stop the spaceship and inquire about his whereabouts. However, there was still no news, and just when we were anxious like ants on a hot pan, we finally got a clue. What clue? Roya asked eagerly, captivated. Alsace picked up an apple again and continued. We discovered that when the king of that vast kingdom went out, the weapons carried by those soldiers were extremely advanced. Definitely not something you could master at that time. This must be Alum's doing. That day, the strongest among us infiltrated the palace and indeed found Alum's figure. The next day, we attacked the palace with our spaceship, forcing Alum out to hand over the star core. But we underestimated his abilities. He developed a powerful weapon. And with the soldiers' weapons, we were outnumbered and had to retreat temporarily. Unknowingly, the sunflower seeds on the table had been completely shelled by Roya. but he no longer wanted to eat them and immediately asked, "Then what happened?" "Then we found a place to stop the spaceship and recuperate, but by chance, we heard that the D clan was leading a coalition of 20 countries to overthrow the brutal rule of the vast kingdom." The D clan, Roger, who had been quietly eating his apple, could no longer remain silent upon hearing this term. Alsace glanced at him and said, "Yes. The D clan, what's the problem?" Roya replied to Roger, "He is a descendant of the D clan." Alsace immediately showed a look of understanding. "No wonder you could block my punch." Loya smiled and thought to herself, "Then you were weak to begin with. So what? After you found out they were preparing to overthrow the kingdom, what did you do? Collaborate with them?" Alsace nodded, "Yes. Collaborate with them. They want to overthrow the kingdom's rule, and we want to reclaim the Star Core. Isn't this a win-win situation?" At that time, the D tribe members were all strong, but there were also tough characters in the kingdom. Plus, with the weapons invented by Alum, the coalition's army was utterly powerless. Relying solely on the strength of the D tribe was not enough to overthrow the kingdom. So when we approached them and demonstrated the power of the weapons, they readily agreed to collaborate. We left half of our people at their camp to help them build weapons. Meanwhile, I led the remaining people to find a location to research even more powerful weapons. After a long search, we settled on this place because there was an abundance of sea stone here. With the help of instruments and the locals in excavating the sea stone, after a month, we finally succeeded in constructing a ship entirely made of sea stone, possessing strong attack and defense capabilities. Due to its dark exterior, I named it the Underworld King. Underworld King. Roger exclaimed in surprise about the 3 powerful ancient weapons that exist in the pirate world. The king of the 3 kings, the Sea King, and the Underworld King. How could Roger not be familiar with it? He just didn't expect that the Pluto was actually this lunar artificial being in front of him. On the other hand, Roya was not that surprised. Earlier, in the corridor, as Roya looked at the content of the murals and learned that what Arthas mentioned happened during the blank 100 years, he could roughly guess that the last mural depicted a lunar artificial ship, which was either Pluto or Uranus. As for the 3 kings, Loya only clearly knows that the Sea King refers to the merfolk who possess the ability to summon giant sea kings. As for the Pluto and Uranus, the 2 ancient weapons that exist in the world of One Piece, the manga has never shown the full appearance of these 2 weapons. Loya only knows that the Underworld King is a super powerful battleship, while the Heavenly King has no information about it, only knowing its other name, Uranus. Then, after you created the Underworld King, did you go to battle with Alum and the kingdom? Loya asked. Arthas lowered his head, looking very sad, as if to say that the battle was extremely intense. Loya and Roger did not urge him, allowing him to calm his emotions. Did you win? Loya asked, trying to probe further since he knew about the kingdom's downfall and the establishment of a world government by the other 20 countries. You want to know the details of the great battle and what happened afterward. Upon hearing Loya's question, Alsace's body suddenly trembled. He slowly raised his head, his eyes filled with helplessness and reluctance. I don't know. Don't know? Loya asked in confusion. Because I died suddenly on the battlefield while summoning the Lord of the Underworld. Alsace replied softly, his tone filled with deep self-blame and regret. Hearing Alsace's words, Loya spat out a mouthful of apple, causing him to cough repeatedly. Died suddenly? So, suddenly? Loya asked in disbelief, and both he and Roger were stunned. Arthas nodded, and out of concern for his compatriots on the moon, he devoted all his energy to the construction of Pluto, but he didn't expect a moment of silence. Loya and the others didn't expect that Arthas would suddenly be gone in such a situation. For a moment, both of them fell into a long silence. After a while, Loya sighed and said to Arthas, So, you don't know the final outcome of the Great War? You don't know the details of the battle either? Arthas nodded again. Roya sighed deeply. So, do you know about a person named Joy Boy? Joy Boy? It seems that the leader of the D family at that time was called Joy Boy, Alsace said after thinking for a moment. Loya was taken aback upon hearing his words. The leader of the D family at that time was actually Joy Boy. Loya thought about the information he learned from his previous life. That Joy Boy left a letter of apology as the historical text deep in the sea forest on Fishman Island. Some also speculated that Joy Boy was the builder of Noah, which was meant to carry the fish people and take them to live on land. Based on these 2 speculations, Loya had a bold guess. He speculated that when Alsace came here to study and built Pluto, Joy Boy, as the leader of the D family, personally went to the merfolk to make a promise with the mermaid princess, who was then the Sea King. He asked her to help participate in the Great War to overthrow the tyrannical kingdom. In return, after the war ended, he would take the merfolk to live on land aboard Noah. However, for some reason, after the war ended and the kingdom was overthrown, Joy Boy did not fulfill his promise. Or rather, he was unable to fulfill it, which is why he left a letter of apology in the sea forest. If the powerful weapon that Alum invented is Uranus, the king of heaven, then this is the war of the three kings. Luo Ya boldly speculated again that if the powerful weapon mentioned by Alsace, invented by Alum, is the king of heaven, then the war to overthrow the kingdom is indeed the grand war of the three kings. Because now the world is ruled by the celestial dragons and the world government. Thus, the kingdom and Alum must have been defeated. So where did Alum go in the end? Did he die? Alum? Him? These two shouldn't be related, right? Also, why was Joy Boy unable to fulfill his promise? After those small kingdoms overthrew the kingdom, established the world government, and called themselves celestial dragons, why did they hide this blank 100 years? What exactly happened during this period? What secrets are there? Luo Ya kept thinking and questioning in his mind, but still had no news at all. He secretly glanced at Arthas. His eyes filled with disappointment. Do you really want me to look at you with such disappointment? It really sucks to only know half of such a significant event from the past. And it's about something that has been blank for 100 years. Luo Ya now only feels extremely unhappy. Reluctantly looking around the living area, he tries to find a second statue. But in the end, he is disappointed. Apart from the smartest Alsace on the moon in front of him, there are no other statues. Luo Ya tried to find a second statue in the living area. However, apart from the statue of Alsace, there were no other statues. Reluctantly, he shifted his gaze back to Alsace. Roya was very upset. That frustrating feeling of hearing half the news and then it disappearing was really annoying. Trying to suppress his emotions, Roya kept recalling in his mind if there was anything else he could ask Alsace. But Alsace had died suddenly, and without experiencing the great battle, it seemed there was nothing else to inquire about. After thinking for a moment, Roya suddenly remembered that he had swiped a piece of historical text from the indigenous treasure vault. Perhaps that kid Alsace could understand it. He shook his hand and took the historical text out of the warehouse. Roger is fine, but Alsace was startled by the sudden appearance of the historical text. What is this? How did you create it? Technology? Devil fruit ability? Roya did not answer how he obtained the historical text, but pointed to it and retorted. This is the historical text. The characters inscribed on it should be from your era, the script we use here. Historical text? Alsace murmured, then asked in return. What history is recorded on it? What is recorded on it is the history of the blank, the history of the Great War. Can you understand it? Roya replied calmly. But Alsace was no longer calm. Knowing that this was about the war between the coalition and the kingdom, which was the war between his compatriots and Alum, he suddenly stood up, quickly walked to the historical text, and examined the characters written on it carefully, then furrowed his brows in contemplation. Roy and Roger also followed him to the historical text. Seeing his expression, they did not disturb his thoughts. After a long time, Alsace finally finished reading the history recorded on this historical text. He slowly lowered his head. Roya immediately asked after seeing it. So, can you understand it? What does it say? Arthas remained silent, merely shaking his head. Seeing Arthas's expression, Roya's heart sank, feeling a sense of foreboding. What does your shaking head mean? You can't understand it either? Arthas slowly turned his head to look at Roya and said, No, I can understand it. The characters inscribed here are indeed the writing we learned about when we came here. It's just what? Hurry up and tell me. Luo Ya asked anxiously, thinking to himself, what the hell? It's this time and you're still keeping me in suspense. There's no record of the outcome of the great battle on this, nor any details of other battles, just a weapon called the Heavenly King. Heavenly King? Roya exclaimed. You just read the words above. Roya looked at Arthas and said. Arthas nodded, turned back to the historical text, and read the content word by word. Demon weapon, the Heavenly King Uranus, standing in the sky, blocking the sun, can control the heavens. With immense power, can sever seas, split mountains, causing great earthquakes. Its location is unknown, but its owner is... Who? Roya immediately asked. Arthas returned his gaze to Roya and slowly uttered two words. Im. Upon hearing this name, Roya felt both reasonable and unexpected. The Heavenly King Uranus in Im's hands is the most recognized and likely speculation. Now this historical text has clearly told Roya that the Heavenly King is indeed in Im's possession. This also proves that Im has indeed lived for 800 years, being a person from the blank 100 years. But then, is the Heavenly King really invented by Alum? If so, why is it in Im's hands? Or is the Alum from 800 years ago the same as the current Im? But if they're the same person, why did the K get a clan? Who forged and inscribed the words 800 years ago, not inscribe Alum's name, but instead Im's name? Loya was almost driven mad by the countless questions in his mind. He kept scratching his head and thinking. However, with the current information, he couldn't deduce whether Alum and him were the same person. If they were, and the king was invented by Alum, then why did the Kazuki clan record his name as Im? The only conclusion Roya can draw now is that Alum changed his name to Im during the War of the Three Kings. Therefore, after the war ended, the Kazuki clan referred to him as Im in the historical texts. Aside from this inference, Roya cannot come up with any other reasonable speculation. However, according to his hypothesis, why would Alum change his name for no reason? Roya fell into a blind spot and concluded that Alum was indeed Im based on this assumption. Then he pondered in his mind. However, the next words from Alsace shattered all his deductions. I remember now, I seem to have heard of him. He was one of the kings of the 20-nation coalition at that time. As soon as he finished speaking, Roya's eyes widened in disbelief, and he shouted, "What did you say?" Roya originally thought that the historical text obtained from the native treasure would record the blank history of 100 years. Unexpectedly, it instead documented the celestial king Uranus and his possessor, Im. Not only did he fail to obtain any information about the blank 100 years, but it also raised more questions. After some speculation, he believed that Alum and Im were the same person. However, Alsace said that Im was a king among 20 kingdoms. Roya was immediately confused. What was going on? If Im and Alum were not the same person, then did the celestial king come from Im himself? With the technology of the pirate world at that time, could Im have invented the celestial king? Or was the celestial king not a weapon at all, but a living being? A series of doubts filled Roya's mind, and this confusion felt like a heavy stone pressing down on him, making it hard for him to breathe. Such a conjecture weighed heavily on Roya's heart. Roya knows that if the celestial dragons are a product of technology, the technology in the pirate world hasn't reached the level to create them, not even in this era. If the celestial dragons are biological beings, could it be that Im's long life is a gift from the celestial dragons? And it is precisely because of the celestial dragon's immense power that Joy Boy, as the leader of the D clan, could not stop Im and others from establishing the world government and ruling the world. After thinking for a long time, Roya finally sighed deeply and chose to let go of himself. These are just my speculations. To know the entire blank history of the 100 years, I will have plenty of time to search for the historical texts while sailing the seas with Roger in the future. For now, I should let myself off the hook. If I keep thinking like this, I might pull all my hair out. Raising his head and exhaling, he said to Alsace, "Thank you very much for sharing this information with me, Alsace. Now, if you have any questions about the current era, feel free to ask us both." Alsace nodded. The three returned to the table. Alsace looked at the two and said with a wry smile, "I am a dead man, and I don't have much I want to know anymore. I just want to know how the moon is doing now. How are my brethren who stayed here?" Loya thought for a moment and replied, "As for the current situation on the moon, I don't know, only that there are many robots up there. But I do have some impression of the group of moon people who stayed here. I heard that on the Great Sea Route, there is an aerial island that exists at an altitude of 10,000 meters, where people with wings like you live. I think they should be the descendants of your kin." Alsace listened quietly. After Loya finished speaking, he nodded silently and said, "Is that so? Then it seems that the kin who stayed here are living quite well. It's just that, the family on the moon." Alsace's expression gradually became sad. After hearing this, Roya comforted. "There's no use in being sad now. You've already done your best. Although it was a sudden setback, I don't know the situation on the moon, but I can be sure that the battle between the Allied kingdoms and the Giant Kingdom ended in victory for the Allied kingdoms. If Alum was still in the camp of the Giant Kingdom, then he must have been defeated, and the Star Corps might have already been brought back to the moon by your companions." Listening to Roya's comfort, Alsace gradually adjusted his emotions. "You're right. Maybe my kin are doing just fine on the moon right now." Loya looked at him and suddenly thought of something, saying, "You've helped me so much. Although I can't take you to the moon, and the mouse charm won't last forever, I can promise to take your statue to the Sky Island. Then I can use the mouse charm to revive you once more, so you can meet your compatriots on the Sky Island. That way, it won't be a regret, right?" After hearing Loya's words, Arthas stood up and bowed to him, saying, "You are truly a good person. Thank you so much." Roya smiled and waved his hand, saying, "You're welcome. It's just mutual help." In fact, Roya was not someone who casually made promises to others, even if it was a simple task. He only wanted to gain the powerful technological wisdom in Arthas's mind. Saying he would take him to the Sky Island was merely to increase his goodwill, so that when he resurrected through the mouse charm in the future, he would willingly impart his advanced scientific knowledge. After thinking for a moment and realizing there was nothing left to explore here, Roya prepared to leave and said to Arthas, "Then let's leave here for now. After I remove the mouse charm, I will take your statue with me. We'll meet again in the future." Arthas nodded and replied, "See you later." Seeing this, Roya also prepared to remove the mouse charm from Arthas, but his hand suddenly stopped. He suddenly thought about how Arthas and the others had brought the Underworld King out of their experimental base. So he asked Arthas what was going on. "Oh, it's simple. There is a mechanism behind the huge Anubis statue outside the base. By pressing the scepter from the Anubis robot in the palace onto the mechanism, a massive stone door can be opened, leading outside. That's how the seawater outside the base is brought in," Arthas replied. "Oh." Loya let out a sound and took the scepter out of the warehouse, saying, "Is this it?" Arthas nodded. "Yes, that's it. I remember I fed this scepter a devil fruit, but I don't know why it didn't take effect." "Fed it a devil fruit? Is that why it can shoot lasers?" "Yes, I remember it seemed to be the zone type, but I forgot what it was called." Loya looked at the scepter and put it back in the warehouse, knowing that he could find out what fruit it was later by having the system conduct a deep scan. "You got this scepter, but what about the Anubis robot?" Seeing Loya suddenly make the scepter disappear again, Arthas didn't ask him how he did it, but instead inquired about the Anubis robot. "Roya, it's blown up." "Arthas, so you're okay?" "Roya, do we look like we have something going on?" "Azaz." Once he knew the way out, Roya stopped talking nonsense. He directly removed the rat curse from Alsace and then stored the statue in the warehouse. He turned around and left the base with Roger. Roya and Roger exited their base in Alsace and returned outside the castle. Looking at the massive Anubis statue, Roya and Roger walked around to its back. Sure enough, they discovered a groove. Loya took out the scepter again and inserted it into the groove. Suddenly, the sound of iron chains rubbing and gears turning echoed. Following that was a rumbling noise. Hearing the sound coming from behind, Loya and Roger immediately turned to look. They saw a massive stone door slowly rising on the wall behind them. Sunlight streamed in from outside the stone door, revealing a shimmering sea surface. The two once again marveled at the wisdom of the lunar people, realizing that in just 20 days, they not only created Pluto, but also had the time to design and build such a stone door mechanism. They exchanged a glance and returned to the wooden boat that Loya had made, sailing away from the temple. As Luo Ya and the others emerged, the stone door slowly descended. Looking at the scene before him, Luo Ya realized that this was the other side of the deserted island where they had trained. It turned out that the indigenous tribe's settlement and Alsace's base were hidden within the mountain that occupied 2/3 of the small island. After wandering around, Luo Ya and Roger returned to the place where they had first landed on the island, back to the camp they had originally built. After a long day, Luo Ya intended to lie down on the wooden bed to rest immediately. However, as soon as he returned to the camp, he saw a completely black bear stealing the fruits he had planted next to the camp. Upon closer inspection, wasn't this an old acquaintance? A few seeds were tossed out, and they directly bound the black bear tightly. The bear was happily eating when it suddenly got entangled in the vines, scaring it into a few cries. It reached out to pull off the vines, but instead of breaking them, it tripped itself. Soon after, he saw the two killing gods he had encountered yesterday walking towards him. The black bear immediately shut its mouth, frightened and afraid to move. Loya and Roger came to the side of the black bear, looking down at it. Loya smiled and said, "Who would have thought? It turns out you don't steal kasayas, but you steal fruits, little black bear." The black bear didn't speak, having been caught in the act. There was nothing left to say. Seeing that the black bear remained silent, Loya turned to Roger and said, "Roger, didn't you want to try that dish called steamed bear paw that I mentioned? Well, right here is top quality ingredients. I'll cook it for you to taste today." Roger, "Sure. I've been wanting to try it for a long time." But when the black bear heard about the steamed bear paw, it couldn't keep quiet. Although it didn't know what steamed bear paw was, it certainly wasn't anything good. "Big brother, two big brothers. I was wrong. I shouldn't have stolen your fruit. I didn't know it was your fruit. If I had known, even if I had 8 guts, I wouldn't have dared to steal it. Please let me go. Considering I was unaware, I have elders above me and little ones below." The black bear pleaded tearfully. It was crying so heartbreakingly that Roger almost burst out laughing and interrupted. "You have elders above you and little ones below, huh? You don't even know how to change your begging for mercy. Just right. Your 2 palms aren't enough to eat. I'll serve you a whole pot. And send your family to reunite in heaven. Bell family furniture, doors. Come on. Come on. Heaven is fun." Hearing this, the black bear cried even harder. "No, big brother. This joke isn't funny. Bear meat isn't tasty. It's too tough, I know. I know where the wild boars camp is. Their meat is delicious. Please let me go. I can take you to the wild boars camp." The wild boars. You're something. You're so high and mighty. Hearing its words, Roger found it even more amusing, thinking, How does a bear know that bear meat is tough and not tasty? With a protest from his stomach, Roger stopped teasing it and said, all right, I'm not teasing you anymore. I don't eat bear meat either. You know where the wild boar's camp is, right? Then take Roger to hunt a wild boar and catch some fish while you're at it. I'll make fish soup for the few days we're on the island. You just follow us and help us hunt, and I'll spare your life. After saying that, Roger snapped his fingers and the vines on the black bear withered. The black bear clumsily got up, and how could it dare to disagree? It nodded and bowed, saying, no problem. All right, big brother, I promise. During your time on the island, I will do my best to help you hunt. I swear. Seeing it acting so servile, Roger kicked it and said, hurry up and take Roger to hunt. Stop dawdling. Then he turned to Roger and said, Roger, this black bear knows where the wild boar's camp is. You go with it to hunt a wild boar. I'll stay at the camp to guard and make a fire. Roger said with a disappointed look, aren't we having steamed bear paws anymore? You actually took it seriously. Roya thought helplessly, I want to eat it too, but I can't make it. Go on. I'm almost starving. Luo Ya said. Roger let out a sound and walked deep into the forest with the black bear. He kept staring at the black bear's hand, making the black bear break into a cold sweat. Meanwhile, Roya watched their two figures and decided to take a nap first. Although he said he was going to sleep, Roya just lay on the bed resting for a while and couldn't actually fall asleep. When Roger and the black bear returned with their catch, he got up to heat some oil and made roasted pork and fish soup. Roger continued to eat boldly, while the black bear, after tasting the fish soup, felt there was nothing wrong with staying by Roger and the others. The other animals on the island said, yes, you're really something. After finishing dinner, Luo Ya and Luo Ya returned to the cabin, ready to sleep, as they had training to do the next day. Meanwhile, the black bear lay down under the fruit tree by the campsite, covering itself with a few leaves. Luo Ya couldn't sleep. Roger's snoring was already torturous enough. But as soon as he lay down, his mind was filled with thoughts of the blank century, and I'm alum. He simply couldn't fall asleep. Looking at Roger, who was sound asleep on the wooden bed opposite him, Luo Ya sometimes really envied his ability to fall asleep in seconds. He adjusted his position. Roya stared at the ceiling. Unable to sleep, he decided to bring up the system and summarize the gains from this temple adventure, while also checking his character panel. He thought that since he had learned armament hockey and god avoidance, his strength evaluation should have improved. Character panel. Name, Roya Martial Arts. 250 points swordsmanship. Swordsman stage, item cards. None weapon inventory. Solid brick 3, ordinary long sword 2, mouse charm, sheep charm. Storage, cash berries 70,000, spirit summoning charm. Anubis fruit, historical text, 1 piece of sea stone, staff, after consuming a devil fruit, armor. Statue of Arthas, abilities. Intermediate wood release, seed fruit, one-time conqueror's hockey, observation hockey, armament hockey, god avoidance, berries, 0 overall strength. Not bad. Looking at the character panel in front of him, Roya nodded and affirmed himself. It seemed that his efforts over the past few days were not in vain. His martial arts had reached 250 points, and his swordsmanship had also improved to the swordsman stage, with the enhancements from armament hockey and god avoidance being quite significant. He remembered that to unleash a flying slash, he needed to reach the swordmaster or great swordmaster stage, right? Continuing to look, when Roya saw that his overall strength was rated as not bad, he thought to himself that the system had finally done something right. After a moment's consideration, Roya took out the Anubis fruit, gazing at the strangely patterned, apple-shaped devil fruit. Roya didn't know how to deal with it. Roger wouldn't eat it, and he was reluctant to give it to others. Moreover, it was a fruit from a mythical beast type, which was even rarer than a natural type. Roya really wanted to eat it himself. Unfortunately, he had already eaten one fruit, and the consequences of eating a second fruit in the pirate world were well known. Luo Ya sighed and was about to put the fruit back in the warehouse when the system's voice suddenly rang out. System, host, wait. Do you want to eat this Anubis fruit? Luo Ya was startled when the system suddenly spoke, saying, damn, you scare me to death. Yeah, but want to eat it. What's the use? I can't eat it. The system replied, who says you can't eat it? Hearing this, Luo Ya was taken aback and asked, what do you mean? Be clear. The system said, the system has a way to let the host eat this fruit, but it will charge a little commission. Luo Ya was not surprised at all by the mention of payment. This broken system always charged money. Just tell me what the method is. The system replied, the system can modify the fruit so that the host can eat it without side effects. Modify? No side effects. Does that mean I can eat as many fruits as I want? Luo Ya asked excitedly. The system said, of course not. Although the system can modify the fruit, the host can only eat different types of fruits. According to the 3 categories of fruits, the host can eat a maximum of 3 fruits with 3 different types. Different types of fruits? So, after I eat this Anubis fruit, I can still eat a nature-type fruit? The system confirmed that's right, as long as the host provides the commission. Luo Ya was thrilled. This is freaking the body of 3 fruits. If the fruits awaken later, who the hell am I afraid of? He took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement. Roy was preparing to ask the system how much commission it would charge, as he thought it surely wouldn't be cheap. He tried to stay calm and see if he could negotiate with the system. So, how much is the commission for modifying the fruit? Roy said calmly, System, it's not expensive at all, not at all. Right now, it's just for modifying the first fruit, and it's still quite simple, only 200,000 berries. 200,000. Why don't you go rob someone? Roy shouted. Actually, Roya thinks that 200,000 berries is a reasonable price for consuming a second devil fruit. How dare you? You poor guy, think like that. But if he doesn't show any excitement, how can he negotiate with the system? System. Host, is this still expensive? It's a purely fair price. Luo Ya. No way, it's too expensive. System. Then how much does the host think is appropriate? Roya. 10,000 berries? System. System. Host, your knife is too powerful. Even my hawk can't withstand it. The red line would be cut in half by your knife. Luo Ya's strike directly hit the system's main artery. How could the system possibly agree? System. Host, are you playing with me? Roya said with a smile. Aren't you the one who asked me how much is appropriate? I think 10,000 berries is quite suitable. Not saying 1,000 berries, so I was honest. System. I don't want what you think, I want what I think. System. Considering you're the host, I'll deduct 10,000 berries for you. Fixed price. 190,000 berries. Take it or leave it. Upon hearing the system's words, Luo Ya didn't rush to respond. He lowered his head to think. He currently had 70,000 berries and a gold ring worth 120,000 berries, totaling exactly 190,000 berries. How coincidental. Could it be that the system was deliberately scheming? Luo Ya found that he had just 190,000 berries left, and the system's asking price was exactly 190,000 berries as well. He couldn't help but suspect that the system was deliberately trying to siphon off all his money. The main thing was that he didn't really want to refuse. No way, he couldn't let this damn system have its way. Luo Ya cleared his throat and said nonchalantly, 190,000 berries is still too much. How about this, for my sake, let's make it 180,000 berries, okay? Luo Ya thought that he couldn't let the system take all his money, so he had to negotiate, leaving 10,000 as 10,000. Unexpectedly, the system agreed immediately. System, no problem. Deal. Luo Ya, seeing the system agree so readily, it feels so good. Although I successfully bargained, I still feel like I've lost a lot. What I said can't be taken back now. He looked at the golden ring on his finger. Roya said sadly, I'm sorry, Qian. I really need that fruit. Then she slowly took off the ring. The system couldn't wait. System, give it here. In an instant, the ring disappeared from Roya's hand, and so did the Anubis fruit. System, host, please wait a moment. The fruit is being modified. Roya felt that he had suffered a great loss and didn't want to think about the system anymore. While waiting for the system to upgrade the fruit, he once again brought up the character panel to see if there was anything else to enhance his strength. However, when Roya saw that he only had 10,000 berries left, his heart sank. He tried hard not to look at it and focused his attention on the warehouse section instead. After looking for a while, Roya took out the staff and the summoning talisman. Did the staff eat the devil fruit? Summoning talisman. Roya thought for a moment. The only 2 things left in front of him could indirectly enhance his abilities. As for the staff, he didn't know what kind of fruit it consumed, only learning from Alsace that it was of the animal system. The spirit summoning talisman, on the other hand, could awaken the spirit of the blade spirit, which meant that in a one-on-one fight he could draw his sword and have a 1-against-3 advantage. Who said a blade spirit counted as a person? After some contemplation, Roya decided to use the spirit summoning talisman to summon the blade spirit of the heavy spirit. Previously, he hadn't awakened the blade spirit immediately because he was afraid that his strength wasn't enough. If the blade spirit turned on him, it would be quite embarrassing. However, now he felt quite confident in his abilities, especially since he could also consume Anubis's fruit afterwards. He didn't believe he couldn't handle the blade spirit of the heavy spirit. Even if he couldn't manage it alone, he still had Sister Eve, right? While fighting the Anubis robot, Roya realized that Eve's strength was not weak and might even surpass his own. With himself and Eve together, how could they not take down a mere blade spirit? As for the staff, Roya thought for a moment and decided to leave it for now. If he asked about the system staff, he would end up losing the remaining 10,000 berries. So, he put the staff back in the warehouse and decided to deal with it later. He planned to eat the Anubis fruit first and then awaken the spirit of the blade. After a while, the system finally became active again. The fruit flashed and reappeared in Roya's hand. System. All right, host, the fruit has been modified. You can eat it now. Luo looked at the unchanged fruit in front of him, wondering, could this damn system be lying to me? But he immediately dismissed that thought. If it were lying to him, then there would be no one left to swindle money from, so it shouldn't be the case. Taking a deep breath, he looked at the fruit, opened his mouth, and recalled the taste of the seed fruit he had eaten before. It was really hard to swallow, but how could he waste this 180 berries? Resolutely, he took a bite and swallowed it whole. However, an extremely unpleasant taste surged up, similar to that of the seed fruit. Ugh, he gagged a few times before recovering, but he didn't notice any changes. He asked in confusion, Roya, system, why can't I feel anything? System, well, because the fruit has been modified by the system, the host must eat the entire devil fruit. Roya, system, fuck you. I lost my money and now I have to eat an entire extremely unpalatable fruit, an entire one. Angrily, Roya cursed the system for a few minutes. Huff huff. Panting heavily, Roya was exhausted from cursing. The system remained silent, and Roya ignored it. Looking down at the devil fruit, which he had only taken one bite of and still had a lot of flesh left, Roya cried. He tossed a few seeds onto the ground. A table, a wooden cup, an apple, and a few vines appeared in succession. Roya controlled the vines to squeeze the apples into juice and put it into wooden cups. After a while, cup after cup of apple juice was ready and placed on the table. Everything was prepared. Roya raised the fruit, thinking that short pain is better than long pain. He steeled himself and quickly ate the fruit. He didn't dare to stop, fearing that if he did, he would vomit. After finishing the devil fruit in one go, Roya couldn't hold back anymore and threw the remaining pit away, quickly grabbing a glass of apple juice to drink down. Without stopping, he just wanted to drown out that disgusting taste. After downing more than a dozen glasses of apple juice, the taste in his mouth finally faded a bit. Luo Ya took a slow breath to ease his breathing. He also felt an additional surge of energy within him, which should be the energy from the Anubis fruit. He clenched his fist and felt that his strength had indeed increased significantly. He opened the character panel again to check. Sure enough, Luo Ya found that his physical skills had skyrocketed to 348 points. The abilities section also had the words Anubis fruit added to it. Knowing that Anubis is the ancient Egyptian god of the dead, Luo Ya was very curious about what abilities the Anubis fruit granted him. And he was also eager to see what his full beast transformation and half-beast transformation looked like, wondering if they were cool. He thought to himself that it would be better to ask the system. Roya, system, don't hide in there and stay silent. I know you're there. System, oh dear, are you not angry anymore, host? Roya smiles on the surface, but inside she's thinking, so what if I'm angry? I can't hit you. Roya, how could I be angry? You're just doing this for my own good. Can you tell me, aside from beastification, what other abilities does the Anubis fruit have? System, not angry? Then who was just cursing my ancestors? All right, host, aside from beastification, the Anubis fruit's abilities include immunity to all soul attacks since Anubis is the god of the dead and governs the souls of the deceased. Thus, the host will be immune to all soul attacks, and the ability will also add a layer of energy that can attack souls. You can control the corpses of the deceased, but their abilities will be halved, and they will lack rationality. This ability could definitely take down Big Mom, Charlotte Linlin. Luo Ya listened to the system's explanation and felt that this ability was simply a counter to the soul fruit of Big Mom. It had some similarities to Moonlight Moria in terms of controlling corpses. Controlling the dead bodies. It was somewhat like Moonlight Moria's shadow fruit. However, he needed to acquire shadows while I do not. Is there anything else? Luo Ya continued to ask. System, yes. The Anubis fruit also has a weapon that can be manifested. Luo Ya, what? System, the scale of good and evil. The scale of good and evil? Luo Ya murmured. He knew from the legends that Anubis would use the scale to weigh, comparing the heart of the deceased with the feather of truth. If the heart was heavier than the feather, it meant evil, and the soul would go to hell, being devoured by demons. If lighter than the feather, it would ascend to heaven and coexist with the gods. But the scale mentioned by the system surely wouldn't be as powerful as described in the legends. What abilities does the scale of good and evil have? Luo Ya asked. System, every time the host summons the scale, the trays on the scale will automatically display the host heart and the feather of truth, though not a real heart. System, if the host's heart is lighter than the feather, the host will receive healing, with the degree of healing depending on the host's fruit development level. And what if it is heavier than the feather? Luo Ya asked. System. If the host's heart is heavier than the feather, the host will double the injuries they have sustained, and the damage taken will also be doubled. However, the host's strength will also double, which can be understood as a blood explosion technique. Luo Ya nodded, just as he was about to ask the system what the conditions were for the heart to be lighter or heavier than the feather. He didn't expect the system's words were not finished. System. The scale of good and evil can also be used on others. The host can use the fruit's ability to extract the enemy's heart, place it on the scale, and the effect will be the same. Except that when heavier than the feather, the enemy's strength will not double. The host can only use the scale of good and evil on one person per day, including themselves. Luo Ya nodded and thought to himself, this fruit is quite impressive and interesting. He then asked the system about the comparison conditions for the heart and the feather. However, the system's response left him speechless. System, there are no conditions. It's all based on looks and your luck. The probability is 50-50. Roy rolled his eyes immediately. If that's the case, if I get into a half-dead fight and want to heal myself, but instead end up with a blood explosion, then I won't even need the enemy. I'll just die from my own explosion. System. Then the host needs to think carefully about how to use it. And what else? System. The balance has a very small chance of being in a balanced state. Then the host can transform into a perpetual motion machine, healing while exploding blood. The probability? It's like the host's 1 in 10,000 chance of exploding gold from 100 million berries. But I see your luck isn't that bad. It can work like that? What about against enemies? Can it work like that too? Roy asked. System. No. When using the balance on anyone other than the host, the balance will not have the possibility of being in a balanced state. Roy nodded, feeling that the ability of this good and evil balance should only be used when facing enemies that are much stronger than himself. Although the probability is a bit of a scam, it is still a trump card. If he encounters someone stronger, using the balance to explode blood would give him a fighting chance, preventing him from fleeing or being at a loss. If it's as light as a feather to get healed, there's no loss. If it happens to be balanced, a counterkill is also possible. The system's explanation made Roy extremely curious about the abilities of the Anubis fruit. He pretended to get out of bed, planning to try out the abilities of the Anubis fruit outside. But thinking about it being night and completely dark outside, he decided against it. He planned to look for an opportunity to spar with Roger during tomorrow's training to test his abilities. System. Then I'll take my leave, host. After explaining the fruit's abilities, the system intended to leave. But Roy called him back. Picking up the spirit summoning talisman, he asked, wait, can you first tell me how to use the spirit summoning talisman? System. Is the host planning to awaken the spirit of the heavy spirit blade? What else? Roy replied. System. It's simple. Just pinch the spirit summoning talisman between your fingers and shout Tai Shang Lao, Jun, urgent order. Hearing the system's words, Roy rolled his eyes and said, do you think I'm stupid? System. Just kidding, just kidding. Come on, say it. If it's a joke, do you want me to crack your head open? System. Uk. The host just needs to stick the spirit summoning talisman on the pattern part of the heavy spirit blade. Pattern part? Luo Ya followed the system's instructions, picked up the heavy spirit, pointed the hilt at himself, pressed the summoning talisman, and it onto the pattern. After sticking it on, the summoning talisman ignited spontaneously without fire and quickly burned out. However, after the summoning talisman burned out, there was no further reaction. Luo Ya was just about to ask what was going on with the system. The patterns on the spirit knife's handle suddenly emitted a dazzling red light, causing Luo Ya's eyes to ache, and he raised his hand to shield himself from the red light, closing his eyes. However, the next moment, the patterns directly sucked Luo Ya's entire figure into the knife handle. When Roya opened his eyes again, he looked bewildered, finding himself sitting on the ground in a vast white space with nothing in front of him. He stood up, dusted himself off, and turned around, only to see a bed with a child lying on it, while Eve leaned against the bed, resting with her eyes closed. Luo Ya then realized that he had entered the spirit realm. He slowly walked towards Eve and the child. Roya moved quietly, afraid of waking Eve. However, he didn't expect Eve to be highly alert. As soon as he got close, she quickly grabbed a wooden sword. Fortunately, Roya reacted swiftly and jumped up just in time to avoid the strike. At that moment, Eve also saw Roya's face clearly. First, she was surprised, then quickly put away the wooden sword and said, Roya, are you okay? How'd you get in here? Roya waved his hand and said, it's fine, I'm okay. I came in to wake him up. Pointing at the child on the bed, Roya explained. Wake him up? Then go ahead. I won't disturb you, Eve said, stepping aside and moving to the foot of the bed. Luo Ya nodded, approached, and observed the child, who was the knife spirit of Chongling. The child looked young, around 8 or 9 years old, and and was shorter than Luo, about 3 meters tall. Luo silently thought that his current age also seemed to be only 9. He was wearing a kimono adorned with red spider lily patterns, had fair skin, delicate features, and long eyelashes that resembled 2 small fans. His eyes were slightly closed, and there was a small spider lily pattern mark on his forehead, making him appear somewhat uncomfortable. System, what now? The summoning talisman just allows me to come in and see him? System, letting the host come in means that the host needs to personally awaken him. So, how should I awaken him? You sell a summoning talisman and still want me to do it myself. How low quality? System, it's an SR quality item. What else do you want? System, host, extend your right hand, and a tool to awaken him will appear. Extend my right hand? Luo was puzzled. Following what the system said, he extended his right hand and opened it. In an instant, a baseball bat appeared in Luo's right hand. Looking at the baseball bat, Luo had a confused expression again. A baseball bat? What does that mean? System, host really has no talent for understanding it all. System, pick up the bat, aim for the child's forehead, and then strike down. That will awaken them. It's physical awakening. Luo Ya plan. System, no matter what method was used to wake you up, as long as it works. Are you okay now, host? If you're fine, I'll take my leave. You don't need to sleep. I still need to. Get lost, get lost. Luo Ya waved his hand and said. He always felt that his system was another person, and he thought that if he had the chance in the future, he would definitely give him a beating. He shifted his focus back to the child. With both hands gripping a wooden stick, he aimed it at the child's forehead. The child said, "What's wrong? Are you afraid you can't knock me out? You still need both hands." Luo Ya pointed a wooden stick at the child's forehead. For some reason, at that moment, he remembered a meme he had seen in his previous life and said with a smile, "This really is gently waking your sleeping soul." Then he thought, the system won't be implying something about me, will it? Forget it. No need to overthink things. Let's get down to business first. Luo Ya shook his head to get rid of those wild thoughts. Holding the baseball bat, he aimed at the pattern on the child's forehead and brought it down. Luo Ya swung the baseball bat and hit the forehead of the child, who was a heavy spirit sword spirit, but only heard a clang. Goodness, his head is really hard. Luo Ya exclaimed, and then the baseball bat disappeared from his hand. The child still didn't wake up, but instead emitted waves of black aura. Roya could sense that these black auras were filled with evil and rage. He immediately shouted, "Sister, retreat quickly." Then he quickly stepped back, with Eve following closely behind him. The two retreated to about 10 meters away from the bed, observing the child. Suddenly, the child rose into the air and flew to the ground, facing Roya and the others. At this moment, he had opened his eyes, but his expression was blank, with no light in his pupils, and the whites of his eyes had turned red. Overwhelming aura bursted forth. 2 gigantic ghostly claws appear behind the child, slowly moving towards Roya and the others. Seeing this, Eve wanted to grab her wooden sword and confront him. Luo Ya stopped her and said, "Sister, let me do it." He was just worried about not having a place to test the abilities of the Anubis fruit. Now, there happened to be a subject available for experimentation. How could he let this opportunity slip away? Eve glanced at him, nodded, put down the wooden sword, and stepped back, leaving some space for the two. Luo Ya stood facing the child. The child took 2 steps closer, jumped up directly, and the ghostly claw behind him on the right formed a fist. He smashed it towards Luo Ya. Roya directly covered his right hand with armament hockey and punched against the ghost claw. There was a loud bang. The white floor beneath Roya instantly sank and cracked inch by inch. However, he remained motionless, and the child did not injure him in the slightest. The child was momentarily stunned, clearly not expecting that Roya could withstand his attack. The next second, he controlled the ghostly claw on the left to strike Roya again. Luo Ya calmly responded. With his left hand clenched into a fist, he blocked the ghost claw. Then, he raised his right foot and kicked towards the child. The child was hit in the stomach by Luo Ya's kick and quickly retreated backwards. Roya immediately threw out a few seeds, which grew into vines that bound him. Then he used wood release, tree binding, eternal burial. Seedlings appeared on the child's back, gradually growing and bending his waist. Seeing the child trapped, Roya chose not to pursue. Instead, he called out to the system in his mind. "System, come out. System, host, aren't you going to sleep? Can you finish what you have to say all at once? Luo Ya, help me with something, and I won't bother you anymore." System say, "Luo Ya, can you modify the armor made of sea tower stone in the warehouse so that it automatically appears on me when I use the Anubis fruit for half-beast transformation? Just like Kamen Rider's transformation? Can be done?" System, is that all? Luo Ya, come on. That would be super cool, right? System, okay, but you have to. Before the system could finish its sentence, Luo Ya interrupted. You want to charge me, right? Dream on. You just scammed me out of 180,000 belly. Isn't that enough? I don't have a single cent now. Are you going to change it? If you don't change it, don't even think about sleeping. System. All right. Consider it my kindness this time. I'll make sure to get it back later. Can't lose out. System. Okay, done. That was quick. Luo Ya asked. System. Believe it or not. If you call me again, I won't respond. I'm out. After that, the system fell silent, and no matter how much Luo Ya shouted, there was no reply. At this moment, the child also let out a roar. The aura and dark energy around him intensified. The ghostly claws grew stronger, snapping the vines and large tree. The child looked at Luo Ya again, his eyes filled with bloodthirst and ferocity. With a kick of his thigh, he quickly approached Luo Ya, the ghostly claws behind him striking towards Luo Ya, pinning him in the middle. Roya watched as the child attacked, not avoiding it, but instead slightly curling the corners of his mouth. He supported himself with his hands against the ghostly claws. As he looked at the child, Roya's appearance gradually changed. His skin turned black, muscles bulged, and his pupils turned blue. Two long black ears stood upright, with a fluffy black tail behind him. In a flash of white light, golden armor appeared on his body. His gaze became sharp, and the muscles in Roya's arms swelled with veins as he exerted force, shaking off the child's two ghostly claws. Then he grasped the air, and a staff appeared in his hand. He swung it upward, aiming to strike the child's chin. The child immediately controlled the ghostly claws to block the staff, but it was still too slow, and Roya's strike hit the child's chin. In an instant, the child was dazed. Roya directly threw the staff away, his half-beast hands covered in haki, and quickly punched towards the dazed child. Ora. Finally, with a charged punch, he sent the child flying. Meanwhile, Roya stood still, reaching out just in time to catch the falling staff. Holding the staff against the ground, he appeared imposing. After being knocked back, the child crashed to the ground but instantly got back up, as if unaware of the pain. Looking at Roya, the red in his eyes intensified as he roared angrily, with patterns spreading across his forehead. He reached up and grasped, summoning a heavy spirit into his hand. Behind him, the ghostly claw also held a massive illusory heavy spirit. Gripping the heavy spirit, the child charged at Roya once more. Roya struck the ground with the staff. The wood release, cutting technique, was activated. Instantly, a dozen wooden spikes appeared above the child and quickly stabbed down. Immediately after, holding the staff at an angle, several vines intertwined at the tip of the staff. Luo Ya covered the vines with armament haki, using the staff as a spear. The child controlled the ghost claws to cut off the wooden spikes, swinging the knife towards him. Luo Ya used the staff spear to block the knife. However, while the staff blocked the knife from the ghost claw, it didn't stop the heavy spirit in the child's hand. At the moment the heavy spirit lunged, Luo Ya immediately summoned a wooden barrier to block it. He stepped back, releasing the staff, which vanished and was returned to the warehouse. With both hands extended, he grasped two long swords that appeared in his hands. Covering them with armed color, Luo Ya held the long swords and actively stepped forward to clash with the child. Clang! 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 The sound of metal clashing echoed continuously, and every time Luo Ya and the child struck, sparks flew. The two fought fiercely, but neither could break through the other's moves. Roya simply dropped the knife and put it away in the weapon storage. With both hands, he gripped another knife. He executed a divine slash. It sent the child flying backward. Roya did not retreat. Instead, he stood in place and said, "All right, I've felt enough of the power of half-beast transformation. Now let's try this." He raised his hand and snapped his fingers. The balance of good and evil appeared behind him. Luo Ya and the childlike spirit of the heavy spirit sword are sparring to test the strength of the half-beast transformation after consuming the Anubis fruit. Not bad. Then, he plans to experiment with the ability of the balance of good and evil. With a snap of his fingers, the balance of good and evil appears behind him. Immediately, the feather of truth and the heart appear on the scales. In an instant, the scales tilt to the right. The heart is heavier than the feather. Roya did not look back at the scales. He suddenly felt a sharp pain all over his body. A mouthful of fresh blood was spat out. The child, upon seeing this, was slightly taken aback. "You beat me up, yet you're the one spitting blood? You're faking it." However, the child did not miss this opportunity. Gripping the hilt of the heavy spirit knife with both hands, a black aura enveloped the blade, and whatever the child did, the ghostly claws followed suit. With a great leap, the child approached Roya, and in mid-air, the heavy spirit in his hand and the massive heavy spirit on the ghostly claws were aimed at Roya and struck down heavily. The sound of the blade slicing through the air was like a melody of death. The knife fell. Luo did not evade at all, raising his arm to block the heavy spirit. The massive, heavy spirit of the ghost claw was suddenly blocked by a giant wooden hand that stretched out from behind Luo Ya. Clang! The blade collided with the palm. A tremendous backlash spread throughout the space. A gust of wind blew from the point of their clash, lifting the corners of Luo Ya's and the child's clothes. However, Luo Ya's body did not move an inch. A flicker of disbelief flashed in the child's eyes. His full force strike was effortlessly received. Then, another giant wooden hand reached out from behind Luo Ya and slapped the child away. The child was sent flying, crashing hard against the wall and sliding down, with the ghost claw propping him up to prevent him from hitting the ground. Struggling to lift his head, he looked back at Luo Ya. He heard Luo Ya softly shout, "Would release, technique of the wooden man." The two giant wooden palms behind him gradually merged, transforming into a wooden giant over 20 meters tall. The blood technique of the balance of good and evil doubled Luo Ya's strength, allowing him to temporarily master advanced wood release. Although the summoned wooden man was not as large as the one summoned by Hashirama or the Nine Tails, it was more than enough to deal with the child. Luo Ya had initially wanted to use the true tree thousand hands and the transformation in a Buddha, but unfortunately, he could not use sage techniques at the moment. Looking at the towering wooden man, the child still showed no fear. The madness and bloodthirst in his eyes would not allow him to be afraid. With another roar, the patterns on his forehead spread down his arms, and a black aura surged. Within that aura, a giant ghostly face seemed to flicker into view. In an instant, all the black aura, including the ghost claw, turned into energy and drilled into the heavy spirit of the blade, transforming the originally bright silver blade into a deep red. With both hands gripping the blade, he swung it towards Luo Ya, seemingly channeling all his strength into this one strike, aiming to determine the outcome in a single blow. Luo Ya stood still and reached out a slap down. The wooden figure synchronized with him, its enormous wooden palm striking towards the child. However, the child's speed was extremely fast, dodging the wooden palm and continuing to charge at Luo Ya. Watching the child come at him, Luo Ya prepared himself. Roya remained still, holding the long knife at an angle, with armament haki enveloping it. He unleashed his conqueror's haki all at once, covering the blade. Double haki coverage. If it were the usual state of Roya, he would not be able to achieve this step at all. The child approached Roya and swung the knife down. Luo Ya swung his single-handed upwards, unleashing a divine strike under the double dominance, meeting the child's attack head-on. The two blades clashed. A tremendous metallic sound echoed. Even He found it somewhat piercing. A violent gust of wind spread from the center of the two, and the shockwave rampaged outward. The ground instantly cracked inch by inch, stretching endlessly, with no end in sight. Luo Ya faced off against the child with a knife. In the end, he was still defeated by the child. While the child was continuously pushed backward by the immense force. Luo Ya then threw a punch, sending him flying out. Next, he controlled the wooden figure to raise its hand and slap at the child flying in the air. This time, the child couldn't dodge. He was directly hit by the wooden palm and sank into the ground. When the wooden palm was lifted, the child had already fainted. The battle was over. The wooden figure disappeared. Roya's appearance returned to normal. He was actually exhausted to the point of death. But with Eve watching from behind, how could he possibly collapse and rest? He should have known that the balance of good and evil wasn't needed. This blood explosion really was something else. It hurt like hell. In the future, he needed to acquire a healing skill before using this move, or else he might end up exploding himself. Luo Ya silently thought to himself. However, his injuries were not serious. Before using the balance, he hadn't sustained much damage from the sparring with the child. Coupled with the Hashirama cells and the animal-type devil fruit, he had a dual self-healing ability. These injuries were nothing for Luo Ya at this point. After adjusting his breath, Luo Ya put away his long knife into the weapon storage. At this moment, Eve, who had finished the battle, came to his side. Luo Ya, are you okay? Eve asked. I'm fine. I could take on 10 of those little brats. Luo Ya replied. Let's go back and see how he is doing. Roya walked towards the child and said. Eve nodded and followed him. With the enhancement of the blood explosion technique, Roya easily defeated the child. The two of them walked to the side of the child, who had now fainted. The child lay in a giant pit shaped like a hand, sleeping very peacefully. Luo Ya threw out a vine to pull him up. After placing the child on the ground, Luo Ya squatted down to observe him. The floral patterns on the child's forehead that had spread from his arms had returned to normal. After patting his face, Luo Ya tried to wake him up. To his surprise, the child slowly opened his eyes. The bloody whites of his eyes had returned to normal, and he looked at Luo Ya and Eve with a dazed expression. Seeing the child awake, Luo Ya immediately said, "The surgery was very successful. You are now a girl." The child? Supporting himself with his palms, the child slowly sat up. "Ouch, why does it hurt so much? Who are you?" Luo Ya's addiction to acting flared up again, responding with a cry. "I am your father. My son. When you were 7 years old. You got caught in the door and have been unconscious ever since. I've always been by your side, hoping you would wake up. Today, you finally reached this point in your performance." Luo Ya couldn't help but hug the child. The child, being hugged, looked completely confused. "You look no different from anyone else. How can you be my father?" He quickly pushed Luo Ya away and said, "Who are you really? You say you are my father, but why should I believe you?" Luo Ya laughed heartily and stopped teasing him. If this continued, he wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. "I'm really not your father. My name is Oscar." No. "It's Luo Ya. My name is Luo Ya." "Roya?" The child murmured, suddenly widening his eyes. "So it's you, the current master of the heavy spirit. I can always hear your name when I'm asleep." Hearing this, Luo Ya was puzzled and asked, "You said you were asleep, yet you could still hear my name?" "Every time you summon the ghost claw with the heavy spirit, I have a bit of awareness and can hear sound from the outside," the child replied. "So that's how it is." Luo Ya nodded in realization. He stood up, extended his hand to the child, and said, "Get up. What's your name again? Do you know how to get out of here?" The child grasped Luo Ya's hand, and Luo Ya pulled him up. Once standing, the child scratched his forehead and said, "But it's better if he doesn't scratch his forehead." As soon as he does, he accidentally touches the pattern on his forehead, and suddenly, the conversation takes a sharp turn, as if he has become a different person. "My name is Hualong, and I'm the one who asked your father." After saying this, he quickly stepped back, gripping the heavy spirit, his gaze sharp, once again glaring fiercely at Luo Ya. Facing the suddenly fierce-looking child, Luo Ya still couldn't understand what was going on, and he was wondering if he could even get some sleep. What does that mean? Split personality? The young man had two faces. "I underestimated you just now. Let's continue fighting." Hualong said, "Fight? Fight your ancestors? What is going on with you? Split personality?" Luo Ya asked. That idiot is weak as hell. If I could kill him and take over the body, I would have done it long ago." Hualong replied fiercely. "How about this? Let's negotiate. You let the other personality come out first and let him tell me how to get out. Okay? Sure. As long as you knock me down. He will naturally come out." Hualong replied with a smile. Luo Ya looked at him and slowly said, "Is it really going to be like this? After so much talk, wouldn't fighting a match reveal everything?" "All right." Luo Ya said okay, but turned her head and said to Eve, "Sister, that little brat needs a lesson. Why don't you teach him a thing or two?" Eve was initially enjoying the scene, but was suddenly called out by Luo Ya. However, she didn't refuse, nodded her head, picked up a wooden sword, and quickly moved forward to spar with Hualong. Luo Ya watched from behind. He had sensed Eve's extraordinary strength when he saw her cut the Anubis robot flying with a single strike back in the palace. Now he focused intently. In just 3 strikes, Eve had knocked Hu Elling down. Roya was increasingly curious about her strength. She stepped forward, crouched down to look at the flower dragon lying on the ground, and said, "Can we let out another personality now?" The flower dragon did not respond, only letting out a cold snort. Looking down on everyone, her sharp gaze, which seemed to hide a sword's edge, gradually softened. "I'm sorry, Roya. My brother's personality is just combative, but when he is not being controlled by evil energy, he won't kill indiscriminately." Luo Ya once again lifted Hualong up and asked in confusion, "Brother, aren't you suffering from split personality?" Hualong shook his head. "After both of us died, our father created the heavy spirit, merging our souls together into the spirit of the heavy spirit's blade. However, because the heavy spirit is a demon blade, we, along with our father and the previous masters of the heavy spirit, cannot resist the evil energy of the heavy spirit blade. Each generation falls victim to the blade's backlash, losing their rationality and killing continuously, until being suppressed into a deep sleep, until today when you awakened us." Luo Ya nodded, thinking to himself, "How come this sword spirit is even more like a protagonist than I am?" After some effort, Luo Ya finally awakened the sword spirit of the heavy spirit, Hu Elinji. From him, he learned that they were brothers, named Hu Elling Aikir and Hu Elling Jur, to preserve the souls of the deceased brothers. Their father forged the demon sword heavy spirit, merging their souls into the sword spirit. The elder brother was gentle by nature and not fond of fighting, while the younger brother was strong-willed and combative. Thus, the two brothers sharing one body sometimes appeared as if they had split personalities. The reason they fell into slumber was that they lost their sanity and committed random killings due to the backlash of the demon sword's evil aura. which led to their suppression and sleep. So, where did that dog of a system get this sword? And the system-produced items must be of high quality. Could it be that Ning is their father? Luo Ya silently complained about the system in his heart. The system replied, "It's written by the author, don't ask me. I didn't expect you all to have such experiences." Luo Ya politely asked, then continued, "Just now, you looked so fierce with bloodshot eyes. You were controlled by evil energy, right? It won't affect me, will it?" Big flower. Big flower? What the heck is big flower? Hualong asked in confusion. That's a good way to distinguish between you two brothers. You can be called Big Flower, and your brother can be called Little Flower. Luo Ya explained. Hualong revealed a bitter smile. As long as you're happy, that's fine. But with my brother's personality, he would absolutely refuse the name Xiaohua. So what? He can't beat me anyway. All right, don't mind the details. First, tell me, will the evil energy affect me, and how do I get out of here? After such a long period of sealing, the evil energy has been mostly purified, and what's left is mostly within us. When you summon us, it will also be when you summon the sword spirits, and the evil energy will affect you. However, since you possess the ability to suppress the evil transformation like us, the influence of the evil energy shouldn't lead you to become corrupted. Hualong explained. You can still call me Luo Ya, though. Master sounds a bit strange. What about you? Will the evil energy corrupt you as well? If so, summoning you would make no distinction between friend and foe. What's the use? Luo Ya continued to ask. Hualong shook his head and replied, although the evil energy can corrupt us, it can also grant us power. The evil energy within us right now, unless we reach a near-death state or willingly allow ourselves to be corrupted, we shouldn't be affected. Luo Ya nodded in a half-understanding way, silently thinking, but even if you are corrupted, you are still weak. After yawning, Luo Ya finally felt sleepy and replied, oh, that's good. Since you're awake, I should head out. Do you know how to get out? I do, but before you go, can you tell me who this sister is? I can feel that she's also a blade spirit. Why is that? Hualong glanced at Eve and asked, didn't you already say it? She's also a blade spirit of the heavy spirit type. Luo Ya told Hualong about how Eve was also transformed into a, and that the system informed him that means dual knife spirit, capable of accommodating two knife spirits. After hearing this, Hualong nodded slightly and said, so, Father intended to completely transform both of us brothers into knife spirits. It's just a pity that our souls are too weak. His tone was filled with deep sadness. Roya patted his shoulder to offer comfort, thinking to himself, I know you're very sad, but can you tell me how to get out first and then be emo? After regaining his composure, Hualong looked up at Roya, indicating that he was fine. He pointed to the wooden bed where he had been lying and said, there's a pattern of a spider lily at the head of the bed. Master Roya, if you press your hand on the pattern, you'll be transported out. Roya nodded, understanding. He walked to the head of the wooden bed with Eve and Hualong. Luo Ya indeed saw a pattern of spider lily. Just as he was about to say goodbye to Eve and the others, he noticed the pockmarked ground from his fight with the corrupted Wadalong and asked, is it okay for you to live here with the ground like this? Before Wadalong could answer, Eve replied, it's fine. It will return to normal the next day. Is that so? Luo Ya thought, that's quite a good training ground. Too bad I can't come in casually. Looking at Eve, Luo Ya suddenly thought of something and asked, there's only one bed here. Where do you usually sleep, sister? I don't rest much. I usually just lean against the wall or close my eyes for a bit on the wooden bed. Eve replied, that's not okay. I'll help you build a room. Roya directly used wood release to build a wooden house for Eve. From now on, sister, you can sleep in the wooden house. Eve replied with a smile, thank you. Hualong was also shocked by Roya's ability, thinking, Roya, you have this skill too, how convenient. Roya looked at him and replied, yeah, it's quite convenient. Then he directly ignored his expectant gaze and shifted his focus back to the patterns. Just as he was about to reach out to press it, Eve unexpectedly spoke up to stop him, feeling a bit embarrassed as she asked, Roya, actually I wanted to ask, didn't you eat the seed fruit? Then why did you partially be astified just now? Luo Ya's hand suddenly stopped, and he turned his head stiffly, saying with a guilty conscience, well, if I say I have 1/36 of fur tri blood, do you believe it, sister? Roya felt a bit guilty. After all, Eve was not as easy to deceive as Roger. However, when Roya's words came out, Eve was indeed taken aback for a moment, but she still smiled and said, I believe you, good night. Roya was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and replied with a good night. He then raised his hand and pressed it on the pattern without a hint of hesitation, thinking that if he hesitated, he shouldn't go out tonight. A red light flashed and filled Roya's entire field of vision. When his vision returned, he found himself back in the wooden cabin. Roger is still sleeping. Roy directly lay down on the bed. But as soon as he lay down on the bed, Luo Ya began to daydream again. The bed is the best place to ponder life. Reflecting on his life since crossing into the world of pirates, Luo Ya asked himself, why did heaven let me travel to the pirate world? I've lived my life again, but what is the meaning of life? It should be to go to the dock and get some fries. Luo Ya answered his own question as he came out from his sword. Luo Ya laid back down on the wooden bed, but suddenly began to ponder the meaning of life. What was he here for? For freedom? For survival? For money? The answer was that there was no answer. To live again. In his previous life, he had imagined himself crossing over to the world of pirates, going on adventures with Luffy and the others. But he never expected to really cross over, and yet he ended up in Roger's era, becoming friends with that silly kid Roger. But he couldn't understand why Uncle Heg would save him, and even be willing to take him as a disciple. With Heg's strength, he was definitely not a simple person. Moreover, he had gained many abilities through the system, and Heg had never doubted him. Last time when he was swimming in the waterfall pool, Heg didn't suspect him either. There must be some reason behind all this. Luo Ya silently thought to herself. So, what is the meaning of my coming here? To go on an adventure with Roger? Luo Ya raised his hands to take a look and suddenly noticed the grass rope bracelet on his right wrist, a gift from Lady Alexia. He stared at the bracelet. Luo Ya suddenly let go. What is the meaning of life? Since I have crossed over and have a system, then I might as well set myself free. Let's turn the world upside down. Luo Ya turned to look at the original creator of the sentence. Roger is still sleeping very soundly, snoring continuously. Perhaps add a line to prevent this dog from dying so quickly and see if the system has a way to cure his terminal illness. Roya silently summarized the things he needed to do in the future. Let Roger become the pirate king and not let that dog go turn himself in. Go search for the true history and see what exactly happened during the blank 100 years. Go rob the heavens for gold. And maybe overthrow the celestial dragons if he has the strength to do so. Also, he must go to the dock to get some fries. Believe me, sir. If you don't go, you will definitely regret not getting fries for the dock later. After deciding on his life goals, Roya closed his eyes contentedly, finally ready to sleep. But suddenly, he opened his eyes wide again. No, wait, it seems I forgot the common goal of every pirate fan. Momonosuke Musti. There are also old perverts wanting to dominate the ages and become Momonosuke. Roya has already imagined countless ways for Momonosuke to die in his mind. But after thinking it over, it doesn't seem quite right. Momonosuke was born on Whitebeard's ship, if it were to be strangled in the womb. With Whitebeard's protective nature, it would be strange if he didn't hate me for it. It's also difficult for Roger to ask him to bring Odin along for the voyage and then decipher the poneglyphs. Although Odin isn't the only one who can read ancient scripts, he is not only capable, but also very strong. Produce. Seeking out someone from O'Hara would easily attract the attention of the world government. Well, sleep is out of the question again. In his mind, Luo Ya kept thinking about a way to deal with Peach Boy while also preventing Yuchian and Whitebeard from hating him. Is it possible to kill someone's son and still expect their help? Luo Ya thought for a long time and suddenly came up with a strange idea. What do you think about turning Momonosuke into a girl? Not bad. Not bad. It's settled then. In that case, the readers, you guys, shouldn't hate Momonosuke too much, right? The system should have a way to make Momonosuke born as a girl, right? Just changing a chromosome. That guy should be able to handle it, right? I'll ask him tomorrow. All right, time to sleep. What a day this has been. Luo Ya closed his eyes again. Kid.He. Luo Ya, I've decided. We're having roasted chicken for lunch tomorrow. After stuffing 2 seeds in her ears, Luo Ya finally fell asleep. The next day, morning, it rained on the island. How heavy was the rain? Well, let's just say it was like saying, please stop hitting. It was that heavy. Roger was still practicing his swordplay outside in the pouring rain, while Roya was sleeping soundly. By noon, the rain gradually stopped. The sun shone down on the entire island again. Sunlight filtered through the window and illuminated the wooden cabin, falling on Roya. Luo Ya slowly woke up. Sitting up, he stretched. With a face full of gloom, he stood up and walked outside the wooden cabin, looking at the outside. The rain had just stopped, and raindrops were falling on the leaves, creating a pitter-patter sound. That kid Roger was sitting by the campfire with his shirt off, eating an apple while warming himself by the fire. The black bear was there too. Roya walked over, sat down by the campfire, and picked up an apple. Good morning. Roya, how did you sleep last night? Roya recalled her experiences from last night, giving Roger a brief smile. I slept well. That's good. What are we having for lunch? Roger asked. Luo Ya finally fell asleep, but time quickly flew by in her dreams. With just a blink of her eyes, it was already noon. She got up and came outside the wooden cabin. It had just rained on the island, and water droplets hung on the leaves, filling the air with a fresh scent. After finishing the apple, Roger asked Roya what they were having for lunch. As soon as he asked, It reminded Roya of the wild chicken that had been calling out in the middle of the night last night. Shionda, go hunt a few wild chickens and bring them back to roast. Luo Ya spoke to the black bear, which was munching on an apple. Big bear, are you calling me? The black bear asked, pointing at itself. Otherwise, you want to call bear 2 instead? Big bear is fine. Wild chicken, right? Okay. Leave it to me. Just wait to eat, big brother. The black bear said while rubbing its belly, then got up to look for wild chickens. Watching the black bear's departing figure, Luo Ya stood up and said to Roger, let's catch a sea king. That should be enough for us to eat for a few days without having to look for food tomorrow. Roger nodded in agreement and also stood up. Since their opinions aligned, the two of them headed towards the beach. After walking for about 20 minutes, they arrived at the edge of the beach. Roger was walking ahead, but suddenly stopped, his face serious as he gazed into the distance. Loya was puzzled and stepped forward to ask him why he wasn't leaving. But as soon as he approached, he saw 3 strangers on the beach, 2 men and 1 woman. One of the men was an elderly man, with many wrinkles around his eyes. The other 2 were young, seemingly under 30. There was also a pirate ship on the sea, flying a skull and crossbones flag with eyes burning with green flames. However, the ship looked dilapidated, as if it would sink to the bottom of the sea at any moment. The 3 people on the beach appeared to be injured. The elderly man could barely stand and was being supported by the other 2. They looked like they had just been in a shootout. Goodness, a ship full of people is down to just 3. Had they encountered that god of death? Loya, he thought to himself. Although the 3 of them were injured, Loya didn't know their background and chose not to approach, instead hiding behind a tree with Roger to observe them. At that moment, the elderly man being supported spoke up. Come out, you 2 kids hiding behind the tree. Roya and Roger were not surprised. The old man had observation hockey, which made it easy for him to discover them. Or he might have other means. After leaving the forest, Roya and Roger arrived at the beach. They exchanged glances with the old man. Oh, you're not savages? I thought you were supposed to be wild people living on a deserted island. Who are you? The old man looked at Roya and Roger's attire and realized they were not savages, asking in surprise. Loya did not answer. Roger did not respond either. Are you 2 little brats deaf? The man to the right of the old man shouted when he saw Roya and the other person silent. It wouldn't do to remain so quiet, so Roya asked them who they were. Who are you? What are you here for? If you're here to heal, we won't interfere with each other. You take care of your injuries, and we'll catch our fish. Catch fish? You 2 little kids think you can catch fish in the sea? Be careful not to get eaten by the sea monsters, the man said with a loud laugh. You 2 should go find some herbs to stop the bleeding. I can help you hunt beasts. By the looks of you, it seems like you haven't eaten meat in a long time. The man continued, ordering Roya and the other person to gather herbs. Roya turned her head and glanced at the energetic Roger, complaining, where do you see that we haven't eaten meat in a long time? And you're going to help us hunt beasts? Do you think you're so great? Is this what they call an average guy? Luo Ya didn't want to pay attention to him. Just as he was about to push Roger and indicate that they should go to the other side to catch the Sea King, the 3 people opposite suddenly turned to look behind them at the same time. Loya and Roger also sensed something approaching from the sea. Looking closely, they saw a Sea King flying out of the water, crashing onto the pirate ship. The pirate ship was completely smashed in half and sank to the seabed. They watched as a figure slowly walked from the sea to the beach, holding onto the Sea King's tail. The old man, upon seeing this, exclaimed in terror, You madman! You actually swam all the way here. The man and woman beside the old man looked at the figure emerging from the water with the same expression of fear. Loya and Roger, however, were astonished. Looking at the figure, wearing a tank top, shorts, and flip-flops, they realized it was old man Kurt. Wilson, why are you running so fast? It's not every day we meet an old friend. Shouldn't we catch up properly? I'm in a bit of a bad mood. So how about you accompany me for a fight? Old man Kurt said to the elderly man named Wilson. But suddenly, he noticed Loya and Roger behind the old man. In an instant, he flashed to their side and landed a punch on Loya's head. Luo Ya hadn't reacted yet when a wave of pain hit his head. Old man, what are you doing? Roya and Roger arrived at the beach, originally intending to catch sea creatures in the ocean. However, they encountered a group of pirates who seemed to have just gone through a fierce battle. Roya didn't recognize him. Immediately after, old Master Kurt also emerged from the sea, holding onto a sea creature. Clearly, it was him who had smashed the pirate ship with the sea creature just moments ago. It seemed that the old man also knew that group of pirates. This scene gradually left Roya confused. Before he could react, the old man swiftly moved and punched him on the head. What are you doing, old master? Roya exclaimed. What am I doing? You little brat said you were going to train on the island, but you didn't say you would be gone for so long. Where's Xiaofu? Where is she? Old Master Kurt said angrily. Roya directly pressed the pattern on the handle of the heavy spirit sword to summon Eve. As soon as Eve appeared, Old Master Kurt hadn't spoken yet. Roya rushed forward and hugged Eve, crying, "Sister, the old man hit me, just because I brought you to the island to train. I want you to reunite with everyone too, but I have to use the heavy spirit to practice the divine avoidance. You've become the sword spirit of the heavy spirit, and I can't leave you with the old man." Eve was taken aback when Roya suddenly hugged her. After listening to his cries, she looked up at Old Man Kurt. "Father, it's because of Roya that we can meet again. You shouldn't hit him." Just as he said, "I really have no control over becoming a sword spirit." And Roya truly came to the island to train and worked very hard. "His strength is already quite strong now," Eve said. Upon hearing Eve's words, Old Man Kurt couldn't be angry with his daughter anymore. Isn't it just to see little Fu? All right, I won't hold this against the kid." Hearing Old Man Kurt say this, Roya finally let go of Eve, looking pleased in front of Old Man Kurt. "Good kid, you know how to act," the old man thought to himself as he looked at Roya's smug expression. Roya proudly touched the bracelet on his wrist and smiled. But as he smiled, he suddenly froze, feeling that the scene was a bit familiar. "Why do you feel a bit like Peach Boy?" Over here, Old Man Kurt was talking to Roya and the others. Seeing them like that, Wilson realized they knew each other. Taking advantage of their conversation, he tried to lead his two disciples into the forest of the small island from another direction, attempting to shake off Old Man Kurt's pursuit. However, they had barely taken 2 steps when Old Man Kurt immediately said, "Don't rush off, Wilson. It's not every day you meet someone from the same era. Shouldn't we catch up? Orlo's Kurt, why have you always been targeting me? You did it when you were an admiral too. Now that you've left the Navy, do you still want to hunt me down to the end?" Wilson shouted in response to Old Man Kurt's words. Snook Wilson was a notorious pirate during Old Man Kurt's youth, leading over 300 pirate crews. He was an outright pirate and a ruthless individual. His crew consisted of outlaws, and they made a living by robbing civilians. He was a user of the devil fruit, specifically the superhuman type transparent fruit, which allowed him to see through any hidden methods and identify people's weaknesses, their most vulnerable spots or places where they had been injured. When his fruit's power was activated, his eye color changed to green, earning him the nickname Death God's Eye. Wilson was powerful, combining his fruit ability with strong physical skills, and was known for his heinous deeds, which quickly led to a bounty being placed on his head by the Navy. Just after his bounty was issued, he encountered Old Man Kurt, who was still an admiral at the time. Faced with the old man, who was covered in old scars but had no discernible weaknesses, Wilson was directly defeated and had to flee in a panic after sending his men to block the attacks. Due to his crimes, Old Man Kurt continually targeted him in the following days. Wherever there was news of him, the old man would personally go after him. This forced Wilson to live like a rat, afraid to make any big moves. Because he was constantly hiding, even after Old Man Kurt became disheartened by the death of his daughter and left the Navy, he still never caught Wilson. Wilson, heavily injured by the old man, didn't return to sailing after hearing the news of Old Man Kurt's retirement from the Navy. Instead, he laughed and slowly built up his own power in the shadows. The 2 young people standing beside him were his most outstanding disciples, a pair of siblings, Sister Karina and Brother Cass. It was only now that he resumed sailing, bringing a ship full of disciples back into the world. However, he didn't expect that just a few days after setting sail, when their food supplies were running low, they would attempt to rob Roadtown. What a bold move to rob Roadtown, and once again encounter Old Man Kurt, who was enjoying retirement in Roadtown. The old man had been engulfed in grief over his daughter's death and had adopted an indifferent attitude toward other matters. Little did he know that Roya had turned his daughter's soul into a sword spirit, allowing the father and daughter to reunite 20 years later. He also didn't expect to encounter Wilson again after 20 years, especially while planning to rob Roadtown. Wasn't this just walking into his own gunfire? The old man directly blocked Wilson and his crew. Wilson and his group were shattered before they even reached the shore of Roadtown. Only Wilson, Karina, and Cass were left from the entire ship. Seeing them escape, after contacting the Navy to come and capture them, the old man jumped into the sea and swam after them. This was when Roya saw the old man emerging from the water. Hearing Wilson's words, Roya and Roger looked at Old Man Kurt in surprise. Roya had felt that the old man's identity was not simple. But he didn't expect that he was actually a Navy admiral. "You were a Navy admiral? That was in the past. Now I'm just an old man who loves fishing and enjoying the sea breeze," the old man Kurt replied nonchalantly. Navy admiral. This term lingered in Roya and Roger's minds. Roger did not expect that the old man who had lived in the lighthouse by the sea in Rogtown since his birth would be a Navy admiral. Although Roya knew that the old man was very strong and had an extraordinary identity, he did not expect him to be a retired Navy admiral. Isn't the standard height for a Navy admiral supposed to be 3 meters? This old man isn't even 2 meters tall. Roya silently thought as he looked at old man Kurt. Old man, although I'm short, I can still knock you flying 10 miles with one punch. Old man, don't all Navy admirals have code names? Usually a color combined with an animal. What was your code name when you were a Navy admiral? Loya knew that admirals all have their own code names, so he was curious about what old man Kote's previous code name was. The old man did not answer. However, Eve answered Loya's question. My father, when he was an admiral, was known as Admiral Ink Fox because of his extreme mastery of armament hockey and agile swordsmanship. Ink Fox. Sounds pretty nice. Loya listened to Eve's narration and said. The old man replied with a smile, of course, you should take a look at whose code name it is. Well, those are all things of the past. Let's not talk about them anymore. The old man turned to Wilson and the others, continuing, let's catch up with old friends first. Some matters need to come to an end. After saying that, Elder Kurt faced Wilson and the others, and a powerful aura suddenly erupted, pressing down on the three of them, causing their hair and clothes to flutter violently. Wilson took his hands off Karina and Cass's shoulders. Facing Elder Kurt's pressure, he said, Kurt, I'll still call you General Fox. It's been a long time. You are right. The matters among our older generation should come to an end. However, these two children, Karina and Cass, are sailing for the first time and have not done anything wrong. Can you let them go? Hearing Wilson's words, Elder Kurt couldn't help but think that Wilson, who was once a ruthless pirate with no humanity, was now pleading for his disciples in his old age. This surprised him a bit, but after retracting his aura, he shook his head and said, from the moment they entered Rogue Town with you to prepare for the robbery, all that awaited them was impelled down. Don't tell me you came to Rogue Town to buy supplies? What kind of temperament do you think I don't know? Wilson retorted, we didn't even set foot on Rogue Town shore before you blew us up. What's the difference between going to impel down and dying? Wilson said coldly. Then he turned to Karina and Cass, saying, I'll hold off Kurt. You take the chance to run into the forest and find a way to escape. Hearing Wilson's words, Karina and Cass did not agree and directly stood in front of him. Teacher, we won't leave you behind. Get out. Wilson unleashed his aura, pushing the two away, and charged at Elder Kurt. But his true aim was to take Loya hostage to threaten the old man into letting them go. However, how could he possibly get past the old man, especially when he was still injured? He was knocked back by a punch from the old man. Karina and Cass quickly caught him, helping him stabilize. The old man, however, did not strike again, but crossed his arms and said, considering they haven't made a mistake yet, I can give them a chance. Let them fight Loya or Roger. If they win, I'll let them go. If they lose, they obediently go to impel down. And you are destined to go to impel down to retire. Hearing the old man's words, Wilson naturally agreed. He was very confident in his two most outstanding disciples. You are too happy too soon. Okay, you said it. Let us do it this way. But he still wasn't giving up. Secretly, he told Cass and Karina to find an opportunity to take Loya or Roger hostage during the fight to threaten Kurt to let them go, with a chance to escape. Wilson naturally agreed, but Loya was not pleased, thinking, I'm just enjoying the show. What does it have to do with me? I still want to see the strength of you, Elder, as a retired admiral. What does this have to do with me? Roya asked. Roger, on the other hand, felt indifferent. Instead, he was somewhat eager to test the results of his training over the past few days against an opponent. Old man Kote smiled and replied to Roya, Didn't T. Xiaofu say your strength has greatly increased? Let me see it. Come on, you're just getting back at me for hugging my sister earlier. Roya thought to himself as he looked at the old man's smiling face. I won't let you have your way, you old man. Roya pointed at Cass and said to Roger, Roger, that man is up to you. Roger nodded. Then Roya summoned Wadalong again and asked, Are you the big flower or the small flower? What big flower and small flower? What are you talking about, you dog? It seems you are the small flower. Luo Ya was eating melon, but old man Kote was directing the melon towards him, making him fight against Cass or Karina. He said he wanted to see the results of his training, but it was clear he just wanted to take revenge on him. Loya's wishes were not fulfilled. He let Roger go to fight Cass, while he summoned Hualong, preparing for Hualong to fight Karina. As for why Loya asked whether it was the big flower or the small flower, it was because he thought Hualong was too weak and wanted to use the balance of good and evil on him. However, if it was the big flower, Loya didn't plan to use the balance on him, as it would be a loss if he got hurt. If it was the small flower, it didn't matter. The more chaos, the better. The big flower said, Actually, the two of us share a body, and even the one who is asleep will still feel pain. What are you talking about, big flower and small flower? Hearing this tone, Luo Ya realized that it was the small flower currently in control of the body. He pointed at Karina and said, "Aren't you pretty strong? Do you have the ability to defeat her? You wouldn't say you don't hit women, would you?" The small flower followed Luo Ya's finger to look at Karina and said, "Women only affect my speed in drawing my sword. Her? I could take her down in a minute." "Oh really? Then it's up to you. Good luck." Oomph. The small flower let out a cold snort, raised the sword, and was about to step forward. Luo Ya grabbed him and said, "Wait, let me give you a buff first." Buff? Xiaohua looked confused at what Luo Ya was saying. What was this guy talking about? Luo Ya snapped his fingers and summoned a scale of good and evil in front of him. He reached out and directly pierced Xiaohua's chest. Then, he reached out again and took out a slightly beating heart. Looking at his own heart being pulled out, Xiaohua was so scared that he touched his chest, reaching out to grab the heart while saying, this is my heart." But Xiaohua's hand passed right through the heart. Because this was not a real heart. If it were, Luo Ya could just pull out his enemies' hearts and crush them in the future. Roya did not answer Xiaohua and directly placed the heart on the right side of the scale, causing the left tray to immediately reveal the feather of truth. With a click, the scale tilted to the left. The feather was heavier than the heart. Is the feather heavier than the heart? Roya thought regretfully. Meanwhile, Xiaohua felt a warm current suddenly surge within him, washing over his body. The injuries he had sustained from Roya and Eve's attacks had been healed. That feeling was so comfortable that he closed his eyes to silently savor it and couldn't help but exclaim, "So good." When he opened his eyes again, he found that Roya and the others were all looking at him with strange expressions, which made him feel embarrassed. His face turned completely red. He immediately drew his knife and swung it towards Karina. Karina also drew her dual pistols and began to engage with him. Roger also held the ordinary longsword that Roya had given him, stepping forward in an instant. Cass drew his sword to meet him. The four of them watched as they fought. Luo Ya snapped his fingers. A wooden table, wooden chairs, vines, fruit trees, and the Sun King appeared instantly. Roya directly sat on the wooden chair and said to Eve, "Sister, sit down and watch the show to see who wins." Then, munching on sunflower seeds, he turned to the old man with a smile and said, "Old man, sit down and eat some fruit." The old man shot him a glance, and then also sat down on the chair. The three of them sat there, eating fruit while watching the four people fight. Wilson, who was a bit unsteady on his feet, declared, "I don't envy them at all." Swish, bang, clang. These are the sound effects of the fight. The outcome was clear. Cass and Karina, as Wilson's most outstanding disciples, had decent strength. With their basic armament hockey combined with martial arts, swordsmanship, and marksmanship, they were formidable. However, for Roger, who could use armament hockey and observation hockey at the age of 9, Cass was a bit lacking. After exchanging a few moves with Roger, he was directly sent flying by a single move of Roger's observation hockey. As for Xiaohua, without her dark aura, even when using the demon claw, she could only tie with Karina. After a while of sparring with Karina, she became careless and got kicked in the stomach, sending her flying out. The outcome was clear. Luo Ya and the other two stood up and walked back to Roger and Xiaohua. Roya patted Xiaohua's shoulder and said, "You little flower are really disappointing." Xiaohua, feeling unconvinced, shot a glance at Karina, wanting to continue fighting with her. However, seeing Roya's demeanor, it seemed unlikely that he would let her go again. Ignoring Roya's words, she directly returned to the spirit realm, escaping from reality. Roya then looked at Karina and said, "As agreed, you can leave." After saying that, he thoughtfully threw a piece of wood to her. Karina glanced at the wood and then at Wilson. "Go." Wilson said nothing more and directly let her leave. Biting her lip, Karina bowed 3 times to Wilson, then took the wood, tears streaming down her face, and walked towards the sea without looking back. Meanwhile, Wilson placed the unconscious Cass on the beach. He then brushed off the sand from his body and said to old man kid.He, "Orlo's kid.He, come on. Even if I die, I won't go to impelled down." After saying that, his pupils turned green, and he charged at the old man. Wilson knew that, at his age, getting into impelled down would be worse than death. It was better to have a good fight with old man kid.He before he died. Dying at the hands of such a strong opponent wouldn't be shameful. Therefore, Wilson had no intention of surrendering. He couldn't tarnish the reputation of his Eye of Death. With the fruit ability activated, his pupils instantly turned green, and his upper body was completely covered in armament hockey. His momentum erupted instantly, creating a strong gust of wind. Wilson's figure flashed as he charged towards old man kid.He, throwing a punch at him with incredible speed. The sound of air being ripped apart echoed. The old man coldly snorted, facing Wilson's incoming punch without fear. with He covering him. He threw a punch in response. The force of their punches collided, and the residual power exploded. Roya quickly pulled Roger and Eve back, not wanting them to get accidentally hurt. After retreating a distance, Roya focused intently on the two ancient monsters of the same era clashing. The old man and Wilson were exchanging blows. Wilson was forced back a few steps, while the old man remained unmoved, only slightly swaying. As Wilson moved forward again, a green light flickered in his eyes as he aimed for the old man's left shoulder. The old man had suffered a severe injury to his left shoulder in his youth, making it a relatively weak point in his otherwise formidable physique. However, the old man seemed to have anticipated Wilson's attack direction. He extended his right hand and accurately caught Wilson's fist, sweeping his right foot to kick at Wilson's lower body. Wilson lost his balance. The old man released his fist, quickly following up with a series of punches, each one more powerful than the last, all landing on Wilson, finally sending him flying to the ground. After a barrage of blows, Wilson's body was covered in blood, yet he still struggled to stand up and charge forward again. He never intended to escape from the old man, knowing that there were only two outcomes for him now: death or being captured. Being captured was worse than death, but he thought even if he died, he had to bite off a piece of flesh from the old man. So he charged forward. The old man snorted coldly and threw another punch. Another tremendous collision occurred, and Wilson's body flew back again, covered in blood. He kept rolling and getting back up to charge forward again, as if he were tireless. Time passed without him noticing. The elderly man, who was of the same age as the old man, was now covered in blood. His standing body was swaying, like a candle flickering in the wind. This time, he did not continue attacking the old man. Instead, he stood still, head down. His aura vanished without a trace, and even the fruitability in his eyes disappeared. The armed He covering half of his body slowly dissipated, leaving only his right fist. The old man watched as Wilson's aura faded, standing still like a statue. He knew that the next punch would be Wilson's final attack, the last desperate strike with all his strength. Therefore, the old man focused all his attention, his eyes becoming sharp as he raised his hand, ready to meet this punch. Just as the old man raised his hand, Wilson suddenly lifted his head, his eyes filled with determination. He raised his hand, clenched his fist, and his figure flashed forward towards the old man. kid.He. The old man did not wait in place for Wilson's punch this time. Instead, he stepped forward, gathering power for a punch to meet Wilson's fist head-on. With both men using all their strength, there was no reservation. Boom! As their fists collided, a strong wave of air burst forth, pushing towards Roya and the others. However, Roya and Roger were no longer at the same level they were a month ago. The three of them stood their ground, unaffected by the wave. But the trees behind them and the wooden table Roya had made were not so fortunate. As the air wave dissipated, a massive sand pit was created around the old man and Wilson. The pit was not deep, at most 10 centimeters, but it was very wide. Sand flew up from the edges of the pit, raising a cloud of dust. When the dust settled, the two still stood there, unmoving. Suddenly, a cracking sound was heard. Wilson's right fist lost its He, and the bones of his entire right arm shattered, his fist drooping down, pulling away from the old man's punch. "You lose," the old man calmly said, retracting his fist and looking at Wilson. Wilson's body trembled. He struggled to lift his head to look at the old man, but there was no trace of pain on his face, as if the shattered hand was not his at all. "Yes, I lost. I have lost to you my entire life," Wilson cried out excitedly. After speaking, Wilson spat out a mouthful of blood, which splattered onto the old man's clothes. Then his body fell straight back, his eyes fixed on the sky, slowly stopping his breath. He died from exhaustion in the fight with the old man. This man, who was of the same era as the old man, was also a top-tier powerhouse. He had committed countless evils in his youth and foolishly hoped to make a comeback in his old age. Countless pirates had died at his hands. Finally, it came to an end. With Wilson's death, this farce on the coast of the small island came to a close. Seeing Wilson fall, the three of them walked over to old man kid.He. Luo Ya asked, "Old man, are you still sharp as ever? So, who exactly is this person that even you have to go to such lengths to pursue him?" The old man glanced at Luo Ya and pulled his clothes to wipe the bloodstains off his own garments. "Luo Ya, old man, let's each take a step back. I'm not a human, but you are a real dog." After wiping off the bloodstains, the old man told Luo Ya all about Wilson's deeds. "Oh, so he was a notorious pirate. No wonder you were so ruthless, old man." But Luo Ya wasn't interested in Wilson's past. He knew that in the world of pirates, the bounty amount is determined not only by strength, but also by the amount of evil one commits. According to the old man, Wilson had done quite a few bad things. What does that imply? It means his bounty is high. What's in front of me now is not just a corpse. It's a pile of shiny belly. Old man, how much is Wilson's bounty? Luo Ya excitedly asked. The old man turned his back, hunched over, and pretended to be an elderly man again, as if the person who had just exploded Wilson was not him at all. After thinking for a moment, he replied, "It's been almost 30 years. I don't really remember, but it should be over 50 million Bailey. Specifically, I forgot. 50 million. I've hit the jackpot." Hearing the old man's words, Luo Ya shouted excitedly in his heart, "Over 50 million. Isn't that a fortune?" However, the old man looked at his excited expression and guessed that he intended to exchange Wilson's corpse for the bounty. He poured a bucket of cold water over him. After I retired from the Navy, Wilson also disappeared from the sea, and he hasn't appeared for over 20 years. The Navy might have even removed the bounty on him. So be careful not to break your little fantasy. Huh? The bounty could be removed? Would they really do that? Luo Ya asked in surprise. The old man nodded. If a pirate has been missing for too long, the Navy usually considers removing his bounty, depending on the situation. Depending on the situation? That means there's a possibility that it hasn't been removed? Luo Ya thought to himself, since there was still a possibility of exchanging for a bounty, and he himself could not leave the island at the moment, he decided to notify Druna to send someone to take away Wilson's body and Cass, to see if they could exchange them for a bounty. Roger, what about the phone bug Uncle Hag left for you? Luo Ya asked Roger. What's wrong in the cabin, Luo Ya? Roger replied. It's nothing. We'll talk about it when we get back. Luo Ya said. Swinging two vines, Luo Ya tied Wilson's body and Cass together. Then he looked at the old man and said, Old man, since you're already here, why not stay? This way you can meet with your sister all the time and also teach me and Roger a thing or two. Isn't that a win-win? The old man glanced at Eve, then focused on Luo Ya and said, What? Do you want this old man to sleep outside with you? Or stay in a cave? Luo Ya patted his chest. Camping out? A cave? Old man, you underestimate me too much. Don't even mention making a wooden table. I can easily build you a 3-bedroom apartment. After saying that, Luo Ya didn't wait for the old man's response and ran to the seaside. He first summoned Xiaohua and asked him to bring Wilson and Cass. Meanwhile, he carried the sea creatures caught by the old man. When they returned to the old man's side, he said, Let's not talk about it for now, old man. Come on, I'll treat you to a feast of sea creatures. The old man replied, Treat me? Didn't I catch these sea creatures? A large group returned to Luo Ya's campsite. Xiongda had already come back, but it seemed like something was a bit off about its appearance. Luo Ya looked at the black and white furry back and tried to call out, Bear Big? Bear Big turned around, still chewing on an apple. Upon seeing Luo Ya, he immediately leaped forward and landed at Luo Ya's feet. Clinging to Luo Ya's legs, he cried out, Big brother, you finally came back. I don't know why, but my majestic black fur has turned into this, neither black nor white. I can't be suffering from some terminal illness, can I? Big brother, you have to save me. Big brother. Luo Ya couldn't understand what was going on. The others were also startled because they could understand what the bear in front of them was saying. All right, let go of me first, and let me think about what is going on with you. Luo Ya pulled out his foot, patted Bear Big, and comforted him. Bear Big clumsily got up and nodded. Luo Ya really couldn't understand how the bear conference transformed from a black bear into a bear. Its value has skyrocketed, multiplying several times. Looking at Old Man Kurt, Luo Ya asked, Old man, you are so knowledgeable, having lived the longest. Do you know what's going on? The old man glanced at Bear Big and said, The only thing that can make a beast speak human words is the devil fruit. Mythical Zoan, human fruit. Devil fruit? Human fruit? Luo Ya thought for a moment, then kicked Bear Big and asked, When you went to catch the wild chicken earlier, did you eat anything strange? Like a fruit with patterns on it? A fruit with patterns? Bear Big recalled, Yes, after I caught the wild chicken and was coming back, I was a bit thirsty. So I picked a fruit from a tree to eat, and it had patterns on it. But I didn't pay much attention and just ate it. Who knew it tasted worse than the breakfast Brother Roger made in the morning? I just threw it away, and then I ended up like this. Listening to Bear Big's account, Luo Ya confirmed that this bear had accidentally eaten a devil fruit, specifically the human fruit, but he didn't know what form it had taken. What form of the human fruit could make a bear look like this? Bear Man, you don't mean you're the ultimate boss bear man from One Piece, do you? That would be too ridiculous. Roya silently thought to himself as he glanced at Bear Big. Never mind, let's finish eating first, and then I can ask the system what form is later. Putting down the Sea King class, Roya let the old man and the others sit first. He pulled Roger into the wooden house to find the phone bug. After making a call to Druna, he asked Roger to handle the Sea King class. Meanwhile, he started roasting a wild chicken by the campfire. The old man and sister Eve were chatting and laughing about something, while Bear Big wore a sorrowful expression, crying and stuffing apples into his mouth. It seems it's time to change Bear Big's name. He has now turned into National Treasure Bear. And the name can't be so mundane. Luo Ya silently thought. After setting up the wild chicken, he summoned the system in his mind. Roger went a deal with the Sea King class. Old Man Kurt and Eve were chatting. Bear was crying while eating. As for Little Flower, when returning to the camp, she burrowed into the heavy spirit. Roya was handling and preparing the wild chicken, roasting it over the campfire. Looking up, he saw everyone busy. With nothing to do himself, he called out to the system in his mind. System, come out. Don't tell me you're still sleeping. System, who sleeps until noon like you? Lazy pig. I swear, try fighting at night, and then have someone sing in your ear. See if you can sleep. Luo Ya. System, who says there isn't? All right, let's get to the point. Why did you call me, you dog? Goodness, now you don't even call me host, huh? You piece of trash. System, oh, I misspoke. Let me ask again. Host, do you have anything to discuss? Luo Ya rolled his eyes. He was now very certain that this system either had the personality of its creator added to it, or that the unfortunate guy had been struck by lightning or hit by a car, then turned into a system to meet him and scam his money. Skin the big bear and see what fruit it ate, Luo Ya said, pointing at the big bear. System, big bear? Following Luo Ya's, the system noticed the bear that had transformed into a bear. System, wow, where did you find this prisoner animal? It's the black bear from before, Luo Ya replied. System, goodness, does this count as achieving enlightenment and rising in status? Stop with the nonsense, just see what it ate, Luo Ya said impatiently, tired of the system's chatter. System, oh. System, host, after scanning, it turns out that the fruit on it is the animal-type human fruit, priest bear form. System, huh, what kind of fruit is this? Haha, before Luo Ya could react, the system laughed first. Human fruit, priest bear? After hearing the system's report, Luo Ya felt a flurry of question marks flying over his head. Don't trick me, because I haven't read much. Upon hearing the words bear person, a variety of memes automatically surfaced in Luo Ya's mind. Is this even something that should exist in the pirate world? What's going on, system? System, how would I know? You should ask the author. He knows. The scam result is just like this. The cool author stated, there's no reason. Existence is reason enough. System, why do you care why it exists? Isn't it interesting? Haha, just thinking about memes coming to life makes me laugh. Roya ignored the system's loud laughter, realizing that it had completely given up and was too lazy to even pretend. So what abilities does this human fruit priest bear form have? Roya asked curiously. System, using the abilities will grant you the priest's 3-piece set, robe, Bible, and cross. System, it has no combat ability, but it can be used for healing. It should be able to act as a healer. After hearing the system's explanation, Roya shifted his gaze to the bear. It had already finished eating the apple beneath its feet and was licking its palm with its tongue. Then it rubbed its body, trying to wipe off the white spots and make them black. However, this was of no use at all. Luo Ya made a wooden stick and tapped it on its head, interrupting its movement, and said, Shionda, forget it. You should change your name to a bow now. Try to see if you can feel the power within you. And then use it, yes. Use it, or rather control it. Huh? From Xion to the black bear to a bow the bear. He listened to Luo Ya's words with a confused expression. What power? What are you talking about, big brother? Roya sighed and suddenly felt a bit foolish. If you still think what you're doing is silly, then just think about Roya trying to teach a bear to sense power. First, close your eyes. Roya said. Oh, Abeo obediently did as Roya said and closed his eyes. However, before Roya could say the next sentence, snoring came from him. Luo Ya was taken aback for a moment. He loved to eat and could fall asleep in seconds. He was simply a replica of Roger. With the veins on his forehead bulging, Luo Ya struck Abeo on the head with a stick, angrily saying, I told you to close your eyes, not to sleep. Abeo let out a yelp, awakened by Luo Ya's hit, rubbing his head. You shut your eyes and don't sleep. Listen to my commands. Luo Ya said. How could Abeo dare to disagree? He quickly nodded and closed his eyes. Feel if there's a warm current in your body, imagine it as your favorite food, and then take a bite. Roya guided Abeo to search for the fruit energy within him. Abeo obediently followed the instructions. Suddenly, a flash of white light appeared, and Abeo found himself wearing a black robe. He held a cross in his right hand and a Bible in his left. Abeo curiously looked at the things on his body and in his hands. Old Master Kote and Eve were also drawn to the sudden white light and moved towards Abeo. Big brother, what are these things? Why did they suddenly appear on me? Abeo asked. The old master and Eve approached Abeo, examining him closely. How strange. What kind of fruit ability is this? I've never seen anything like it before. the old master said, observing Abeo with confusion. Luo Ya said, old man, not to mention you. Even if we go back 800 years, no one would recognize it. Can't you tell what form of the human fruit this is? Roya pretended not to understand and asked. The old man shook his head, unable to tell. The phantom beast fruits were already rare, with all sorts of bizarre forms. And basically no one could recognize all the fruit abilities. Is that so? Abeo, why don't you try to see if you can use the thing in your hand? Is there any connection between you two? Connection? Abeo stared at the cross and the Bible in his hand. Suddenly, he raised the cross. A beam of white light shot out from the cross, illuminating Roya and the old man. As the white light dissipated before the old man and Eve could speak, they heard Roya exclaim, this light actually has a healing effect. Look, the splinter on my thumb is gone. The old man, Eve, ignoring Roya's dramatic appearance. The old man could indeed feel that the white light had a healing effect. When he was illuminated by the white light, he felt his minor scratches from fighting Wilson instantly healed. Feeling the changes in his body, old Kurt also guessed that Abeo's fruit had healing abilities. However, he still couldn't figure out what form of the human fruit this was. But he didn't bother to dwell on it. Being old, why worry about so many things? He returned to his seat with Eve, saw that the wild chicken was roasted, and picked it up to eat with wine. As for Roya, he patted Abeo, who had returned to his original form, and said, Abeo, about the changes in you, there's a bad news and a good news. Which one do you want to hear first? Let's hear the bad news first. The sooner you die, the sooner you can be reborn, Abeo said. The bad news is that you can't revert this skin and fur back, but your value is also on the rise. The good news is that you can't revert this skin and fur back. What's the difference? Abeo asked in confusion. Luo Ya nodded, of course there is. And there's more good news, which is that you'll follow me from now on, as a reserve. Big Brother will take care of you. Reflecting on his carefree and free days on the small island, and then thinking about the days he's been oppressed by Luo Ya, as well as Roger's gaze fixed on his palm. Is this really good news? Abao thought to himself, but he also said it out loud. Luo Ya looked at it and smiled. What's wrong? Don't you think this is good news? Looking at Luo Ya's nuclear goodness gaze, Abeo chose to follow his heart. How could he refuse? Of course it counted. Being able to be by my brother's side is my fortune in 3 lifetimes. Roya nodded with satisfaction, patted Abeo on the shoulder, and then returned to his seat. Abeo also sighed in relief as he took the roasted chicken that Roya handed him. While eating the roasted chicken, Abeo glanced at Roya and comforted himself, thinking, it smells really good. It's not bad to follow him. At least I have food and shelter. Orcs will never be slaves unless they have food and shelter. After a while, Roger returned to the camp with the processed sea creatures. Roya, the sea creatures are ready. Roya nodded, stood up, and handed him a roasted chicken, then cut off a large piece of seafood to make soup. While the soup simmered, Roya summoned Hualong and also offered him a roasted chicken. Finally, he had time to sit on the wooden chair and eat chicken himself. It smells really good. After a while, everyone was eating roasted chicken and drinking fish soup. At that moment, people from Druna also arrived on the island and successfully found Roya and the others' camp. Looking at the newcomers, Roya thought, isn't that the butler from Druna? He's coming in person to bring someone. Young Master Roya, Anriana slightly bowed and said. Loya ran over with the fish soup and said, aren't you the butler of the Bell family? What was the name again? Anriana. Yes, Anriana. Why do you need to come personally for something so personal? Regarding Mr. Spiro's descendant, young Master Loya, the boss thinks it's better to be cautious. So he sent me. Also, the boss would like to ask you to tell Mr. Spiro that he has something to request of him and to ask if he could come to the Bell Manor in person. If Mr. Spiro can help with this, the boss is willing to give him all his wealth. Anriana said slowly. Luo Ya listened and nodded slightly. What is it that needs to be entrusted? Are they willing to spend all their wealth? Well, after returning to Rog Town, I'll find a time to check it out. If it works out, I can make a hefty profit. All right, I will inform him. You all wait at the manor. Roya smiled and said, no need to be polite. No need to be polite. Anriana bowed again. I'm very grateful. Roya said as he used vines to pull Wilson and Cass over. These are the people I need you to take to exchange for the bounty. Anriana nodded and waved her hand. The subordinates behind her stepped forward to carry Wilson and Cass away. I'll leave the message to you, Master Roya, Anriana said. Don't worry. It's just a matter of saying a few words. I'll contact him shortly, Roya replied. I can't thank you enough, Anriana said again. Then she and her subordinates headed toward the coast, preparing to return to Rog Town. Watching Anriana's departing figure, Roya felt quite curious about what Druluna wanted to ask him. Oh no, it was to ask Captain Sparrow, and Anriana personally came and emphasized it. However, he didn't think too much about it. He would find out what it was when he got back to Rogtown anyway. He turned around and returned to Roger's side. After finishing the fish soup, Roya directly built a bigger wooden house next to the cabin. He said to old Mr. Kurt, "Look, old man, now we have a house, right? You can stay here. No need to sleep outdoors, and you can see your sister every day. Plus, you won't have to cook for yourself. Isn't this more comfortable than going back to Rogtown? You could just take some time each day to guide me and Roger and, also Hualong and Abeo. You see, just stay here, come on. Swimming back would be so tiring." Old Mr. Kurt glanced at him and thought, tiring? I wouldn't be tired even if I swam back 10 times. Under Roya's persistent persuasion and with Eve's help to plead, as well as the premise of the 3 rooms and 1 hall arrangement, old Mr. Kurt finally nodded. He agreed to stay on the island to guide Roya and the others until their agreed time with Heg was over. "All right, considering how sincere you are, I'll stay here for a while with you kids. But if you want me to guide you, you all need to be mentally prepared. Back in the day, among the new recruits I trained, only a few out of 100 could stick it out to the end," the old man said slowly. Roya nodded, "Of course. As long as you agree, we will persist." "All right then now. I'm going to take a nap." "What? What's wrong? Do you have an opinion?" the old man asked Roya. No, you rest first. We will train, and you can guide us after you finish resting," Roya replied sincerely. Then, father, I'll head back to the knife now. You rest well," Eve said. The old man turned his head and smiled. "Okay. You should also take a good rest, little foo." Eve nodded and returned to the spirit realm. The old man looked at Roya again, and the smile on his face vanished without a trace. Luo Ya thought to himself, "It's a pity that you don't learn the Sichuan opera face-changing, old man." Then, the old man took off the white vest that had just been splattered with blood by Wilson and threw it to Luo Ya, saying, "Wash my clothes before you work out." After saying that, he walked into the wooden house, leaving Luo Ya in a state of confusion in the wind. "Loya?" Roy looked at the white vest of old man Kote in his hand, messy in the wind. "What does this mean? Who am I? Roy, you want to wash this? How is that possible?" Reaching for the hilt of the heavy spirit blade, Roy summoned Hualong and stuffed the vest into his hands. "Is this a gift for me, Roy?" Dahu looked at the vest in his hands and said, "No, I just need you to wash it clean." Roy shook his head and said. After speaking, Roy didn't wait for Dahu to react and pulled Roger away, running while saying, "Then it's up to you." Dahu watched the backs of Roy and Roger. Now, it was his turn to be messy in the wind, because Wilson, a unlucky pirate from the same era as Old Man Kote, ended up on the small island where Roy and Roger were training by coincidence. At Roy's request, he stayed on the island to guide their training. So it went. Under the old man's guidance, Roy, Roger, and of course Hualong and Abeo practiced inhumane training every day. How terrible was it? It was so bad that Abeo became emaciated. And so, the days passed. Finally, it arrived at the last day of the 1-month agreement between Roy, Roger, and Uncle Heg. Tomorrow is the last day of the agreed time with those 2 brats, Roy and Roger, right? Still planning to operate and not go pick them up? Hall sat in a chair, holding a glass of rum, looking at Heg, who was wiping glasses at the bar. During the time Roy and Roger were training on the small island, he had been helping Heg run the restaurant. Although it was just telling Heg what the customers ordered, it still helped a bit. Those customers wouldn't dare let him serve food. They always went to the bar to get it themselves. Heg put down his glass, looked up at Hall, as if to say it was time. You remembered clearly. "Of course, a great swordsman, coming to be your waiter, what a waste of talent. Such a humiliating thing. Of course, I counted the time, hoping it would end sooner." Hall raised his glass and downed the drink, saying to Heg. Heg refilled his glass and said, "What's wrong?" Who said that if they lost, they would unconditionally serve me for a month. "What's the use of you complaining now? Also, you call that serving me? You drink more than the customers do in a day." TCH. Knowing he was in the wrong, Hall didn't engage with Heg's remarks. Clicked his tongue, picked up his glass, and drank. "Since it's time, then I won't operate tomorrow. I'll go pick them up. I wonder how they've been this month." Heg said, "They won't starve. Didn't you say they learned observation and armament hockey? What animal on that island could defeat them?" Hall replied, "That's not what I meant." "Then what do you mean?" "Forget it. Even if I said it, you wouldn't understand." TCH. Only you understand. Hall put down his glass. The drink in it had bottomed out again. Then he stood up, saying, "No business tomorrow, right? That's best. Saves me from suffering another day. I'm out of here." After speaking, Hall walked toward the wooden door of the restaurant, preparing to return to Bell Manor. Heg didn't stop his actions, casually saying, "Get lost," while putting the cup away. Heg walked out from behind the bar, tightly closed the restaurant's wooden door, and prepared to close up. While closing the door, he thought, "That kid Roy is so clever. He should have figured it out by now. Forget it. No need to think so much. I'll just ask him tomorrow." The next day, Heg got up early and, as usual, practiced sword swings in the yard. By around noon, he went to the coast of Rogtown, taking a small boat to pick up Roy and Roger. He found it strange that he didn't see old man kid.He fishing today. After a while, Heg arrived at the small island. On the way, he wondered if Roy and the others had changed from being exposed to the wind and sun. But when he reached their campsite, the scene in front of him left him stunned. Two wooden houses stood out prominently. In front of the wooden houses, barbecue, fruits, and white wine. Luo Ya and Roger, along with a black and white bear and a little boy he didn't recognize, were gathered around the campfire, holding hands and dancing in circles while singing the fine wine of guests. Old man Kurt and Eve sat on wooden chairs, watching their performance. What a scene. This is not survival on a deserted island. Isn't this a banquet? This scene is survival on a deserted island? No. This is clearly just a group of wealthy idlers. Heg looked at this picture with a displeased expression and walked up to Luo Ya and Roger, who were dancing, shouting, "Hey, Luo Ya, Roger." The sudden shout startled everyone dancing. "Uncle Heg, what are you doing here? Uncle Heg, what are you doing here?" Luo Ya and Roger asked in unison. Heg was speechless from the two of them. He said unhappily, "Today is the last day of the month we agreed upon. So of course I'm here to take you back. Otherwise, are you going to swim back?" "All right, I guess so. So are we leaving now, Uncle?" After hearing Heg's words, Luo Ya asked, "Don't change the subject. First, tell me what's going on. Are you in survival mode? This wooden cabin? The wooden table and chairs? Where do they come from? And who is this child? And what about this bear? Why is the old man also here?" Heg was bombarded with questions one after another. Luo Ya suddenly remembered that he had never used wood release in front of Uncle Heger. He didn't even know that he could use the 3 rooms and 1 hall technique. When Heger taught them the Shuanpa and armament hockey before, he hadn't used wood release in front of him either. Survival, huh? Living in a wooden house isn't really survival. So he continued to pass the responsibility to the seed fruit and explain to Heger, telling him everything about Wilson, Abeo, and Hualong. Heger listened quietly, realizing that quite a lot had happened during your time on the island. "So, does that mean the old man has been guiding your training for a while now?" It was fine until he mentioned it. Luo Ya, Luo Ya, Hualong, and Abao immediately knelt down on the ground. Their bodies were filled with dark energy, as if they recalled some bad memories. Hell. That was hell. It was simply unbearable for any human being. But the next second, they all stood up again. Luo Ya said, "Let's go, Uncle. Let's go back to Rogtown now. Time is like a river that never knows fatigue, always rushing forward." A month has passed in the blink of an eye. Heg arrived on the island to pick up Luo Ya and Roger, only to find them having a feast. Is this survival on a deserted island? Is this training? However, through Luo Ya's explanation, Heg also learned about what had happened to the two of them over the past month. Except for the matter of the Moon People. The reason they were having a feast was that Luo Ya felt today was the last day of training on the island. One more day is not too much. One less day is not too few. Roya decided not to train that day and instead held a banquet to reward himself for his efforts over the past few days. Of course, everyone recognized this decision. They wouldn't admit it was to escape the old man's training. After understanding the reason behind this, Heg didn't say anything. With the guidance of old man Kurt, it was certainly better than training on their own. After packing up their things, the group headed towards the coast, preparing to return to Rogtown. But when they reached the coast, a problem arose. Heg's small boat couldn't accommodate so many people. Having multiple old men wasn't an issue, but it was mainly about Abeo. However, for Roya, who possessed the 3 rooms and 1 hall technique, this was no problem at all. He directly created a small sailboat and pushed it out onto the sea. Heg watched and thought to himself that this ability was really convenient. He should get this kid to use his ability to renovate his restaurant. It would be best to replace the old wooden tables and chairs. Feeling Heg's gaze behind him, Roya couldn't help but feel a chill. After some fuss, everyone was finally on the sailboat. They set off towards Rogtown, heading back home. After a while, the group finally returned to Rogtown. Stepping onto the wooden planks of the port and looking at the buildings not far away, Roya, who had spent more than a month on the small island, felt as if he had been in another world. "Ha, I'm back again, Hu Hungsi," Roya shouted. The crowd ignored his puzzling words. Heger looked at Roya and Roger and said, "The restaurant is closed today, so you two should head home." Heger started to say something else, but paused. However, Roger understood and nodded. "I know, I've been keeping it in mind." Seeing his reaction, Heger also nodded slightly and said, "Okay, I'll come to find you tomorrow." Listening to their conversation, Roya was confused. "What do you know? What should you remember?" Although puzzled, he didn't ask Roger. Since he spent all day with Roger, he figured he would find out what was going on tomorrow. The old man also didn't insist that Roya move into the lighthouse. He just asked him to make sure to bring Eve to see him whenever he had the chance. Speaking of which, Roya and Roger could be considered half disciples of the old man. Roya patted his chest and promised, "I will definitely come to visit you, old man. It would be even better if you could spare some time to teach us a few moves." The old man said nothing and nodded slightly. Then he walked towards the lighthouse. Roy and Roger followed Hager into the town. But halfway there, the old man looked out from the lighthouse window and said, "Hey, wait a minute. You two kids help me clean the lighthouse before you go." It had been over half a month since the lighthouse was last cleaned, and there was some dust in Old Man Cote's lighthouse. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the three figures in front of him flashed and instantly disappeared. He couldn't see them anymore. The old man was stunned for a moment. Those two kids, with no one to help. He had no choice but to start cleaning the lighthouse himself. When they arrived in Rogtown, looking at the words Rogtown on the gate, Roy felt a sense of familiarity that he hadn't noticed before. The restaurant was closed. Luo and Roger bid farewell to Hager. The two, along with a bear, headed towards Roger's house. On the way, Abayo was visiting human society for the first time and was curious about everything. With its simple-minded head, it looked around, checking this and that. The residents of Rogtown were also curious about this black and white bear that looked a bit silly. However, its nearly 3-meter height truly intimidated people, making them hesitant to approach. They just watched from a distance. After a while, the two young men and the bear returned to Roger's villa. Upon entering the house, Abayo startled Grandma Tao. "Young Master Roger, young Master Luo Ya, you're back. Who is this bear?" Luo Ya patted a bow, letting it walk on all fours for a while. This way, it wouldn't look so scary. "This is the little bear that Roger and I found on the small island. Can we keep it, Grandma Tao?" "Well, we need to ask the lady's opinion on that." "Okay." Roya nodded and entered Madame Alexia's room with Roger. The lady was weaving something with straw rope in her hands, as if this was her only hobby. Or perhaps this hobby was simply more convenient for her. After a long absence, seeing Roger and Roya again, the smile on the lady's face was evident. She pinched Roger's cheek and then pinched Roya's cheek. Time passed. Roya and Roger have finished their month-long training on the island and returned to Rogertown. After not seeing the two for a while, Roger's mother, Mrs. Alexia, was naturally very happy to see them back. Looking at the two in front of her, she reached out her hand, pinched Roger's face, and then pinched Roya's face. You both lost weight. Roger, and you too, Roya." After pinching their faces, Mrs. Alexia felt that their faces didn't feel as good as before, so she asked, "Haven't you two been taking good care of yourselves?" Hearing Mrs. Alexia's words, Luo and Roger reminisced about the days dominated by the old man. With that level of training intensity, who could possibly gain weight? Even Abayo became thin and haggard. "Mother, we can take good care of ourselves. Luo's cooking skills are excellent, and the dishes he makes are very delicious." Roger said, "Oh, can Roya still cook? That's impressive. I wonder if I will have a chance to taste the dishes made by Roya." Lady Alexia praised Roya and said. Roya scratched the back of his head bashfully and said, "If you want to eat, then I'll make dinner tonight." "Really? That's great. Then I'll leave it to you, Roya Cohen," Lady Alexia said with a smile. "Ha, Roya said apologetically. At this moment, Lady Alexia also cleared her throat lightly. Luo then remembered the important matter. He came to Madame Alexia's room to discuss and said, "Aunt, Roger and I found a bear on the small island that had eaten a devil fruit. Its appearance changed because it ate the human fruit, and it was rejected and abandoned by its companions. Tony Chopper, I'm going to sue you for plagiarism. We feel sorry for him and want to take care of him. Is that okay?" Upon hearing Luo's words, Madame Alexia showed a sympathetic expression. Luo continued, "He's not useless at all. His fruit ability has healing powers. He can talk, ride a unicycle, and juggle. Pretty smart, right? A bow. I can ride a unicycle and juggle? How come I didn't know that?" After Luo finished speaking, Mrs. Alexia smiled and picked up his words, saying, "So, where is that little bear now? Can I see it? Little? It's actually not small at all." Luo thought to himself, "Let me bring him in," he said, walking towards the door. Once he exited Mrs. Alexia's room, he saw Abayo lying in the corridor, fast asleep, with bubbles of snot on his nose that were growing and shrinking. Luo delivered a punch directly to his head, with a sound of bang. It was a good head. After the devilish training from Old Master Kute, Hualong and Abao's strength had improved significantly. Luo and Roger's strength has also improved. Rubbing his head, Abayo said aggrievedly, "Big brother, what are you doing?" Roya retracted his fist, glared at him, and said, "What are you doing? How did you know it was time to sleep when you got there? You're a bear, not a pig. Come on, let's go inside. Use your fruit ability to help the person I mentioned last time." "Oh," replied Abayo. He then clumsily got up and went into the room with Roya. One person and one beast entered the room. When Mrs. Alexia saw Abayo's chubby face, she felt her hands itching to move. Approaching Mrs. Alexia, Roya pointed at Abeo and said, Annie, this is the bear we found, named Abeo. Looking at Abeo, it was Mrs. Alexia's first time seeing a bear, and she waved at him. Abeo was taken aback for a moment, then bent down and got closer to Mrs. Alexia. She reached out and touched his head, saying, Is it Abeo Cohen? You don't have to be sad. Your companions might dislike you, but it's not your fault. Maybe your changes are too strange for them, and they couldn't adapt to your transformation, so they chose to abandon you. Listening to Mrs. Alexia's words, Abeo's head was filled with question marks. What companions? What abandonment? Just as he wanted to ask her what she was talking about, he suddenly felt a strong gaze from behind him. He shivered. Abeo knew without turning around that it was Roya. The words were on the tip of his tongue, but he swallowed them back, simply nodding silently. Seeing Abeo nod, Mrs. Alexia revealed a bright smile and continued to gently stroke Abeo's head. Although Abeo was full of confusion, he felt that this human woman was very gentle, much more agreeable than Roya and Roger. But why did she like to touch other people's heads so much? Just as he was pondering why the lady liked to touch others' heads, suddenly a pair of hands grabbed his face and pinched it. He saw Mrs. Alexia holding his face with both hands, looking very satisfied. With Roya's gaze fixed on him from behind, he didn't dare to move, so he could only let this human woman pinch his face. This was because Abeo had accidentally eaten the devil fruit, the Zoan-type illusory beast fruit, the human fruit, in its bare human form. Upon discovering that its fruit ability had healing capabilities, Luo Ya planned to take him as a subordinate. If he develops his fruit ability well, it will have a great impact. Indeed, the effect has already been manifested. Roya now brought him to meet Madame Alexia, hoping that he could use his fruit ability to shed some light on her and see if he could heal her illness. Looking at Madame Alexia, who was contentedly pinching her own face, Abeo felt uncomfortable but didn't dare to pull away. This was because Roya's death gaze was fixed on him from behind, so he could only let her pinch his face. Fortunately, Madame Alexia was not a rude person. After pinching for a moment, she released her hand and said, Abeo, you are really adorable. I wonder if I could see you perform riding a unicycle and juggling? Abeo's mind was once again filled with question marks. What unicycle? What juggling? Why is this human woman saying such nonsensical things as soon as I walked in? However, in this situation, Abeo didn't care about what she was saying. Luo Ya was watching from behind. No matter what it was, nodding was the right thing to do. But just as he was about to nod, Luo Ya suddenly flashed to his side. He slapped him on the head and said, Hey, Abeo, there's a bug on your head. Abeo was halfway through nodding when Luo Ya slapped him, nearly biting his tongue. He didn't dare to cry out, so he could only turn his head and look at Luo Ya with teary eyes. Roya gave him a brilliant smile and thought to herself, You really want to agree? But I just said that casually. Now that you agreed, where am I supposed to find such a big unicycle? She reached out and patted Abeo on the back, saying, No need to be polite. I'm happy to help. Abeo. Then she continued speaking to Mrs. Alexia. Aunt, there's another reason I brought Abeo here. As I mentioned to you before, his fruit ability has healing powers. I thought it would be good for him to use his fruit ability on you to see if it helps with your condition. I've discussed it with Roger, and he thinks it's a good idea for Abeo to give it a try. Roger stepped forward, stood beside Roya, and nodded, indicating that they had indeed discussed it. Mrs. Alexia looked at the two of them, then turned to Abeo and smiled as she nodded, saying, All right, in that case, I'll trouble you, Abeo Cohen. Luo Ya nodded and looked at Abeo. This time, Abeo understood his meaning and had also heard their conversation earlier. He stood up straight. A white light flashed. Abeo once again donned the priest's three-piece set, robe, cross, and Bible. He raised the cross. A white light shot out, illuminating Lady Alexia. After a while, the white light dissipated. Roger immediately asked, How do you feel, mother? Lady Alexia touched her neck and slowly said, I feel a warm flow enveloping me. The fatigue has disappeared, and my breathing is much smoother. It's very comfortable. One amazing fruit ability, Abeo. Abeo returned to his original form, his bare paw touching his belly. He felt quite happy to hear someone praise him. Meanwhile, Roya listened to Lady Alexia's words and realized that Abeo's fruit ability could not completely cure her illness. At most, it could provide some relief. It's still not developed enough. We need to think of a way to help this kid awaken a fruit. As a mythical beast fruit, the ability shouldn't be limited to this. Think it through. Luo Ya planned to take Abeo out first, letting Roger stay with his mother for a while. If it's useful, that's great. In the future, Abeo can use his ability to help you whenever there's time. Once that's settled, Abeo and I will head out first, and you can chat with Roger. So, we'll be relying on Abeo from now on. You all take a good rest. I'm looking forward to Luo Ya's big dinner tonight. Mrs. Alexia replied with a smile. She seemed to be smiling at both Roger and Luo Ya. Luo Ya nodded and left the room with a Abeo. They found Granny Tao and informed her that Mrs. Alexia had agreed to take care of Abeo. They asked her to prepare a room for Abeo. Granny Tao then tidied up the empty room next to Luo Ya's for Abeo to stay in. Roya also returned to her room. It had been more than a month since she last stayed there, but the room was still very clean. It seemed that Grandma Tao often cleaned the room. With a leap, Roya directly laid down on the bed. The wooden bed that had been slept on for over a month was definitely not as comfortable as the one with a cotton mattress now. There were no snoring sounds. No rustikroing. Roya quickly fell asleep. After sleeping for a while, Roya got up. She took a bath in the hot tub. This is what life is all about. After finishing her bath, she went to the kitchen and showcased her skills by making several Chinese dishes. Grandma Tao was stunned the whole dinner time. Luo Ya spent time being praised by Mrs. Alexia, along with the sounds of Roger and Abeo's bad dog pouncing on prey. In the evening, Luo Ya taught Abeo how to play Do-Di-Ju, fight the landlord. Although the process was quite challenging, Luo Ya became quite irritable at one point. The three of them played poker all night long. There wasn't much else to do to pass the time. By nightfall, the three returned to their own rooms. Luo Ya lay in bed, feeling the warmth and comfort of the blankets. There was no noise around him. This is nice, he thought, and soon he fell asleep. But as he slept, there came a knocking at the door. He heard Roger calling from outside. Luo Ya, Luo Ya, are you asleep? Luo Ya was awakened by his voice. He thought, what the hell is going on in the middle of the night? Looking at this situation, he wouldn't leave unless Roger did. There was no way out. Roya could only struggle to get up and leave the bed. She opened the door and looked at Roger. But before she could ask him what he was doing, she heard Roger say, Roya, you're not asleep yet. Luo Ya? The first night back in Rogtown, Luo Ya felt the long-lost cotton mattress. It was really comfortable. Thinking about going out to train again in the future, he decided to definitely set up a cotton mattress in the system warehouse. Well, maybe two, without external factors interfering. Roya quickly fell asleep under the embrace of the bed and the blanket. However, as he was sleeping, there came a knock on the door and Roger's voice shouting, Roya, Roya. Hearing the noise, Roya thought Roger must have something important to discuss with him. Struggling to shake off the sleepiness, he opened the door, bleary-eyed, and looked at Roger. But Roger's next words cured years of high blood pressure for Roya. Roya, you not asleep yet? Huh? Roya looked at Roger in confusion. I'm not asleep. Didn't you just wake me up? Are you here playing Sue Sure? Here comes a Roya who hasn't slept. Roya was internally complaining wildly. Trying to suppress his anger, he said, I'm about to sleep. Do you need something from me, Roger? Without waiting for Roger's response, he thought to himself, if you just want to know whether I'm asleep and then come knock on my door, whether I'm asleep or not is uncertain. But one thing is for sure, I'll make sure you wake up once you fall asleep. I can't sleep, Roya. Can I chat with you for a bit? Roger replied, chatting? Staying up all night to chat. I must be crazy to agree to this. Luo Ya thought to herself. Then, pretending to hug herself, she said, when I was a child, my family was poor and I often went to bed hungry. Now, I only have sleeping as a hobby. Look at my weak body, always sickly, so I won't accompany you outside. It wouldn't be good if I caught a cold. How about you go find a bow? A bow. Already asleep, do not disturb. After Luo Ya finished speaking, he looked at Roger to see his reaction. Luo Ya was still smiling. It's fine. We can talk in your room. No need to go outside. After saying this, Roger stepped past Luo Ya and entered the room. Roya shook his head, realizing that there would be no sleep. Well, let's see what this kid has to say. He then closed the door and entered the room. First, he crawled into bed, telling Roger to sleep on the bed. It's much more comfortable under the covers. Lying on the bed, the two of them stared at the ceiling. As soon as he lay down, Roya started to feel drowsy again. He yawned and asked, go ahead, Roger, what do you want to talk about? Roger turned around, looked at Roya, and said, Roya, tomorrow is the anniversary of my father's death. The moment Roger spoke, Roy suddenly woke up, recalling the man he had seen in Uncle Hager's dream. He looked quite good, appearing to be around 30 years old. His eyes were very expressive, somewhat resembling the adult Roger. But overall, how should I put it? He had a somewhat carefree demeanor. Even when surrounded by countless Navy officers, there was not a trace of panic on his face. Luo Ya did not speak. Roger continued, I have never seen my father, except for a photo my mother showed me. Also, he was friends with Uncle Hag. As for what they did before, Uncle Hag said they were the freest pirates on the sea. Karp's father, Uncle Atesh, told me that my father was someone who could easily influence others with his personality. No matter what he faced, he always appeared calm, loved to get into trouble, and could run fast. He was a great friend. In some respects, he was the greatest person, but at the same time, he was also the most foolish person. Extremely foolish. Luo Ya listened quietly and remembered the scene in Uncle Heger's dream, where Uncle and Roger's father fought against countless Navy soldiers. Hearing Roger's words, it was strange that his father was a pirate and also a friend of the Navy officer Atesh. He was a bit curious about the past of Roger's mysterious father. It seems that your father is an interesting person. Roya really couldn't think of how to respond to Roger. I know nothing about my father's past, but my mother and Uncle Hager hate Uncle Adis very much because of my father. Roger turned over, looked at the ceiling, and continued. I tried asking my mother and Uncle Heger, but they refused to mention anything about my father. Uncle Heger only said that he would tell me about my father's past once I reached a certain level of strength and made my first companion. That's why I've been training so hard, to learn about that father who only exists in words. Make him my first companion. Does that refer to me? Luo Ya asked. Roger shook his head and replied, I don't know. Uncle Heg and my mother both don't allow me to join the Navy, although I never really liked being a Navy. Uncle said that as long as I grow to a certain extent and make up my mind to go to sea, he will tell me all about my father's past. So, have you made up your mind to go to sea and become a pirate? Roya asked. She listened quietly as Roger shared some fragmented information about his father. Loya detected a hint of curiosity and regret in his tone. He heard Heger say that as long as he made up his mind to go to sea and become a pirate, he would tell him all about his father's past. Luo Ya then asked him if he had made up his mind. Roger looked at the ceiling, thought for a long time, and said, I guess so. Anyway, I won't become a Navy officer, even though Uncle Atlas and Garp have invited me. But I want to go. As for becoming a pirate, I will. I can't just stay in Road Town for my whole life. Going out to sea for an adventure wouldn't be bad. Perhaps it would be quite interesting to turn the world upside down, wouldn't it, Ria? Roya quietly listened to Roger's words. When she heard his famous quote come out, Loya was taken aback for a moment before replying, It is quite interesting. So, I wonder if there's a spot for me on your ship? Captain Roger. Upon hearing the words, Captain Roger, a smile nearly overflowed from Roger's face. Showing his white teeth, he happily said, Of course, even if you hadn't said anything, I would have invited you aboard. I thought you didn't like going out to sea, Loya. After all, you always prefer to stay at home when you have nothing to do. Luo Ya smiled and thought to himself, Isn't this just the habit of a homebody from his past life? There's no smell of home outside. He continued to listen to Roger talk about some trivial matters and his aspirations for the future. Roger is getting more and more excited as he speaks. Luo Ya is getting sleepier the more he listens. He yawned again. Roya's eyelids are almost out of control. All right, Roger, let's talk about it tomorrow. Aren't we going to see your father tomorrow? Hurry back and get some sleep. Okay. Roger nodded and said, Then I can just sleep here. It doesn't matter where I sleep. As Roger spoke, Roya thought of his snoring and immediately wanted to refuse. But she saw that Roger had already closed his eyes. Considering that tomorrow was the anniversary of his father's passing, Roya couldn't bring herself to say anything. She sighed, turned off the light, and prepared to sleep. Roger, huh? Roya. Roger, huh? Loya. Luo Ya. Go back to your own room and sleep. About. What are those two next door arguing about? The next day, Roger got up early, as usual, to exercise. After finishing his workout, he woke up Roya. After breakfast, the two went to Madame Alexia's room. In the room, Abeo, Heger, and Grandma Tao had already arrived. Abeo was using his fruit ability to help Madame Alexia with her treatment. Heger and Grandma Tao were watching from the side. Heger had a blank expression, while Grandma Tao looked at Abeo with curious eyes. Luo Ya and another person stepped forward. After greeting Heger, they quietly waited for Abeo to help Madame Alexia with her treatment. After the treatment was finished, Madame Alexia smiled and said, I thought I wouldn't be able to go out today, but thankfully I have you, Abao. Today is very important to me. Thank you so much, Abao. Upon hearing the compliment, Abao shyly touched his stomach. Roya and Roger approached to greet the lady. Luo Ya gave Abao an appreciative glance. Not bad. You actually know to come and help your aunt with treatment. Mother, are we leaving now? Roger asked. Mrs. Alexia nodded and said, Let's go. Roy and Abeo should come along too. Roy nodded. Abeo shook his head and said, I think I'll stay at home. Mrs. Alexia did not insist and turned to get out of bed. Seeing this, Granny Tao pushed the wheelchair over. Mrs. Alexia slowly sat down in the wheelchair. Roger pushed the wheelchair forward. A group of people exited the villa, looking at the blazing sun above. Roy specifically went back to get an umbrella. A group of people headed towards the highest peak in Rogtown. On the way, Roy asked Roger and learned that it was his father's own wish to be buried at the top of the highest peak in Rogtown. After a long walk, the group finally reached the summit of the highest peak in Rogtown. There was a path leading directly to the summit, which Hag had specially built. At the top, a gentle breeze blew. In front of the group stood a stone tablet. It was inscribed, kid.He, the freest man on the sea. Behind the stone tablet was the ocean. The sunlight reflected off the surface of the water, sparkling. This was a very good spot to watch the sunrise and sunset. Madame Alexia looked at the stone tablet in front of her and placed a handful of flowers on the ground. Roya handed the umbrella to Roger, signaling him to help the lady shield herself from the sun. Roger pressed his straw hat tightly, took the umbrella, walked over to Mrs. Alexia, opened the umbrella, and shielded her from the sun. Mrs. Alexia turned to glance at Roger, her eyes filled with love. The two exchanged smiles. Then they both looked at the stone tablet. There wasn't much sadness in Mrs. Alexia's eyes. Perhaps she had come to terms with it. Luo Ya did not disturb Roger and his mother. After silently bowing towards the stone tablet, he walked towards the direction of the tree behind him. Hag was waiting there. Luo Ya accompanied Roger and Mrs. Alexia to the peak of the highest mountain in Rogtown. At the top of the mountain stood the grave of Roger's father, kid.He. Looking at Roger and his mother in front of the stone tablet, Luo Ya was very perceptive. He did not disturb them. After bowing to the stone tablet, he walked towards the tree behind him. For some reason, Heg stayed at the top of the mountain after arriving there and did not come forward. Luo Ya walked up to Heger. She saw that he had been gazing at the stone tablet from afar, but now he stepped closer. Uncle Heger, aren't you going to take a look? Heger shook his head. It's fine to stay here, don't disturb them. Seeing him say this, Luo Ya didn't say anything more and stood with him, looking at the distant sea. Suddenly, she felt a bit thirsty. Roya directly planted an apple tree, picked an apple to eat, and quench his thirst. But while he was eating, Hegel suddenly popped out with a sentence that scared him so much that he spat out the apple flesh in his mouth. Roya, you must have gone to that mysterious tribe and entered the temple of Anubis, right? Cough, 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 cough. Luo Ya was stunned by Heger's words. How could Uncle Heger know? He was the one who took us to that small island for training. Could it be that all of this was his arrangement? Numerous thoughts flashed through Luo Ya's mind. Suddenly, he remembered what the chieftain of the primitive tribe, Angus, had said about him being the second messenger of the god Anubis. Could it be? Roya immediately turned to Hager and asked, Uncle Hager, are you the first messenger mentioned by the natives? Hager smiled at him and said, Indeed, you have discovered that place too. After saying this, he turned his head back to look at the stone tablet. Then he shook his head and answered Roya, Not exactly. To be precise, the first messenger is Roger's father, Fiki. Did you learn anything in the tribe and the temple? Loyal immediately asked. He thought that perhaps Haig and the others had learned more information in the temple. Haig smiled, picked up the wine bottle from his waist, and took a sip. His gaze at the stone tablet was filled with a sense of nostalgia. Let me first tell you how I met Roger's father, and then I'll talk about the temple. Aren't you also curious why I unconditionally trust you ever since I saved you? I'll tell you why now. Roya listened to his words, and her curiosity instantly surged to her throat. She quickly made a chair to sit down and ate an apple while listening to him speak. Roger's father, G-O-L-D, Roger, was originally a Navy man. Navy? Heg's first words stunned Roya. Roger's father was a Navy man. No way, but in your dreams. You two were fighting countless Navy soldiers. Loya was immediately filled with doubts. Hegi continued, Fiki was originally a Navy officer, a colleague of that dog Ada's. It was also because of Ada's that he met and married Elixia. As for me, I was previously a pirate with my own crew. That Fiki, when he was in the Navy, often targeted me, always looking for a chance to spar like an annoying fly. His strength was indeed formidable, and he was almost recognized as the next Navy admiral. But who would have thought that this so-called naval genius, a prot.G of the Navy Marshal, would choose to leave the Navy and become a pirate? Why? Loya hurriedly swallowed the fruit pulp in his mouth and asked. Peggy didn't answer immediately. He looked at Loya, then glanced at the wooden chair beneath him. With such an obvious hint, how could Loya not understand? He immediately created a wooden chair behind Hegi. Hegi sat down, took a sip of wine, and continued because his friend in the Navy, what was his name again? Oh, Yusoi, was killed by a celestial dragon. I learned this from him. His friend was on vacation with his wife and daughter in the Sabedi archipelago, and a celestial dragon took a liking to his daughter's eyes. Yusoi desperately pleaded for mercy, but he was just an ordinary Navy officer. And how could a celestial dragon show him any respect? They even tried to shoot him. Fortunately, Fiki happened to be in the Sabedi archipelago and directly took Yusoi's family away, with the titles of prospective admiral and prot.G of the Navy Marshal. That celestial dragon was unable to act due to the people around him. I thought this matter would pass just like that, but 2 days later, Fiki received news of his friend's sacrifice, saying he was killed while chasing pirates. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell something was off, Loya said. No, it's really not that simple, Hegi replied. Yusoe did indeed die at the hands of pirates. But whether that pirate was related to the celestial dragon in Sabaody is unknown. What made Fiki leave the navy was that after Yusoe's death, that celestial dragon wanted to capture his wife and daughter. By the time Fiki arrived, it was too late. Yusoe's wife and daughter were already dead, and that celestial dragon was happily looking at a jar containing the little girl's eyes. Fiki was furious and wanted to kill that celestial dragon, but he was stopped by his former colleagues in Mariewa and couldn't succeed, only managing to seriously injure him. In extreme disappointment, Fiki chose to leave the navy and return to Roadtown. What truly drove him to become a pirate was that the celestial dragon sent people to hunt him down, but they ended up injuring Elixia. Looking at Roger and Madame Elixia reminiscing about their father and husband, Loya did not go to disturb them. He stayed under the tree with Heger, but Heger suddenly mentioned the matter of the temple on the small island. Roya then understood that everything had been arranged by Heger. Before telling him why, Heger first talked about Roger's father, Gold, Roger's past. It was a significant revelation. It turned out that Roger had been a Navy officer but had left the Navy after his friend was killed by a celestial dragon. However, he didn't become a pirate because of that. The real reason he left the Navy and became a pirate, standing in opposition to the Navy, was that the pursuers sent by the celestial dragons harmed Lady Alexia. Alexia was already in poor health, and after this incident, although she survived, her condition worsened, and she fell ill. In a fit of rage, Roger infiltrated Mariewa and killed that celestial dragon. He was subsequently put on the wanted list and decided to become a pirate. After finding me, he invited me to join his ship as his crew. We had a battle. Whoever won would be the captain. Who won? Roya asked. Heger glanced at him and said he did. After winning, I disbanded my own pirate crew and became his crew member. Loya nodded, thinking that Roger's father had such a past. He then recalled Uncle Heg's dream, where even the generals and people from the world government personally came to hunt them down. He was very curious about what Fiki did after becoming a navy that attracted such great attention from the world government. So what did you do after forming the pirate crew? Loya asked. Heg, sipping his drink, showed a reminiscent expression and said, before Fiki went to kill the celestial dragons, he handed Elixia over to the monkey family, so she wouldn't be in danger. At that time, the sea was full of navy chasing him. I heard even the fleet admiral went out to sea personally because he was the first person to kill a celestial dragon. We hid on a small island to avoid the storm and planned our future moves, but we accidentally discovered the primitive tribe and the Anubis temple on the island. We were surprised because we didn't expect such a hidden world on the small island. The natives mistook Fiki, who was wearing a golden ring, for a messenger of the gods. Through difficult sign language communication, we taught those natives how to build stone houses, and they took us to the temple. After passing through that broken thing at the entrance, we entered the temple, exploring until we reached that huge castle. After smashing the robot, we successfully found the mechanism and went up to the experiment, where we found a black warship. At that time, I didn't know that ship was the Pluto, but Fiki was certain it was Pluto. The historical texts we found later confirmed that it indeed was Pluto. Listening to Heg's account of their temple journey, it was indeed as Loya had learned, but as it went on, Loya was stunned. What? Uncle Heg, wait a minute. You said you found Pluto in the castle laboratory. Roya asked excitedly. Hager nodded and replied, yes, it's right there in the lab. Although it looks a bit worn, it really is the Pluto. With that, Roya was confused, suddenly standing up and asking, you said you smashed the Anubis robot to death. So why was it still able to move and attack us when Roger and I went there? Also, how did you manage to get Pluto out? Hager smiled, took a sip of his drink, and gestured for him to sit down. Once Roya sat down again, he continued, we found a stone door underwater at the castle. So we just lifted it up, right? Lift it up. You're something else. Loya thought. As for that robot, first answer me. Did you find historical texts and devil fruits in those indigenous treasure troves? Hager asked. Roya was surprised, not expecting that Heger would know this. He gently nodded. Heger then showed a pleased expression and continued. That was what we brought over. What? Loya was going crazy, wondering what the hell was going on. Heg looked at his surprised face and continued. Fiki and I only repaired the ship after we brought the underworld to the city of Seven Waters. And that boatman didn't charge us anything. Instead, he became our crew member and had a design of the underworld that he created himself. We formed our own pirate crew and began searching for the true history. Of course, all of this was Captain Fiki's idea. We also successfully reached the final island, Laftale. With the help of a companion who could read ancient texts, we learned about the history of the blank 100 years. Fiki also became the pirate king at that time. Roya listened as Hegel spoke. After Roger's father, Fitch, betrayed the navy, he formed a pirate crew with him. They also found one of the legendary 3 ancient weapons, Pluton, in a temple on a small island. They used Pluton as a pirate ship to sail. How impressive! Under Fitch's leadership, many companions joined their pirate crew and began an adventurous journey to seek the true history. After years of adventure, they learned about the blank century of history and successfully reached the final island, Laughtail. Fitch also became the pirate king of that era. Pirate king, Roya shouted in disbelief, looking at Roger's back. So it turns out both of you are the pirate king. This sea is all yours, huh? Luo Ya was shocked into silence. Everything was beyond his imagination. After a long pause, he tried to filter the information in his mind. Taking a deep breath, he calmed himself down and prepared to ask Hage one question at a time to resolve his doubts. So, what does this have to do with you bringing the historical text and the devil fruit to the natives' treasury? Luo Ya asked. Because that historical text was retrieved from the seabed by us, and we had no place to put it. So we ended up placing it there as a sort of test for you, Hage replied. However, as Luo Ya listened to his answer, he became even more confused. Me? What does this have to do with me? At that time, I wasn't even born yet, was I? Roya pointed at himself and asked. Hager turned to look at him, his gaze becoming sharp, as if he wanted to see through Roya's heart. Roya, you are a traveler from another world, right? Boom! A thunderclap exploded in Roya's mind. It left his brain blank. But before he could gather his thoughts, Hager's next words struck him like another bolt of lightning. Fiki is 1-2. The voice reached his ears. Luo Ya stared wide-eyed, his mouth slightly open. He couldn't say a word and was frozen there. Hegi saw his expression and didn't wake him up, allowing him to silently process the information first. Meanwhile, Luo Ya's mind was in complete chaos. His questions went unanswered, and the more he asked, the more confused he became. He remained silent for a long time. Roya finally calmed down. He looked up at Heger and was about to ask something, but Heger stopped him. He said, You don't need to ask. Let me start from the beginning and explain everything to you. Hearing his words, Roya nodded, sat down on the wooden chair, patted his face, and temporarily set aside the chaotic information in his mind. He focused all his attention, preparing to listen to Heger. After finishing the last sip of wine from the bottle, Heger said, After Feech and I repaired the underworld king in the city of Seven Waters, we began to recruit partners and search for the historical texts. Along the way, Feech seemed very familiar with everything, especially with the locations of several historical texts, which he knew very clearly. Although we had our doubts, we didn't ask him. Feech was very determined about his goal of finding the historical texts, and even when pursued by the Navy, he did not give up, despite their relentless attacks. After countless adventures, we finally reached Le Grove and learned the truth about the blank 100 years of history. But as a result of what? Roya asked. As a result, we were hunted down by the 5 elders of the world government, and most importantly, by this person named him. In order to protect our companions, Feech decided to disband the pirate crew. Before disbanding, he told us that he actually came from another world. After disbanding the crew, Feech and I temporarily hid and established our own forces to fight against the world government and overthrow the rule of the Celestial Dragons. We named it the Revolutionary Army. The Revolutionary Army. Luo Ya followed along, thinking to himself, this older brother who traveled through time before me really did everything that needed to be done. Would the future Dorag be influenced by him? Or did he name the army the Revolutionary Army because he saw Dorag establish the Revolutionary Army in the anime? So who influenced him? And then what happened after you established the Revolutionary Army? And what does that have to do with me? Heger stood up, picked an apple from the apple tree behind Luo Ya, and answered while eating. A few years after the Revolutionary Army developed, that bastard of Tears brought the Navy to attack our main base. Feking never expected that his supposed best friend would betray him. However, it can't really be called betrayal. After all, that bastard of Tears is still part of the Navy. The base was discovered. And then, did you just lose like that? Defeated by a Tears? Roya immediately asked. Heger threw away the apple core, picked another apple, sat back on the wooden chair, looked at Roya, and replied, Just because of him? He is worthy. The main point is that the world government CP0 agents and the then Admiral Brown Lion Gaiwan were also involved in the attack. But even so, Fiki and I still had the ability to fight back, so we wouldn't be completely crushed. However, what we didn't expect was that him also came. Heger and Roya talked about the adventures of their predecessors. The more they talked, the more astonishing events surged into Roya's mind, leaving him completely bewildered. The Pirate King, otherworldly visitors, establishing a revolutionary army. Impersonali took action. He personally came to attack your stronghold, Roya asked in surprise. mentioning him. The scar on Hagel's side ached faintly. Nodding, he replied, "We didn't expect him to act personally. It seems that the blank century of history is indeed important to him." After this attack, our base was destroyed in an instant. Although we managed to escape, Fiki was severely injured and treated by former companions. Though he has recovered, half of his strength has been cut off, and his life is also limited. Otherwise, the Brown Lion wouldn't have been able to kill him. Brown Lion? Upon hearing this name, Roya recalled the battle in Hagel's dream. It seems that Fiki died in that fight. Otherwise, Uncle Hegel wouldn't be so obsessed with it. Dreaming about it even. What happened afterward? What about Uncle Fiki after he recovered? What were your plans? After recovering, Fiki realized that with his current strength, he could no longer pursue his ideal of overthrowing the celestial dragons. So he returned to be with Alexia, living with her. The restaurant was open together, and he even taught me many dishes I had never seen before. So you all prepared to say retire to the mountains and fields? What is the situation with the history text on that small island, and what does it have to do with me? Roya asked in confusion. He sighed and said, I originally thought we would live a peaceful life in Road Town, but an old companion, Nasha, suddenly came looking for us. She is the user of the paramecia-type devil fruit, the divination fruit. Divination fruit? Roya asked in confusion. The first thing she said when she saw us was to tell Fiki that his son would become the next pirate king. Fiki laughed heartily and said that he already knew Roger would definitely become the next pirate king without her saying so. Haha. I can also be sure that Roger will definitely become the next pirate king. Roya thought to herself. But she also said that although Roger would become the pirate king, he would not live long after that. He would accomplish something great and change the situation on the seas. However, Fiki seemed to know this would happen and merely said it was fate. But Nasha said that it might not necessarily be that way and that a turning point could appear. What turning point? Roya listened intently and asked anxiously. Hage looked at her and said, that would be the arrival of another being from another world. You mean me? Me? Roya pointed at herself and exclaimed, is this what Miss Nasha predicted as well? Hager nodded. She said that Roger would meet a child from another world who is the same age as him before he turns 10, and that the two of them will stir up huge waves on the sea in the future. It could also change Roger's destiny. Roya was so shocked that she couldn't speak. Who would have thought that this could be divination? So, is that why you trusted me so much after meeting me? Even though I can't clearly explain my origins, and my abilities are quite strange. Loya asked. Heg nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Fiki was also very shocked upon hearing the news, but then burst into excited laughter. As for the historical text on the island, it had been submerged at the bottom of the sea before, and after we retrieved it, we kept it in the underworld. Before we retreated to Rogue Town, we placed it along with the devil fruit in the island tribe, while also having our shipmate repair the robot. Fiki threw the ring into the pond, letting it wait for the next fated person to appear. With that, Heg finished recounting the past between him and Fiki. Roya sat on the wooden chair, unable to speak for a long time. The news was just too shocking. She never expected that Roger's father was also a traveler. Moreover, he became the Pirate King, founded the Revolutionary Army, fought hard against him, and even predicted her crossing. This is outrageous. Loya suddenly realized something. If Hegel and the others knew about the history of the blank 100 years, then they must also know about the epic battle between the Moon People and the Allied forces against the Giant Kingdom. Moreover, since they used the Pluto to sail as a pirate ship, they should now know where Pluto is located. Uncle Hegel, where's Pluto now? What does the history of the blank 100 years talk about? Hearing Loya's question, Hegel was not surprised at all. He turned to look at Fiki's tombstone and said, Pluto is right there. Roya looked over but could only see the tombstone. Confused, he glanced back at Heg. Heg then explained, under the tombstone of Feichi, there is a mountain with a cave. Before we went into hiding, we parked the Underworld King above the pool in the cave. Heg gazed at Feichi's tombstone. His eyes filled with nostalgia. He pointed to the ground beneath the tombstone and said, there is a space within the mountain under the tombstone where there is a pool. When Feichi and I were hiding in Rogtown, we parked the Underworld King there. As for the blank history of 100 years, Heg turned to stare into Roya's eyes and slowly said, I know what you're thinking. You believe that if you use the Underworld King to sail in the future, it won't attract CP0's attention, nor M's attention. Are you sure you can handle it? Are you sure you want to know the truth about the blank history of 100 years right now? Aren't you afraid that you might lose interest in sailing in the future? Heg threw out these questions one by one, accompanied by a sharp gaze. Roya really didn't know how to answer him for a moment. Before Roya could respond, Heg continued, I might be being wishful here, Although Nasha said you and Roger would go out to sea together and stir up huge waves on the ocean, that's just Nasha's divination result and doesn't represent your current intentions. If I hadn't told you all this or shared Nasha's prophecy, would you still go out to sea? Or rather, would you still go out to sea with Roger? When He asked this question, Roya didn't answer immediately. She looked at Roger's back and recalled the plan she had made for her future life on the small island in the cabin. She remembered the conversation she had with Roger last night. Turning back to He, her eyes were filled with determination. She spoke a word in a firm and unquestionable tone. Yes. As soon as this word popped out of Roya's mouth, He revealed a satisfied smile and laughed heartily. Once he finished laughing, Luo Ya continued, Uncle He, you are right. If we use the Pluto for navigation, it will indeed attract the attention of multiple forces. We shouldn't let Pluto emerge too soon. Let's wait until we are stronger. But I really want to know the truth about the blank 100 years of history right now. The last sentence spoken by Roya was filled with curiosity about this matter. Come on, it's the biggest mystery of the Pirate King. Who wouldn't be curious? He looked at him in surprise, seeing the curiosity in his eyes. But he still asked, Are you sure you want to know? I'm sure. Roya answered succinctly. Hager was just getting up, his eyes fixed on Roya. Seeing him like this, Roya thought he was about to reveal the truth of the blank 100 years of history. He immediately sat up straight, his ears perked up, ready to listen to the greatest secret of the pirate world. The two faced each other, sitting upright. Then Hager said, I'm not going to tell you. With those words, Roya, who was sitting upright and straightening his body, stumbled and fell to the ground. Huh, what do you mean? Uncle Hager, Roya asked, what does it mean? Just tell me the literal meaning. I won't tell you. He even repeated it. Seeing Roya react this way, Hage seemed to feel quite satisfied. He smirked slightly and replied, What? Why? Roya immediately got up from the ground, brushed off the dirt on his clothes, and sat back on the wooden chair, anxiously asking. Hager seemed to be in a good mood, turning his head to look into the distance. Ignoring the question in Roya's eyes, he said, There's no reason. I just don't want to tell you. The good-looking and handsome author stated, All right, I just haven't made up my mind yet. After all the adventures we went through to successfully find all the historical texts and understand the history of the blank century, you want me to just tell you? I feel unbalanced. You should go on an adventure at sea with Roger yourself to find out. At least that way you have a goal for sailing, right? I've already given you a piece of historical text. What more do you want? As for the history of the blank century, I can only tell you this. As the main character of that period, him is very powerful, extremely powerful, and he also possesses Uranus, one of the three kings. Nonsense. Everyone knows him is powerful and Uranus is in his hands. Luo, you complained your heart. Luo, you wanted to continue asking. But he stopped him and said, All right, don't ask anymore. I won't tell you. Roya was still unwilling to give up and continued to ask. Then at least tell me, where are the other historical texts? Aside from the one we brought up from the sea, we only made rubbings of the other historical texts. After all, who would carry so many huge stone slabs around? I have recorded the locations of these historical texts, compiled them into a book, and I will give it to you when you set sail, Hager replied. He looked at Roya again, this time with full expectations for the younger generation in his eyes. I'm telling you this not to ask for your help, or to say that you should help Fiki fulfill his wish to overthrow the rule of the celestial dragons. Whether you venture out to the sea for adventure or to seek historical texts is entirely up to your own will. We have not forced you to do anything. Remember that. He looked at Hager's serious expression. Roja was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, Hey, don't worry about it, Uncle He. I'm very cautious about my life. How could I ever think of doing something as dangerous as overthrowing the celestial dragons? But what? He immediately asked, thinking to himself that this kid is starting to play with people's emotions. However, if Roger really wanted to do that, I might support him. Let's see what he has in mind. After all, he is the captain, Roya replied. He didn't expect Roya to respond that way. Looking at Roya, he was reminded of his own appearance when he sailed with Fiki in the past. He too had unconditionally followed Fiki to do those dangerous things. Perhaps it wasn't boring that way. It was interesting, right? Ha ha, you little brat are somewhat like I was when I was young, He said with a smile. Then he saw Roya shake his head and say, Leek, look at you now. Uncle, you weren't that handsome when you were young either. I'm much more handsome than you. As soon as Roya said this, Hagel's laughter immediately stopped. Looking at him, he spoke, his foul-mouthed expression resembling that of Fiki, proving that they truly are both from another world. As they continued talking, Hegel seemed to suddenly remember something. Oh, right, speaking of otherworlders, I remember Fiki wrote a letter to you, another person from another world. A letter? Where is it? Luo Ya asked. At the restaurant when we go back. You, and I will go to the restaurant, and I'll get it for you. He replied. Oh. Luo Ya let out a sound and replied. She found that there seemed to be nothing else to ask, so she continued to look at the distant sea view. Time slowly passed. The sun gradually moved towards its highest point. The strong sunlight shone down directly. Mrs. Alexia, feeling a sense of reluctance, also prepared to go back. Luo Ya stepped forward. At this moment, Hager finally reached Fiki's tombstone as he was about to leave. Yet, he still did not speak. He just stared at the stone tablet for a few seconds. Then he took out another bottle of wine from the back of his waist and poured it in front of the tombstone. The wine flowed down the stone tablet, dripping onto the ground, and then slowly seeped into the soil. Roy, Roger, and Madame Alexia stood silently by, watching the scene before them. Time passed second by second. After an unknown duration, the flow of wine had slowed to a trickle until the bottle was completely emptied. Hager threw the empty bottle into the sea behind the monument, and only then did he speak. He said just 3 words. You dog. After that, he returned to the tree. Madame Alexia said nothing either. She knew in her heart that the friendship between Hager and Fitch was very deep. Turning to Roy, she said, Sorry to keep you waiting for so long. Luo Ya shook his head and said, No, it's nothing. Looking at the stone tablet, Luo Ya was very curious about what kind of person his older brother, who was also a traveler, was. He could marry a beauty like Lady Alexia and even defeat Uncle Hager, making him a crew member. Luo Ya didn't know the exact rank of Uncle Hager's strength, but being able to escape under him's command and hold his own against countless Navy soldiers with Fiki must be terrifying. Annie, what kind of person is Uncle Fiki? Roya tried to ask. After Lady Alexia was momentarily stunned, she smiled and looked at the stone tablet again, saying, He is a really good person. How so? Roya asked curiously upon hearing this. Lady Alexia chuckled and continued, He is a very gentle person, and he has a strong sense of responsibility. Roy was a bit confused. He looked at Lady Alexia, not understanding the meaning of her words. However, this did not affect the happiness radiating from Lady Alexia's face. Roy looked at the smile on Madame Alexia's face and suddenly understood her earlier words. A sense of responsibility? A man with a strong sense of duty? Did he vow to overthrow the celestial dragons because he witnessed his friends and wife being harmed by them? Or was it because he saw civilians being slaughtered during his time in the Navy? Or did he make his decision only after understanding the blank century of history? He possesses the glory that countless pirates dream of, filled with justice, ideals, and hope. What kind of person is he? You, my elder brother, who, like me, is a traverser. I really want to meet you. Uncle Feichi. Roy was pulled out of his imagination by Lady Alexia's words. Let's go back, Roger, Roy. It's a pity that flowers don't thrive on this mountain. If only Brother Fitch had flowers with him, he wouldn't feel so lonely. Lady Alexia's words fell into Roy's ears. Flowers? Luo Ya smiled. Making the flowers bloom was easy for him. After a long time, Luo Ya and the others were also preparing to leave. Before they left, they heard Madame Alexia's words. Roya stated that making the flowers bloom was an easy task for him. He reached out his hand and scattered a handful of seeds into the sky. The seeds then fell to the ground, and with a snap of his fingers, all the seeds quickly broke open and began to grow. In no time, the once bare mountaintop was filled with various flowers of different colors, forming a sea of blossoms surrounding Fiki's tombstone, leaving only a small path. Seeing the suddenly blooming flowers, Lady Alexia looked astonished at first, followed by a look of delight. She excitedly reached out to touch the flowers beside her. Roger naturally knew this was Roya's doing. He walked over to him and said, Thank you, Roya. I haven't seen my mother this happy in a long time. Luo Ya laughed and put his arm around his shoulder, replying, Haha, you're welcome, we're all brothers. Well, you're right. Roger nodded and said. Mrs. Alexia also heard their conversation, turned her head, and said to Roya, Did you do this, Roya? It's amazing. Thank you. Roya smiled and touched the bracelet on his wrist, replying, It's nothing, Annie. Consider it a thank you gift for letting me stay at your home and for the grass ring you gave me. After hearing Roya's response, Mrs. Alexia waved her hand to signal him to come closer. Roya was confused and bent down. Lady Alexia then directly hugged him. This left Roya somewhat at a loss. Thank you, Roya-kun. Before you regain your memories, Roger and I will be your family. Roya was taken aback for a moment. In the embrace of Lady Alexia, he felt the warmth of family that belonged to him since coming to this world. He gently replied, All right, let's go back. Lady Alexia said after letting go of Roya. Roya and Roger nodded. Roger helped her push the wheelchair. Royaz helped her with the umbrella. Watching these two, Mrs. Alexia couldn't help but feel happy. After a while, the pedestrians finally returned home. After sending Mrs. Alexia back to her room, Loya and Heg went to the restaurant to retrieve the letter that Fiki, another traveler, had left for him. Roger went along too. The three of them arrived at the restaurant. Roya and Roger sat on the bar stools waiting for Heg. Heg was in his room looking for that letter. After Roger finished 2 glasses of rum, Heg took a slightly yellowed envelope back to the bar and handed it to Roya. Roya took the envelope and looked at its surface. There was nothing different about it, just an ordinary envelope. Roger curiously looked at the somewhat old letter in his hand. But Hager's next sentence completely drew his attention away. Roger, I'm going to tell you now about your father. His words made both Roger and Roya turn to look at him. Roger's eyes were filled with disbelief and overwhelming excitement. Roy didn't have much of a reaction. After all, he already knew what he needed to know. He glanced at Hegel and then at Roger. Leaving the bar stool, he said, "You guys chat. I'm going to the bathroom to check some messages." After saying that, he didn't care about their reactions and headed straight for the bathroom. Checking messages in the bathroom? What kind of habit does this guy have? Hegel thought to himself. Meanwhile, Roger was deeply attracted by Hegel's words, completely ignoring everything else. Hegel looked at him, seeing the eagerness for knowledge in his eyes. Smiling, he poured him another glass of rum and started talking to him about fish. The scene shifted to Roy. It is well known that the bed is the best place to contemplate life. The classroom desk is the best place to sleep. And the bathroom is the best place to play on your phone and read the newspaper. After Luo Ya entered the restroom, he placed a wooden board on the toilet seat before sitting down. He quickly took the letter out of the envelope. After taking a deep breath, he began to focus intently on the content of the letter. The first sentence of the letter made Luo Ya 100% certain that Fiki was a time traveler. It read, "Imperial Jade Liquid Wine." The moment Luo Ya saw this sentence, his mind automatically connected. 180 cups. What the hell? Luo Ya wondered. He didn't know what Fiki was writing this for. As he continued reading, he saw a series of laughter. Ha 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 ha. Since it's a series, it really is a series. How could I miss such a great opportunity to use this water character? I wrote the phrase Palace Jade, liquid wine, just to test if you, like me, come from the same place. Although, I can't know the answer now. However, I do hope you come from the same place as me, as fellow time travelers. But by the time you read this letter, I should consider myself your elder. Hage said that Fiki, as a fellow time traveler, left a letter for himself. Loya then followed him to the restaurant. She took the letter from his hand and looked at its contents in the restaurant's restroom. Elder? Well, that's true after all. You crossed over several decades before I did. Luo Ya thought to himself. Then he continued to read on. All right, back to the main topic. I don't know how you traveled here. Anyway, I was hit by a big truck and ended up in the pirate world. As an ordinary shut-in who usually stays at home typing, I go out once and get hit by a car. My luck is truly something else. What kind of travel method is that? Does taking a nap count? Luo Ya felt helpless and thought to himself that he had inexplicably crossed over. He had been reborn into a prominent family in the world of pirates, becoming their eldest son. Interestingly, his mother in this life named him Fei Chi, which was the same as his name in his previous life. Moreover, when he learned that his surname was Gol and that he had crossed over to the year 1410 of the Sea Circle calendar, he decided that his future child would definitely be named Roger. Goodness, so he did this on purpose. Roya replied in his heart. Isn't it quite impressive to be the father of the Pirate King? Haha, but at that time, I never expected that I would also become the Pirate King. Oh, by the way, you don't have a system, do you? If you do, it will be much better than mine. I crossed over to the world of One Piece without any system or golden finger. No system. This surprised Roya. Crossing into the world of One Piece without a system, yet becoming the Pirate King. What immense talent and hard training that must require, Roya sighed. If I had to mention some sort of golden finger, it would be becoming the eldest son of the Gol family. Every day, I wake up from a 40-meter big bed, with dozens of maids taking care of me, eating dishes made from top-quality ingredients, and occasionally feeding the sea kings I raised. Sigh, what a dull and boring life. If you had a system, I would really envy you. Luo Ya's hand, holding the letter, tightened more and more. Is this Versailles? Good guy, you crossed over to become a young master. While I continue to be a worker after crossing over, although I'm currently living in your family's villa, the system, that Blackheart merchant system, is somewhat useful, but just a bit cheap. Roya was complaining in his heart. Both of them were traversers, so why was there such a big difference in treatment? However, if he could imagine that Fiki had no system but could cultivate to a strength that could compete with him in an arm wrestling match, he would realize how much time and effort it took. He should feel fortunate to have a system, although the system was a bit troublesome. It was not a big deal. He continued to read on. However, this monotonous life lasted until I was 10 years old, and then it ended. My father, the head of the Gore family, was an old friend of the then naval marshal. So my father sent me to the naval headquarters to become a sailor. Not to brag, but I had decent talent. I became the apprentice of the naval marshal. It can be said that most of my strength was taught by him. The only person I felt sorry for when I defected from the Navy was him. I originally thought I would be a sailor for life. But later I realized I was naive. I spent 10 years in the Navy and chased after Heg for another 10 years. Ha ha. In those 10 years, I also visited the Sabati archipelago and saw the scene of the celestial dragons killing people at will. So what if I saw it? At that time, I thought as long as I was doing well, it was fine. I really couldn't afford to provoke the celestial dragons. But I should have thought about it. That group of mostly crazy celestial dragons were truly despicable lunatics. People always think that if it doesn't concern them, they can just sit back and relax. But when it happens to oneself, then one realizes how disgusting it is. As for why I defected from the Navy, I think Heg told you before handing over the letter. Yusov saved my life, and I, Fiki, am not the kind of ungrateful beast. I cannot just watch as the celestial dragons destroy families. But, in the end, I was Navi. I was the disciple of the naval marshal. If the celestial dragons wanted to harm me, they would still give the marshal some face. But Yusov was just an ordinary lieutenant. It would be easy for the celestial dragons to kill him. The death of Yusov and the injury of Alexia made me realize that this world was rotten to the core. Whether it was the celestial dragons or the pirates who burned, killed, and looted. After Yusov's death, I also thought about hiding away with Alexia. But I was unwilling. I crossed over to this world just to live my life quietly. I was unwilling, so I formed my own pirate crew. Up to this point, Roya had finished reading one of the 2 letters in the envelope. The envelope left for Roya by Fiki contained 2 letters. Now, having read this far, Roya had finished reading the first letter and then picked up the second letter, placing it on top of the first one. He continued reading. First, Heg is a good choice. Go find him. If you lose, then rely on him. If you win, bring him on as a crew member. During the time spent resting and recuperating on the small island, I never expected to find the ancient weapon, Pluto. How could I discover something that so many people have searched for their entire lives? I'm even more convinced that my crossing into this world has a mission. With Pluto at the helm, we began our journey to find the true history of the world. I was fortunate enough to find a reliable group of companions, and we successfully reached the final island. As Roger's father, I first named it Laughtail. That is not too much to ask, right? I also became the Pirate King, and through a partner on the ship who understands ancient literature, I learned the truth about the blank 100 years of history. Looking at the words on the letter, although Fitch only briefly mentioned it, connecting it to the various scars on Uncle Heg, Roya knew their adventures were definitely not that simple. Originally, I wanted to tell you about the history of the blank 100 years in the letter. But Heg advised against it, saying that you younger ones have your own adventures. Luo Ya. Thank you, Ning Uncle Hege. After making a complaint about how Uncle Hege really cares for the younger generation, Luo Ya continued to read on. By now, half of the content of the second letter has passed. In that case, I'll let you all discover the blank history of 100 years for yourselves. I can only tell you that it's extremely unexpected and very, how should I put it, infuriating. Yes, infuriating. Unexpected? Infuriating? Luo Ya silently murmured these 2 words. The curiosity inside his body was pounding to get out. If he could beat Uncle Heger, he would go and punch him twice right now, forcing him to tell him the history of the blank 100 years. Roya thought, but he could only think. If he wanted to go out and interrogate Heg, it wouldn't be him giving Heg a couple of punches. Instead, it would be Heg giving him a couple of punches that would send him flying 10 miles away. After we left Laughtail and became the Pirate King, we drew the attention of the Navy and the world government. Every day, we faced countless pursuits from Navy members and CP0 agents. In the end, even my master, Fleet Admiral Gregor Franias, known as the Demon Blade, after escaping from him, decided to disband the pirate crew to protect my friends. I went into hiding, and through Drax's influence, I decided to establish the Revolutionary Army. So, if he establishes the Revolutionary Army in the future, was it me who influenced him, or he who influenced me? That's a question, but it doesn't matter. It's not important. Why bring it up? Roya complained. While I developed the power of the Revolutionary Army, I waited for the birth of the Sea King. Produce. With the Pluto in my hands, I want to reignite the War of the 3 Kings. Once again. Looking at the word, once again, Roya gasped. Now he could be 100% sure that during the blank 100 years of history, the War of the 3 Kings had definitely occurred. What a pity I was defeated. Before the birth of the Sea King, I was defeated by him. He was too strong. This is what I want to tell you. When you are not fully prepared, avoid facing him. His own strength combined with Uranus is terrifyingly powerful. All right, I don't know what else to say to you here. I inexplicably traveled to the pirate world. What I have done in my life can be considered a legendary tale. I'm not trying to show off. Being alone in another world and suddenly knowing that there will be someone from the same world, how should I say, a compatriot? Is it wrong to be a little excited? Ha ha ha. Finally, borrowing Whitebeard's words, my era has passed, and the upcoming world is the stage for your younger generation. I did not ask you and Roger to achieve the feat of overthrowing the celestial dragons. As someone who has experienced it firsthand, I know how difficult that is. I only ask you one thing. If you really have a system, please help Roger cure his terminal illness in the future. This is just a request from an ordinary father. That's it. The letter left by Fiki to Roya comes to a complete end. After reading the letter, Luo remained silent for a long time. Regarding Fiki's final request, he would have found a way to help Roger heal, even without being told. Sigh. Whether it's Uncle Heger or you, Uncle Fiki, both of you as fellow travelers, are really scary. It seems I can't let my guard down too much in the future. If I don't make it before it makes a move, then it's all over for me. From now on, when sailing on the sea, if I see a pirate ship, I'll seize every single one I come across. I stayed in Uncle Heger's restaurant bathroom for a while. Luo finished reading the letter that Fiki had left him. It was basically similar to what Heger had said, but it was more detailed in the letter than what Heger had mentioned. It talked about his experiences growing up and the disgusting actions of the celestial dragons. However, it made Luo 100% certain that the War of the Three Kings had occurred during the blank 100 years. In any case, it was all about telling him how strong him was. Sigh. With a sigh, Luo thought about going to hijack a pirate ship to make money in the future, while pushing open the wooden door of the restroom and returning to the bar. There at the bar, Roger lowered his head, not knowing what he was thinking. Meanwhile, Hager sat there drinking rum. Roya sat back down on the wooden stool at the bar. After glancing at Roger, he shifted his gaze to Hager. Uncle Hager, have you told Roger about Uncle Fiki's matter? Hager shot him a glance, finished the last sip of his drink, and while pouring more, said, I told him a long time ago. But you, why are you taking so long to read a message? I thought you fell into the toilet. Uncle Hager, you used to be so aloof and friendly, okay? Why have you changed like this recently? Luo Ya thought to himself, without answering Hage. Instead, he turned to look at Roger and tried to say, Roger, are you okay? Roya thought Roger was immersed in the emotions of just receiving information about his father and unable to quickly process it. Little did she know, as soon as Roya's words left her mouth, Roger reached out and pressed down on a straw hat, then raised both hands and shouted, This is simply amazing. Turning to look at Roya could only see the shining stars in his eyes. Roya, I can't believe my father is actually the Pirate King. He even established the Revolutionary Army, turning the world upside down. This is simply amazing. When we set sail in the future, our journey to Laugh Tale must be shorter than my father's. I will surpass him and become the next Pirate King. Roya was startled by Roger's sudden excitement. However, when he heard Roger's last sentence, he couldn't help but laugh. Patting Roger on the shoulder, he said, Yeah, I believe in you. You will definitely become the next Pirate King. I guarantee it with Uncle Hall's character. You will. Ha ha. Hearing Roya's words, Roger became even more excited and burst into laughter. He downed a glass of rum from the bar in one go. Then he turned to Hag and said, Uncle Hag, I want more. Seeing this scene, Roya also smiled and said to Hag, Give me a glass too, Uncle Hag. Hag looked at the two of them and, in a daze, saw himself and Fitch in them. He raised the barrel and poured wine for Roya and Roger, saying boldly, Drink up, and you can't leave until it's all finished. Since that's what he said, Luo and Roger were also unceremonious, raising their glasses and downing their drinks in one go. After finishing a few cups of rum, Luo put down his glass. His capacity for alcohol couldn't compare to Roger and Heg. Looking at Heg, who was still drinking, he asked, Uncle Heg, are you opening the store tomorrow? Roya originally thought that after he and Roger returned from the island, there would be nothing to do and that Heg would resume operating the restaurant. But he saw Heg shake his head and say, We won't be open tomorrow. Huh? Roya didn't understand this. With nothing to do, why not open for business? Why? Roya asked. Heg put down his wine glass and looked at him, saying, You really don't know? Know what? Luo was even more confused and continued to ask. Tomorrow, Fiki would always make a type of food called dumplings, saying that it was the eve of the Lunar New Year. It was a day for family and friends to gather. In the past, when sailing at sea, he would make dumplings for us, his companions, on this day. After he passed away, I still kept this habit. Every year on this day, I would stop working and make dumplings to eat by myself. Heger finished speaking. The words fell into Luo's ears. The eve of the Lunar New Year. Tomorrow is the eve of the Lunar New Year. If we calculate the time, here according to our local time, Roya thought to herself, but couldn't figure it out. So she called out to the system. System, come out quickly. System, I'm here. System, it's been a long time since you called me. Did you miss me? Do you want to draw cards? No, I'm not drawing. I just want to ask you, according to the timeline of the pirate world, is tomorrow the eve of the Lunar New Year in my previous life? System, yes. What's the big deal? I'm planning to eat dumplings tomorrow. After hearing the system's response, Roya was surprised. It really is. How did Uncle Fiki calculate that? Or did he cross over on the eve of the Lunar New Year? Roy was deep in thought, but Hager interrupted him. What's wrong? As soon as I spoke, you froze. Is there a problem? Hager asked. Lawyer reacted and said no. No problem at all. I'm just a bit excited. New Year's Eve is a great day. Uncle, it's not very fun to make dumplings by yourself. Come to Roger's house tomorrow, and I'll personally make you all kinds of dumplings, just like Uncle Fiki said. New Year's Eve is a day for family and friends to gather. Eating alone is not interesting. Listening to Loya, Heg was initially going to refuse. Ever since Fiki passed away, he had gotten used to eating alone. But seeing the excitement on Loya's face, reminiscent of the first New Year's Eve he spent with Fiki in them, he found it hard to refuse. He swallowed the words of rejection that were on the tip of his tongue and instead smiled as he said, All right, usually Roger takes the dumplings home after I'm done. But this time I'll just sit back and wait to see how your cooking skills are. Roger was also very happy. He really likes to eat dumplings and looks forward to the dumplings made by Hager every year. He didn't expect that Roya could make them too. Roya, can you also make dumplings? Luo Ya reached out and rubbed his nose. He drew the ability card for culinary expertise. What dish couldn't he make? Besides, he already knew how to make dumplings. Of course. Just wait to eat tomorrow. Okay. Roger flashed a smile, revealing his white teeth, and replied. The next day, Luo Ya still sleeps until noon. Regarding the statement made in the toilet of the Hagel Hotel about not being too lenient with oneself, what does sleeping until noon have to do with it? She goes to the kitchen and checks the various dumpling fillings that she asked Grandma Tao to buy yesterday. Cabbage and pork dumplings, mushroom and pork dumplings, chive and pork dumplings. Cilantro. Those who eat cilantro, get out. Luo Ya learned from Hegi and the system that today, in the pirate world, corresponds to the New Year's Eve in his own world. Since it's New Year's Eve, he must make some dumplings to eat. So he asked Granny Tao to help him prepare the ingredients for the dumplings since yesterday. He started making dumplings from noon today. After all, there are quite a few people who will be eating. Roger's family, Uncle Hegi, he also needs to invite Old Man Kote over, as well as Sister Eve, Abeo, and Hualong. It seems he needs to make more, especially since there are Roger and Abeo, these two bottomless pits. Luo Ya was sitting on a kitchen chair, wrapping dumplings and thinking about how many people would be eating, so she needed to make more. She initially thought about asking Roger for help, but as soon as the idea came to her, she dismissed it. She remembered that even to buy and Xiao by Woon to eat the meat Roger grilled. Luo Ya went crazy looking for his help. He sent Roger out to the yard to exercise, so he wouldn't cause trouble later. Roger can't help, but Grandma Tao can. Grandma Tao is very smart. After Roy taught her a bit, she was able to make dumplings. Roy and Grandma Tao were in the kitchen making dumplings together. After a while, hey, did I forget something? Roy was thinking, and at that moment, Heg arrived at Roger's house, led by Roger, after greeting Mrs. Alexis. He also came to the kitchen. Wow, Uncle Heg, what brings you here? Luo Ya said. Hager glanced at him, washed his hands, and then sat down next to him, saying, Aren't you the one who was afraid you couldn't handle it and called me over to help you yesterday? What are you pretending for now? After finishing his words, Hager also rolled up his sleeves and helped with making dumplings. Luo Ya smiled and didn't answer Hager, continuing to make dumplings. After a while, Roya wiped the sweat from his forehead with his arm. After letting out a breath, he looked up at the plates of dumplings in front of him. The filling and the dumpling skins were almost gone. A smile couldn't be suppressed. In his past life, Roya really loved eating dumplings. He stood up to wash his hands and said to Hage and Granny Tao, Granny Tao, Uncle Hage, you finish wrapping the remaining dumplings, and I'll go invite Old Man Kurt over. Granny Tao nodded with a smile. Hage then looked at Roya and said, If you want to invite the old man, you'll need to prepare some good wine for him. Do you still have that Caribbean specialty white wine you brought last time? There is still plenty of that white wine. Roya replied. Last time, when he hosted a banquet on the small island, he bought a case of white wine for 10,000 berries with the system, and there was still half left, which should be enough. Roya replied with a smile. Aren't you the one who wants a drink, Uncle Heg? What? Is it not okay to give the master a little wine? Heg replied expressionlessly. Sure, of course it's okay. 100% okay. Master, just let your disciple know what you want in the future, Roya responded with a grin. You're quite perceptive. He. Roy touched his head and laughed. Without further ado, he walked out of the kitchen to find old man Kurt. When he reached the yard and saw Roger still working out, he pulled him along to go find old man Kurt together. But when they got to the door, Roy stopped again. Thinking of old man Kurt's temper, he summoned Eve and Waddalong. He left Waddalong at home and took Eve with him to find the old man, so they wouldn't be caught off guard if the old man suddenly decided to take action. Sister, let's go together to the old man's place for dinner, Luo Ya said. Eve smiled and nodded back at him. The three then headed towards the old man's lighthouse. When they arrived at the lighthouse by the coast of Rogertown, they only saw the old man sitting on a wooden chair by the port, fishing. Oh, Roya wanted to call out to the old man, but he stopped halfway. He turned to look at Eve beside him. Eve smiled helplessly and then called out, "Father." Hearing the voice, the old man turned to look at the three of them. Upon seeing Eve, he immediately stood up and walked to her side. "Xiaofu, you're here," the old man said with a smile to Eve, then changed his expression to look at Roya. "You brat actually came. After not seeing you for 2 days, old man. Your face-changing skills have improved again." "Haha, old man. We're here to invite you to dinner with us." Roy said, "Oh, how kind of you, kid. Do you have any white liquor?" Old man Kurt asked. "Of course." Roy replied. "Ha, then let's go." The scene shifts. Luo, the three of them, and old man Kurt have returned to Roger's house. A group of people is gathered around the table. Luo is serving them dumplings. "Aunt, please eat more and see how my cooking is." "Grandma Tao, you've worked hard. Please have a taste." "Uncle Heggy, old man, you two shouldn't just drink." "Sister, eat more. There's plenty. If you don't want to eat, call Da out." "Eat, eat, eat. You only know how to eat. Leave some for others." "Roger." "Abeo." Roya was serving dumplings to everyone while saying something. After finishing serving, he finally had time to sit down and eat dumplings himself. He placed a pot on the table for them to serve themselves, but it was mostly Roger and Abeo who were quickly serving. So delicious. It seemed that it had only been a few months since he had crossed over and not eaten dumplings. However, they were still tasty. Everyone was eating. The old man and Heggy clinked their glasses and drank. Mrs. Alexia was eating and praising Roya. Granny Tao echoed her sentiments. The others were quietly eating, especially Roger and Abeo, who were shoving dumplings into their mouths like starving ghosts. Everyone continued eating. After a while, a guest came to Roger's house again. It was Hall. Roger. Roya. Hall came to Roger's house, originally intending to find Roya. He wanted to ask him whether he had informed Spiro that Drina needed his help. However, he saw everyone gathered together, having what could be considered a banquet. "Hey, why is it so lively? Is there a special occasion today?" Mrs. Alexia did not answer him about what day it was, but instead invited him to sit down and eat together. At that moment, Roya suddenly remembered that he had forgotten that Drina needed his help. "It's the new year. Can't I just write 1 or 2 more chapters? First, I wish everyone a happy new year." Also, there was a reader who asked when Roger and Roya would set sail. "It will be soon, after one more event. They will set sail. That's it. I just wanted to say this. I won't admit that I included this part in the main text just to increase the word count. Once again, I wish everyone a happy new year. May the tiger bring prosperity." New Year's Eve, Luo, Aunt Tao, and Uncle Hage prepared a hearty dumpling feast for everyone and were in the middle of eating when Hall suddenly came to visit. Seeing him, Luo suddenly remembered something he had forgotten. And Leanna said that Drina needed Spiro for help, but in the end, it was really asking for his own assistance. However, after returning to Rog Town, the letters from Hage and Fiki, each carrying heavy news, hit Luo like a ton of bricks, leaving him bewildered. He had completely forgotten about this matter. "What's all this commotion? Is there a special occasion today?" Hall asked. As the host, Mrs. Alexia naturally invited him to sit down and eat together. "Mr. Hall, please sit down and have some food." Hall gladly agreed. Why refuse food when there's something to eat? Moreover, the aroma of the white wine in the air had already whetted his appetite. He walked over, sat next to Luo, and could eat while asking him questions. After receiving the dumplings served by Aunt Tao, Hall had a few drinks of white wine with Hage and Old Man Kote before slowly turning to Luo and asking Luo, "Last time Aunt Leanna went to the island to ask you to notify Spiro, what did he say?" Hearing Hall's question, Luo chewed on his dumpling while thinking, what could this be about? Why is Drina so anxious? Even Uncle Hall has come to ask me. I'll find a time to check tomorrow, he said after quickly swallowing the dumpling. "Oh, about that. I spoke to him, and he said he would find time to come within half a month. I guess he will come tomorrow or the day after," Luo replied. Hearing Luo's answer, Hall nodded and said nothing more, quietly eating dumplings and drinking with Uncle Hage and Old Man Kote. However, Luo's curiosity was piqued, and he asked Uncle Hall, "What exactly does Uncle Drina want Captain Spiro for? Why the hurry? With both family Anna and you coming to ask me. Hall took a sip of white wine, savoring the rich aroma before replying. Call me brother. It's about Miss Anna. Her illness is getting worse, and that guy Drina is just grasping at straws. Wanted to ask your captain if he has any solutions. Miss Anna? Hall's words brought a flash of a golden-haired young lady, Bellanna, to Loya's mind. That little girl is sick? The last time he saw her, she seemed quite lively, not at all like someone who was ill. Loya thought back to Miss Anna's appearance, and she didn't seem like someone who would be sick. Looking at Hall, he asked in confusion, what illness does Miss Anna have? She seemed quite lively the last time I saw her. I don't really know what the illness is. Or rather, it's not exactly an illness. It's a toxin left in her body, Hall replied. Toxin? Now Loya was even more confused. The last time Drina and kid.He confronted each other, Loya was on the beach fighting with the Corna brothers and the Lion Tiger brothers. He was unaware of the insider information between the two mafia families. He didn't know that kid.He's potion had poisoned Drina's wife, who was also his own sister, causing Miss Anna to rely on the devil fruit for survival since birth. After taking another sip of white wine, Hall briefly explained the situation to him. Wow, I didn't know there was such a dramatic backstory. RTTK potion? 12 bottles on an island? Dominating the seas? If you had a peanut, you wouldn't be this drunk. After listening to Hall's story, Roya couldn't help but mock kid.He's delusions in his mind. However, he also noticed the key point in Hall's words. The devil fruit can extend life? Lady Anna is actually a devil fruit user too. But the last time he saw her, she looked so flustered and didn't use her powers even in that situation. Hall, what kind of fruit did Miss Anna eat? Hall shook his head. I don't know either. That dog Dreluna won't tell me. Don't know? Won't tell you? That's strange. What kind of fruit can't be mentioned? Roya said. Hey, if you're curious, just wait for Spiro to come back from the Bell Manor and ask him. I think that dog Dreluna will tell him. Hall said with a smile. Hey, does it have to be him? Listening to Hall, Roya thought to himself. Then I'll wait and ask him later. I'm curious. Once you find out, remember to tell me what it is. Hall said. Luo Ya served another bowl of dumplings. Smiling without speaking, she thought to herself, Uncle Hall, your curiosity is quite strong too. After Hall finished speaking, he didn't wait for Luo Ya to respond, but continued to drink with the old man and the others. Luo Ya also fell silent, quietly eating dumplings. After the raid by everyone, especially by the two big eaters Roger and Abao, several pots of dumplings were nearly emptied. Roya, having eaten his fill, sat in a chair to digest. The others, except for Roger and Abao, had also stopped their actions. Hall, Heg, and Old Man Kurt had also stopped eating dumplings and were mostly drinking and chatting. Sitting in the chair with his back against the seat, Roya looked up at the ceiling, lost in thought. Suddenly, he recalled his earlier conversation with Hall, thinking about how his attitude towards Miss Anna and Drina was completely different. He called Anna Miss, but referred to Drina as that dog thing. This seemed rather illogical. He reminisced about the scene when he first met Hall, vividly recalling his confrontation with Heg. Roya turned his head towards Hall's direction. Seeing him drinking, he couldn't help but curiously ask, Brother Hall, who are you? Hall put down his glass, looked at Roya, and said, What do you mean by questioning me like a criminal? Loya smiled and replied, Ha ha ha, Uncle Hall, didn't you ask me the same thing last time? Upon hearing Loya's response, Hall was taken aback for a moment. He then extended his finger and tapped Loya on the head, saying, I told you to call me bro. He chose not to mention that Loya had used the same tone as before. He poured himself another glass of white liquor and handed the whole bottle to Loya. Luo Ya smiled as he took the bottle and poured himself a glass. The two clinked their glasses. After downing the drink in one go, Roya asked again, Let me ask again, Brother Hall, what is your background? I saw you facing off against Uncle Heger. You're not an ordinary person. Upon hearing Roya's words, Hall smirked and said, What background do I have? I was just a lone pirate before. Loya and Roger's family, along with Old Man Kurt and Uncle Heg, are making dumplings together to enjoy the festive atmosphere of the new year. Just then, Hall comes over to find Loya and sits down to eat with them. During their conversation with Hall, Loya was very curious about the background of the 39-year-old uncle, who was incredibly powerful yet willingly served as the bodyguard for the eldest daughter of the Bell family. As for my background, before arriving in Rogtown, I was just a nameless pirate who wandered alone. Upon hearing Hall's words, before Roya could speak, Old Man Kotes said first, Unnamed pirate? Where are you pretending to be here, kid? Although I've retired from the Navy, I don't have as clear an understanding of the situation at sea as I used to. Even though you never told me, I'm well aware of your reputation. The swordsman who dared to storm Mariewa, Eagle Blade Jiracker Hall. Hearing Old Man Kotes' words, Hall laughed heartily. You old man really know your stuff. Roya listened to their conversation and was quite surprised. Stormed into Mariewa? Damn, this Roach Town is full of hidden talents. Crew of the Pirate King, the Revolutionary Army's He, the swordsman Hall who stormed Mariewa, and former Admiral Old Man Kid.He. It's just ridiculous. Such a gathering of monsters here. And I don't know what kind of trouble Wilson has caused, but he chose to come to Roach Town to rob. Brother Hall, did you really storm Mariewa? Why? Roya asked in astonishment. Why? Hall replied, no reason, just bored, and wanted to experience the strength of the first owner of the Demon Slayer. The first Demon Slayer? Mariewa? Brother Hall, is that bald guy among the Gorsei really the first owner of the Demon Slayer? Roya asked in surprise. Hall glanced at him and replied, you already know he's bald, but you didn't know he owns the original Ghost Cutter? Ha! I just couldn't be 100% sure. Roya replied nervously, then continued to ask, so you went to Mariewa alone just to fight him? Did you win or? Ha ha! No need to be so cautious in your question. Hall laughed heartily in response, then continued after the laughter subsided. I lost in a duel between swordsmen. A slight difference in skill can mean life or death. I lost to him by half a move and was gravely injured on the brink of death. While being escorted to Impel Down, I managed to escape, but my injuries worsened and I collapsed on the shores of Lobetown. It was Miss Anna who saved me. It's quite a coincidence. That bastard Drinna has let her go out only a handful of times since she was born, and yet she happened to encounter me. So I decided to stay and be her bodyguard, to cultivate myself and wait for the opportunity to come, so I can fight that bald guy again. After saying this, Hall down another glass of liquor. Luo Ya remained silent, quietly digesting this information. I didn't expect Uncle Hall to have such an experience. What kind of place is Rogtown? With monsters hidden everywhere? Did you lose? It seems that the 5 elders are not to be underestimated either. Sigh, the road ahead is long and arduous. Roya thought to himself, feeling the pressure about the road ahead once again. No, in the future, when there is an opportunity, I must bring some strong guys on board. Whitebeard is the first choice. Leaning back in his chair, Roya contemplated his plans for the future. Suddenly, he remembered the full name of Uncle Hall, as mentioned by Old Man Kurt. Repeating it, he felt it was becoming more and more familiar. Jurakarl Hall. Jurakarl Myhawk. Hawkeye. After thinking it over, Roya finally realized where he recognized it from. Hall's surname is Jurakarl. ISNT that the surname of the world's greatest swordsman, Hawkeye, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Roya was confused again. He knew that Hawkeye's full name was Dracul Myhawk. His eyes were fixed on Hall, pondering the relationship between him and Hawkeye. Father and son? No. If we calculate based on the time of the Marine-Ford War, Roger was 73 years old. At that time, Hawkeye was at most in his 40s. Hall is 29 now, so he would have had to be in his 40s, close to 50, to have him. That doesn't seem impossible. In the anime, Roger turned himself in at 53. And by then, poor Gasti, Rouge was already pregnant. Roya looked at Hall, thinking quickly. Hall, noticing the intense gaze fixed on him, couldn't help but ask, Kid, why are you staring at me like that? Is there something on my face? Woken from his thoughts by Hall's question, Roya replied, It's nothing. I was just thinking about some things. What kind of things that require staring at me? Hall pressed on. What if I said I was thinking about when you would have kids? How would you feel about that? Roya thought to himself, while putting on a face of disdain and saying, Who is looking at you? When I think, everything in front of me is just fleeting clouds. So, what exactly are you thinking about? Hall continued to press on, ignoring Roya's words. Since Hall was so persistent in questioning, Roya had no choice but to respond. I was thinking, Uncle Hall, you're already at this age? Still a single dog? Not planning to find a wife? Upon hearing Roya's response, He and Old Man Kurt burst into laughter. Hall, however, was left with a face full of black lines. He reached out and tried to hit Roya on the head, but Roya dodged. Hall didn't continue to attack, saying, You young kid, you're more gossipy than anyone else. What do you think about all day? And you, He, what are you laughing at? As if you're not single. As soon as Hall's words came out, He's laughter came to an abrupt stop. Indeed, they were both equally guilty. He stopped laughing, but the laughter of Old Man Kurt and Roya grew louder. Old Man Kurt, He, and Hall were not to be trifled with. But Roya was a different story. The 2 pairs of eyes suddenly fixed on Roya. Now, it was Roya's turn for his laughter to stop. Avoiding their gazes, he thought to himself, I can't mess with them. He picked up the wine bottle and poured drinks for the 2 of them. Changing the subject, he said, Come on, let us drink. The wine is almost gone. The remaining dumplings were completely gone after Roger and Abeo's raid, while the liquor had bottomed out in the hearty drinking session of Roya, He, Hall, and Old Man Kurt. Luo Ya also spent a special New Year's Eve in the pirate world, after bringing Huat Eng and Ifu into the spirit world. Luo returned to the room. The others also went back to their respective rooms. Old man Kurt and He stayed at Roger's house for the night, because it was too late. Hall chose to return to Bell Manor. After sending Madame Alexia back to her room and finding 2 guest rooms for old man Kurt and Hage, Granny Tao finally had time to clean up the leftovers from the New Year's Eve dinner. The next day, Roya got up unusually early, perhaps because she had a great time yesterday and had plenty of sleep. After having breakfast, Roya exercised with Roger in the yard until lunchtime. After lunch, Roya said she was going to the bathroom. Then, there was nothing more. It was noon. The sun hung in the sky over Roger Town. Looking like Captain Jack, Roya walked down the alley towards Bell Manor. She glanced at the sky, and what she saw was blue sky and white clouds. The weather was nice today. Roya sighed and then summoned the system in his mind. Today, he was going to accept the invitation from the boss of the Bell family. Coincidentally, he also needed to collect Wilson's bounty. From his conversation with Hall yesterday, he learned about his background and found out that Druna was looking for him, likely because of his precious daughter, Bellanna. He summoned the system out of boredom during the journey to check on the results of his training these past few days. Character panel. Name, Roya Martial Arts. 399 Swordsmanship. Swordsman Stage, Sword Techniques. Divine Evasion, Item Cards. None Weapon Inventory. Solid Brick 3. Ordinary Longsword 2. Gave 1 to Roger. Mouse Charm, Goat Charm. Sea Prism Stone Staff. Armor. Storage. 10 bottles of Baijio. Remaining 10. 000 berries and purchase from the system. Historical text. A piece of Sea Prism Stone. Statue of Arthas. Abilities. Intermediate Wood Release. Seed Fruit. Anubis Fruit. Beast Transformation. Balance of Good and Evil. One-Time Conqueror's Hockey. Usable once a day. Observation Hockey. Armament Hockey. Berries. 0 overall strength. Can crush Luffy from 2 years ago. The movie version is counted separately. Looking at the character panel, Roya pondered. In fact, a few days before leaving the island, he noticed that his martial arts had reached 399 points, and his overall strength evaluation had also changed. But now, after a few more days of training, his martial arts points had not changed at all. It seemed that 400 points in martial arts was a threshold. While looking at the character panel, he walked on. Before he knew it, Roya had arrived at the entrance of the Bell Manor. The guard from the Bell family at the door greeted him with great respect and led him to the living room. Upon seeing Spyro's arrival, Druna was very happy and stood up to greet him. Mr. Spyro, you have finally arrived. Please take a seat. Extending his hand, Druna gestured for Roya to sit down. Roya sat down and could tell from Druna's expression that he was very anxious. Although she knew it was for his daughter, she still pretended to ask, Belbooze, what do you need me for that so urgent? Druna, despite his anxiety, couldn't show too much desperation as the boss of the Bell family. He waved his hand first, and Amriana took out a briefcase. Mr. Spyro, this is Wilson's bounty, 10 million belly. Wilson's previous bounty was 50 million belly. However, since he has been missing at sea for a long time, the Navy has lowered his bounty to 10 million belly. And the person who is with him has no bounty, Druna said. Luo Ya looked at the suitcase, appearing calm on the surface, but inside he was overjoyed. Although it was only 10 million, Luo Ya was satisfied. He had already prepared for the cancellation of Wilson's bounty. With a calm Luo Ya waved his hand, and the suitcase disappeared, stored in his system warehouse. Seeing this scene, Druna's curiosity about the strength of this mysterious figure grew even more. Now, can you tell me what you need, Boss Bell? Luo Ya said in a flat tone. Druna nodded and said, Mr. Spyro, you know I have a daughter, the one your junior Luo Ya saved last time. My wife and I only have this one daughter. It's embarrassing to say, this is a family matter. My wife has a brother, a paranoid scientist who spent his life obsessing over researching a serum that could enhance the human body. When the serum was initially developed, he tricked my wife into drinking it, claiming it could cure her illness. But after she drank it, her condition worsened. At her pleading, I didn't deal with my brother-in-law, but instead expelled him from the family. He was fine. After being expelled, he sought refuge with others, but my wife suffered. Her condition worsening, spending the rest of her life bedridden, and, at that time, she was already pregnant. Struggling through, she gave birth to Anna before passing away. At this point, Druna fell silent for a few seconds before continuing. However, most of the serum's toxins remained in Anna. From the moment Anna was born, her life hung by a thread, and many doctors had no solutions. At that moment, a stranger appeared, bringing a devil fruit, saying that if Anna ate it, her life would stabilize. I was also at my wit's end, so I could only gamble on a dead horse as a live horse, feeding the fruit to Anna. And unexpectedly, her condition really stabilized. Luo Ya quietly listened to De Lu Na's words. Although he had already learned from Hall, he still pretended to say, I didn't expect that such a thing happened in Bell Boss's family. Since Miss Anna's condition has stabilized, Bell Boss, why did you come find me? To clear the toxins left in Miss Anna's body? Or? Roya was unsure of the purpose behind Draluna's invitation, so he asked. He saw Draluna shake his head and reply. The toxins left in Anna's body are part of the reason, but there's another, more important reason. What is it? Roya asked. Draluna looked at his cup, his eyes filled with regret and a hint of despair. At first, I thought that after Anna consumed the fruit, her body would stabilize. And as long as she paid attention to regulating her body, the toxins would be eliminated. But in the end, the very devil fruit that saved her life turned out to be the biggest hidden danger. Oh, why do you say that? Roya's curiosity was completely piqued as he asked. Because the fruit Anna ate is the legendary cursed fruit, Draluna replied. Luo Ya arrived at the Bell family's manor to accept Drina's invitation. After listening to the melodramatic story from the Drina family once again, he finally learned from him what kind of devil fruit Miss Anna had eaten. The doomed fruit? Roya repeated the name of the fruit over and over again. Draluna nodded and continued speaking. The doomed fruit is a paramecia-type devil fruit. According to legend, it grants the user the ability to absorb the misfortunes of others or to bestow misfortune upon them. Anyone who comes near the user of this fruit will be affected by misfortune to varying degrees. This also causes people to avoid the users of the doomed fruit throughout history. However, the doomed fruit has another ability. The user can emit a captivating aura that makes others feel that they are incredibly important. Draluna explained the abilities of the doomed fruit. After hearing this, Roya silently nodded and thought to himself, no wonder, when Miss Anna was attacked before, I took the initiative to save her without a hint of hesitation. It turns out I was affected by this ability. Absorbing misfortune and spreading misfortune? This kind of ability reminds Roya of the female subordinate next to the Golden Emperor in the anime movie. It should be the opposing fruit of the luck fruit that the female subordinate possesses in the anime. Isn't that pretty good? Isn't this fruit ability quite powerful? What are you worried about, Boss Bell? Roya asked in confusion. Drina shook his head, clasped his hands, and said, Mr. Spiro, you don't know. The power of the doom fruit is indeed powerful, but the doom is also useful for the user themselves. All past users of the doom fruit have not lived past 18 years old. Drina's tone became increasingly agitated, but he did not act overly out of control. Although Roya was surprised, he did not show it. He didn't expect the fruit of misfortune to have such side effects. Yes, that's why the fruit of misfortune is also known as the cursed fruit. Drina replied. So, Bell Boss, are you looking for me to see if there is a way to solve the side effects brought by this fruit of misfortune? Drina looked up at Roya, her eyes filled with a hint of expectation, and said, I sought Mr. Spiro to eliminate the toxins within Anna. Over the years, it seems that the side effects of the fruit of misfortune have caused the toxins in Anna to be repeatedly eliminated, only to grow back again. I want to ask if you have a way to completely eliminate the toxins in Anna's body. But if you can also remove the side effects of the fruit of misfortune, I wouldn't mind giving you the entire Bell Manor. Mr. Spiro, hearing Drina's words, Roya did not rush to answer. Instead, he pondered in his mind. If he could make Drina buy his life, that would be a good thing. At least he could get a larger share in the Bounty Hunter Guild. As for the toxins, he wondered if Abeo's priest bear ability could heal them. And what about the side effects of the fruit of misfortune? The system should have a way, right? Never mind. Let's go see that little girl Anna first. Thoughts concluded. Roya was just about to suggest going to see Miss Anna first. However, the words almost reached his throat, but were forcibly suppressed. He suddenly thought that since the side effects of the devil fruit of misfortune were effective on him, why didn't she look like someone afflicted by misfortune the last time he saw her? She appeared intact, with all her limbs healthy, and he didn't see a single wound. Instead, after encountering her, Roya was tricked by the system out of 1,000,000 berries. Unable to figure this out, he suppressed his suggestion to see Miss Anna and instead asked, Boss Bell, I have a question that I can't understand. Since the misfortune brought by the devil fruit also affects the user, how has Miss Anna managed to live safely until now? She doesn't look like someone beset by misfortune. Roya had heard that she was quite cheerful and innocent. Hearing Roya's question, Drina was momentarily stunned. He replied softly, cheerful and innocent? I wish it could always be like that. Mr. Spiro should know that sea prism stones can restrain devil fruit users, right? Drina countered. That's common knowledge, Roya replied. I used half of the entire Bell family's wealth to buy a ring containing a small amount of sea prism stone and a few pieces of it from Navy. I dispersed those sea prism stones in Anna's room and had her with a ring. This way, Anna can stay in her room and with the ring on her hand. It can suppress her devil fruit ability and minimize her fatigue. However, over the past few days, The effect of the sea prism stone ring and the dispersed sea prism stones in the room has been diminishing. Recently, several servants have been injured repeatedly, and even Anna has been hurt. Though they're just minor injuries, they have been frequent, leading me to realize that the effect of the sea prism stone might be decreasing. That's why I was eager to find you, Mr. Spyro, to ask if you have any solutions. Drina explained. Listening to his explanation, Roya slightly nodded. I see. Boss Bell, I'm not sure if I have a 100 solution, but can you let me see Miss Anna first? Roya asked, of course. Drowna stood up and said. Looking a bit excited, Roya stood up and followed him. Let's go. I'll take you to see Anna, Drina said, pointing towards the door. Luo Ya. He followed him out of the living room. After walking for a while, Loya and Drina arrived at the third floor, at the door of Miss Anna's bedroom. The door was half open. Miss Anna and Lily were talking inside, and Lily had a wound on her forehead. Roya looked into the bedroom. It was a typical little princess room. Everything was filled with pink. A pink bed, pink sheets, a pink mosquito net. There was also a big teddy bear on the bed. What can you tell from this? Mr. Spyro, Drina asked. Loya chuckled helplessly in his mind and replied, You're overestimating me, Boss Bell. How about this? You call out the servant inside first. As Roya spoke, he extended his hand, and a peculiar plant immediately grew in his palm. Now, the version of Roya resembling Captain Jack Sparrow and Drina arrived outside Miss Anna's bedroom. Looking at Miss Anna in the pink bedroom, Roya couldn't see anything unusual. So he instructed Drina to call away the servants in the room. Then he extended his hand towards Drina, palm up, with a seed in his palm. The seed cracked open and quickly grew into a strangely shaped red flower. This was one of the demon world plants that Roya mastered after briefly gaining the abilities of Kurama from Yu Yu Hakusho, a plant capable of hypnotizing others. Of course, Drina, being a resident of the pirate world, wouldn't recognize it. What is this? Drina asked. Roya did not explain in detail, only telling him that it was a plant that could hypnotize people but posed no harm to the body. He planned to use this to hypnotize Miss Anna, and then they would observe her up close. He asked Drina for his opinion. After hearing Roya's suggestion, Drina was silent for a few seconds before nodding. With his agreement, Roya stopped talking nonsense. Placing the flower at the door, Roya waved with his other hand, and the pollen was released into Miss Anna's bedroom. She then inhaled it. The pollen took effect. After a while, Miss Anna fell asleep on her pink princess bed. Loya glanced at Drina. Drina understood his meaning and entered the room first. After Loya also went in, he closed the door and walked to the bedside. Luo Ya observed Anna. Drina remained silent. Luo Ya observed for a while. Anna looked no different from when he saw her a month ago. Still the same appearance. In some ways, it was true. It was hard to tell that she was plagued by misfortune. Continuing to look like this, he surely wouldn't be able to see anything. Roya could only place his hand on Miss Anna's right wrist to feel her pulse. He told Drina that this was a unique diagnostic method from the Caribbean, involving observation, listening, inquiry, and palpation. Drina was unaware of this diagnostic approach, but didn't say anything, simply nodding to indicate that Roya could proceed with his own method. Of course, Roya wouldn't actually check the pulse. He was just pretending to do so while summoning the system in his mind. System, come out and help. Jill, host, damn, host. There are 10 million berries in the warehouse. Did you go rob a bank? Yes. I just want to rob. Stop with the nonsense and quickly check on this little girl's condition. I shouldn't have to tell you, right? Scan her and see if there's a solution. This time, Roya ignored the system's sarcastic remarks and didn't bother to respond, directly throwing the problem at it. Little girl? This is the same little girl I tricked you into fighting against someone by the coast, right? What's her name, Anna? What's wrong with her? Roya threw the question to the system, and the system threw the question back. Roya was annoyed. What's the point of talking? You could just scan it yourself and find out. Roya replied impatiently. Seeing Roya like this, the system also stopped talking and let out a sound before scanning Miss Anna. System, devil fruit, paramecia type doom fruit. System, there's also a portion of unidentified toxin. System, so? Host, this is the scan result. What's the matter? System, do you want me to detoxify? It's not a big deal. That prison-sitting beast next to you, the priest bear, can clear the toxins from her body. Scan complete. The system began to output a lot of information. Loya patiently listened to him finish speaking and concluded that Abeo's fruit ability could detoxify. However, that was not the main point. Loya primarily wanted to ask if there was a way to suppress or resolve the side effects of the devil fruit of misfortune. I know Abeo's fruit ability can detoxify. I am asking you if you have a way to solve the side effects of the devil fruit on Anna. Loya said. System, side effects? Loya responded with a hum and told the system about the side effects of the doom fruit. System, wow. This fruit is really useless, isn't it? The doom is also beneficial to the user. That's absurd, and the scan results didn't mention that. System, if what you say is true, every user of the doom fruit either dies from an unexpected doom incident or dies from the accumulation of doom within them. Then this fruit is truly a weapon of mass destruction. System, if someone deliberately feeds the fruit to another person and protects them from dying unexpectedly due to doom, then when the doom is about to explode within that person, they can just throw them into their enemy's home, and without lifting a finger, they can easily kill their enemy. The system's words suddenly enlightened Luo Ya. That's right. If Anna's doom erupted in Rogtown, the entire Rogtown would suffer a dimensional strike. The person who gave Druna the doom fruit wanted to use Druna to nurture such a human bomb. Or was this plan specifically targeting Rogtown? Roya's mind was constantly flashing with the intentions of the person who gave the cursed fruit to Druna. She glanced at Druna. Luo Ya is worried that the person is targeting Rogtown, but he wouldn't attack a town for no reason. Spending so much time? It must be for revenge against someone from Rogtown. The most likely candidate is Druna, the boss of the mafia. Such undertakings are bound to create many enemies. But if it really is Druna's enemy, then why didn't Druna recognize the fruit when it was given to him back then? Roya's mind was constantly brainstorming, but he still couldn't figure it out. After all, it had been 9 years since the incident. For the time being, he wanted to think about how to address the possibility of Miss Anna's misfortune in the future. After all, Rogtown was, in a sense, Roya's hometown in the world of pirates. Roya glanced at Druna again. He thought to himself that the best solution would be to throw Miss Anna, who was plagued by misfortune, onto a deserted island. But Druna would never allow him to do that. However, if it came down to it, Roya wouldn't care whether he agreed or not. So, do you have a way to resolve the misfortune surrounding Miss Anna? Or is there a way to eliminate the side effects of the misfortune fruit? System? Luo Ya asked. After a few seconds of silence, the system finally responded. If it were an unconsumed doom fruit, I could still modify it to eliminate its side effects. But for the fruit that has already been eaten, I'm powerless. As for the side effect of the doom fruit on Miss Anna, Luo Ya indeed couldn't do anything about it. So he summoned the system, thinking that the system would have a solution. However, the system's answer was beyond his expectations. System, for fruits that haven't been eaten, I can still modify them. But for those that have been consumed, I'm helpless. After hearing the system's words, Luo Ya was taken aback. If even the system couldn't do anything, then it seemed that no one could. Glancing at Druna, Luo Ya was about to tell him that he was powerless to address the side effects of the doom fruit. However, he could still help with the removal of the toxins. But the next words from his system made him swallow his words. System, although I cannot eliminate the side effects of the consumed doom fruit, I can minimize the severity of the side effects. Oh, what method? Luo Ya hurriedly asked. System, hey, the ring on that little girl and the scattered sea prism stones in this room can work. System, using a small amount of sea prism stones to suppress the fruit but not making the user feel fatigued. I have to say, the person who invented this has some skill. System, but because there are too few sea prism stones, it can no longer suppress the gradually accumulating misfortune. So, if that is the case, do you have any other insights? Luo Ya asked. System, who am I? Even if the person who created this sea prism stone ring had another 800 years of study, they wouldn't compare to me. System, I can combine the sea prism stone ring with the trace amounts of sea prism stone distributed in the room to create something that can better suppress the side effects of the devil fruit, and it won't affect the user's accessories. Listening to the system's words, Luo Ya nodded and said simply, so you can upgrade that sea stone ring to suppress more misfortune again without affecting Anna, right? Is that correct? System, that's pretty much it, but there's a slight mistake. What? System, it's not that I'm upgrading the ring, but rather reconstructing it. And I won't be making a ring. Why? System, no reason, I just won't make it. Regarding this operation from the system, Luo Ya expressed, I was wondering why it hasn't rained. Turns out you made it no rain for me. Alright, so you can build a more powerful accessory to suppress the side effects of the misfortune fruit on Miss Anna. Anything other than the ring shape is fine, right? And it requires sea stone, correct? Luo Ya asked. System, yes, whatever shape the host decides, it requires a sea tower stone. And you cannot wear that ring while wearing the accessories I made. Why? Luo Ya asked. System, if you want to add 2 accessories, it will exceed that limit and make this little girl, Anna, feel fatigued. After hearing the system's explanation, Luo Ya was quietly thinking about how to arrange things. After pondering for a while, Luo Ya said to the system, all right, then build a sea tower stone ornament in the shape of a gemstone necklace. The gemstone should be blue. Just cut the C tower stone from that piece in the warehouse. System. No problem. Leave it to me, but what? Luo Ya asked. System. Building isn't just a matter of building. It requires some. All right, you don't need to say anything more. Just tell me how much it costs. Before the system could finish its sentence, Luo Ya interrupted, asking, how much? System. The host is straightforward. We are honest merchants. It will only cost 1,000,000 berries. Roya. Luo Ya. Did you just want to say 10,000 berries, but then remembered I have 10 million berries in savings? So you quickly change your mind? System. That's not the case. It's just that the construction project is a bit difficult. It's really hard to gauge the amount of sea prism stone needed, so it just costs a little bit more. Just a tiny bit, really? Luo Ya thought to himself. All right, I agree with you. Take the money and go do it now. Roya said. The system was a bit confused to see Roya being so generous. Previously, it had a bargain for 200,000 berries, but now it readily agreed to 1,000,000 berries. There's a problem, the system thought. But after just a second of consideration, it decided not to dwell on it. If there's money to be made, why bother with so much? System. After a while, the voice of the system echoed in Luo Ya's mind again. System. Okay, host, the necklace is ready and placed in the warehouse. You can take it yourself. Is this what you call a complex project? It took less than 5 minutes? System. Haha. It is indeed complicated, but as complicated as it is, I can still do it well all at once. Roya no longer paid attention to the system. Upon seeing the gemstone necklace in the warehouse, in reality, Roya finally removed her fingers from Miss Anna's pulse. Seeing this, Drina immediately asked, how is it, Mr. Spyro? Roya pretended to ponder for a moment before replying. Boss Bell, I have a way to deal with the toxins in Miss Anna's body. As for the side effects of the misfortune fruit, do you have a solution for that as well? Drina asked excitedly. Seeing his enthusiastic face, Roya nodded. Upon receiving Roya's affirmation, Drina's excitement intensified even more. What method? As long as Mr. Spiro can help the young lady, I will agree to any condition. Roya patted Drina on the shoulder, signaling him not to get too excited. Spit was almost flying onto his face. I have a gemstone necklace called Heart of the Ocean. After saying this, Roya extended his hand, and the gemstone necklace instantly appeared in his grasp. I have to say, it's quite beautiful. The gem isn't large, and the whole necklace isn't particularly dazzling, but it looks very, how should I put it, attractive, very captivating. Drina looked at the pure, blue gemstone necklace in Roya's hand, not understanding what Roya meant. Roya understood his gaze and explained to him that the function of this gemstone necklace was the same as the ring in Anna's hand, but it was even more powerful. Luo Ya, but this is not given to you for free. Drina, Mr. Spyro, please state your conditions. Luo Ya, for the sake of our cooperation, I'll sell it to you for 10 million belly. System, the one built by the system, just like the ring in Miss Anna's hand, can suppress the side effects of the devil fruit, but the larger gem necklace has more powerful functions and is held in hand. Roya told Drina, this is a unique treasure of the Caribbean and the only one of its kind, named Heart of the Ocean. It can suppress the side effects of the doom fruit more effectively than the ring. It can minimize the side effects of the doom fruit. As long as Miss Anna wears this necklace, it guarantees she will live to be 18 years old. What happens after 18 is unknown. Roya explained. As soon as Drina heard Roya's explanation, her previously calm expression instantly became excited again. Really, we are in a partnership. There is no benefit for me to deceive you. Isn't that right, Bell Boss? Roya replied. If this really helps Anna, no matter what the conditions, I promise you, Mr. Spiro. Drina said excitedly. Well, after all, this gem necklace is very precious, one of a kind in the world. Giving it to you for free, I do feel a bit reluctant. Roya pretended to be conflicted and said, please tell me the conditions. What do you want in exchange for this necklace? How about this? Considering our cooperative relationship, let's adjust the Bounty Hunter Guild's profit sharing. I can sell you the gem necklace for 10 million berries. How does that sound? Roya asked. No problem. Drina replied succinctly. As long as he could save his daughter's life, he wouldn't blink an eye at 10 million or even 1 billion berries. Luo Ya, why didn't you say so earlier? Can I sell it to you for 1 billion now? Just these conditions are worth saving my daughter's life, and Drina thinks it's very worthwhile. But some people don't really think so. System, what the hell? System, 10 million belly? System, host, you're making a profit as a middleman. This is simply the capitalist shedding tears, the Jews kneeling, the vampire not sleeping, Zhou Poppy feeling ashamed, and Grelin shouting long live, while Yin Jiansheng feels embarrassed. System, you have no shame. Upon hearing that Loya sold the gemstone necklace to Drina for 10 million belly, the system immediately felt it had suffered a huge loss and was angry, muttering in Loya's mind. However, Loya ignored it completely, seeing that Drina decisively agreed to his conditions. He disregarded the voice of the system in his mind. Loya secretly rejoiced. She handed the gemstone necklace to Druna, gesturing for him to put it on her himself. Druna nodded, took the necklace, sat on the bed, helped Anna up, and personally put it on her. At that moment, Loya also took the ring off in his hand. Bell boss, with the necklace, the ring is unnecessary. Can I take it? It looks pretty nice, Roya said, after Drina helped Anna put on the necklace. He gently set her down. Standing up, he replied to Roya, Mr. Spyro, feel free to take it. Then I will accept it, Luo Ya said with a smile. Then he put the ring into the system warehouse. So, does Mr. Spyro have any methods for the toxins in Anna's body? Draluna suddenly remembered that Luo Ya mentioned he had a solution for toxins, so she asked, Oh, that? You should go find that kid Luo Ya. He has a way to completely eliminate the toxins in Miss Anna's body. Roya replied. Hearing Roya's response, Drina recalled the little boy he had seen by the coast. In that case, let's go outside and talk, Mr. Spyro. Drina glanced at the sleeping Miss Anna and said to Roya. Roya nodded. The two walked out of the bedroom. After walking for a while, they returned to the living room again. They were chatting, and after a while, Anriana brought over a suitcase and placed it in front of Roya. Mr. Spyro, this is 10 million belly. How about I send someone to find your descendant Roya to attend the banquet together? Drina said. He was preparing to host a banquet to resolve Miss Anna's issue. Roya heard his invitation and thought to himself, it's impossible to find Roya now. After putting the suitcase into the system storage, Roya stood up and replied, No need. Boss Bell, I appreciate your kindness, but I have other matters to attend to, so I won't be joining the banquet. As for that kid Roya, I'll go find him myself and explain the situation. You don't need to send someone to look for him. In that case, I won't insist. Thank you, Mr. Spyro. If there's anything you need my help with in the future, I will definitely do my best. Drina also stood up and responded. Roy nodded. Then I won't disturb you. Boss Bell, I'll take my leave now. All right, I'll see you off, please. Drina said. Luo Ya had no objections. After the two reached the entrance of the Bell Manor, they bid farewell. Not long after Luo Ya left the Bell Manor, he slipped back into the alley. System, come out quickly. Once in the alley, Luo Ya first returned to his original form, then called out to the system in his mind. System, TSK, what is it, Luo Poppy? Speak quickly, and if you have something to say, just say it. I want to draw cards. First, give me a 100 consecutive draws from the 10,000 belly card pool. Roya said excitedly. After all, he is now wealthy. System. Hearing Roya's command, the system remained silent. System? I'm telling you, stop playing dead. Loya urged when he saw that the system did not respond. But the system still did not answer. After a long while, just as Loya was about to return to Roger's house, the system finally spoke up. System, upgrading. Please wait for one business day, host. Luo, you just upgrade when you say so? I don't know why, but when Luo Ya heard this announcement, he always felt something was off, a sense of foreboding. But no matter how much he spoke, the system remained unresponsive. Since that's the case, Luo Ya no longer cared about him. Any kind of smoke was fine. He wasn't in a hurry at the moment. After walking for a while, Luo Ya returned home. He didn't forget to go back to the bathroom, pretending to come out from there. He returned to the yard. Roger and Hualong are still training. Seeing Roya come back, Hualong, oh no, Xiaohua sarcastically said. You really came back from the bathroom fast. I thought you died in there. Roya smiled at him, then with one stroke sent him flying 10 meters away. After returning from the Bell Manor, Roya suddenly had 20 million berries in his account. He originally wanted to draw some cards first, but unexpectedly, the system insisted on upgrading. Since that was the case, Roya could only return to Roger's house first and take a bayo to help Miss Anna clear the toxins. The sooner this was done, the better. I'm making a dish for you in the bathroom. Do you want to eat it? Roya said, looking at the little flower that had been knocked back 10 meters. He then sheathed his sword and said to Roger, just now in the bathroom, my captain notified me to take a bayo to Bell Manor to help Miss Anna clear the toxins. Do you want to come along? Oh, I see. No wonder you were in the bathroom for so long. I think I won't go. You'll be back soon anyway. I'll just continue training for a while. Roger replied, oh, it's up to you then. I can only go to the party with a bayo. Roya pretended to be lost and said, what? A banquet? Roya, did you say a banquet? Upon hearing Roya's words, Roger immediately asked. Roya smiled and said, suppressing a laugh. Yes, the captain told me he helped Uncle Drina with something big. So Uncle Drina is preparing to hold a banquet to celebrate and asked me to bring a bayo along to help, and I can join the banquet too. Since you don't want to go, I'll take a bayo with me. After saying that, Roya didn't wait for Roger to respond and headed straight to Abeo's wooden house to wake him up. Why don't we go together, Roya? It doesn't really matter whether we train a little more or a little less right now. Halfway through, Roger suddenly said. Luo Ya turned his head, smiling at him, and said, It's up to you. Then go tell Grandma Tao that we won't be home for dinner tonight. Okay, Roger replied with a big smile, showing his white teeth, and then ran off to find Grandma Tao. Luo Ya shook his head and said, What a character. Then he turned and entered the wooden house. He saw Abeo lying on the wooden bed, fast asleep. Ever since he followed Luo Ya to Roger's house, he had been getting fatter and fatter. Luo Ya walked up to Abeo, bent down, and said in his ear, It's time to eat. What? The food is ready. Abeo, like a conditioned reflex, instantly opened his eyes, sat up, and was about to get out of bed. But upon seeing Luo Ya, he abruptly stopped his actions. Luo Ya looked at him and thought, just like Roger, it's you, big brother. The meal is ready. Let's go eat quickly. Abeo said to Luo Ya. Roya looked at him and thought, I can't let this kid be so carefree anymore. I'll continue to send him to the old man for training another day to practice his fruit abilities. The local tycoon in town is throwing a banquet and will take you out for a feast. Roya replied, Really? Then let's go quickly. Abeo said excitedly. After leaving the wooden house, Roya, Abeo, and Roger met up and set off towards the Bell Manor again. The three arrived at the Bell Manor. The sky had darkened, but the manor was brightly lit. Countless people were busy. Although it wasn't as grand as the last time with Miss Anna, it was still quite lively. Upon entering the manor, the commanding Ariana saw them and immediately understood why they were there. She led them to the living room and then continued directing the servants' work. Stepping forward, Roya said to Drina, Mr. Drina, Captain Spiro sent me to detoxify Miss Anna. I see. You're quite fast. We were wondering when you would arrive. Drina replied, That's a relief. After hearing Roya's words, Drina nodded. Not a problem. It's not like I'm doing the detoxifying anyway. Roya waved his hand and replied, Is there anything that needs to be prepared? Drina asked. Nothing needs to be prepared. It's not me who is detoxifying Miss Anna. It's him. Roya pointed at Abeo and said, His fruit ability can help Miss Anna cleanse the toxins, so there's nothing to prepare. Please take us to find Miss Anna. I see. Drina said, while sizing up Abeo. Anna is in the bedroom. I'll take you there. Drina said, then walked to the living room door and headed towards Anna's bedroom. Roya and the other two followed behind him. The four of them arrived at Anna's bedroom. Miss Anna was still sleeping. Drina looked at her, then turned to Roya and the others, and said, It's time to begin. Roya nodded and spoke to Abeo. Abeo used his fruit ability to help Miss Anna treat the poison. After the treatment, they could enjoy a big meal. Luo Ya said. Abeo was initially a bit unwilling, but when he heard Luo Ya's soft words afterwards, he instantly activated his fruit ability. The cross was raised, and white light shot out, illuminating Miss Anna. During the time Abeo was healing, Luo Ya took down the Bible in his hand and examined it. The cover was quite exquisite, but when Luo Ya opened it, there wasn't a single word. This could be a book with no words? Or is it only visible to Abeo? Loyal thought, but with the end of Abeo's treatment, the Bible also disappeared. The white light vanished. Everyone moved a bit closer, looking at Miss Anna. To be honest, Abeo's fruit ability is quite impressive. Not only did it clear the toxins, but it also eliminated the effects of the demon realm's hypnotic flower pollen. Everyone saw Miss Anna's eyelids twitch, and then she slowly opened her eyes. She looked a bit dazed. Miss Anna's eyes moved as she looked at everyone. When she saw Loyal, she recognized him and said, It's you? Loya knew she had recognized her. Afraid she would mention the incident where she struck her hand, she quickly followed her words and said, It's me, Miss Anna. I'm glad you're awake. I must say, you are truly beautiful. If it weren't for you being a woman, I would definitely swear brotherhood with you. Ha ha. Well then, I won't disturb you any longer. Mr. Drina, Roger and I will head down to the banquet now. Also, the captain said that as long as Miss Anna wears the necklace, nothing will happen, so you don't have to stay in the room all day. She finished saying a whole bunch of things quickly. Roya dragged Roger and Abeo out of the bedroom. There was no chance for Drina and Anna to react at all. Seeing Roya in such a hurry, Drina smiled and shook his head. He walked over to Anna and told her about the gemstone necklace, urging her not to take it off. He promised that he wouldn't restrict her freedom anymore, but every time she would have to have Hall follow her to protect her. Listening to Drina's words, Miss Anna hugged him tightly, overwhelmed with joy and tears. After attending the banquet at Bell Manor, they had a hearty meal. Luo Ya and the others returned home and had a comfortable sleep. The next morning, Loya and Roger set off towards the lighthouse of Old Man Kota by the coast with Abeo. One reason was to let the old man continue training Abeo and Hualong. The other reason was that Loya and Roger were preparing for a duel. The coast was relatively open, with no buildings around, so they could fight freely. As for the work at Uncle Heg's restaurant, Roya said, "Is this true?" Hall said, "You two brats, come back here." "Hey, old man Kurt, we're here to see you again." Loya still saw the figure of old man Kurt by the dock. Well, after all, old man Kurt lived in a lighthouse by the sea, and it seemed he had nothing else to do besides fishing and enjoying the sea breeze. "Hey, what brings you here today? What do you want this time? Where's Eve?" Old man Kurt leaned back in his wooden chair, not bothering to turn his head. Loya already knew what he would say. Placing his hand on the heavy spirit pattern, he summoned Eve and Hualong. Eve had already understood the situation in the sword, and as soon as she appeared, she shouted at old man Kurt. Only when the old man heard her voice did he turn his head and reply, "Little foo. All right, now tell me what you need. You little rascal." After greeting Eve, old man Kurt asked Loya. He knew this kid wouldn't come to him without a reason. He definitely had something to ask. "Ha ha, old man, why do you say that? Just because I came to find you means I have something to discuss? Can't it be just to check on you? Just get to the point. No nonsense." "All right then, old man, my physical skills are stuck at 3. No. What I mean is my armament hockey is stuck at the wrapping stage, and I want to cover half of my body with it. How can I achieve that? How can I make the armament hockey flow and turn into invisible armor? How can I train it so that the hockey wrapping around my body directly invades the target's interior and causes internal damage? How should I train for that?" Loya was thinking about how his physical skill was stuck at 399 points. If he could level up his armament hockey, he should be able to break through this barrier. Hearing Loya's question, the old man couldn't help but look at him and said, "Don't you already know the principle?" "Haha, I know it, but I don't know how to train." Loya replied awkwardly, scratching the back of his head. These principles were just things he learned from anime in his previous life. But knowing is one thing. Just understanding the principles won't help him train. To cover his body with armament hockey, he just needed to continue honing his body and improve his application of it. Armament hockey transforms into flowing armor, which is a stage above basic hockey coverage. At this stage, the armament hockey can be used without being visible and can be maintained for a long time. To achieve external manifestation and internal destruction with armament hockey, one needs to have extremely proficient control and application of it. This allows it to flow throughout the body, so every punch and kick can send the armament hockey out or into someone else's body. Just like this. Old man Kotea explained to Loya in more detail the various applications of armament hockey. At the end, he suddenly threw a punch at Loya. Loya's reaction was too slow. He could only cross his arms to block old man Kurt's punch. Then he was knocked away and fell onto the beach. Roger was also stunned. He didn't expect the old man to act suddenly. He immediately ran to Roya's side and asked him how he was doing. "Roya, are you okay? Are you okay?" Luo Ya slowly stood up and said, "It's nothing, just eating some Lulu plums." "Roger?" Roger couldn't understand what this sudden statement from Roya meant. Could it be that he was knocked silly by the old man? However, seeing him patting the sand off his body as if nothing had happened, Roger realized he was fine. He walked back to the old man. Looking at Roya, the old man said, "How is it? Do you feel anything?" Loya nodded. The old man's punch hadn't actually caused him any substantial harm. Although he had been sent flying, the 2 arms that had blocked the old man's punch still felt tingly since the moment he fell back until now. This was because there was a flow of energy in his arms. He thought this should be the method of internal destruction using armament hockey. The old man nodded, thinking that this kid had decent comprehension. To reach this level, he should first achieve full body coverage of armament hockey. You want to run before you can walk? When you have polished your body enough to cover it entirely with armament hockey, I will teach you how to use the external method, the old man said. After that, he continued to sit back down on the wooden chair to fish, ignoring Loya and the others. Luo Ya wasn't bothering him either. After sharing his insights with Roger, he left Bao and Hua Long at the spot to practice, letting the old man supervise them. He then walked a bit farther with Roger, preparing to spar with him. This was the purpose of their trip to the coastline. The two stood facing each other. Loya was the first to speak. "Roger, how do you want to spar? Is it purely swordsmanship, hand-to-hand combat, or full out? Ha, sparring without holding back. How can we enjoy it?" "Of course it's full out," Roger said with a smile. "All right, with just 2 words. He drew his knife and swiftly struck out with a divine movement. Rogers remained completely unfazed. Similarly, he wielded his blade to meet Roya's strike. With a loud clash, the 2 blades collided, sending shockwaves through the air. Luo Ya took 2 steps back, while Roger remained completely still. Sure enough, this kid Roger trains all day long. He can't be matched by just physical strength alone. He raised his knife and clashed with Roger again. Luo Ya was forced to retreat step by step. In the end, a wooden pillar suddenly rose up, attacking Roger, and then created distance between them. Luo Ya, Hollage, you really are deep and unassuming. Roya, I can't beat you. Roger, oh, do you want to give up? Roya, give up? Laughable, not yet. Try this move of mine. After saying that, Roya activated the ability of the Anubis fruit. Instantly, half-beast transformed. He swung his knife again. Roger still hadn't figured out what was going on. He could only block with his sword. This time, it was his turn to shake. Luo Ya and Roger sparred by the coast of Rogtown, instantly activating the half-beast transformation ability of the Anubis fruit. Roya quickly swung the knife down, catching Roger off guard. With a single slash, a massive pressure created a sand pit under Roger's feet. He looked at Roya, who was in a half-beast form. Roger was immediately filled with confusion. Luo Ya, what are you doing? Hey, wanna know? Defeat me, and I'll tell you. Holding the knife in one hand, Luo Ya made a gesture with his left hand, and a staff appeared in his grip. With a swing, he aimed to smash it down on Roger's chin. Roger stepped back immediately, dodging the staff. He planted the staff into the ground. Roya made a move that puzzled Roger. He threw the heavy spirit out and aimed it at himself. With a sidestep, Roger dodged the heavy spirit. Then he saw Roya's right hand covered in armament hockey coming towards him. Roger directly covered the blade with armament hockey, preparing to face Roya's punch. However, the feedback from observation hockey made him feel a wave of danger coming from behind. He quickly turned and slashed with his sword towards the back. Bang! With a loud sound, Roger saw another Roya standing in the air behind him, wielding a heavy spirit to strike at him. Then, he instantly transformed into a wooden clone. While Roger managed to block the attack from the wooden clone of Roya behind him, he couldn't avoid the punch from the Roya in front. He was hit in the abdomen and quickly retreated backward. Luo Ya did not pursue, nor did he feel the thrill of landing a hit. This was because he did not feel the sensation of a punch making contact. He only saw Roger, who had stabilized his stance. The upper half of his body, except for his head, was completely covered in armament hockey. The two stood facing each other again. Impressive, Roger. You've already cultivated your armament hockey to this level, Roya said calmly. But on the surface, he looked calm, while his heart was very surprised. Roger, this guy, can only be said to truly deserve to be the future pirate king. Damn, at the age of 9, he has cultivated his hockey to cover half of his body. It should be noted that Roya's physical skill points, combined with his training, the cells of Hashirama, and the enhancement of the mythical Zoan Anubis fruit, have only reached 399 points, and even so, he cannot achieve hockey coverage over half of his body. Yet Roger, with only his normal physique, without eating a fruit or any other external enhancement, can achieve hockey coverage over half of his body. Even though Roya cannot see his physical skill points, he guesses they must exceed 399 points. This is really outrageous. However, the guy is working himself to death every day, so it makes sense. This guy's physique and talent are truly monstrous. It seems he has to take this seriously and cannot underestimate him any longer. Thinking of this, Roya's expression became serious. His hands tightly gripped the heavy spirit, staring at Roger in front of him. The black mist surged out from the heavy spirit. Ever since Han Long woke up, the ability of the heavy spirit's ghost claw has transformed into this black mist that can enhance the power of sword techniques. Roger was taken aback for a moment, then laughed. Ha ha, Roya, are you finally serious? After saying that, he raised his knife and assumed an attacking posture, ready to strike at any moment. But he saw Roya planting the heavy spirit into the ground. Black energy wrapped around his hand. How about we start with a competition of physical skills? Roya said. Roger was taken aback for a moment, then said, all right. He then stabbed his long knife into the sand. The two exchanged glances. In an instant, both figures moved, quickly approaching each other. They unleashed a flurry of punches. Bang bang. Every punch landed. Roger did not expect that Roya had such terrifying combat power, and for a moment he found it hard to cope. Luo did not expect Roger's defensive ability to be so formidable. No wonder it is the armament hockey. Roya interstitial cells combined with semi-beastification. Roger's armament hockey covered half of his body. Neither of their defenses nor attacks could do anything to the other. They were evenly matched. This surprised both of them, but it was only a surprise. The battle that followed. Roger's speed was increasing, and Roya's strength was also gradually rising. Eventually, the two charged up and exchanged a punch. The shockwave burst forth, creating a sand pit several centimeters deep from the powerful air pressure. The two exchanged glances and then retreated. They knew that with their physical skills, even if they fought for 3 days and nights, they wouldn't determine a winner. Roya, You're really impressive. Roger praised. Luo Ya smiled calmly. Same to you. Then the two of them pulled out the long knives stuck in the beach. One move to determine the winner? Roya said, come on. As the voice fell, the two of them surged forward like a rainbow, soaring into the sky. Not far away, Old Man kid.He and Eve also felt the momentum of the two colliding forces. Not bad. After all, I'm getting old. The future sea will be the stage for these young people. I wonder what kind of waves these two kids will stir up in the ocean. Feeling the momentum of Roya and Roger, Old Man kid.He sighed at their talents and lamented the swift passage of time. No slacking off. The scene shifted back to Roya and Roger. Their momentum lifted their clothes into the air. The blade was covered in armed color, exuding a powerful aura. Their figures flickered as they swung their swords at each other. Every move was a divine avoidance. This time, both of them exerted all their strength. In an instant, the two blades clashed. Clang! The crisp sound of metal striking metal rang out as the two heavy blades collided. A strong force erupted, causing the sand pit to sink further and spread out. The shockwave swept across the sea surface, sending waves several meters high, crashing outwards. The two stood facing each other with their blades locked. Until the shockwaves generated by their clash dissipated, neither of them moved a single inch. It should have been a draw, but at that moment, a cracking sound was heard. Roger's long sword showed obvious cracks on the blade. The fissures gradually spread. In the end, Roger's long sword completely shattered into pieces. He looked at the remaining hilt of the sword. Roger was stunned for a second, then looked at Roya and said with a smile, "It seems I lost, Roya." Roya smiled as he hooked his arm around his shoulder. "What kind of win or loss is this? Next time, bring Ace with you to fight me. Your current strength is completely worthy of having Ace as your sword." Listening to Roya's words, Roger smiled back at him, or perhaps he was never disappointed at all. "Well then, it's settled. Let's battle again next time." Roya laughed heartily and replied, "Let's battle again next time." Afterwards, the two of them walked back under the lighthouse of Old Man kid.He, with their arms around each other's shoulders. In fact, if they had fought seriously this time, the result should have been Roya's victory. Although Roya's physical body couldn't match Roger's. Even in his half-beast form, he was only able to tie with him. But let's not forget, Roya didn't use the abilities of the seed fruit or would release. And the most important thing is, there's also a balance of good and evil. The balance of good and evil will be a lethal weapon against opponents with comparable strength. In the end, when both sides have exhausted their stamina, using the balance of good and evil will result in only two outcomes. Either it heals and restores stamina, allowing one to fight back at full health against an opponent with almost no health left. If this leads to a counterattack, then it's better to go home and farm. Or it can cause an explosion of health. As long as it doesn't kill oneself, it can defeat the enemy when the two sides are evenly matched. The sparring between Roya and Roger ended in a tie. After the match, the two prepared to return to Old Master kid.He's side. "Not bad," Old Master kid.He said. "If you think highly of me, come to me every day at 3 in the afternoon, and I will teach you training. I can also pass on my sword techniques to you, if you want to learn. Just to be clear, I am a dual-wielding swordsman. What do you think?" Upon hearing his words, the two were momentarily stunned, and then excitement spread across their faces. Of course, they agreed. "Old Master, we're thrilled that you're willing to teach us. How can we say we don't think highly of you?" Roya exclaimed excitedly. Having a strong mentor like Old Man kid.He as their training guide would greatly help improve their own strength. As for a certain master who just shows off, Luo Ya and Luo Ya said, "What's wrong? Can't we study from both sides?" A certain master who is dismissive. Achoo. Sneezing? Me? Roger was also excited, but after thinking for a moment, he said, "Old man, just teach me how to train. I still want to use a single sword." "Ha ha," the old man replied. "Think whatever you want. I'm just here to see little Fu every day." Old Man kid.He laughed, but then suddenly changed the subject. "You two little brats. Do you want to become pirates in the future?" He suddenly asked, looking at Roger and Roya beside him. Thinking about the old man's previous identity as a Navy admiral, Roya and Roger were at a loss for words, stammering. "What are you hesitating for? If you want to do it, just go ahead. I've retired from Navy now. So even if you overthrow the world government, it has nothing to do with me. Even when I was still a Marine admiral, didn't little Fu become a pirate? What can I do about it?" Watching Roya and Roger stammer, unsure of how to respond, the old man directly told them, "It has nothing to do with me." What? His sister was a pirate? Looking at Eve, Roya couldn't help but feel a bit shocked. Both he and Roger turned to look at Eve. After all, having a father who was a Marine admiral and yet becoming a pirate is indeed quite unbelievable. Not just any pirate. She was a pirate with a bounty of over 100 million. She claimed to liberate all persecuted women and established a pirate crew made entirely of women. She was even a pirate daring enough to rob celestial dragons' slave ships. Before Eve could respond, old man kid.He let out a snort and said, listening to his father talk about his past, Eve couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed. Listening to old man kid.He's words, looking at Eve, Roya thought, liberate all persecuted women. So it turns out his sister is someone with such great ambitions. Luo Ya looked at the old man, his eyes filled with confusion and curiosity. The old man understood. Are you wondering, since Xiao Fu was so capable, why did she die young? Xiao Fu indeed received my utmost teachings. But at that time, she had to navigate the seas while being pursued by the world government. Do you think I didn't do anything? Xiao Fu was not killed by someone. She died from an illness after falling ill. I see. Listening to Mr. Kurt's narration, Luo Ya and Roger nodded, indicating that they understood what was going on. They thought that you, like that guy Fei-Chi, had left the Navy due to some dramatic storyline. Luo Ya was thinking to himself, so, after your sister passed away, you left the Navy? Roya cautiously asked. This is part of the reason. After Xiao Fu died, I indeed lost the heart to sail the seas. The other part is that I didn't want to see those damn celestial dragons anymore. After Xiao Fu fell ill, if she had taken good care of herself, she could have lived for a few more years. But that damn celestial dragon kept increasing her bounty, just because there was his favorite fishman slave on the ship that Xiao Fu robbed, so he relentlessly pursued her. In the end, it worsened Xiao Fu's condition. And after she managed to send the slaves home, shit, if I had stayed in the Navy, I was afraid I wouldn't be able to hold back and would kill that celestial dragon one day. So I left the Navy. Gavin replaced my position as Admiral. Old man Kurt explained to Roya and the others while fishing. The two nodded. So this is Sister Eve's story. Luo Ya thought to himself. There really isn't a single simple character among them. Pirate King, Revolutionary Army, former Marine Admiral, breaking into Mariehua, hijacking a celestial dragon's ship. What kind of people are these? All right, father, let's not talk about the past anymore. Eve quickly stopped the increasingly excited old man caught. Once it's about his daughter, the old man's personality changes completely. He becomes very eager to share. Oh, hearing what his daughter said, the old man stopped discussing the past with Luo Ya and the others. He turned around to continue fishing. Luo Ya suddenly felt like the fruit he was about to enjoy was taken away. It was so dull. He planned to train a bit more on the beach with Roger before heading home. They would come back to train tomorrow. But before they had taken 2 steps, they heard the old man's excited voice from behind. Ha ha, I caught a big fish. The old man stood up, stepped back with his right foot, his arm muscles bulging. He pulled hard. The fishing rod broke. Roya, Roger, Eve. Damn. The old man looked at the broken fishing rod. He immediately felt as if he had been hit hard. He jumped straight into the sea. A few seconds later, a nearly 20-meter-long nearshore sea king flew out of the water and landed on the beach. Its eyes rolled back, and it was completely dead. Upon closer inspection, one could still see the fishhook and the broken half of the fishing rod in its mouth. As the sea king fell to the ground, old man Kurt crawled out of the water as well, took off his unchanged white vest, wrung out the water, and said to Roya, "You little brat, finish cooking dinner before leaving. Just use this." He pointed at the sea king on the shore, the old man said. Roya wouldn't dare refuse. "Okay, I'm happy to serve you. Don't say such nonsensical things. Go cook." The others continued to train. "Until it's time to eat," the old man commanded. The 3 hungry people looked at Roya eagerly, their eyes pleading for him to hurry up. Roya shot them a glance. The meaning in the glance was, "I'll try my best," just casually dragging the sea king to the lighthouse kitchen. While Roya was preparing the sea king, a voice suddenly echoed in her mind. System upgrade successful. Being treated as a free chef by old man Kurt. Roya expressed that he was very willing. It was definitely voluntary. He was cooking seafood in the kitchen. At that moment, the system that had been playing dead in his mind came back to life. System upgrade successful. Welcome host to experience the brand new version. Regarding the system upgrade, Roya showed no curiosity at all. Since the system mentioned that it was upgrading, he had felt no interest. Luo Ya knew that this dog-like system had no good intentions. System, dear host, are you looking forward to the features after the system upgrade? Luo Ya. System, this time, the system has added some very user-friendly features. Luo Ya. System, host? Luo Ya put down the kitchen knife, washed his hands, and said to the system, "If you have something to say, just say it. If you have any nonsense, just get it out. What new money-grabbing methods are there? Has the card pool multiplied the draw rates for bellies?" System, host, you are indeed very clever. System, the system has added a new item shop where all our card items can be purchased. Isn't that convenient? Luo Ya replied, what's the use of R-level items? System. Avoiding Luo Ya's question, the system continued. We have also added a QA function. For any questions the host has, the system can provide answers. The difficulty of the question determines the price. Luo Ya asked, how is this different from before? Oh, you have clearly marked the prices now. Previously, not every question had to cost money, right? Luo Ya continued to mock. System, haha host. Alright, cut the nonsense. Get to the point. What changes are there in the gacha pool? Roya directly interrupted the system's nonsense, still curious about the changes to the card drawing method. He was curious about how this dog of a system would change. System. Host, you asked the right question. System. The card drawing function has added a guaranteed draw feature. Guaranteed draw? Roya was thinking. He was no stranger to the term guaranteed drop. It simply meant that after drawing cards a certain number of times without getting a good item, a guaranteed drop would occur. However, the methods of guaranteeing drops were all different. What kind of guaranteed drop method was it? Luo Ya curiously asked. System. The methods of guarantee for each card pool are different. If you draw 1,000 times in a million card pool without getting anything, you will be guaranteed a glory. No, it's an SSR card. Wait, a million card pool? 1,000 times? Are you even listening to what you're saying? How many times has the card pool draw increased? Luo Ya heard that the million card pool requires 1,000 tries to guarantee a pull. His expression instantly darkened. 1,000,000, 1,000 tries. You might as well go rob someone. System, it's only increased 100 times. 100 times. That's it. Come on. If you see the streetlight you like, I'll hang you up there. Hearing the system say that the card pool has increased 100 times, it means that the cheapest card pool now costs 1 million belly, and the most expensive costs 100 million belly. Roy suddenly felt that his savings of 20 million was not that wealthy after all. Also, there's the system hanging on the streetlight. System. Host, don't worry. I promise this is the only upgrade of the system. It won't happen again. System. Let me finish talking. You might find it worthwhile. All right. I want to see what you can come up with. Luo Ya suppressed his anger and replied. System. Host, after the upgrade of the card pool, the cost of drawing from each card pool has increased 100-fold. However, the probabilities have also increased, and the names have changed to normal card pool, intermediate card pool, and advanced card pool. The current probabilities are as follows. Normal card pool, 1 million berries are card 97, SR card 2, 9, SSR card 0, 1 guaranteed after 1,000 draws. Intermediate card pool, 10 million berries are card 87, SR card 12, 5, SSR card 0, 5 guaranteed after 500 draws. Advanced card pool, 100 million berries are card 77, SR card 19, SSR card 4, guaranteed after 250 draws. System. Look, host, your probabilities have doubled. Although it's a bit more expensive, if you get a good draw, wouldn't that mean profit? System. The most important thing is the system is really going all out. Any ability card that the host draws will start at the intermediate mastery level. System. How about it, host? Isn't it very user-friendly? Luo Ya. Just say you like that streetlight. Or adjust the amount in the card pool back. Regarding the upgrade feature mentioned by the system, Luo Ya only saw 2 words. Scam. His luck just needed that little bit of probability you mentioned, yet you charged 100 times more. Port prices have risen, but they don't dare to increase like you do. System, what's wrong, host? Isn't this worth it? Worth it. You only raised a bit of probability. The ability card directly upgraded to intermediate level. Doesn't that just turn the SR ability upgrade card into a free gift? What loss does this bring you? And a guarantee? 1,500, 250. Tell me, is your last name Ah? Luo Ya complained in one breath. Isn't this system just trying to swindle direct money? Is it worth it? System. Oh, come on, host. You're already a millionaire. Why do you care about this little money? Ikare. Luo Ya replied emphatically. System. System. Anyway, you've leveled up. There's no way to change it back, host. System. You can choose not to draw if you want. Wow, you're so arrogant. Fine, I'll listen to you. No dros. Luo Ya replied indifferently and continued to pick up the kitchen knife to cook. System. Roya. After a moment of silence, the system finally broke the silence. System. Host, how about I give you a chance to experience 10 consecutive draws for 1 million berries? Among the items you draw, you can choose one to obtain. Host, why not give it a try? Are you really short on money? Luo Ya asked. System. Where would I be without me? It's the system. How could I be short on money? All right. I'm really lacking. Whoa, Luo Ya. You behave normally. I'm scared. How about this? I'll put up 1 million berries, draw 10 times, and choose 3 items. Then you answer one question for me, for free. How about that? Luo Ya thought for a moment and said, System, Listen, listen. Who should really be hung on the street lamp? Host, you're the true embodiment of Zhou Bei copyright. Luo Ya. So do you agree? System, I agree. Luo Ya, that's fine. Enough with the nonsense. Let's start the draw. After a day's time, the system in Roya's mind has completed its upgrade. While in the kitchen of Old Man Kote's lighthouse, it informed Roya about the upgrade details. A card item shop and a question-answering feature were added. The amount for drawing cards has been increased 100-fold, and the probability has relatively improved. Luo Ya said that it would be better not to upgrade. In the end, the system couldn't hold back and agreed to let Luo Ya try 10 consecutive pulls from the regular card pool. Luo spends 1 million belly and can choose 3 cards. During the card draw, although the card pool has been upgraded, the drawing process remains the same as before. 10 cards float in front of Luo, 1 gold, 2 purple, and 7 white. System, at least I earned 1 million. At least I earned 1 million. Without Luo saying anything, the system knows which 3 cards he will choose and directly removes the R card, leaving 2 SR cards and 1 SSR card. Luo finds the system's action very considerate. With a thought, the 3 cards shine and then their content is revealed. The system's notification sound follows. System, congratulations, host. You have obtained SR weapon card, good quality, 50 fast knife, silver yaya, produced in the pirate world, SR item card, Senzabine for the Dragon Ball world, weapon ability card, Ice, and Fire Lotus, produced by the system. Must be a premium product. The notification ends. What Roya cares about the most is the Senzabine, that bug-level item in the Dragon Ball world that can bring back to life. Senzabine. Luo Ya was initially surprised, but after thinking carefully, how could something so buggy be a SR? System, does this fairy bean have the same function as the fairy beans in Dragon Ball? Luo Ya asked. System, of course it's the same. I already said it's from the Dragon Ball world. It's just? System. It's just that the healing power is only 1/10 of the original, which is why it's an SR card. Well, yeah. Forget it. 1/10 is not bad. I don't know if the seed fruit can analyze the fairy beans. If it can, then I can produce them in bulk. In the future, when I fight with others, I'll pop 1 fairy bean after another while fighting. Luo Ya thought that the fairy bean is also a plant. If he could analyze the fairy bean and then produce it using seeds and fruits, it would only have 1/10 of its effectiveness, but that would still be impressive. So he decided to give it a try later and first check the remaining cards. Good quick knife, silver ya, Luo Ya said, pulling out the silver fong from the weapon vault. He weighed it in his hand. The whole knife was lighter compared to the heavy spirit. The sheath was silver white, without any patterns, very neat. He drew the blade. The mirror-like blade reflected a chilling image of Luo Ya's face, and the high burn on the edge seemed to condense a point of cold light that appeared to flow continuously, enhancing its sharp, icy feel. Silver fong? I've never heard of it. It should be another fine blade not mentioned in the anime. It looks like a good knife. Hey, just when I wanted to practice dual wielding. I got a fine blade. What a coincidence. Luck? Maybe. He hung the silver fong on the other side of his waist. Luo Ya looked at the last card, which was the SSR weapon ability card, the Ice and Fire Lotus. Ice and Fire Lotus? What is this? The name sounds pretty cool. Is it also a product of the system, like the heavy spirit? System, what is the use of this Ice and Fire Lotus? And what does weapon ability mean? Luo Ya is very curious about the abilities of the Ice and Fire Lotus. However, he is also puzzled by the term weapon ability card. A weapon card is a weapon card, and an ability card is an ability card. What does it mean to have a weapon ability card? System, host, the Ice and Fire Lotus is defined as a weapon, but it functions like an ability card. Therefore, the system defines it as a weapon ability card. System, host, please take the Ice and Fire Lotus out of the weapon storage. Follow the system's instructions. Roya took out the Ice and Fire Lotus from the system. A lotus flower with 2 pods floated in front of Roya. 1 pod burning with fierce flames and the other emanating a chilling aura. Roya was attracted by this peculiar and beautiful twin lotus. He kept staring at it. Suddenly, the twin lotus began to spin and gradually transformed into 2 individual lotus flowers, 1 blue and 1 red. They quickly flew to Roya's chest and merged into his body. Roy suddenly felt 2 forces flowing within him. Each side of his body emitted blue and red light. The left side was cold as frost, while the right side was burning hot. However, it was still manageable. At this level, it was not a big deal for his current physique. After a while, the unusual sensations in his body disappeared. Luo Ya let out a breath, and his tense body relaxed. He felt the 2 extra streams of energy within him. Roya mobilized its engine. 2 flower-like phantoms, 1 red and 1 blue, emerged from each of its shoulders without any stems. Luo Ya stretched out his hands. and the phantom of the lotus automatically flew into his hands. Luo Ya looked at the lotus in his hand, remaining silent for a long time. Finally, he said, "Green lotus fire from the Earth's core? System. What is this?" System. Host. This is the ability of the Ice Fire Dual Lotus. The Ice Fire Dual Lotus is a weapon, but once integrated into the host body, it can be used at will, so it's also somewhat like a power card. As the name suggests, the Ice Fire Dual Lotus allows the host to master the powers of fire and ice. It can also attach fire damage and ice damage to weapons. Due to the system upgrade, the power card starts at an intermediate level. Therefore, the host can step on the lotus and achieve the action of flying. Once the host upgrades the Ice Fire Dual Lotus to a high level, they will be able to master the physical Ice Fire Dual Lotus and use its fusion. System. Alright. Host. I've explained all the cards. Can I leave now? Why are you in such a hurry to leave? You still owe me a chance to answer my questions. System. Oh. So, does that mean that upgrading the Ice and Fire Twin Lotus to a higher level will allow me to master the 4 new Fire Lotus? Can the attacks be imbued with both flames and ice? Luo Ya thought, raising his hands as he envisioned it in his mind. His hands then covered the flames and the cold air. With one punch, a fireball was launched. With another punch, an ice spike shot out. Does this count as indirectly obtaining the powers of the Flame fruit and the Ice fruit? Fly. He directed towards the window of the lighthouse kitchen. Luo Ya jumped out directly, and in midair, he stepped down, instantly creating 2 lotus flowers. As he lifted his foot to walk out, a new lotus flower appeared beneath him, while the remaining lotus flowers gradually dissipated. Luo Ya said that he is currently missing a piece of Hanfu. Otherwise, he would look incredibly handsome. He glanced at Roger and the others who were still exercising. Luo Ya's lips curled up slightly. He drew out Chongling and Inya, with flames and frost each attaching to the blades. He pushed off the lotus beneath his feet. Roya brandished his dual swords and swung them towards Roger and the others. In 10 consecutive draws, he hit 7 cards, 2 SR cards, and 1 SSR card, all from the regular card pool. The system stated that it was numb. The 2 SR cards were the Fairy Bean and the Good Quick Blade, Silver Yacht. The card was the Ice Fire Twin Lotus. With the system's explanation, Roya understood the ability of the Ice Fire Twin Lotus. Flying in the air outside the lighthouse, he held the Heavy Spirit and Silver Yacht, both engulfed in flames and covered in frost, in his hands. He swung them down towards Roger and the others. Of course, Roya didn't intend to actually attack them. He just wanted to scare them a little. By the way, he wanted to show off his special effects. Roya's dual blades came attacking. Roger and Wadalong threw punches and drew their knives to counterattack. Meanwhile, Abeo rolled back. Not to mention Roger. Abeo and Wadalong had also received half a month's training from the old man. Plus, Luo Ya didn't hold back and directly launched a reckless attack. If this can't be blocked, then it's better to go home and farm. Luo Ya, what's the matter with you? You scoundrel. You don't follow the rules of martial arts and are sneaking attacks. Roger and Huatang, Xiaohua, each blocked Roya's knife. They asked Roya, who suddenly attacked with unusual moves, "Haha, what's the matter? Just trying out the new ability you comprehended." Roya replied. As soon as he finished speaking, the flames on Chongling instantly boiled over. He painted African friend makeup on the small flower that was blocking the blade. Then, under the furious gaze of the small flower, Roya put away Chongling and Silverfawn. Looking at the 2 beautiful lotus flower phantoms on Roya's shoulders, Eve also became interested. She walked over to Roya and asked Roya, "What is this?" Roya extended his hand, and 2 lotus flowers floated into his palm. "These are special lotus flowers that I grew from seeds. They allow me to harness the powers of fire and ice." Roya explained, "I planted them a month ago on the small island, and they just bloomed." With a wave of his hands, many illusory lotus flowers appeared in the air, surrounding Roya and the others, slowly rotating. Luo Ya clenched his fist. All the illusory lotus flowers instantly shattered, turning into petals that floated down. When they landed on Eve and the others, they melted away like snowflakes. "Does it look good, sister?" Roya looked at Eve, whose attention was captivated by the petals in the sky, and smiled as he asked, "Ah, so beautiful, so lovely." Drawn back to reality by Roya's voice, Eve turned to look at Roya's smiling face and smiled back. Hearing Eve's praise, Roya felt a surge of happiness. They continued to enjoy the shower of petals together, and the scene was truly beautiful. However, the voice of Old Man Court broke the atmosphere. "Oomph, all this fluff. Hey, kid, is the food ready? If not, why are you just sitting here in this petal rain?" Old Man Court, not knowing where he found a piece of wood, sat on a wooden chair and used a small knife to make himself a new fishing rod. Seeing the harmonious scene between Roya and Eve, He couldn't help but speak up. Hearing the old man's words, Luo Ya suddenly remembered that his fish soup was still cooking. He had been so curious about the flying ability of the ice fire lotus that he excitedly forgot about it. Ha, it will be ready soon. Just wait a little longer, Luo Ya said awkwardly, waving away the scattered flower petals in the air. He walked back to the kitchen to continue cooking. Eve, still with a smile on her face, looked at Luo Ya's back and, after hesitating for a few seconds, said, "Let me help you, Luo Ya." Luo Ya turned around and said, "That's great. With my sister's help, I should be able to eat faster. Don't you think so, old man?" Hearing this, old man Kurt had no reaction and calmly replied, "As long as you're happy." Loya, strange. Back to the kitchen. Roya continued to cut the meat of the Sea King. Noticing the fish soup boiling, she looked back at Eve. "Then could you please help me add some salt to the fish soup, sister?" Eve nodded and picked up the salt shaker. Luo Ya turned back to continue cutting the meat. But after a while, a rustling sound came from behind. Luo Ya felt that something was off as he listened. He turned his head and saw Eve directly flipping the salt shaker over, pouring salt into the fish soup. It looked like the salt in the shaker was about to run out. Roya quickly dodged and snatched the salt shaker from Eve's hand. "What's wrong, Roya?" Eve asked in confusion as she looked at Roya, who suddenly took the salt shaker, looking at the fish-flavored salt soup and then at Eve's innocent face. "Luo, you just want to say one thing. Thank you. Prince Salt, have you never been to the kitchen, sister?" Loya asked. Upon hearing Loya's question, Eve's cheeks instantly flushed with 2 shades of red. "Yes, it used to be my father who cooked, and after I formed the pirate crew, there were also companions on the ship who worked as chefs. Did I do something wrong?" Listening to Eve's words, Loya recalled the old man's reaction and his words. No wonder the old man would say that. He forced a smile. "No, sister, you did very well. Why don't you go find the old man and the others to have dinner?" Loya said, "Okay." Eve replied, seeming a bit happy, and then went out to inform the old man and the others. When Loya saw her leave, he immediately poured the whole pot of fish soup away. Whoever eats this would be confused. After a series of various antics, Loya and Roger finished their meal at the lighthouse and returned home after a day of turmoil. Luo came back to life in the hot tub. After taking a bath, he lay down on the bed, ready for a good sleep. But just as his eyes closed, they instantly opened again. Luo suddenly remembered that the system still owed him a chance to answer a question without cost. Sigh. Why do I always forget things? I need to eat some walnuts. By the way, can walnuts that have been pinched by a door still help with brain function? Luo sat up, patted his head, and thought that he needed to get some walnuts to boost his brain power. He considered what questions he could ask the system. Suddenly, he realized that he still didn't know what devil fruit that Sea Tower Stone Scepter had consumed. System. Dear host, why are you not sleeping in the middle of the night? Is there something you need? Loya took out the staff and asked, "Can you see what devil fruit this staff has consumed?" System. Devil fruit? Seastone staff? System. Host, you should listen to what you're saying. Seastone and devil fruit together. In this river? If you don't believe it, just scan it yourself. System. Hey, I really don't. Really don't what? System. Which little genius smartwatch mixed seastone and devil fruit together? Arthas. Yes, I am a genius. Thank you for the compliment. Roha, enough nonsense. Quickly tell me what fruit is in this scepter. I went to spar with Roger at Old Man Cote's place and made dinner by the way. After going through various ups and downs, Roya returned to his room. Just as he laid down on the bed, he remembered that the system still owed him a free question and answer. He took out the seastone staff made by Arthas from the system's arsenal. He asked the system what type of fruit was inside the staff. The system replied, "I never expected that the little genius smart watch would allow a sea stone weapon to eat a devil fruit, because it contains sea stone. The scanning time will be a bit longer, so please wait a moment, host." The system repeated, "I never expected that the little genius smart watch would allow a sea stone weapon to eat a devil fruit, because it contains sea stone. The scanning time will be a bit longer, so please wait a moment, host." The system continued, "I never expected that the little genius smart watch would allow a sea stone weapon to eat a devil fruit, because it contains sea stone. The scanning time will be a bit longer, so please wait a moment, host." "Oh," Roya replied, just as he was about to fall asleep. The system's voice echoed in his mind again. The system said, "Host, the results are in. The fruit inside the staff is animal type, mythical beast, fire-tailed squirrel form." Fire-tailed squirrel? What is that? Hearing this name, Roya looked confused. The system explained, "I don't really know how to say it, but according to the system, it's a beast with a flaming tail that can control fire." The system added, "For specifics, you can ask the author. A flaming tail, controlling fire. So, is there any way to awaken it?" Luo Ya asked. System. Use the summoning talisman. System. But since there is sea prism stone on the staff, whether the fruit ability can be used is another matter. So can you modify it and extract the sea prism stone from the staff? Luo Ya tried to ask. System, it can be done, but, host. Luo Ya, no, I don't understand. 1 million? System, the host is really smart. No need for your praise. Just change it. System, OJKB, but host, I have to tell you first, after extracting the seafloor stone, the hardness of the staff won't be the same as before. It doesn't matter. I don't really use the staff anyway. System, suit yourself. System, okie dokie. The host modification is complete. The system's voice sounded, and the staff appeared in Luo Ya's hand again. Looking at the staff, that was no different from before. Luo Ya said, you just said that I need a summoning talisman to awaken that fire-tailed squirrel? Do you have summoning talismans for sale? System, roar. Look at how you're saying this. How could SR items just be sold like that? If the host wants a summoning talisman, just draw it. Personally, I recommend the intermediate card pool. The chance of getting an SR card is high. Roya was silent for a moment, then suddenly seemed to think of something. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly as he said, how about this? System, I'll draw once from the regular card pool. If I happen to get the SR item card, Spirit Summoning Talisman, then you can't charge me. If I don't get it, you can still charge me. And I promise to draw again. How about that? Listening to Roya's proposal, the system found it amusing. How could one expect to get the SR card just right? And to specify that particular item? It was laughable. The odds of winning the lottery were about the same. After thinking it over, the system agreed. After all, if Roya couldn't draw it, it could still make 2 million, so it wasn't a loss. The system said, all right, go ahead and draw. If you happen to draw the Spirit Summoning Talisman, not only will I not charge you, but you can also choose 3 free items from the R card store. Great. Then let's draw. Luo Ya said. The scene transformed into a lottery card pool. A card flew out. What a coincidence to draw the Summoning Talisman. If that's the case, I'll eat this table today. The system didn't believe it was that lucky and set a flag for itself. Hey, don't just sit there scamming food and drinks, Luo Ya replied. Just as Luo Ya finished speaking, the card in front of him emitted a purple light. SR item card, Summoning Talisman. Without the system announcing it, Luo Ya recognized it. System, I'm leaving host. You can choose from the R card store yourself. Don't. Leave me something to eat, like the table or something, Luo Ya sarcastically said. But the system's voice had completely disappeared from his mind. Luo Ya ignored him and directly stuck the Summoning Talisman onto the staff. The talisman burned, and the staff immediately emitted a red light. With a bang, a small puff of white smoke dispersed, and the staff transformed into a small squirrel, about the size of Luo Ya's palm. Looking at the little squirrel in his hand, Luo Ya didn't know what to do. He reached out a finger and poked it. To his surprise, it actually woke up. The squirrel trembled slightly and slowly opened its eyes, curiously looking at Luo Ya with its big eyes. After blinking, it suddenly jumped up, aiming right at Luo Ya's face. Roya sidestepped. The squirrel climbed onto his shoulder. Luo Ya thought the squirrel was going to attack him, so he reached out his hand to capture it. To his surprise, he heard the squirrel crying out, Finally! 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 Someone has saved me! Oh, I'm so relieved. This time, I'm finally saved. Woo-woo-woo. The crying was so heart-wrenching. Roya couldn't bear to interrupt it. Only after it cried itself out did he gently place it back in his palm. This scene left Roya at a loss for words. I know what you're going to ask. Master, the squirrel spoke up. I'm that staff from before. I awakened my consciousness after being implanted in the fruit, but I don't know why I've been unable to use my abilities. I stayed alone in the temple for over 800 years. Until you brought me out, I finally got to take on the form of the fruit. Listening to the squirrel recount its experiences, especially hearing that it had been alone in the temple for over 800 years, Royatan immediately felt sorry for it and reached out to pat its head. He was also cursing Arthas in his heart. You are simply inhuman, Arthas. Don't call me master. From now on, you'll follow me. Just call me big brother. Stick with me and you'll eat 3 meals a day. From now on, I'll call you Shushu. Shushu rubbed its head against Royton's hand, looking very happy. Luo Ya smiled and made a small bed for it on the bedside table, letting it sleep there. Then he lay back down, preparing to sleep. He thought about a Bao, Kuei Huang, and the current Shushu. How about I open a zoo with Roger to retire? Under the transformation of the system and the awakening of the summoning talisman drawn by Luo Ya's incredible luck, Roya has gotten a pet fire-tailed squirrel named Shushu. After waking it up, she thought for a moment that she didn't have much to do. Luo Ya returned to the embrace of his bed and slowly fell asleep. He slept. Tomorrow he needs to get up early to exercise. He can't let himself go like this anymore. The next day, the first ray of sunlight poured into Luo Ya's room through the window, waking him up. It's still early, Let me sleep a little more. Luo Ya, it's time for lunch. This squirrel? Groggily opening his eyes, Luo Ya saw Roger already by his bedside, hair damp. It seems this curly-haired dog just finished exercising and took a shower. Is it time for lunch already? This is my new pet, called Shoo Shoo. Come on, let's go eat. Luo Ya said that having one more morning of exercise or one less morning of exercise doesn't make a difference. Avoiding. After having lunch, Roya and Roger went to Heger's restaurant, bringing along a Bayo and Shoo Shoo. They returned to their main job and casually mentioned to Uncle Heger about their plan to go on strike. They entered the restaurant. Roya and Roger only saw a black face. Hall was sitting at the bar with a dark expression, helping Heger pass the meals to the bar table. Then, with a frown, he pressed the bell for the dishes, indicating that customers should come to the bar to pick up their meals. He noticed Roya, Roger, and Abayo entering the restaurant. The customers greeted them one after another. They didn't find Abayo, who had turned into a bear, frightening. Instead, they thought he looked somewhat simple-hearted. Upon seeing them, Hall immediately rushed out from behind the bar. You guys actually came back. What else with that parent-like tone of yours? Uncle Hall, what are you doing here? Roya asked. How dare you ask me? It's because you didn't come to work. That dog Hagel came to torment me. Who am I? Hall, asking me to be a waiter? How is that possible? Hall replied excitedly. But you still did it, didn't you? I don't care. You're back. So it's up to you now. I'm leaving. Hall responded, and then walked out of the restaurant, not forgetting to grab 2 bottles of rum on the way. Luo Ya looked at his silhouette, wondering if Hawkeye really had a connection to Hall. How could Uncle Hall, looking like this, have raised such a cold and aloof god like Hawkeye? Walking to the bar, Heg handed the food to Luo Ya without any surprise. He had known they were coming as soon as they stepped into the restaurant. Sitting down, Luo Ya asked Roger and Abayo to deliver food and drinks to the customers. As for himself, he could serve from the bar as well. Several square wooden bars extended from the back of Roy, dragging the plates and wine glasses, elongating and delivering the dishes and drinks to the customers' tables in an instant. Time passed. Lunchtime was over, and the number of customers in the restaurant gradually decreased until it was completely empty. Heger made fried rice for Roy and the others. The 3 humans and 2 bees sat at the bar to eat. Uncle Heger, Roger, and I are planning to train with old Master Kota every afternoon. He'll guide us, so we can only work half a day in the future, then. Luo Ya chewed on the fried rice and said, wow, that's great. With the old man's guidance, it will greatly help improve your strength. Go ahead. Even if you don't come for a whole day, it's fine. I can manage. And if it really doesn't work out, I'll continue to ask Hall for help. Hall, don't come over here. Heg put down the plate, which was already empty of fried rice, picked up a wine glass, and while sipping rum, replied to Luo Ya, what a straightforward guy. Uncle Heg, with a boss like you. It's perfect, Roya said with a smile, then finished the remaining fried rice. After having a few more glasses of rum with Heger, he returned home with Roger. In the days that followed, Roya and the others lived a life that seemed like a copy-paste. In the morning, they worked at Uncle Heg's shop. In the afternoon, they went to Old Man Kota for training. Sometimes, Heg and Hall would also visit the old man to see how they were training, say a few words, and then get rolled eyes in return. And that's how it was. In Roya's daily life, time passed day by day. Time always slips away unnoticed. Sometimes it flows slowly like a dripping faucet. Save water, remember to tighten the faucet. And other times it rushes by quickly like the water when you flush the toilet. Not a bad description. I'll try to keep it that way. In the blink of an eye, 6 years had passed. I really can't think of how to write about the growth of Roya and Roger. And they can't set sail at 9 years old, so it is what it is. Luo Ya and Luo Ya arrive at Old Man Kota's place for training on time every day, except for New Year's Eve. It has been almost 7 years. Luo Ya and Roger have undergone changes in both their bodies and strength. On the coast of Rog Town, 2 forces collide with each other. Just the momentum alone creates powerful waves. Luo Ya and Luo Ya came face to face. After 6 years, both of them successfully grew to a height of 2 meters. One is 2.7 meters, and the other is 2.4 meters. As for who is 2.4 meters tall, Luo Ya said, you don't need to know too much. Also, it's 2.43 meters, not 2.4. Be clear. The momentum surged again. Luo Ya and Roger's figures flashed instantly. The 2 quickly approached each other. Ace with a single sword, and Shonglian and Inya with double swords. The 3 blades collided. The sand pit rapidly sank and cracked. The 2 were exerting their strength against each other. Luo Ya used the half-beast transformation ability of the Anubis fruit. Neither of them could gain the upper hand in their struggle. With a tacit understanding, they raised their blades and struck at each other again. The sound of metal clashing echoed continuously, and sand pits kept appearing. After a while, Loya and Roger have stopped their sparring. They are sitting at a wooden table on the beach with old man kid.He, Abeo, Eve, Heg, and Hall, drinking white wine and enjoying the moonlight. 6 years have passed. Aside from Loya and Roger, who have changed quite a bit, the others have not changed much. Old man kid.He still looks the same, showing no signs of aging. He has, however, replaced his white tank top with a new one, sewn by Eve. Haha, you two little rascals. Well, your improved strength is even frightening to me. I wonder what kind of storms you will stir up in the sea in the future. Old man kid.He raised his wine glass and laughed out loud. Time flows like sand, slipping through fingers, always gradually passing through the gaps. Roya and Roger trained under the guidance of old man kid.He. And as the days went by, 6 years passed in the blink of an eye. Over these 6 years, Roya and the others significantly improved their strength. Are you two planning to set sail tomorrow? On the eve of their departure, Roya and Roger drank with everyone in old man kid.He's lighthouse. Old man kid.He was happy to have taught 2 strong individuals and laughed as he asked Roya and the others. Roya put down his wine glass. After 6 years, he had successfully grown to 43 meters tall. He hooked his arm around Roger's shoulder and replied, "Maybe, but we should set sail this month. We need to get out and explore, right, old man?" "That's right. Young man, it's good to get out and explore," the old man said while picking at his food. "So, Uncle Heger, about that notebook you mentioned last time, the one that records all the historical texts, can you give it to us now?" He looked at Heger, who had been silent and focused only on drinking. After Luo Ya and he clinked their glasses, he asked, "Is that true?" "It seems to be. However, do you really think I have that notebook?" Heger recalled for a moment, then replied. And his answer left Luo Ya dumbfounded. "What does that mean? Did you say you had this thing before? You're not trying to trick me, are you?" Loya asked in disbelief. Heg nodded. "Of course. I don't have that thing. It's better for you to have your own adventures in your own era without our previous generation's interference. If you knew the locations of all the historical texts and aimed to sail directly to them, moving from one place to another, then that wouldn't be sailing. Being a loss, that's life. Furthermore, you should know that the history of the blank 100 years doesn't need you to search for the historical texts anymore. All of Fitch's translations are placed on the final island, Laugh-Tale. You just need to find 4 red historical texts, reach Laugh-Tale, and you will know everything. However, you can also search for the historical texts on your own. It's up to you. After all, it's your sailing journey." Heg rambled on and on. Loya only heard the words, "Of course I don't have that thing." Instantly, his anger surged. "So, Uncle Heger, you have kept me in suspense for 6 years. Has the translation of the blank 100 years of history already been taken to Lavdru by Uncle Fiki? Then do you know where those 4 pieces of red historical text are?" Luo asked, "Do you know?" "Yes, but whether it's still there, I don't know." Hage replied, "It's fine, just tell me where it is. Go find it yourself." Hage responded mercilessly. Luo was speechless, looking at Igo, who shook the bottle at him to indicate that there was no more alcohol. Roya gave him a smile. Then she got another bottle of white wine for old man Kurt and Hall. After that, she pulled Roger out of the lighthouse. "Let's go. Roger, we're going to release the sky lanterns." "Hag. Old man Kurt, this wine smells really good. I can't get enough of it." "Hall, yeah. Hag." Roya and Roger arrived at the beach outside the lighthouse. Luo took out a few sky lanterns from the system warehouse. He asked where these things came from. "There are a lot of them in the system's R-grade item card shop." In 6 years, Loya said he wouldn't draw cards, and he really didn't. The system was almost begging him to do so, but he ended up drawing from the regular card pool just once, and it turned out to be an SSR item card, although it wasn't an item that could enhance his strength. But it was indeed a genuine SSR card. After this, the system resigned itself to the situation. It stopped urging Loya to draw cards, and Loya also saved up his money, deciding not to draw and instead focus on improving his other strengths first. If he drew too many cards, his abilities would become too complicated, and he was worried he wouldn't have anything impressive to show for it. "So, Loya, where are these things?" Roger watched as Roya fiddled with the Kongming lantern and asked. "They say this is called a Kongming lantern, and it can be released into the sky. How does it work?" "It's about sending our wishes up to the heavens, hoping they come true." It's a kind of hope. I wouldn't say that I just want to release it. I never got to do this in my past life." "Ha ha, Roya, do you believe in this too?" Roger asked with a smile. "Oh dear, it's just a saying, as long as it looks good. How do you get this thing?" Roya manipulated the wooden hands while casually playing with several sky lanterns. However, in his past life, he had never dealt with sky lanterns, so he didn't know how to handle them. After a long struggle and wasting 2 lanterns, Roya finally succeeded in sending one into the sky. Looking at the lantern slowly flying towards the horizon, Roger remarked. It really is quite beautiful, isn't it? Roya replied. It's pretty nice. Lawyer replied. So, have you placed your wishes on it? Roger asked. Do you still believe in this? You're not a kid anymore. Roger, don't be so naive. Luo Ya looked at the sky lanterns and replied earnestly. Roger, didn't you say that? Luo Ya, I said it, but I didn't say I wanted to believe it. Roger, until all the sky lanterns disappeared into the horizon. Roya continued, all right, let's go back. I want to sleep until noon tomorrow. Once we're well rested, we'll set sail. Captain Roger. Ha ha. Hearing the words Captain Roger, Roger was still very happy. Whether at 9 years old or now at 16. Let's go. But just as the two were about to leave, a pirate ship slowly approached from a distance. People on the ship were shouting something, seemingly calling out to Roya and the others. After all, they were the only two on the beach. Should we wait and see what it is? A little activity before sleeping might be nice. Roya looked at the pirate ship in the distance and said. Roger didn't say anything, but he didn't leave either, clearly agreeing with his suggestion. After a while, the pirate ship arrived at the lighthouse. Roya finally saw the pirate flag on the ship. It was a skull with beast ears and a crack on its right cheek. The anchor was dropped, securing the ship. Then, a somewhat slender man with gold-rimmed glasses and a gentle appearance came down from the ship. He glanced at Roya, then at Roger, and said, I am Tong-Zi, the vice-captain of the Jackal Pirate Group. 6 years had passed in the blink of an eye. Luo Ya and Luo Ya are releasing sky lanterns outside Old Man Kote's lighthouse. They plan to set sail within a month after celebrating New Year's Eve tomorrow. Just after they finished releasing the sky lanterns, a pirate ship approached the sea. A frail-looking man came down from the ship and introduced himself. I am Song Situnzi, the vice-captain of the wolf pirate crew. Song Situnzi, the wealth-bringing boy. What a name. You better be. Luo Ya listened to Tong Zi's self-introduction and thought, so what do you want, child? Loya asked, what are we wasting words for? Tong Zi was interrupted halfway through his sentence by another voice from a ship. Suddenly, a figure jumped off the ship quickly. The speed was so fast that in Loya and Roger's eyes, it was nothing unusual. The figure quickly approached Loya and the others, darted behind them, and delivered a punch. Roger quickly turned and caught his punch. At this moment, Roy could finally see his face. He looked to be in his 20s, not particularly tall, around 2 meters in height. He had some skills. After retracting his fist, the man flipped back to Tong Zi's side. Once back at Tong Zi's side, the first thing the man said to Roy and the others was, how about becoming my subordinate? Trying to recruit us without introducing himself first. To intimidate us a bit? Roya replied with a smile. I am the captain of the Jackal Pirate Crew, Powie, with a bounty of 20 million berries. I am a user of the Zoan-type devil fruit, the dog fruit, jackal form. How about that? Is that enough to qualify? Powie laughed heartily. Is that it? Roya and Roger remained silent for a long time, and finally, Roya couldn't help but speak. As soon as the words left his mouth, Rao Huey's face instantly flushed red. With veins bulging on his forehead, his body began to change, resembling the half-beast form of Roya. Tong Zi instinctively stepped back, as if afraid of being caught in the crossfire. Looking for death, Rao Huey's figure flickered as he charged towards Roya and the others. Roya shook his head slightly. Are all your lines the same? He reached out and slapped down. A giant wooden palm extended from behind Roya, aiming at the deer emblem and slapping down. When it lifted again, the deer emblem had already passed out, returning to its original appearance. One-hit kill. Tong Zi's eyes bulged as he looked in disbelief at the scene of the deer emblem lying on the ground. He had chosen to be his vice-captain and invest in him because the deer emblem was so young, yet had such strong power. He never expected to be defeated by someone who looked even younger than him. And it was a one-hit kill. Vines grew and bound the deer emblem. 20 million berries. Take it or leave it. Loya still doesn't have the financial power to overlook 20 million belly. All right, now you can tell me. Why did you come to Rogtown so late at night? Just by coincidence? After tying the roe deer emblem tightly, Luo Ya smiled at Tong Zi. Knowing Luo Ya's strength, his smile was more than just a smile in Tong Zi's eyes. Trying to calm himself down, he clasped his hands and said, we just arrived here today. Someone hired us to come to Roger Town to observe. Observe? Observe what? Roy asked, I don't know. He just asked us to check if Rogtown is normal. Has anything happened? Tong Zi replied with a slightly trembling voice. There are ghosts here. Who would hire someone to check on Rogtown for no reason? Luo Ya stroked his chin in thought. He moved closer to Tong Zi, reached out to press down on his shoulder, and asked, do you have a bounty? No. I just boarded the ship of the deer emblem not long ago, and I haven't been wanted yet. Tong Zi trembled as he spoke. Oh, You're very lucky, Luo Ya said. Then he lowered his hand, and while doing so, secretly placed a seed in his pocket. You can go back now. Go back to find the person who hired you. Right now, immediately, do you understand? If you want to save your captain. Roya lowered his hand and looked at Tongzi. Upon hearing that Roya would let her go, Tongzi immediately nodded in agreement. Roya smiled at him, then turned and walked back to Roger's side. Watching Tongzi board the ship and set sail, he suddenly felt a bit uneasy. A seed was tossed out, landing on the deck, and quickly grew into a demon realm mimosa. Seeing the several-meter-tall mimosa with sharp fangs, Tongzi was nearly scared to the ground and swallowed hard, only to hear Roya say, "Don't worry, it won't attack you. As long as you really go find that person now, instead of running away halfway. You could also try running away halfway and see what happens." Tongzi glanced at the demon realm mimosa, looked at Roya, and shouted that he would definitely not run away. Then he set sail. Seeing Tongzi sail away, Roya also patted Roger on the shoulder and walked back, feeling exhausted. Roger nodded. He and Roya found Abayo and Eve, and they all returned home together. On the way, they made a stop at the naval base to hand over the deer emblem, earning 20 million berries over the past 6 years. With the bounty rewards from the Bounty Hunter Guild and the pirates passing through Rogtown who attempted to rob it. Oh, and that meager salary from the Heg restaurant. Plus, now the bounty on the deer emblem. Luo Ya's deposit has just reached 200 million Bailey. Back home, Luo Ya took a bath in the newly bought hot tub. After that, he lay down on the big bed to rest. After closing his eyes to relax for a while, information began to flow into his mind. A few minutes ago, Tongzi had brought the pirate ship to the neighboring island of Rogtown, to the town of Shisi. He met the person who had hired him in a tavern. Just as he was about to speak, a person popped out of his pocket. It was Luo Ya. Tongzi was confused about why Luo Ya had appeared in his pocket, and looked at his pocket, and Luo Ya in shock. This was a kind of clone ability that combined Luo Ya's wooden clone technique with seed fruit. Luo Ya looked at the mysterious man in front of him wearing a Tengu mask. It was this man who had hired the hyena pirate crew. Luo Ya and the Tengu masked man stared at each other. Before Roya could speak, the man spoke first. Roya, you know me. The man's words shocked Roya. He didn't recall anyone wearing a Tengu mask. I know you, but you definitely don't know me. Well, maybe you do, the man replied. After Luo Ya and Luo Ya released the sky lanterns, a pirate ship sailed to the coast of Rogtown. It was the Jackal pirate crew. After swiftly eliminating the captain, Roya learned from the first mate, Tongzi, that someone had hired them to observe Rogtown. Roya designed for Tongzi to take his clone seed to meet the person who hired them. He wanted to see what this person was up to. When he arrived in front of the man who hired the hyena pirate crew, Roya was shocked by the man's words, as the first thing he said was his name. He also said he knew Roya, but that Roya might not know him. Roya know me, but I don't know you, so you have been secretly observing me. I didn't expect to be so popular. Luo habitually reached for the hilt of his knife, but then realized that he was just a clone and might not have the heavy spirit and silver spear at his waist. However, it didn't matter. He pressed down, and a wooden cane appeared. Leaning slightly on the cane, Luo spoke to the man in the Tengu mask. The man listened to Luo's words, but showed no reaction. A pair of eyes behind the mask stared intently at Luo. Luo was wondering who the man really was. I had crossed over into the world of pirates without any identity, just appearing out of nowhere, not having entered anyone's body. I had been very low-key over the years, basically not leaving Lowtown. This guy knows me, but he must not be focusing solely on me. If that's the case, then he must be paying attention to the people around me. Roger? Uncle Haig? Old Man Kota? Luo thought for a moment, but still couldn't figure out who the man was. This guy even wore a half-Tengu mask while drinking, showing such a high level of secrecy. It seemed he had always been lurking in the shadows. After thinking for a long time, Luo met the man's gaze and said seriously, Who exactly are you? Who am I? The man replied, You don't need to know. Since you came here to seek death first, then I will satisfy you. With that, he quickly drew the long knife from his waist. In an instant, he closed in on Luo, and the blade came down with incredible speed. Luo immediately raised his cane to block, but it was split apart by the man's sword. The man then kicked towards Luo, who quickly covered his hands with armament hockey and crossed them to block the kick. However, the powerful force still knocked him out of the tavern, shattering the door. He steadied himself and felt the power of the man's previous 2 attacks. Luo knew that with his current wooden clone being less than half the strength of his main body, it was very likely that he couldn't defeat the man. He looked up at the man who had walked out. Luo did not choose to escape, but instead stared at his mask. He thought to himself, Let's take off the man's mask first and see what he looks like. He clasped his hands together. Luo shouted, would clone technique. A wooden figure, about the same size as Luo Ya, appeared beside him. If it weren't for the fear of hurting innocents, Luo Ya would have let the man experience what it feels like to face a wooden giant over dozens of meters tall. The upper body of the wooden figure was covered in armament-He. With the strength of his wooden clone, Luo Ya could only cover its upper body at most. This was also due to its smaller size. If it were a wooden figure dozens of meters tall, the wooden clone Luo Ya could only cover its hands with armament-He at most. He reached out, and two wooden swords appeared in his hands. Roya and the wooden man moved swiftly, closing in on the man in an instant while launching their attacks. The man used his left hand, covered in armament-He, to block the wooden man's strike, while his right hand wielded a long knife to fend off Roya's twin swords. One person was battling against two, yet he was still able to handle it with ease, forcing their blades back. Luo Ya activated the Anubis fruit ability. In an instant, he transformed into a half-beast and swung his twin blades backward. Twin blade style, silver fox. Two silver slashes flew out, taking the shape of foxes, and rushed towards the man. After 6 years of training, Roya's swordsmanship has reached the master swordsman stage, allowing him to perform the flying slash. The man pushed back the wooden dummy, gripping the sword hilt with both hands, and swung the sword horizontally. A slash was unleashed, blocking Roya's attack. It seems the man also possesses the strength of a master swordsman. Luo Ya stepped forward again, his dual swords covered in He, striking downwards at the man. Dual sword style, beast claw. The man blocked with his sword, and the floor beneath him cracked as he forcefully pushed Luo Ya away. At that moment, the wooden man closed in, and Luo Ya seized the opportunity to advance with his sword. He attacked the man again, and they fought for a long time. Luo Ya is already exhausted and panting, with various wounds on his body. After using the wooden man technique for a long time, he only has half of his original strength, and his stamina is quickly depleted. All ninjutsu is activated using physical strength. If chakra was mentioned earlier, it should have been a mistake. The wooden man is also being hammered by the man to the point of falling apart. Luo Ya simply recalled the wooden puppet. He looked at the man opposite him. The man had several wounds on his body, and his clothes were torn in a few places. Even though the wooden clone of Luo Ya only had half of his original strength, he was not someone who could be easily defeated. The man exhaled and said to Luo Ya, "Very impressive, so young, yet your strength is so formidable. It's a pity you're about to die." Listening to the man's words, Luo Ya understood that although the man was paying attention to them in Rog Town, the information wasn't particularly well informed, and it seemed he hadn't been keeping a constant watch. He was unaware of Luo Ya's ability to create avatars. A plan began to form in Luo Ya's mind. He laughed heartily at the man. "Ha ha ha, it's still uncertain who will fall." He raised his dual swords, covering them with armament-He and conqueror's He. "You can use conqueror's He too," the man said, slightly surprised. With his words, Luo Ya became even more certain that the man was not well informed about them. "There is still a lot you don't know." Black-red lightning coiled around blades. Roya's figure flickered as he approached the man. The twin blades aligned, striking towards the man. Twin blade technique, secret art, double divine evasion. The twin blades slashed down. Seeing the momentum of the attack, the man's lips curled into a smile, and he laughed loudly, saying, "Not bad. Single blade technique, fierce lion." The man raised his blade, and a massive lion phantom appeared on the blade, intercepting Roya's twin swords. The blades clashed together. A tremendous shockwave erupted, shattering the glass of nearby buildings and causing the floor to crack rapidly. Luo Ya and the man were evenly matched in their sword fight. However, Luo Ya's wooden sword shattered into splinters. The man said to Luo Ya, "Kid, goodbye." He slashed down diagonally toward Luo Ya's shoulder. Roya did not dodge and allowed the man's knife to strike down. However, no blood spurted out. The man was slightly taken aback. Luo Ya seized the opportunity, extending his beast claw to grab at the man's mask. In an instant, the mask shattered into 6 pieces, revealing the face behind the mask. Luo Ya didn't recognize him. "Ha ha ha. It seems your information isn't very reliable. If you have the guts, come to Rog Town. I'm waiting for you in Rog Town." After saying this, the wooden clone of Luo Ya's body completely turned into wood and shattered on the ground. Taking advantage of the man's momentary confusion about his wooden body, Luo Ya seized the opportunity when he's slightly dazed. The beast claw reached out and shattered the man's mask. Beneath the mask was a face of someone in his 30s. There weren't many wrinkles, but Luo Ya did not recognize him. As his body completely transformed into wood, he issued a challenge to him. Looking at the shattered wooden shards of Luo Ya and his own mask, the man showed little emotion in his eyes. However, when he looked in the direction of Rog Town, An endless rage suddenly ignited in his gaze. He sheathed his long knife, and his figure gradually disappeared into the night. The battle in Town came to an end. The memories carried by the wooden clone surged into Luo Ya's mind. Roya sat up, looking towards the direction of Town outside the window. Who exactly is that guy? It seems like he has never been seen before. What's his plan for Town? It looks like I have to stay in Town for a while longer. Lost in thought, disturbed by this suddenly appearing mysterious person, Roya felt that his departure to sea would have to be postponed. He lay back down on the bed, staring at the ceiling. Forget it. Let's just sleep for now. If that dog dares to come, I'll make him taste the power of the great Buddha. I'll discuss it with Roger tomorrow. The next day, a day without training. Luo Ya still sleeps until noon. Luo Ya, get up for dinner. Outside the room, Roger is shouting for Luo Ya to wake up and eat. Okay. Luo Ya answered loudly, then pulled the blanket with his hand and gently tapped his feet on the bed, making some noise. After that, he continued to sleep. After so many years of being together, Roger had long been aware of Roya's behavior. He walked directly into the room, pulled back the curtains, and then woke Roya up, watching him zombie-like brush his teeth and wash his face. After finishing lunch, Luo Ya and Luo Ya were playing chess in the gazebo in the yard. The gazebo was built by Luo Ya over the years, out of boredom, using wooden materials. A bow was watering the flowers in the yard, which were planted by Luo Ya. At first, when he was asked to take care of them, he was reluctant, but now he gets upset if anyone touches those flowers. For these years, Shushu has been occupying Luo Ya's shoulder. At this moment, he was still standing on Luo Ya's shoulder, watching them play chess. He let out a yawn. Luo Ya still felt a bit sleepy. He was playing chess with Roger. When he saw that the game was a stalemate, he simply stopped playing. When he first taught Roger, this guy could never beat Luo Ya. But as time went on, it became Luo Ya who lost more than he won. While chatting with Roger, when Roger asked Luo Ya when he would go to sea, Luo Ya suddenly remembered what happened in Town last night. He told Roger about the incident and the man with the Tengu mask. So someone is plotting against Town? Why wouldn't they let him secretly observe Luo Ya Town in the middle of the night? Moreover, he knows me, but he doesn't seem to be very clear about my strength. Did I see his face last night? But I don't know him. Over the years, he should have been secretly observing Town. It seems like he has some plan. Roya picked up the teacup from the table, took a sip of tea, and shared his deductions with Roger. So what do you mean? Roger asked, looking at Roya. Our departure is postponed for a while. I want to see what that guy is up to. 1 month. Roya continued. If he doesn't show up within a month, we'll set sail, as usual. Anyway, with old man Cot, Uncle Hag, and that guy Hall on board, I don't think he could stir up much trouble. Roya snapped his fingers, and a vine extended from the kitchen to refill the teapot with hot water. Taking this opportunity, Roya suggested to Roger that they wait and see if the mysterious man would come to Town. If he didn't show up, they could set sail later. Roger expressed no opinion. Lady Alexia was also very happy to hear that they would stay for another month. Time passed again. A month quickly went by. The man with the Tengu mask seemed to have disappeared. Roya also went to Town to search for his traces. He also used the resources of the Bounty Hunter Guild to look for him. But it was as if he had vanished, never to appear. Luo Ya and Luo Jia agreed to meet on the evening of the last day of the month. Luo Ya and Luo Jia are having a meal at Uncle Hegi's newly renovated restaurant. As for who expanded the restaurant, a handsome guy who can use what Release expresses his frustration, saying, just pay what you owe. Thank you for the head pat. Can you deduct a bit more? A group of people is gathered around the table, still the same few individuals. Roya, Roger, and Old Man Kurt, along with Hage, Hall, Eve, and Waddalong. After 6 years of Roya's training, Xiaohua's personality has improved a lot, although it's only toward acquaintances. However, the one eating with us now is Dawawa. She's very perceptive. Elle ping everyone pour drink. You two kids, why haven't you set sail yet? Are you scared or reluctant? Old Man Kurt looked at the drinking Roya and Roger, curious about why these two haven't set sail yet, as it's already been a month. I think, old man, you're the one who's the most reluctant to part with Sister Eve. Luo Ya put down his wine glass and replied to Old Man Kurt with a smile. You little rascal. What? Do you want to keep Xiao Fu here? Get to the point. Don't make jokes. What is the reason you two have been delaying and not setting sail? The old man guessed that there must be a reason for these two to be stalling and asked. Roya shrugged and told everyone about the incident with the dog-headed masked man from a month ago. Everyone listened. Old Man Kurt laughed heartily. Head continued to drink without any reaction. Huh.